Have you ever been deep in the woods, maybe on a summer camping trip, and felt that sudden, prickling sensation on the back of your neck? That feeling that you're not just being watched, but hunted. The woods are ancient, and they hold secrets far older and darker than we can imagine. Tonight, we're venturing into those shadows. We're not talking about bears or mountain lions. We're talking about something that wears a human's shape, but is hollowed out by an insatiable hunger. We're talking about the wendigo, for our summer horror special. We've gathered a collection of allegedly true encounters and terrifying tales from the deepest parts of the North American wilderness. These are stories from people who went into the woods for a summer adventure and came back with a horror story they'd never forget. So, turn down the lights, get comfortable, and whatever you do, don't listen to this alone in the dark. These are true scary wendigo horror stories, perfect for a terrifying summer night. Stay with us. My name is Dr. Alistair Finch. For 2 decades, I held a professorship in geology at a respected university, a position I relinquished only recently for reasons that will become clear. My life's work, my passion, has always been the Earth's silent history, the stories told in strata and stone. I have always been a man of science, a purveyor of facts and empirical evidence. I found solace in the wild, remote places of the world, where the clamor of humanity faded and one could hear the planet breathe. The profound solitude of the northern wilderness was not a thing to be endured, but a balm to my soul. It is a bitter irony, then, that in the place I sought ultimate isolation, I would discover I was not, and had never been, truly alone. Last winter, I was engaged by a multinational mining conglomerate to conduct a solo geological survey in a vast, unclaimed stretch of boreal forest in northern Ontario. The corporation had identified a potentially massive iron ore deposit through satellite imaging, and my task was to provide the ground truth, to collect core samples, map the rock formations, and verify the claim's viability. It was a contract that promised both a significant professional challenge and the deep, immersive solitude I craved. I was helicoptered in with enough supplies for a fortnight, dropped miles from the nearest logging road, a solitary speck in an endless ocean of white and green. The first 3 days were idyllic, a perfect communion of work and wilderness. The air was crystalline, so frigid it felt sharp and clean in my lungs. The silence was absolute, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the pines and the rhythmic crunch of my snowshoes. By day, I worked with methodical precision, drilling samples, logging data, and feeling the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. By night, I would sit by my expedition grade tent, nursing a flask of whiskey and watching the aurora borealis dance across a sky undiluted by city lights. I felt a profound sense of peace, a feeling of being the only sentient creature for 100 miles in any direction. It was a comforting, magnificent lie. The shift began on the 4th day. I was examining a granite outcropping, a sheer wall of rock scraped clean by ancient glaciers, when my eyes caught something incongruous against the pristine snow at its base. Tracks. My first assumption was a moose or perhaps a black bear that had inexplicably delayed its hibernation. But as I drew closer, a knot of academic curiosity tightened into a cold dread. They were not animal tracks. They were humanoid, bipedal, but hideously wrong. The stride was the first impossibility. The distance between each print was nearly 9 feet, a span that no human could achieve without a running leap. yet the impressions were from a steady, walking gait. The second anomaly was the depth. I am a man of considerable size, and my own snowshoe prints barely disturbed the top layer of compacted snow. These tracks were punched deep, sinking a good foot into the crust, as if made by something of immense, crushing weight. But the most disturbing detail, the feature that scraped away all rational explanation, was their structure. Each foot had only 2 toes. They were long, talon-like digits that ended in sharp, gouging points. I knelt, my scientific mind racing, desperately trying to categorize, to explain. A prank. Utterly impossible, given my remote location. A genetic mutation in some local fauna. The anatomy was too specific, too deliberate. I followed them, my earlier peace replaced by a gnawing unease. The tracks led me on a winding path for nearly half a mile before they arrived at the base of another sheer cliff face. 100-foot wall of stone and ice. And there they simply stopped. There were no tracks leading away. No scuffs or marks to suggest the creature had climbed the rock. No cave or crevice it could have entered. The line of deep, 2 toed prints marched directly to the base of the cliff, and then vanished into thin air, as if the being that made them had ceased to exist. I stood there for a long time, the wind biting at my exposed cheeks, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The logical, ordered world I inhabited had suddenly developed a crack, and something terrible was beginning to peer through. That night, the temperature plummeted to a level where the very air seemed to fracture. The calm silence of the previous nights was gone, replaced by a relentless, moaning wind that clawed at my tent. I huddled inside my sleeping bag, the earlier events replaying in my mind, a loop of impossibility. I tried to rationalize. A freakish wind pattern carving the snow. A localized melt and refreeze. Every explanation felt hollow. A desperate lie my brain was telling my gut. It was then that I heard it. Over the shriek of the wind, a new sound emerged. A soft, rhythmic crunching in the snow. It was slow, deliberate, and heavy. Crunch, pause, crunch, pause. It was the sound of footsteps, heavy footsteps. The same weight that had driven those tracks so deep into the snow. My heart, which had been a steady, reliable muscle my entire life, began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sound was circling my camp. It moved with a terrifying patience, a slow, investigative perimeter check. My hands, slick with a cold sweat, fumbled for the flare gun I kept for emergencies. The feel of the cold, checkered plastic was a small comfort in the suffocating darkness. I held my breath, straining my ears. The crunching stopped. The ensuing silence was a physical weight, a thick, suffocating blanket of pure dread. It was worse than the sound, because it was a silence of anticipation. It was listening. And it knew I was listening back. I must have drifted into a state of shock, induced exhaustion, because my next moment of awareness was of a new sound, one that jolted me into full, heart-stopping consciousness. A slow, deliberate tearing, the sound of reinforced tent fabric yielding to a sharp edge. Ruiep. It was not the frantic clawing of an animal. It was methodical, precise. I scrambled backward, a strangled cry dying in my throat, kicking at my gear to put distance between myself and the sound. Through the newly created rent in the fabric, I saw it. And the world of science, of logic and reason, dissolved into a primal scream. It was not a bear, not a man, not any living thing I could name. It stood against the stark white of the snow. Covered trees, a charcoal sketch of starvation drawn against the night. It was impossibly tall. its head brushing branches a dozen feet from the ground. Its body was so emaciated, it seemed to defy the laws of biology. A skeletal frame, draped in skin the color of ash and old frostbite. The skin was pulled so taut over its bones that it appeared mummified, desiccated, every knob of its spine and jut of its ribs clearly visible. Its limbs were long and spindly, like the branches of a dead willow, ending in filthy, yellowed claws that seemed to be an extension of the bone itself. But the worst part, the detail that haunts my waking and sleeping moments, was its profile. As it turned its head to peer through the tear in my tent, its body seemed to vanish. It was so unnaturally, impossibly thin that from the side, it was nearly invisible. A mere sliver of darkness. A vertical line that could be mistaken for a narrow tree trunk. It was a creature built for stalking, a predator that could hide in plain sight, a two-dimensional nightmare in a three-dimensional world. It made no sound. It simply watched me through the tear, its head a grotesque parody of a deer's skull, elongated and predatory. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep, black pits of shadow, devoid of reflection or light. In those empty sockets, I felt an ancient, malevolent intelligence, a cold curiosity that was far more terrifying than any animalistic rage. It was studying me, dissecting me with its gaze. My fumbling hands finally found the flare gun. With a convulsive jerk, I raised it and fired. A blinding red magnesium flare erupted from the barrel, bathing the clearing in a hellish, crimson light. The creature was illuminated in its full, horrifying glory. It did not flinch. It did not cry out in pain. It simply recoiled, a fluid motion of pure shadow, and melted back into the forest as silently and unnaturally as it had appeared. I was left alone in the freezing, ruined tent, the red light of the flare painting the snow in the color of blood, my own frantic breathing the only sound in a world that had suddenly become too vast and too old to comprehend. The hunt had begun. Sleep was not a possibility. It was not even a concept. My world had contracted to the interior of that ruined tent, the lingering, bloody afterglow of the flare, and the frantic, ragged sound of my own breathing. The cold, which had previously been a mere environmental factor, now felt like a malevolent entity in its own right, seeping through the tear in the fabric, a physical accomplice to the horror that lurked outside. I remained frozen for a time I cannot measure, clutching the empty flare gun as if it were a holy relic. The silence that had descended was absolute, a vacuum where the wind itself seemed to be holding its breath. It was the silence of a predator that has shown its power and is now content to wait, knowing its prey is trapped. My scientific mind, my lifelong anchor in a sea of chaos, was failing me. It sputtered, offering feeble, pathetic explanations, hallucinations brought on by altitude and cold, an undiscovered primate species. But my body knew the truth. The primal, cellular terror that gripped me was an older, more profound knowledge than anything I had learned from books. This was not an animal to be studied. It was a violation of the natural order. The first glimmer of pre-dawn light, a faint, gray smear on the eastern horizon, broke the paralysis. Survival, a deeply buried instinct, took over. My mission, the geological survey, the expensive corporate equipment, all of it was meaningless dust. I was no longer Dr. Alistair Finch, geologist. I was prey. With numb, clumsy fingers, I began to move. I abandoned the heavy drilling equipment, the cases of core samples, the solar generator. My movements were frantic yet focused. I stuffed my rucksack with only the most essential items for a desperate flight high. energy food bars, my remaining gas canisters and stove, a medical kit, a compass, and my satellite phone. I left the ruined tent as it was, a tattered monument to my shattered sense of security. Every rustle of fabric, every clink of metal on metal, sounded like a gunshot in the profound stillness. I expected that skeletal form to reappear at any moment, to see that skull, like face peering at me from between the trees. But there was nothing. Only the oppressive weight of its unseen gaze. I strapped on my snowshoes, took one last look at the camp that had, just yesterday, been my sanctuary, and plunged into the forest, heading south. I did not run. The snow was too deep, and I knew I had to conserve every calorie of energy. I settled into a relentless, punishing pace, a human machine fueled by pure terror. The sun rose, casting long, distorted shadows that played tricks on my frayed nerves. Every bent tree looked like a spindly limb. Every dark space between the pines a hiding place for that impossibly thin creature. The first day of my flight was a blur of white snow and dark trees. I did not stop to rest or eat. I chewed on frozen energy bars as I walked, my jaw aching with the effort. The silence of the woods was no longer peaceful. It was menacing. It was a canvas onto which my terrified mind painted a symphony of imagined sounds. But there were real sounds, too. A twig snapping to my left, just a fraction of a second, after my own snowshoe crunched down. I would spin around, heart leaping into my throat, to see nothing but undisturbed snow. Hours later, a sound from above, like the call of a blue jay, but it was wrong. Too high, pitched, too hollow. A grotesque mimicry that ended in something like a dry, rasping chuckle. It was toying with me. This was not a straightforward pursuit. It was a psychological game, a cat and mouse torment played out over dozens of square miles of frozen wilderness. I felt it hurting me. Several times, when my compass told me I was veering too far west, a sudden, loud crash in the trees to that side would send me scrambling back to a southerly course. It was guiding my path, keeping me on a route of its own choosing. The horror of this realization was profound. I was not escaping, I was being permitted to flee. The hunt itself was the point, and my terror was its sustenance. Late in the afternoon, I stumbled into a small clearing and found a scene that froze the blood in my veins. It was the remains of another camp, much older than my own. A canvas tent, similar in design to mine, was collapsed and rotting, half buried in seasons of snow and pine needles. A rusted cookstove lay on its side, and a few scattered, decaying remnants of gear were visible. But at the center of the clearing was a totem, a construction of pure nightmare. 3 deer skeletons, stripped of all flesh, had been unnaturally bound together with strips of rawhide and sinew, their bones twisted into a spiral that reached toward the sky. Atop the gruesome sculpture, a human skull was perched, its jaw agape in a silent, eternal scream. I backed away slowly, my breath catching in my throat. This was its territory, its larder. The previous occupant of that tent had not been as fortunate as I. How long had it been here? Decades. Centuries. The thought was dizzying. I was an intruder in a kingdom of ancient hunger. As dusk began to settle on the second day of my flight, my body began to fail. Dehydration was setting in, and the first stages of frostbite were turning the tips of my fingers numb and white. My rational mind was losing its grip, giving way to a rising tide of paranoia. I started talking to myself, whispering reassurances that were immediately swallowed by the vast, uncaring wilderness. It was then that I saw it again. It was not a full, bodied appearance like the one at my tent. It was a flicker of movement, a trick of the light. I was looking across a small, frozen lake, and for a split second, I saw a figure on the far shore. It was standing between two thick pine trees, and for that brief moment, I saw its impossible profile. It was so thin it seemed to be a part of the shadows, a vertical line of deeper darkness. It wasn't moving. It was just watching me. As soon as I blinked, it was gone. But I knew what I had seen. It was still with me, patient, relentless. That night, I did not dare to make a camp. I simply found a dense thicket of fir trees, burrowed into the snow beneath their low, hanging branches, and shivered myself into a state of semi-consciousness. My dreams were a feverish hellscape of skeletal forms and black, empty eyes. I awoke to a sound that was, perhaps, the most terrifying thing I have yet experienced. It was a voice, or a mimicry of one. From somewhere deep in the woods, faint and distorted by the wind, I heard a whisper. It was a dry, sibilant sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement, and it was trying to form a word. My word, my name. Liss, tear. The sound was not human. It was the sound an insect might make if it learned to speak. I scrambled out of my burrow, leaving my pack behind, and began to run. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my snowshoes catching on hidden roots. I ran with no thought for direction, no purpose other than to get away from that voice. I ran until my lungs burned like fire, and my legs gave out from under me, collapsing into a snowdrift, sobbing and gasping for air. I lay there for what felt like an hour, convinced it would finally come for me. But it did not. The game was not over. After a long while, I forced myself to my feet and trudged back to retrieve my pack. As I approached the thicket where I had spent the night, I saw that something had changed. A single, long, two-toed track was pressed into the snow, not 10 feet from where I had been sleeping. It had stood there, watching me in my exhausted slumber, whispering my name. And as a final, cruel gesture, it had left a gift for me on top of my rucksack. It was a small, desiccated thing, leathery and brown. It took me a moment to recognize it. It was a human finger. I did not scream. The sound that escaped my lips was a dry, guttural retching, a sound of pure revulsion. I recoiled from my own pack as if it were a venomous snake, stumbling backward and falling into the snow. My mind, already frayed and stretched thin, simply snapped. For a moment, the world dissolved into a meaningless swirl of white and black. The finger, the grotesque totem of deer bones, the whisper of my name on the wind. It was a mosaic of madness, a carefully constructed campaign of terror designed to break my mind before it broke my body. This was its trophy, a piece of its last victim, left as a promise of my own fate. The sheer calculated cruelty of the act was what finally pierced the fog of my fear and ignited a spark of pure, defiant rage. I would not end up as a collection of grisly souvenirs in this frozen hell. I would not be another skull atop a spiral of bones. Scrambling back to my pack, I swiped the desiccated finger into the snow with a shudder and fumbled inside for the satellite phone. My hands were shaking so violently, I could barely operate the device, my frostbitten fingertips clumsy and unresponsive. The small screen glowed to life, a beacon, modern technology in a place of ancient evil. I keyed in the emergency number for the corporate headquarters. My breath held tight in my chest as the phone searched for a signal. Each second of silence was an eternity in which I expected a spindly, ash-gray hand to clamp down on my shoulder. Then a voice, a crackling, distant human voice from a world I no longer felt a part of. "This is dispatch. Go ahead." My own voice was a hoarse croak. "This is Dr. Finch. Alistair Finch. My expedition is compromised. I need immediate extraction. I am being hunted." I knew how insane it sounded. I could hear the hesitation on the other end of the line, the professional skepticism. "Dr. Finch, can you clarify the nature of the threat? Are you dealing with hostile wildlife? A bear?" "No," I gasped, my eyes scanning the silent, watching trees. "Not a bear. Listen to me. There is something in these woods. Something wrong. I am not safe. You have my transponder signal. Send a helicopter. Send one now." The urgency, the raw terror in my voice must have cut through. There was a pause, the sound of typing, and then a new tone of seriousness. "All right, Doctor. We have your location. There is a large, open muskeg clearing approximately 5 miles south-southwest of your current position. It's the only viable landing zone for miles. Can you make it there?" "Yes," I said, the word a prayer. What can have a bird in the air within the hour? Be at those coordinates by 1500 hours. We will make one pass. If we don't see you, we can't risk landing. Do you understand? I understand. The line went dead, and I was once again alone with the suffocating silence. But now, I had a destination, a deadline, a sliver of hope to cling to. The game had changed. It was no longer a meandering torment, it was a race. I did not spare a moment. I forced down another frozen food bar, ignoring the pain in my jaw, and set off at the fastest pace I could manage. The psychological torment was over, replaced by a raw, physical pursuit. The creature knew I had called for help. I could feel its fury in the sudden change in the atmosphere. The subtle sounds, the mimicry, the whispers, they were gone. Now, there was only speed and aggression. It no longer hid. I caught glimpses of it constantly, flitting through the dense woods with an unnatural, liquid speed. It moved like a stop-motion animation, a series of jerky, impossible lunges that covered vast distances in the blink of an eye. It ran on all fours, its long limbs scissoring through the snow, its skeletal form a blur of gray against the white. It was keeping pace with me, running a parallel course through the trees, never letting me out of its sight. It was driving me toward the clearing, but its patience had worn thin. It was no longer hurting me, it was chasing me down. The forest became a claustrophobic tunnel. I dared not look to my left or right, focusing only on the path ahead, on the compass reading that was my only salvation. The trees seemed to close in, their branches like grasping claws. Once, it burst from the woods directly in front of me, 100 yards away. It rose to its full, terrifying height, its skull-like head thrown back as it emitted a sound that was not a roar or a scream, but the sound of a human shriek of agony played backward, a sound that clawed at the very foundations of my sanity. I veered wildly, falling and scrambling back up, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. It let me pass, the gesture a clear message. I can take you whenever I wish. The final mile was through a dense, ancient grove of pines where the sunlight barely penetrated. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. It was close now. So close. I could hear the dry rasp of its breathing. I could smell its scent, a charnel, house odor of old meat and grave dirt. I did not look back. I knew that if I saw its face again, I would simply give up, my mind and body surrendering to the inevitable. Then I saw it. A break in the trees. A sudden, blinding expanse of white under the afternoon sun. The clearing. It was a vast, flat expanse of frozen bog. A perfect circle of emptiness in the dense forest. I burst from the tree line and ran toward the center, my legs screaming in protest, my lungs on fire. I was exposed, utterly, terrifyingly exposed. I fell to my knees in the middle of the muskeg, scanning the sky, the tree line, every direction at once. There was nothing. The forest that bordered the clearing was silent and still. It had stopped at the edge. And then, a new sound. A faint, rhythmic whoomp, whoomp, whoomp from the south. The helicopter. Tears of relief froze on my cheeks. It was real. I was going to live. As the sound grew louder, a figure stepped out from the tree line. It emerged not with a rush, but with a slow, deliberate stride, as if taking a final curtain call. It stood at the edge of the clearing, 200 yards away, its full, skeletal form silhouetted against the dark pines. It was no longer a hunter. It was a king surveying its domain, and I was the fool who had dared to trespass. It simply stood and watched as the helicopter, a beautiful, miraculous machine of noise and power, descended toward me. A rope ladder was thrown down. I grabbed it with my numb, clumsy hands and began to climb, my exhausted muscles screaming with the effort. As the helicopter gained altitude, I looked down. The creature had not moved. It tilted its skull, like head back, its black pit, like eyes following my ascent. And for the first time, I saw its face clearly in the daylight. Its mouth, a lipless gash in its desiccated skin, stretched open into an impossibly wide grin, revealing rows of small, sharp, needle-like teeth. It was not a grin of mirth. It was a grin of eternal, insatiable hunger. It raised one long, spindly arm and waved, a slow, mocking farewell with its filthy, clawed-like fingers. I never went back to the wilderness. I resigned my professorship, citing medical reasons. The official report listed my ordeal as a case of profound psychological distress, brought on by isolation and exposure, a conclusion I did not contest. What could I say? That I was hunted by a creature from the darkest corners of folklore. That I had looked into the face of something that defies all science and reason. They would have locked me away. I live in the city now, a sprawling metropolis of millions, a place of concrete, steel, and perpetual noise. I surround myself with light and with people. I have not known a moment of true silence since that winter, and I pray I never will again. But the forest never truly leaves you. Sometimes, late at night, when I am walking down a crowded street, I will catch a reflection in a dark shop window, a flicker of movement, something impossibly tall and thin keeping pace with me in the glass. Or I will see a narrow shadow in an alleyway, and my heart will seize with that same familiar cold. I know it is only my mind, a scar left by the trauma. But I also know that the creature is still out there, in the deep, silent woods, waiting. And it is patient, and it does not forget. My name is Chloe. Even now, years later, saying my own name feels like introducing a stranger. The person I was before, that trip into the Minnesota backcountry is gone, buried somewhere in the cold, dark earth of those woods along with the people I love. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You need to understand who we were before you can understand what happened to us. There were 4 of us. My boyfriend, Ben, was the anchor of our group and my personal rock. He had a quiet, steady confidence that could calm any storm, be it a sudden squall in the wilderness or a trivial argument over what movie to watch. He was a geology student, fascinated by the ancient stories the land could tell. He saw the world in layers of time, in strata of rock and soil. He taught me to see the beauty in a simple stone, to understand the immense, slow power of nature. He had a map for everything. Not just the paper ones we carried, but in his head. His sense of direction was legendary among our friends. That's one of the ironies that haunts me the most. Then there was Maya. Maya was pure energy, a whirlwind of creativity and laughter. She was an art major, and she carried a sketchbook everywhere, her charcoal, smudged fingers constantly trying to capture the world around her. To her, the wilderness wasn't something to conquer or navigated. It was a living gallery of textures, colors, and light. She was the one who pushed for this trip, selling it to us with visions of untouched landscapes, starry nights unfiltered by city lights, and the primal inspiration we'd all find. She had a way of making everything sound like a grand, beautiful adventure. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and it was impossible to say no to her. Rounding out our quartet was Liam. If Ben was the anchor, Liam was the battering ram. He was fiercely loyal and protective, with a physical presence that made you feel safe. He was a kinesiology major, obsessed with physical fitness and pushing his limits. He saw the trek as a challenge, a test of strength and endurance. He was the one who meticulously planned our food rations, who carried the heaviest pack without complaint, and who always took the lead on the trail. But his strength came with a short fuse. He was a hothead, quick to anger and frustration when things didn't go according to plan. He believed any problem could be solved with direct, overwhelming force. It was a philosophy that would prove tragically, horrifically wrong. And me, I was the planner, the organizer. I researched the trail. I made the gear checklists. I booked the permits. I loved the outdoors, the feeling of being small and insignificant against a vast, ancient backdrop. But unlike Liam, I had a deep respect for its dangers. I saw nature as something to be coexisted with, not conquered. Ben's calm, Maya's spirit, Liam's strength, and my planning. We thought we were a perfect team. We thought we were prepared for anything. The first 3 days were idyllic, exactly the escape Maya had promised. We hiked through dense forests of pine and birch, the air crisp and clean, smelling of damp earth and pine needles. We followed trails that wound alongside crystal, clear streams, their babbling the only sound for miles. In the evenings, we'd set up camp, and Liam would get a roaring fire going. We'd cook our simple meals, watch the sunset paint the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple, and feel the stress of our city lives melt away. Ben would point out constellations I'd never seen before, telling me their stories. Maya would sketch furiously in her book, trying to capture the dance of the firelight on our faces. We felt strong, capable, and completely free. We were on top of the world. The change came on the 4th day. We woke to a sky the color of a bruise. The air was heavy and still, unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped singing. A sense of unease settled over me, a prickling on my skin that had nothing to do with the morning chill. Ben consulted his map, his brow furrowed. "A storm's coming in, and fast," he announced. "We need to make camp. Find a sheltered spot." We barely had time to find a small clearing partially protected by a rocky overhang before the heavens opened. It wasn't just rain, it was a deluge, a solid wall of water that blurred the entire world into a gray smear. Thunder cracked overhead, so loud it felt like the sky was splitting apart, and lightning illuminated the woods in terrifying, split-second flashes. The storm raged for hours, a relentless assault. Our tent, the best on the market, was no match for it. Water seeped in, then poured in. Our trail markers, little colored ribbons we'd tied to trees, were surely washed away. Our maps, which we'd foolishly left in an outer pocket of Ben's pack, were soaked into a pulpy, useless mush. When the rain finally subsided to a miserable drizzle, the world it revealed was a broken, sodden mess. The trail was gone, replaced by a muddy torrent of water. Everything looked the same, a tangled, dripping chaos of green and brown. The argument started quietly, born of fear and frustration. "I think we need to head west," Liam said, pointing with a stubborn certainty. "The main river is that way." "I'm sure of it." "No," Ben countered, his voice tight with strain. "My gut says the river is east. If we go west, we're just heading deeper into the wilderness." "Your gut? We have nothing left but our gut, Ben." Liam shot back, his voice rising. "My gut says I can get us out of here." Maya tried to play peacemaker. "Hey, let's just calm down. We can't afford to fight. We just need to pick a direction and stick together." But the seed of panic had been planted. We were lost. Truly, terrifyingly lost. Every direction looked identical. Every dripping tree was a carbon copy of the last. We spent the rest of the day stumbling through the mud, our frustration mounting with every miserable step. By the time dusk began to settle, a bone, deep chill had set in, and we were forced to make a crude camp under a makeshift tarp. The fire sputtered and smoked, offering little warmth and even less comfort. The woods, which had seemed so beautiful and welcoming just a day before, now felt alien and menacing. The darkness that pressed in on our tiny circle of light was absolute, a living thing that seemed to swallow sound. That's when we first saw it. I was staring into the woods, trying to pierce the oppressive blackness, when a flicker of movement caught my eye. I froze, my heart lurching into my throat. At the very edge of our camp, just beyond the reach of our headlamps, a figure was standing. It wasn't a bear or a deer. It looked like a man, but wrong. Terribly wrong. He was gaunt, his skin a pale, almost translucent white that seemed to gleam in the faint light. He was impossibly tall and thin, his limbs too long for his body. He was just standing there, motionless, watching us. But his eyes seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. "Hey!" Liam's voice, rough and challenging, shattered the silence. "You need help." The figure didn't move. It didn't speak. It just tilted its head, a slow, unnatural gesture. I said, "Do you need help?" Liam repeated, taking a step forward. He was trying to project confidence, but I could hear the tremor in his voice. We all scrambled to our feet, a wave of primal fear washing over us. This wasn't a lost hiker. This was something else. "Liam, don't," Maya whispered, grabbing his arm. But it was too late. The man, the thing, took a slow, deliberate step into our camp. The firelight flickered across its face, revealing a mouth stretched into a lipless grin, and eyes that burned with a cold, ancient hunger.
"Stay back!"
Liam yelled, his fear turning to rage. He grabbed a thick, heavy branch from the firewood pile, brandishing it like a club. "I'm warning you." The creature lunged. It wasn't a human movement. It was an explosion of speed, a blur of pale limbs that covered the distance in an instant. Before Liam could even swing the branch, it was on him. It grabbed him by the front of his jacket, its long, spindly fingers impossibly strong. Liam was a strong guy, a fighter, but he was lifted off his feet like a child's doll. We were paralyzed, frozen by a horror our minds couldn't process. The creature dragged him, kicking and struggling, out of the firelight and into the suffocating darkness. We heard one choked, gurgling scream. And then, Silence. A profound, terrifying silence that was 1,000 times worse than the scream. The silence that followed Liam's scream was a physical thing. It pressed in on us, filled our lungs, and crushed the air out of the world. For a long moment that stretched into an eternity, the three of us, me, Ben, and Maya, stood frozen statues carved from ice and fear, our faces illuminated by the pathetic, sputtering fire. The woods had swallowed Liam whole, and the only evidence he had ever existed was the heavy branch he'd dropped, now lying uselessly on the muddy ground. My mind refused to process what my eyes had seen. It was a bear. It had to be a bear. A strangely pale, misshapen bear. But the image of those long, spindly fingers and the cold, glowing eyes was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. No bear moved like that. No animal had a face so full of malevolent intelligence. It was Maya who broke the spell. She let out a sound that was half sob, half strangled gasp. That tiny noise shattered the paralysis. The dam of our terror broke, and a singular, primal command screamed through every cell in my body, "Run." We didn't speak. We didn't grab anything. Not the tent, not the food, not our packs. We just turned and ran. We plunged into the absolute darkness beyond our campsite, away from the thing that had taken Liam. We ran blindly, with no direction or destination, fueled by pure, unadulterated panic. Branches that were invisible in the pitch, black whipped at our faces and arms, tearing at our clothes and skin. Thorns snagged and ripped, leaving fiery trails of pain. I stumbled over roots, my ankles twisting, but Ben's hand was locked on my arm, hauling me back to my feet, pulling me forward. I could hear Maya's ragged, panicked breaths just behind me. We were making a terrible amount of noise, crashing through the undergrowth like a herd of terrified deer, and every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves, sounded like the creature's footsteps behind us. Was it following? Was it watching us, enjoying our terror? The thought sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through me, pushing my legs to move faster, to pump harder, even as my lungs burned and my muscles screamed in protest. We ran until we couldn't run anymore, until the terror was finally overshadowed by sheer, crippling exhaustion. We collapsed in a heap at the base of a large pine tree, our bodies trembling, our chests heaving as we gasped for air. We huddled together, a miserable trio of survivors, sobbing uncontrollably. The grief for Liam was a sharp, physical pain, but it was tangled with the selfish, overwhelming relief of our own survival. The guilt was immediate and suffocating. We had run. We had left him. We hadn't even tried to help. But what could we have done against that thing? As the first faint hint of dawn began to filter through the dense canopy, painting the darkness in shades of gray, the reality of our situation settled in like a shroud. We were lost, miles from any trail, without a map, compass, or food. We had the clothes on our backs and nothing else, and we were being hunted. "We have to move," Ben said, his voice hoarse. He was trying to be the anchor again, but I could see the cracks in his composure. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. "Move where?" Maya whispered. She was staring blankly into the woods, her artist's eyes now seeing only threats in the shadows. "It could be anywhere. One need water," Ben insisted, forcing a note of practicality into his voice. "If we find a creek, we can follow it downstream. All water leads somewhere. To a river, a lake to people." It was a sliver of logic in a world that had become illogical, a tiny flicker of hope in an ocean of despair. We clung to it. We stumbled to our feet, our bodies aching and bruised, and began our search. The woods in the daylight were no less menacing. Every tree seemed to watch us. Every shadow seemed to hide a gaunt, pale figure. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the drip of water from the leaves and the squelch of our shoes in the mud. After an hour that felt like a lifetime, we heard it. The faint, welcome sound of running water. We pushed through a thicket of ferns and found a small, fast, moving creek, its water brown and murky from the storm. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Downstream, Ben said, pointing. We stick to the creek bed. It's our only chance. We waded into the cold water, the shock of it a brief distraction from our fear. We moved slowly, our progress hampered by slippery rocks and fallen logs. The afternoon sun was high in the sky when we saw it again. We had rounded a bend in the creek, and there it was, standing on the opposite bank, perhaps 50 yards away. It was partially obscured by the trees, but there was no mistaking the tall, skeletal frame and the deathly pale skin. And it was bigger. My mind recoiled from the thought, tried to dismiss it as a trick of the light or a product of my fear-addled imagination. But it was true. It was noticeably bigger. Yesterday it had been tall, but still within the realm of human possibility. Today, it seemed to have grown a full foot. Its frame filled out, its shoulders broader. It wasn't just gaunt anymore. It was starting to look powerful. The change was grotesque, unnatural. And then I saw what it was holding. In one of its long, spindly hands, it held a tattered piece of blue nylon. Lime's pack. It was just holding it, dangling it from its fingers as it watched us. Maya screamed. It was a raw, piercing sound of pure horror that echoed through the silent woods. That scream broke our trance, and we ran again. We scrambled up the bank and plunged back into the trees, fleeing from the sight, from the impossible truth it represented. As we ran, a fragment of a story I'd once read surfaced in my mind, a piece of local folklore Ben had mentioned when we were planning the trip, a legend from the Algonquian peoples, the story of the wendigo, a spirit of the lonely places, a creature born of starvation and cannibalism, a monster cursed with an insatiable hunger. The legend said the wendigo grows in proportion to the meal it has just eaten, so that its hunger can never be sated. Its growth is a physical manifestation of its greed. It can never, ever be full. We were seeing that horrible, impossible truth play out in real time. That night was the longest of my life. We found a small cave, like recess in a rock face, barely big enough for the three of us to huddle in. We were too terrified to sleep, but too exhausted to stay fully awake. We took turns keeping watch, our eyes straining to see into the suffocating darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of a leaf, sent a jolt of terror through us. We were prey, and we knew the predator was out there, waiting, patient. I must have drifted off. I don't know for how long. I was jolted awake by Ben screaming Maya's name. My eyes flew open. In the faint moonlight that filtered into our hiding spot, I saw a scene of pure nightmare. The creature was there, inside the cave with us. It was bigger still, its head nearly scraping the low ceiling. It was no longer just a tall man. It was a giant, easily over 8 feet tall. Its limbs unnaturally long and jointed, like a spider's. It had Maya by the arm, dragging her out of the cave. She was fighting, kicking. But she was as helpless as Liam had been. Ben lunged at it, shouting her name. But the creature swatted him away with its free hand. He flew backward and hit the rock wall with a sickening thud. I could only watch, my body refusing to obey my commands. A silent scream trapped in my throat. I saw its face as it turned, dragging Maya into the darkness. The lipless grin was wider, and its glowing eyes seemed to burn with a triumphant, ravenous fire. Then they were gone. I was left with the echo of Ben's cry, and the sight of him slumped against the rock, unmoving. The only sound was my own ragged, terrified breathing in the cold, empty cave. For a long time I didn't move. The only sound in the cold, empty cave was my own breathing, a harsh, ragged sound that seemed obscenely loud in the crushing silence. Maya was gone. The image of her being dragged away by that giant, was seared into my brain, a lupin knife, pale limbs and glowing eyes. I was alone. Then, a low groan from the back of the cave. Ben. The sound propelled me into action, cutting through the fog of my terror. I crawled over to him, my hands shaking so badly, I could barely feel the rock beneath them. He was slumped against the wall, where the creature had thrown him. Ben. I whispered, my voice a dry crackle. Ben, can you hear me? He groaned again, and his eyes fluttered open. There was a large, dark bruise forming on his temple, and his gaze was unfocused. Chloe, he murmured, his voice thick with pain. Maya, I tried. I know. I choked out, tears finally breaking free and streaming down my face. I know you did. I helped him sit up. He was dizzy and disoriented, but miraculously, nothing seemed to be broken. The physical wounds, however, were nothing compared to the damage done to his spirit. The anchor was gone. The steady, confident Ben who had a map for everything had been replaced by a man hollowed out by horror. His eyes, which used to hold such warmth and certainty, were now just empty pools of terror. He looked at me, and I saw my own despair reflected back. We were no longer a team of capable hikers. We were just two broken people, waiting to die. We were the last meal in a walking pantry. With the dawn came a new, more profound level of fear. Before, we were being hunted. Now, we were being herded. The creature wasn't just trying to kill us, it was playing with us. As we stumbled away from the cave, leaving the creek bed to push deeper into the tangled woods, the game began. We would hear it. A heavy footstep just behind us, snapping a branch with a sound like a gunshot. We'd spin around, hearts hammering, to see nothing but empty forest. Then, a rustle in the canopy high above us. We'd look up, catching a fleeting glimpse of a pale, unnaturally long leg disappearing behind the leaves. It was stalking us from the treetops, moving with a terrifying agility that defied its immense size. It was huge now. After consuming Maya, its growth had become exponential, grotesque. It was no longer a giant, it was a titan, a monster of myth. It was taller than the young trees, a towering colossus of pale flesh and insatiable hunger. We saw it once in a clearing, standing in a patch of sunlight. Its skin was stretched taut over, a frame that was both skeletal and muscular, a horrifying contradiction. Its head, with those same burning eyes and lipless grin, now seemed too small for its massive body. The cycle of horror was accelerating. Its hunger was making it grow, and its growth was making it hungrier. The psychological torture was relentless. It would mimic sounds. We'd hear a faint cry for help that sounded chillingly like Liam's voice, or a soft sob that was eerily like Maya's. It was trying to lure us, to separate us, to break what little was left of our minds. Ben became unresponsive, shuffling forward like an automaton, his eyes fixed on the ground. I had to pull him, guide him, talk to him constantly, though I knew he barely heard me. I was running on a fuel I didn't know I possessed, a stubborn, desperate refusal to let it win. Not yet. That afternoon, the forest began to thin. We emerged onto a high, windswept ridge, a spine of rock that offered a panoramic view of the endless sea of trees below. And for a moment, I felt a flicker of hope. Civilization couldn't be that far away. But as I scanned the horizon, my hope died. There was nothing. Just trees. Mountains and sky stretching to infinity. And then I saw it. It wasn't hiding anymore. It was standing on a parallel ridge across the valley. A mile away at least, yet it was still immense. It was silhouetted against the sky, a towering, unmistakable figure of dread. It raised one of its long arms and pointed at us. It wasn't just hunting us. It was claiming us. This was its domain, its larder. "It's over," Ben whispered, his voice flat and devoid of all emotion. He sank to the ground. "We can't outrun it, Chloe. It's just letting us tire ourselves out." He was right. The hope I'd been clinging to was a foolish illusion. There was no escape. We were just delaying the inevitable. I looked at Ben, at his broken form, and then at the vast, indifferent wilderness around us. A strange sense of calm washed over me. The terror was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but the panic was gone. "No," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "It's not over. We don't run anymore. We choose the place." I don't know where the words came from. Maybe it was the last flicker of the planner in me, the part that needed some semblance of control, even in the face of certain death. Ben looked up at me, a flicker of his old self returning to his eyes. He understood. We wouldn't die cowering in a cave or running blindly through the woods. We would face it. We found our spot at the end of the ridge, a rocky outcrop that dropped off into a sheer cliff on 3 sides. It was a dead end, a last stand. We had a small, pathetic pocket knife and a nearly empty can of Bray I'd forgotten was clipped to my belt. It was laughable, but it was something. It was a choice. We didn't have to wait long. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the clouds in shades of blood orange and bruised purple, it came for us. It didn't emerge from the trees. It climbed up the cliff face, its long, spider-like limbs finding purchase on the sheer rock with unnatural ease. It pulled its massive form over the edge and rose to its full height, towering over us. A grotesque giant silhouetted against the dying sun. The ground seemed to tremble under its weight. The leapless grin stretched wide, and for the first time, it made a sound. It wasn't a roar or a scream. It was a low, guttural chuckle that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. It was the sound of pure, absolute triumph. It swatted Ben aside like he was nothing. He didn't even have time to cry out. He just flew through the air and was gone, vanishing over the edge of the cliff. I was next. I remember raising the can of bear spray, my thumb fumbling with the trigger. I remember the creature's enormous hand reaching for me, blotting out the sky. I remember a searing, blinding pain as my head connected with a rock. And then, nothing. I woke up to the smell of antiseptic and the soft, rhythmic beeping of a machine. My head was throbbing and my vision was blurry. A woman in a nurse's uniform was standing over me. I was in a hospital, a lone hunter, a man who had lived in these woods his whole life, had found me. He told the authorities he'd been tracking a large, aggressive bear for days, a bear bigger than any he'd ever seen. He'd lost its trail but found mine instead, a trail of blood leading to the base of the rocks where I lay unconscious. They never found Ben, Maya, or Liam. Not a trace. The official report lists them as missing, presumed victims of an animal attack. A bear, or perhaps a pack of wolves. It's easier that way. It's a story people can understand, a horror that fits within the known world. But I know what I saw. I carry the truth with me every day. In the silence of my empty apartment, in the nightmares that jolt me awake each night. I saw a monster born of legend, a creature that defied every law of nature. I saw a thing that grew with our deaths, a being that became proportionately larger the more it ate, its physical form a monument to its insatiable hunger. I saw a thing that could never, ever be full. My name is Senior Park Ranger Mark Coulson, and for 30 years, I have been a steward of the wild, untamed lands of northern Ontario. My official title, as etched on the brass plaque on my desk, is with the Ontario Park Service, a designation I've held with a quiet sense of pride. In 3 decades, you develop a certain intimacy with the wilderness. You learn its rhythms, its moods, its subtle language spoken in the rustle of leaves and the snap of a frozen branch. I've seen the raw, unforgiving power of nature in all its forms, rescued hikers, delirious and frostbitten, mere hours from death, tracked poachers who thought the vastness of the woods could swallow their crimes, and stood my ground against a 200-kilogram black bear whose only intention was to separate me from my lunch. I have faced blizzards that can blind a man in seconds and summer storms that can turn creeks into raging torrents. I thought I had seen it all. I believed I was prepared for anything these ancient forests could throw at me. I was wrong. Nothing in my 30 years of service, nothing in the stories swapped over crackling fires could have prepared me for the events that unfolded in the brutal, bone-chilling winter of 2009 near the isolated expanse of Lake Mamigues. The winter of '09 was a beast all its own. It descended upon us early and with a vengeance, burying the landscape under a thick, suffocating blanket of snow. Temperatures plummeted to levels that made steel brittle and a man's breath freeze, into crystalline dust before it could leave his lips. The world became a stark canvas of white and gray, and the silence was a physical presence, broken only by the mournful howl of the wind. It was in the heart of this unforgiving season that the report came in. It concerned a man named John Luc Bissett, a trapper and woodsman of local legend. Jean Luc wasn't just an old-timer. He was a part of the forest itself. A man in his late 60s, with a face like a topographical map of the very land he roamed. He knew these woods better than any cartographer. He could read the snow like a newspaper, telling you what creature passed, when it passed, and where it was going. He was self-reliant, resilient, and meticulously punctual with his check-ins. So, when 3 weeks passed without a single word, a quiet alarm bell began to ring at the main station. Initially, I treated it as a routine welfare check. Perhaps his radio had failed, or he was simply holed up, waiting out the worst of the weather. I loaded up my snowmobile, the engine sputtering to life in a cloud of exhaust that hung thick in the frigid air. The journey to his territory was a solitary one, a long, droning ride across frozen lakes and through dense corridors of pine and birch. The vast, indifferent emptiness of the landscape has a way of making you feel small, insignificant. It's a feeling I was used to, comfortable with even. But that day, something felt different. The silence seemed heavier, the shadows cast by the skeletal trees longer, and darker than they should have been. I found his cabin nestled in a grove of aspens, smoke pluming from the chimney as expected, thanks to a slow burning log he would have set. But the lack of fresh tracks around the entrance was the first sign that something was amiss. I cut the engine, and the sudden return of that profound silence was jarring. "Jane, Luck," I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak against the immensity of the wilderness. No answer. The cabin door was unlatched. Pushing it open, I was met with a scene of perfect, chilling stillness. A pot of stew sat on the wood, burning stove, its contents frozen into a solid, greasy block. A half-finished mug of tea rested on the small wooden table, a thin film of ice covering its surface. His rifle was in its usual place on the wall rack, and a book lay open on his cot, its pages held down by a pair of reading glasses. It was as if he had just stepped out for a moment, perhaps to gather more firewood or check a nearby trap line. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned furniture, no hint of violence or panic. He was simply gone, and then I noticed it. The first hint of the smell. It was faint, barely perceptible, hiding beneath the familiar sense of wood smoke and pine. A sickly, sweet odor of rot, the kind you might associate with a mouse that had died beneath the floorboards. I wrinkled my nose but dismissed it, my focus entirely on the puzzle of Jean, Luck's disappearance. I stepped back outside, my eyes scanning the pristine snow. His snowshoe tracks were there, clear as day, leading away from the back of the cabin. They were the only tracks. His stride was even and purposeful, heading north, deeper into a section of the forest the old called the Whispering Hemlocks. I followed them. For the first kilometer, the path was straightforward, winding through familiar territory. But as I ventured deeper, the character of the forest began to change. The trees, ancient hemlocks laden with heavy snow, grew closer together, their branches interlocking overhead to form a dense canopy that plunged the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. The wind died down, and the silence became absolute, unnerving. It felt like I had stepped into a soundproof room. It was here that the smell returned, and this time, it was impossible to ignore. It wasn't the simple, earthy smell of natural decay. This was something else entirely. Something corrupt and profoundly wrong. It was a foul, gag-inducing scent of decomposition, but it was layered with a sharp, chemical tang, like bile or spoiled adrenaline. It was the smell of a slaughterhouse, of meat left to putrefy in the sun, and it grew stronger with every step I took, clinging to the back of my throat and making my eyes water. My pace slowed. Every instinct, honed by 30 years in the wild, was screaming at me that I was walking toward a source of profound danger. The tracks, which had been so clear and confident, ended with shocking abruptness. They stopped at the mouth of a cave, a dark, vertical slash in a towering rock face I'd never seen before. It looked less like a natural formation and more like a wound in the earth. The stench poured from this opening in a nearly visible wave, a miasma of death that was so thick I could taste it. It was then that a half-forgotten local legend surfaced in my mind. The elders of the nearby First Nation community spoke of this area in hushed tones, of a place to be avoided, especially in winter. They called the cave that was said to be here Oshiki-Iag, the cave of the wendigo. I'd always dismissed it as superstitious folklore, the kind of campfire story meant to scare children. But standing there, with that stomach-turning stench assaulting my senses and Jean, Luck's tracks leading into that abyssal darkness, I wasn't so sure. My hand trembled slightly as I reached for the radio on my shoulder. "Dispatch, this is Coulson," I said, my voice tight and hoarse. "I'm at the north end of the Hemlock region, approximately 10 clicks from Bissette's cabin. I've found a cave. His tracks lead inside. There's a strong smell. Decomposition." The voice of Sarah, the dispatcher, crackled back, a comforting link to the sane, rational world. "Roger that, Mark. Do not enter," I repeat to that her. "Backup is on its way. Your ETA for the support team is 90 minutes. Acknowledge." "Acknowledged," I replied, but the word felt hollow. 90 minutes felt like an eternity. Every rational part of my brain, every ounce of my training, told me to step back, set up a perimeter, and wait. But something else was at work. A morbid, irresistible compulsion. It was a terrifying curiosity, a need to see what was inside, to understand the source of that unholy smell. It felt less like my own decision and more like I was being reeled in by an invisible line. I had to know what had happened to John. Luck. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Taking a deep, shuddering breath that filled my lungs with the foul air, I unclipped the high-powered flashlight from my belt. With a click, a bright white beam cut through the gloom, illuminating swirling particles of dust and frost. It seemed to do little more than emphasize the totality of the darkness it was trying to pierce. I took one step forward, my boots crunching on the frozen ground, and crossed the threshold from the world. I knew into the waiting, stinking blackness of the cave. The moment I crossed the threshold of the cave, the world changed. The temperature dropped instantly, a damp, penetrating cold that was fundamentally different from the dry frost of the outside air. It was a cold that felt ancient and alive. The overwhelming stench of decay intensified tenfold, becoming a physical assault. It coated my tongue, burned my nostrils, and made me gag, forcing me to pull the collar of my jacket up over my nose and mouth, a futile gesture against such a pervasive foulness. The silence, too, was different in here. Outside, it was the vast, empty silence of the wilderness. Inside, it was a heavy, suffocating pressure that seemed to absorb all sound, including the frantic thumping of my own heart. The beam of my flashlight cut a nervous, trembling path through the absolute blackness, revealing walls of glistening, damp rock that seemed to sweat a foul-smelling slime. The floor was uneven, a treacherous carpet of loose rock and something else that crunched unnervingly under my boots. I took a few hesitant steps deeper, my light sweeping from side to side. The cave was larger than I had imagined, a natural tunnel that sloped gently downwards into the bedrock. And it was not empty. The beam first fell upon a pile of what I initially took for discarded branches. But as I moved closer, the shapes resolved themselves into bones. Animal bones mostly. The skeletons of deer, moose, and what looked like a black bear were scattered across the floor. They were picked clean, unnaturally white against the dark stone. But something was wrong. These weren't the remains of a predator's meal. The rib cages were splayed open with brutal force, and the larger bones, the thick femurs and skulls, were snapped in two, the breaks jagged and splintered. No wolf or bear could do that. It would take incredible, impossible strength. A cold dread, colder than the air in the cave, began to seep into my marrow. My light continued its sweep, and my breath caught in my throat. Lying half hidden behind a rock outcropping was a splash of vibrant color that had no place in this monochromatic tomb. A bright, garish crimson. I moved toward it, my boots skidding on the slick floor. It was a parka. Jean Luck's bright red parka. It was torn to shreds. The tough, weather-proof fabric ripped apart, as if it were tissue paper. The goose, down filling, was scattered around it like a morbid snowfall. And lying next to it, I saw his rifle. I knelt, my flashlight beam fixated on the object. It was a .30-06 Winchester, a powerful, reliable gun that Jean Look had cherished for 40 years. Now it was bent into a near-perfect 90-degree angle. The solid steel barrel and wooden stock twisted into a grotesque shape. It looked like a child's toy that had been casually broken by a giant. I reached out a gloved hand and touched the warped metal. It was ice cold. The sheer, raw power required to do this was incomprehensible. It was a message, a statement of contemptuous, absolute dominance. Panic began to bubble up in my chest, hot and acidic. All thoughts of procedure, of waiting for backup, were gone. My only thought was to get out, to leave this place and never return. I started to back away, my eyes still locked on the ruined rifle, a symbol of how utterly useless human strength and technology were in this place. And that's when I heard it. It came from deeper in the cave, from the impenetrable darkness beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was a sound that will haunt my nightmares until the day I die. A wet, tearing sound. The sound of sinew being ripped from bone, of flesh being rent apart. It was followed by a low, guttural growl, a sound of deep, animalistic satisfaction. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. I was not alone. The source of the smell, the author of this carnage, was here. It was close. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I found myself turning back toward the sound. The morbid curiosity that had drawn me into the cave now held me in its grip. My hand, slick with sweat inside my glove, trembled so violently that the beam of my flashlight danced wildly against the far wall. I forced myself to steady it, to aim it toward the source of that hideous noise. The beam crept across the damp rock, inch by agonizing inch. And then I saw it. It was huddled over something on the floor, its back to me. My first impression was of a man. A naked man, strangely out of place in the freezing cold. But it was not a man. The skin was a pale, corpse-like gray, stretched so tightly over its frame that every rib and vertebra was visible. It was emaciated, yet it possessed a horrifying sense of size and power. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, ending in long, bony fingers tipped with what looked like jagged, filthy claws. Its hair was sparse, long, and matted with a disgusting mixture of filth, grime, and what I knew was blood. The stench of decay, I now realized, was rolling off this thing in waves. It was the source. As if it sensed my light, or my presence, it stopped its grisly work. The tearing sound ceased. For a moment that stretched into an eternity, it remained perfectly still. Then, slowly, with a series of sickening, cracking sounds, it began to turn its head. It turned, and it turned, its neck twisting at an angle that no human being could ever achieve. And then its eyes caught the beam of my flashlight. They were not human eyes. They were sunken deep into its skull, but they glowed with a malevolent internal fire. They were like two burning coals set in a face of sunken, gray flesh. The face was gaunt, skeletal, with lips drawn back in a permanent snarl to reveal teeth that were long, yellowed, and sharpened to cruel points like shards of broken bone. It let out a low hiss, a sound like air escaping a punctured lung, and a puff of vapor, foul and yellow, escaped its maw. It rose. It unfolded itself from its crouch, rising to its full, terrifying height. It was impossibly tall, well over 2 meters, a skeletal giant of gray skin and bone. It towered over me, its head nearly scraping the roof of the cave. The thing it had been hunched over was now visible. It was the carcass of a freshly killed deer, its chest cavity ripped open. But my eyes were locked on the creature. It stared at me, its glowing eyes filled with an ancient, bottomless hunger and a terrifying intelligence. It was not a beast. It was something far, far worse. My mind simply broke. The 30 years of training, the calm, rational park ranger, vanished in an instant. All that was left was a primal, terrified animal. I didn't think, I didn't scream. I just ran. I turned and scrambled, my feet finding no purchase on the slick, bone-littered floor. I fell hard, my flashlight flying from my grasp and skittering into a dark corner, plunging me into near total darkness. The only light was the faint gray rectangle of the cave entrance and the two burning embers of its eyes behind me. I could hear it move, a dry, rustling, impossibly fast sound. I didn't look back. I crawled and clawed my way over the loose rock, the sound of my own panicked breathing roaring in my ears. I burst out of the cave mouth, gasping the clean, frigid air into my burning lungs, and I did not stop. I ran blindly through the snow-laden trees, branches whipping at my face, stumbling, falling, and getting up again. I reached my snowmobile, my fingers fumbling uselessly with the keys. I finally got the engine to roar to life and gunned it, spraying a plume of snow behind me. I fled from that godforsaken place, driving with a reckless abandon that should have killed me a dozen times over. The horrifying image of those glowing eyes burned forever onto the back of my mind. I don't remember much of the ride itself, only a disjointed series of terrifying impressions. The roar of the snowmobile's engine was a desperate prayer against the suffocating silence of the forest. The trees were a black, whipping blur on either side of me, their snow-laden branches like skeletal arms, reaching out to snatch me from my seat. I drove with no regard for my own safety, my only conscious thought a screaming mantra in my head: get away, get away, get away. The image of those glowing eyes was seared onto the inside of my eyelids. Every time I blinked, I saw them. Every shadow that danced at the edge of my vision became the impossibly tall, emaciated figure. The foul stench of the cave seemed to cling to me, a phantom smell that filled my lungs with every panicked gasp of air, even in the clean, sterile cold. I was no longer a senior park ranger. I was prey, fleeing a predator whose existence defied all logic and reason. They found me nearly 10 miles from the cave. The backup team, 2 younger rangers named Harris and Grant, spotted my snowmobile swerving erratically across a frozen marsh. By the time they reached me, I had run out of fuel and was just sitting there, shivering uncontrollably, though not entirely from the cold. They told me later that my face was ashen, my eyes wide with a terror they had never seen before, and that I was babbling incoherently. I remember trying to tell them, trying to form the words to describe the impossible thing I had seen. But all that came out was a stream of broken phrases about the smell, the glowing eyes, and the bent rifle. I kept repeating Jean Luc's name, my voice cracking with a grief and horror that was too immense to process. Harris, ever the pragmatist, tried to calm me down, assuming I was in shock from finding June, Luc's remains. He wrapped a thermal blanket around my shoulders while Grant radioed back to base, reporting they had found me and that I was suffering from severe psychological distress and possible hypothermia. They wanted to evacuate me immediately, but I refused. I grabbed Harris by the front of his jacket, my grip surprisingly strong, You have to believe me, I pleaded, the words finally starting to connect. It's still in there. It's not a bear. It's not human. They exchanged a look of pity and concern, the kind you give to a man who has lost his mind. But they saw the genuine terror in my eyes, and perhaps a sliver of doubt began to creep into their professional skepticism. A larger team was assembled at the staging area. We had established a grim-faced group of 6 rangers, all armed with high-caliber rifles and shotguns. I was deemed unfit to join them, a decision I both resented and was profoundly grateful for. I sat in the heated cab of a truck, sipping a flask of hot coffee that did nothing to warm the ice in my soul, and listened to the tense chatter over the radio. I guided them to the cave's location, my voice trembling as I recounted the landmarks. Then, there was silence as they proceeded on foot, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the rhythmic crackle of the radio. Every snap of static made me jump. Every gust of wind sounded like a dry, rustling footstep. I was reliving every second in that cave. The crunch of bone under my boots, the sight of the shredded parka, and the final, horrifying reveal of the creature. The first report from the cave came from Harris. His voice was strained, stripped of its earlier confidence. Dispatch, we're at the location. Coulson was right. The smell, my God. He confirmed everything. The piles of animal bones snapped and broken. Jean Luck's tattered red parka. And the rifle. I heard Grant in the background, his voice a low curse. It's bent in half. How in the hell? They had found the physical evidence. They knew I wasn't entirely crazy. They swept the cave, their powerful flashlights probing every dark corner. They found the fresh deer carcass, just as I had described. They found the spot where I had fallen, the scuff marks on the rock. But the cave was empty. There was no sign of the creature. It had vanished. All that remained, they reported, was the faint, lingering scent of decay and the oppressive, unnatural cold. The official investigation was a nightmare of bureaucracy and disbelief. Jean Luck Bissett was declared missing, presumed a victim of an animal attack. The coroner, a man I'd known for 20 years, examined the animal bones from the cave. He concluded that the damage was anomalous, but ultimately attributed it to a large, unusually aggressive black bear waking from hibernation. My story was recorded, of course, but it was treated with a gentle, patronizing dismissal. They called it a stress-induced hallucination. The combination of the extreme cold, the emotional shock of finding the scene, and the disorienting environment of the cave, they argued, had caused my mind to invent a monster, to explain the unexplainable. The bent rifle was labeled as inconclusive, to be sent to a lab for analysis, though I knew it would end up forgotten on a shelf somewhere. I was placed on mandatory administrative leave for observation. I never went back to work in the same way. The winter of Odor 9 broke something inside me. Sleep became a luxury, a gateway to recurring nightmares of glowing eyes, and a hunger that was ancient and endless. I would wake up in a cold sweat, the phantom stench of rot thick in my nostrils. During the day, I was jumpy, withdrawn. The forest, which had been my sanctuary for 30 years, now felt menacing. Every shadow seemed to hide a tall, skeletal form. Every rustle of leaves sounded like its impossibly fast movements. My wife tried to help, my colleagues offered their support, but they couldn't understand. They hadn't seen what I had seen. They hadn't looked into the eyes of the wendigo. They say time heals all wounds, but it doesn't. It just papers over them. I still work for the Park Service, But I stay behind a desk now. I push papers and coordinate search parties. But I never go deep into the woods anymore, especially not in winter. Sometimes a new hiker will go missing, or a hunter won't return from the deep woods around Lake Mamigues. The official reports will talk of accidents or animal attacks. But I know better. I know what's out there in the cold and the quiet. I know that some legends are born from a terrible truth, and that there is a hunger in the darkest parts of the wilderness that never, ever dies. It just waits, and it is always, always hungry. My name is David. That name, however, feels like a relic from another man's life, a life that ended 2 years ago, in the suffocating whiteness of a Quebec blizzard. The man who survived is just a shell, haunted by the ghost of his daughter's laughter and the echo of a voice that was not hers. My daughter, my Lily, was 7 years old. To say she was the center of my universe would be a disservice to the very concept of a universe. She was the gravity, the light, the matter, and the dark space in between. Everything revolved around her. She had my late wife's eyes, a shade of deep sea blue that held an unnerving wisdom for a child of her age. Her hair was a cascade of honey, blonde curls that she perpetually tried to tame with a collection of colorful, mismatched clips. Lily wasn't a boisterous child, she was an observer, a quiet soul who found magic in the mundane. She could spend an entire afternoon watching a line of ants march across the porch railing, narrating their epic journey to a crumb of cookie she'd left for them. She loved the crunch of autumn leaves, the smell of summer rain on hot asphalt, but more than anything, she loved the snow. For her, a fresh snowfall was a blank canvas, a world of pristine possibility, waiting for her small, mittened hands to shape it into forts and angels and lopsided snowmen. That love for the snow is what brought us to my family's old cabin in northern Quebec for the holidays. It was a place steeped in my own history, built by my grandfather's hands from the same pines that still towered around it like silent sentinels. The cabin itself was rustic, with thick log walls that smelled of wood smoke and thyme. Every creak of the floorboards, every rattle of the window panes in the wind, was a familiar sound from my own childhood summers and winters spent there. I wanted Lily to have those memories, too. I wanted her to know the profound silence of the deep woods, the brilliant tapestry of the stars, undiluted by city lights, the simple joy of being warm inside while the world outside freezes. I thought I was giving her a gift. In reality, I was leading her to an altar. The local elders, men my grandfather had known, used to tell stories. Sitting around the crackling stove, they'd speak in low, serious tones about the woods, especially in the deep cold, as they called it. They spoke of respecting the forest, of not taking more than you needed, of not wandering off the marked paths, and they spoke of the wendigo. To me, it was just folklore, a spooky tale to keep children from getting lost. A tall, emaciated creature, born of cannibalism and endless hunger, a spirit of the lonely, frozen places. They said it was a deceiver, a mimic. They said it could call to you with the voice of someone you loved. I'd listened, nodded, and dismissed it as the charming superstition of a bygone era. The hubris of the modern man is a dangerous thing. The blizzard arrived on our third day. It didn't just roll in, it fell upon us like a shroud. The sky, a crisp winter blue moments before, turned to a churning, malevolent gray. Then the snow began, not in gentle flakes, but in a blinding, horizontal torrent. It was a whiteout, a complete erasure of the world beyond the cabin's porch. The wind howled, a high, mournful sound that seemed to claw at the cabin, seeking a way in. Lily, however, was ecstatic. She saw not a monster, but a playground delivered from the heavens. Bundled in her bright red snowsuit, she was a vibrant splash of life against the growing void. "Daddy, look! The snow is going sideways!" She had laughed, her breath pluming in the frigid air. She was on the covered porch, diligently rolling the base for a snowman, her movements full of a child's earnest concentration. "It's a big one, sweetie," I'd said, zipping my own jacket higher. "Maybe we should build him inside." She'd giggled at the absurdity. "Hell melt, Daddy!" Her logic was, as always, flawless. "All right, but stay on the porch where I can see you. I'm going to make us some hot chocolate. The super-duper kind with the little marshmallows. The super-duper kind," she cheered, her attention already back on her snowy creation. Those were the last words I ever heard her speak in her own voice. I went inside. I can retrace every single step. I took off my wet boots by the door. I walked across the worn rug to the small kitchen. I filled the kettle from the tap, the water running loud in the sudden quiet of the insulated cabin. I placed it on the stove. I opened the cupboard, took down 2 mugs. Her favorite was a cheerful yellow one with a cartoon bear on it, and the tin of cocoa powder. I was gone for maybe 2 minutes, 3 at the absolute most, an eternity. When I came back, mug in hand, the porch was empty. The silence hit me first. The wind was still shrieking, but the small, happy sounds of a child at play were gone. Her half-finished snowman stood as a lonely, misshapen monument to the moment that had just been stolen. Lily, panic, cold and sharp, seized me. It was an icy talon that wrapped around my heart and squeezed. It wasn't a gradual fear, but an instantaneous, complete takeover of every cell in my body. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice raw against the storm. Only the howling wind answered. Then I saw them. Her tracks. Small, faint boot prints, already being erased by the driving snow. They led away from the steps of the porch and straight into the swirling whiteness of the woods. It made no sense. She knew the rule. Never leave the porch, especially not in a storm. She must have gotten turned around, disoriented by the fury of the blizzard. I didn't even think. I dropped the mug, its ceramic shattering on the wooden planks, a sound swallowed by the gale. I grabbed the heavy-duty flashlight. I kept by the door, the one with a beam that could cut through fog and darkness, and plunged into the storm after her. The cold was a physical blow. The wind tore the breath from my lungs and drove ice, crystals into my exposed skin like needles. Every direction was the same, a churning, featureless wall of white. "Lily," I bellowed, turning my head, trying to project my voice against the impenetrable curtain of the storm. "Lily, answer me." And then I heard it, a small voice, fragile and carried on the wind. "Daddy." Relief washed over me, so powerful and absolute it almost buckled my knees. It was a physical wave of warmth that momentarily pushed back the cold, the fear, the storm itself. She was close. She was alive. "Eily, I'm coming! Keep talking so I can find you! Just keep calling for me!" "Daddy." "I'm over here." The voice was clearer now, though still thin. It sounded like it was coming from a small copse of birch trees to my left, their pale trunks barely visible specters in the maelstrom. "I'm cold! Hold on, baby! Daddy's coming!" I pushed through the snow, which was already past my knees, each step a monumental effort. The beam of my flashlight cut a frantic, bouncing path ahead of me, illuminating a chaotic dance of snowflakes. When I finally reached the birch trees, my lungs burning, there was nothing. Just undisturbed snow. Deep, perfect, unbroken snow nestled between the tree trunks. There were no tracks leading in, no signs of passage. It was impossible. Lily.
That's not funny.
I yelled, a new, colder fear beginning to snake its way around the edges of my relief. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. The wind. It had to be the wind, playing tricks on my ears, making me hear things. Then I heard it again from a completely different direction. Behind me and to the right. "Daddy, help me!" It was her voice. It wasn't a trick of the wind. It was a perfect imitation of my daughter's terrified cry. Every inflection, every nuance. The slight tremble of fear. It was so real, so full of genuine panic, that my heart twisted into a painful knot. All thoughts of acoustic tricks vanished, replaced by a primal, paternal need to get to my child. I stumbled toward the sound, blinded by snow and hope, calling her name, begging her to tell me where she was, not yet understanding that the thing I was chasing was not my daughter, but my own despair. This went on for what felt like hours, a sadistic, cyclical torment in a world that had lost all dimension and direction. The voice would call out, a perfect, heart-shredding replica of my daughter's cry, always sounding just ahead, just beyond the next snow-laden fir or through the next ghostly stand of aspens. It was a cruel, impossibly perfect game of Marco Polo played in the depths of a frozen hell. Each time, my fatherly instinct, a force more powerful than logic or reason, would ignite. Each time, I would plunge forward, fueled by a desperate, adrenaline-laced hope, only to find nothing but the same featureless, mocking expanse of white.
Daddy, I'm scared.
It would cry from the west, and I would pivot and fight my way through waste, deep drifts, my flashlight beam a frantic, desperate sword against the oppressive darkness of the storm. I'd arrive, gasping, my lungs feeling as if they were filled with crushed glass, to find only the wind-whipping snow from the branches of ancient, indifferent pines. Then, before the despair could fully take root, the voice would flute through the trees from the east. "Daddy."
Please find me.
It was the exact pleading tone she used when she wanted one more bedtime story, a sound engineered to break my will. And so the chase would begin anew. I was a puppet, and my love for my daughter was the string. My mind, battered by cold and fear, began to fracture. Was I going crazy? Was the sheer trauma of losing her in the storm causing me to hallucinate? The rational part of my brain, a small, flickering candle in a hurricane of terror, clung to this possibility. It had to be an auditory hallucination, a trick of a mind under duress. The wind, the isolation, the hypothermia setting in. It was a textbook recipe for delusion. But the voice was too clear, too perfect. It wasn't just the sound of her voice, it was the soul of it. It knew her inflections, the specific way her voice would catch when she was truly frightened, the way she called me Daddy, with a slight lilt on the final syllable. These were the intimate acoustics of our life together, details hallucination born of random noise could never replicate. It was a performance, and it was flawless. The old stories started to bubble up from the recesses of my memory. The fireside tales from my grandfather's friends. The wendigo, a spirit of the deep cold, a deceiver, a mimic. The words once so easily dismissed as charming folklore, now echoed in my mind with the terrifying weight of prophecy. I could almost smell the wood smoke from the cabin stove, see the leathery, Wrinkled faces of the old men, their eyes serious. It calls to you with the voice of someone you love. I had scoffed. Now, the forest itself seemed to be whispering their warnings. The trees, heavy with snow, bent and swayed in the wind, their branches like long, skeletal arms reaching for me. The world had become a living nightmare, and I was its only inhabitant. At one point, my flashlight beam caught a flash of color against the snow. Red, the same bright, cherry red as her snowsuit. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrambled forward, falling to my knees, digging frantically with my bare hands. My fingers, already numb, closed around a small, woolen mitten. Her mitten, the one with the little palm on the cuff. For a moment, pure, undiluted joy surged through me. It was proof. She was real. She was here. This was her path. Lily, I screamed, holding the mitten aloft as if it were a holy relic.
I'm close, baby!
I'm coming. You found my mitten, Daddy. The voice giggled, and this time, it was so close I spun around, expecting to see her standing right behind me.
No, you have to find me!
The giggle was wrong. It was her laugh, yes, but it was hollow, laced with a chilling, knowing cruelty that a 7-year-old could never possess. It was the sound of a predator enjoying its sport. And when I looked down at the snow where I'd found the mitten, my blood ran cold. There were no tracks, not a single one. Just the indentation where the mitten had lain, as if it had been dropped from the sky. The hope drained out of me, leaving a vacuum that the despair rushed in to fill. It hadn't been a clue. It had been a prop, a piece of stage dressing in this elaborate, sadistic play. The thing in the woods wasn't just mimicking her voice. It was learning. It was using my hope against me, crafting moments of relief specifically so it could shatter them. It wasn't just trying to lure me, it was trying to break me. I was exhausted, a deep, bone-weary exhaustion that went beyond the physical. My muscles screamed in protest. The cold had seeped into my core, and my movements became sluggish, my thoughts thick and slow like molasses. I stumbled constantly, my legs refusing to obey the commands from my brain. The flashlight, once a beacon, now felt like it weighed 100 pounds. I was lost, utterly and completely lost, miles from the warmth of the cabin, miles from anything. I sank to my knees in the snow, the last of my strength deserting me. The blizzard swirled around me, no longer a temporary fury, but the permanent state of my new reality. I couldn't go on. I couldn't answer the voice anymore. Let it call. Let the game end. I was done. I closed my eyes, a strange sense of peace settling over me. It would be warm soon. I would just rest for a minute. I would be with Lily. Please. I whispered to the storm, to the forest, to whatever God might be listening. My voice was a pathetic, cracked thing. Just let me find my daughter. Please. A profound silence fell. The wind, which had been a constant, shrieking companion, died down to a low moan. Even the snow seemed to fall more gently. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, a new voice spoke. She's not here, David. It was right behind me. So close I could feel the words, a vibration in the air against the back of my neck. This voice was not Lily's. It was low and raspy, a dry, guttural sound like dead leaves skittering across frozen pavement. It was a voice that had not known moisture or warmth in 1,000 years. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but my body was a leaden weight. Every fiber of my being told me not to look, to stay frozen, to pretend I hadn't heard. But I had to know. I had to see the architect of my agony. Slowly, painfully, I turned. I raised the flashlight, its beam trembling violently in my hand. The light cut through the falling snow and landed on the figure standing there. And my mind, what was left of it, simply broke. It was tall, impossibly tall and gaunt, its form a grotesque parody of a human being. Its skin was the pale, grayish, white of a corpse dredged from a frozen lake, stretched taut over a frame of jutting bones. Its limbs were long and stretched, the arms ending in dirty, talon-like fingers. But the face was a nightmare carved from spoiled meat and ancient ice. Too dark, sunken pits for eyes stared out from a skull, like head burning with a cold, malevolent intelligence. And below them, a lipless mouth, a wide, lipless gash pulled back in a semblance of a grin, revealing rows of small, sharp, blackened teeth. It cocked its head, a slow, unnatural movement, like a bird of prey studying an insect. The old stories hadn't done it justice. They couldn't capture the sheer wrongness of it, the way it felt like a violation of the natural order. This was a thing of pure, undiluted hunger. Not just for flesh, but for something more. For warmth, for life, for hope. I could only stare, my throat locked, a single, hot tear freezing on my cheek. What did you do to her? I finally managed to sob, the words barely a whisper. The creature's lipless mouth stretched even wider, and then it spoke again, not in its own dead, leaf rasp, but in a perfect, cheerful, 7-year-old's laugh that echoed in the sudden silence of the storm. "Let's play hide and seek, Daddy." The sound of Lily's cheerful laugh, issuing from that lipless, grinning maw, was the sound of my world ending. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force that struck me, shattering the last fragile panes of my sanity. The universe, which had already been tilting and fracturing, simply inverted. The ground, the snow, the howling wind, the monstrous figure in front of me. It all dissolved into an incomprehensible slurry of white noise and black terror. I don't remember what happened next. Not with any clarity. My memory of that time is a collection of broken shards, fleeting images and sensations that refuse to form a coherent narrative. There is a sensation of falling, of being swallowed by the cold, soft snow. There is the image of those two dark, sunken eyes, burning with a cold fire, imprinted on the inside of my eyelids. There is the echo of that laugh, playing on a loop, each repetition another turn of the screw in my mind. I don't remember screaming, but my throat was raw for days afterward. I don't remember fighting or running. I remember only a profound and terrifying emptiness, a void where my mind used to be. The puppet's strings had been cut, and he had simply collapsed into a heap. My next semi-lucid thought was of light. A bright, blinding light, different from the focused beam of my own flashlight. It was diffuse, sweeping across the snow, accompanied by the muffled shouting of distant voices. They weren't calling for Lily. They were calling for me. I remember the crunch of snowshoes approaching, the beams of several flashlights converging on my face, making me recoil. Hands, strong and firm, rolled me over. Faces, bearded and ruddy from the cold, peered down at me, their expressions a mixture of pity and alarm. I tried to speak, to warn them. The words came out as a garbled scream of nonsense. The voice, I remember babbling, my lips numb and clumsy. It knows her name. It has her laugh. Don't listen. It's a trick. One of the men, a park ranger I think, shone a light in my eyes. "He's in bad shape," he said to the others. "Severe hypothermia. Delirious." They wrapped me in heavy, coarse blankets and forced a hot, sweet liquid from a thermos past my lips. It tasted like life, but I choked on it, still trying to explain the impossible. I tried to point, to show them where the creature had stood, but my arm wouldn't obey. There was nothing there anyway. Just trees and snow and the endless, swirling storm. They saw a man who had succumbed to the cold and grief, a mind broken by the elements. They couldn't see the truth. They couldn't see the grinning ghoul that still stood behind them in my mind's eye. They carried me back to the cabin, a journey I have no recollection of. The next few days were a blur of warmth, soft beds, and the low, concerned murmurs of strangers. A doctor came. Police officers, their faces grim and professional, asked me questions I couldn't properly answer. I would recount my story, my voice trembling, and they would nod patiently, exchanging glances that I knew were labeling me as an unreliable witness, a mind unhinged by trauma. They kept using words like auditory hallucination, survivor's guilt, and disorientation. They were trying to fit my experience into a box that made sense in their world. But my world now included monsters that played games with your heart. All the while, the search for Lily continued. Teams of volunteers and professionals calmed the woods as the blizzard slowly abated. Every time I heard the crunch of boots on the porch, my heart would leap with a sick, conditioned hope, only to plummet when it was just another volunteer coming in for coffee. I was a prisoner in that cabin, surrounded by the ghosts of our last happy moments. Her half-finished snowman on the porch sagged and began to melt as the temperatures rose slightly, its lopsided form looking more and more like a tombstone. They found her body a week later, after the storm had cleared, and the sun had returned to glint off a world of pristine, unbroken white. The police sergeant and a grief counselor came to the cabin to tell me. I knew before they even opened their mouths. I saw it in the profound sadness in their eyes, the practiced way they held themselves, bracing for the impact of the news they were about to deliver. She was found less than 100 yards from the cabin. The words didn't register at first. 100 yards, I repeated, my voice hollow. "Yes, Mr. Henderson," the sergeant said gently. "It seems she got turned around in the whiteout and fell into a small, wooded ravine. She was very close." He paused, then added the words that would become the cornerstone of my own private hell. "She was in the opposite direction from where our trackers found your path. You went north. She was found south of the cabin." The coroner's report was clinical and concise. Lily died of exposure. The coroner estimated her time of death as being within the first hour she was lost. The first hour, while I was just beginning my frantic chase, while I was first answering the siren, call of her voice leading me deeper and deeper into the woods, my daughter was already gone. While I was pushing through snowdrifts, screaming her name in response to a phantom, she was already lying still and silent, 100 yards from safety. It didn't take her. It didn't need to. It had found a much more efficient, much more exquisite form of cruelty. It had simply found a tragedy already in progress and decided to play. It used her, her memory, her voice. It used my love for her to lure me into the woods. Not to kill me, but to play with me. To feed. I felt its hunger in the forest, but I had misunderstood its nature. It wasn't a hunger for flesh and bone. It was a hunter that used your heart as bait, and it fed on the emotions that bait produced. It severed my hope each time I heard the voice. It gorged itself on my terror each time I found nothing, and it feasted on my despair when it finally revealed itself. I left that cabin and have never been back. I live in a city now, surrounded by the noise and light of millions, but I have never felt more alone or more in the dark. The silence of the deep woods has followed me. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I think I can hear it. A faint, dry, rasping sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. And sometimes, buried deep within that sound, I hear a small, perfect voice carried on a phantom wind. Daddy, let's play hide and seek. My name is Jessica Thorne, and for the past 4 years, I've been the host and lead investigator for the podcast, Cryptospective. It's a title that sounds more impressive than it is. In reality, it's a passion project that grew into a modest business, one that occupies that strange, crowded space in the digital world between niche hobby and mainstream recognition. We have a dedicated, if not massive, listenership, and we pay the bills. But I've always felt we were perched on the edge of something bigger, one good story away from breaking through. One piece of undeniable proof. My expertise, or so I believed, was forged in the crucible of the internet. I was an armchair cryptozoologist, a digital explorer of the arcane. I'd spent countless nights with my face, illuminated by the glow of a monitor, falling down rabbit holes of forgotten forums, declassified documents, and grainy video uploads. I'd read every book, from the academic to the absurdly speculative. I could tell you the subtle differences in footprint, castings of a Sasquatch from the Pacific Northwest versus a Florida skunk ape. I could debate the merits of the lake, Champlain monster versus Loch Ness. And I knew, with what I thought was absolute certainty, everything there was to know about the wendigo. To me, the wendigo was the rock star of North American cryptids. It had the look, the iconic, terrifying visage of the emaciated deer, the crown of antlers, the gaunt, predatory frame. It was a creature seemingly designed for the modern horror palette, a perfect monster for a visual medium. I'd seen it brilliantly realized in games like Until Dawn and given a visceral, terrifying form in films like Antlers. This was the wendigo that captured the public imagination, and consequently, the wendigo that would capture an audience for my show. Of course, I'd encountered the other stories. The older, quieter tales from Algonquian folklore. The stories that spoke not of a deer monster, but of a human spirit corrupted by cannibalism, a gaunt, lipless specter of insatiable hunger. I'd read the accounts of men lost in the wilderness, succumbing to madness and greed, transforming into something wretched and thin, with skin stretched taut over their bones. But honestly, I dismissed them. They felt more like cautionary tales, moral allegories about the darkness within the human heart. They were less cinematic, less marketable. The deer, skull monster was the real deal. The creature people saw and reported. It was the money shot. The idea for the ultimate episode had been brewing for months. A live investigation. No more theorizing from the comfort of my sound-proofed studio. It was time to go to the source. The deep woods of northern Minnesota, a region that had become a hotspot for alleged wendigo sightings over the past decade. It was a bold, expensive, and potentially dangerous plan, which is why my producer, Kevin, was initially against it. Kevin is the yin to my yang. Where I am impulsive and creatively driven, he is meticulous, pragmatic, and perpetually worried about liability insurance. He handles the tech, the scheduling, the budget, all the things that bore me to tears but are essential to keeping Cryptospective afloat. A-Lev investigation, Jess. In the middle of nowhere, he'd said. leaning back in his chair, running a hand through his already messy hair. Think about the logistics, the gear, the lack of cell service, the bears, the actual, non-mythical bears. Kev, think of the payoff. I'd argued, pacing my small office, buzzing with energy. We're stagnating. We need to shake things up. This isn't just another episode, it's an event. Cryptospective. Live from Wendigo country. We get real, time audio, night vision footage, maybe even a plaster cast. This is the episode that puts us on the map. This is Joe Rogan level stuff. The mention of Joe Rogan was a low blow, but it worked. Kevin sighed, the sound of a man who knew he was fighting a losing battle against my ambition. Fine, he conceded, but we go prepared. Top of the line gear, satellite phone, bear spray, and we set a hard deadline, 3 nights. If we get nothing in 3 nights, we pack it in. Deal, I said, grinning. 2 weeks later, we were heading north on I-35, my beat-up SUV loaded to the roof with equipment. The urban sprawl of Minneapolis slowly gave way to endless fields, then to the dense, imposing forests of the north. The further we drove, the more the world seemed to shed its modernity. Cell service bars dwindled and vanished. Gas stations became fewer and farther between, their signs faded and peeling. Our last stop was a dilapidated outpost that seemed to be clinging to the edge of civilization. It was a gas station, a bait shop, and a general store all rolled into one, smelling of stale coffee, damp earth, and something vaguely like cured meat. The man behind the counter was ancient, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, his eyes a pale, watery blue. He watched us as we stocked up on water and propane, his gaze lingering on the expensive, looking pelican cases in the back of our vehicle. "You ain't from around here?" he stated, not as a question. "Just heading up for some camping," Kevin said, his voice a little too cheerful. The old man grunted, his eyes shifting to me. "Woods are deep. They don't care about city folk or their fancy gear. They have their own rules. We'll be careful," I said, offering a polite smile. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low, gravelly whisper. "Some things up here, they've been here a long time. Longer than the trees. They remember a hunger you can't understand. Best not to go looking for it." The cryptic warning should have been unsettling. Instead, it was exhilarating. It was exactly the kind of color, the kind of foreshadowing that would make for a great podcast intro. I secretly recorded his words on my phone, my mind already editing the narrative. We drove for another hour down a series of increasingly narrow and poorly maintained logging roads until we reached the spot I'd pinpointed from online maps and sighting reports. It was a small, natural clearing, a few hundred yards from a shallow, fast-moving creek. The trees, mostly pine and birch, pressed in on all sides, their sheer density creating a wall of green and shadow that felt ancient and indifferent. Setting up camp was a professional operation. We erected our 2-person tent, but the real work was in the tech. We had a perimeter of 4 night vision cameras, creating a 360-degree view of the clearing. I set up my primary recording station, a multi-channel mixer, a laptop, and the crown jewel of my audio gear, a parabolic microphone capable of picking up the faintest sounds from over a quarter-mile away. As dusk began to settle, a profound silence fell over the forest. It wasn't just quiet, it was a heavy, oppressive stillness that seemed to absorb sound. The air grew cold, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp soil. Kevin, ever practical, got a small, controlled campfire going. The crackle of the flames was a welcome intrusion into the immense quiet.
Creepy, isn't it?
he said, staring into the trees. It's perfect, I replied, adjusting the gain on my headphones. If anything is out here, we'll hear it. The first night was a bust. We stayed up until 3 a.m., taking turns monitoring the equipment, fueled by coffee and nervous energy. The forest offered nothing but the gentle murmur of the creek and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. It was anticlimactic, but not discouraging. I knew this was a game of patience. The second day was spent exploring the immediate area, looking for tracks, broken branches, anything that might suggest the passage of a large, unusual creature. We found nothing but deer trails and the paw prints of a fox. As evening approached on that second day, my optimism was beginning to fray at the edges. The weight of the investment, the hype I'd built up in my own mind, was starting to press down on me. I needed something to happen. As the last light bled from the sky, I settled into my camp chair, put on my headphones, and pointed the parabolic mic toward a dense ridgeline to the north. For an hour, there was nothing, and then I heard it. It wasn't a growl or a howl or anything easily identifiable. It was a sound that slid beneath the skin and chilled the bone. A series of low, guttural clicks, followed by a long, drawn-out sound like a person dragging their fingernails down a chalkboard, but deeper, more resonant. It was a sound of profound wrongness. My heart leaped into my throat. I held up a hand to Kevin, my eyes wide. I swiveled the microphone, trying to pinpoint the source. The clicking came again, closer this time. "Kevin," I whispered, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and pure, unadulterated excitement. "Grab the night vision. Main camera. Point it north." He scrambled to the laptop, his hands shaking as he clicked the mouse. The monitor flickered, showing the ghostly green and black image from the camera I'd pointed at the ridge. For a moment, there was nothing but the shifting leaves of the trees. And then, it stepped out from behind a thicket of birch. It was exactly as I had imagined, exactly as I had hoped. A tall, impossibly thin figure moving with a stilted, unnatural gait, and silhouetted against the faint glow of the rising moon, unmistakable and magnificent, was a massive rack of deer antlers. The image on the screen was everything. It was the culmination of years of research, the justification for the expense, the validation of my entire career. It was the monster from the posters, the beast from the fireside tales, brought to life in shimmering, ghostly green. My breath caught in my chest, a knot of pure, unadulterated adrenaline. I couldn't speak. I could only point, my finger trembling as I traced its impossible silhouette on the laptop screen. "Oh my God," Kevin breathed, his voice a hushed whisper of awe and terror. "Jess, it's real. The deer monster, it's actually real." My mind, which had been a frantic mess of doubt and anxiety moments before, was now crystal clear, operating with a singular, predatory focus. The fear was there, a cold undercurrent beneath the surface, but it was completely eclipsed by the tidal wave of triumph. This was it. The money shot, the proof that would silence every skeptic and catapult cryptospective into the stratosphere. "Kevin, are you getting this?" I finally managed, my voice a strained whisper, into the small microphone clipped to my collar. My podcasting instincts were so deeply ingrained that even in this moment of profound shock, a part of me was already producing the show. "All cameras recording. Audio levels good. Recording, yeah, levels are hot," he confirmed, his eyes glued to the screen. "Jess, what is it doing?" The creature wasn't behaving like a startled animal. It stood for a long moment, its head tilted as if listening, its antlered crown swaying gently. Then, with that same stilted, disjointed gait, it turned and began to move, not away from us, but parallel to our camp, deeper into the tangled woods. It was deliberate. It wasn't running, it was proceeding. A switch flipped in my brain. Footage was one thing. An encounter was another. We have to follow it, I said, my voice low and urgent as I started grabbing gear. Kevin spun around in his chair, his face pale in the glow of the monitor. Follow it. Are you insane? Jess, that thing is 7.
Maybe 8 feet tall.
We stay here. We have the footage.
This is the wind.
We pack up at first light and we get the hell out of here. No. I snapped, the word sharper than I intended. This is the opportunity of a lifetime, Kev. We can't just sit here and watch it walk away. Think of the data we could gather. Proximity audio. Footprints. We can track it, keep our distance, document its behavior. My mind was racing, a whirlwind of possibilities. This is how you make a name for yourself. You don't do it by hiding in a tent. I was already pulling on my hiking boots. My movements quick and efficient. I grabbed my go bag. A smaller pack containing a high-definition handycam with its own night vision setting, a backup audio recorder, and a powerful Eddy flashlight. The hubris was a fire in my gut, burning away all caution. I felt invincible. Like a war correspondent, on the verge of the century's biggest story. Kevin was shaking his head, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief. This is a mistake, Jess. A huge mistake. That thing isn't a deer. It isn't a bear. We have no idea what it's capable of. That's why we're here. To find out. I countered, slinging the bag over my shoulder. Look, I'm going. You can stay here and monitor the cameras if you want. Just keep recording. But I can't let this slip away. I saw the conflict warring in his eyes. His pragmatism, his very logical fear, was wrestling with his loyalty to me and the project. He had been with me since the beginning. Since Cryptive was just a pipe dream we discussed over cheap beer. He let out a long, defeated sigh. Damn it, Jess, he muttered, grabbing his own jacket and a heavy-duty flashlight. You're going to get me killed one of these days. Fine, I'm coming, but we keep a serious distance. First sign of trouble, first sign it even looks in our direction, we are gone. No arguments. Deal, I said. Though in my heart, I knew it was a lie. I had no intention of turning back. We left the relative safety of our campfire's glow and plunged into the oppressive darkness of the woods. I took the lead, holding the handycam up. It's night. Vision view a small, green window into a world of shifting shadows and unseen things. The air was instantly colder away from the fire. The silence more profound. Every snap of a twig under my boots sounded like a gunshot. The creature was surprisingly easy to follow. It seemed to be making no effort to conceal its passage. We could hear it ahead of us, the rhythmic, heavy tread of its steps, and occasionally, that deeply unsettling clicking sound, a dry chitinous noise that seemed to echo in the bones. It was like a beacon, drawing us deeper and deeper into the wilderness. The forest at night was a disorienting, claustrophobic place. The trees formed a dense canopy that blotted out the moon, leaving us in near total blackness. Save for the narrow beams of our flashlights and the ghostly green world of my camera's viewfinder. The creature stayed just at the edge of our vision, a tall, lanky shadow moving with that unnatural grace between the trees. It never looked back. It was as if it knew we were there and simply didn't care. Jess, we're getting pretty far from the camp. Kevin whispered after about 20 minutes of tense, silent hiking. His voice was tight with anxiety. The creek is back that way. We're losing our bearings. I've got it, I said, my tone more confident than I felt. It's heading northwest. We can backtrack. Just stay focused on the subject. But he was right. A small seed of unease was planted in my mind. The creature's path felt intentional, directed. It wasn't wandering, it was heading somewhere. This wasn't the behavior of a wild animal. This was the behavior of a hunter leading its prey into a trap. I pushed the thought down. It was just my nerves. The pop culture wendigo was an animal. A monster, yes, but a creature of instinct. It wasn't a strategic thinker. The terrain began to change. The ground became softer, spongier, and the air grew thick with the smell of decay, of damp earth and rotting vegetation. The trees here were older, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for us in the dark. And then we saw it. Through a break in the trees, a structure loomed against the slightly less black sky. It was an old hunter's stand, a rickety wooden box perched on stilts 15 feet off the ground. It was dilapidated, leaning precariously, with a crude ladder nailed to its side. It looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Our creature, our magnificent, terrifying prize, walked directly to the base of the stand. It didn't hesitate. It reached out a long, spindly arm and grasped the first rung of the ladder. Then, with a horrifying spider-like agility that defied its size, it began to climb. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, its limbs bending at odd angles. Within seconds, it had reached the top, pushed open the small trapdoor, and disappeared inside. We stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, hidden behind a massive, moss-covered pine. The silence that followed was absolute. It's cornered, I breathed, my voice buzzing with a giddy, reckless energy. The footage I had just captured was breathtaking. The climb alone would be analyzed for years. We've got it. This was the moment. The climax of the entire expedition. All the planning. All the risk, it had all led to this. The creature was trapped in a wooden box 15 feet in the air. Kevin grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. Jess, no, he pleaded, his voice a desperate hiss. Leave it. Please. We have more than enough. We have the footage of it walking, the audio. We just saw it climb into that thing. Let's go now. This feels wrong. All of this feels wrong. I looked from his terrified face to the dark, silent hunting stand. He was right, of course. Any sane person would have backed away, content with the incredible evidence they had already collected. But I wasn't sane anymore. I was drunk on adrenaline and ambition. I was so close to the truth, so close to the ultimate reveal. Turning back now felt like a physical impossibility. No way, I said, my voice full of a confidence I now recognize as pure, unadulterated hubris. This is it, the final piece. I'm going up there. I'm going to get a clear shot of it through the door. Jess, don't. But I was already moving. I shrugged off his hand, my heart hammering against my ribs not with fear, but with a wild, triumphant joy. I crept out from behind the tree. My camera held up and rolling, its green eye fixed on the rickety structure. The world narrowed to that single point, that dark box silhouetted against the night sky. This was my moment, my discovery, my legacy. Each step I took away from Kevin felt like crossing a chasm. His desperate, "Jess, don't," was a thin thread trying to pull me back to safety. But I severed it without a second thought. The world had contracted to the rickety ladder and the dark, silent box at the top. The air was thick with the smell of pine and wet rot, but all I could smell was victory. My camera was a part of me, an extension of my eye, and its glowing green view was my reality. I reached the base of the stand and placed a hand on the ladder. The wood was slick with moss and age, and it groaned under my touch. I tested it with my weight, and the entire structure swayed, protesting with a chorus of creaks and moans. From the darkness behind me, I heard Kevin's frantic whisper, "It's not safe! Jess!" The whole thing could come down. It'll hold. I whispered back, more to myself than to him. I began to climb. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs, a drumbeat for my ascent. Left hand, right foot. Right hand, left foot. The camera dangled from a strap around my neck, its lens cap on to protect it from swinging into the ladder. My focus was absolute. I was no longer a podcaster. I was a pioneer, an explorer on the verge of a new world. The fear that should have been paralyzing me was instead fueling me, sharpening my senses, making every detail hyper, vivid. The splintery texture of the rungs, the cold night air on the back of my neck, the immense, watching silence of the forest around me. Halfway up, a rung splintered under my boot. The sharp crack echoed in the clearing. The stand shuddered violently, and for a terrifying second, I thought Kevin's warning was about to come true. I froze, clinging to the ladder, my knuckles white. I could hear Kevin's sharp intake of breath below. But the structure held. After a long moment, I resumed my climb, moving with even greater care. My earlier bravado tempered by a fresh spike of adrenaline. Finally, my hands closed around the edge of the platform. I hauled myself up, my muscles straining, and rolled onto the dusty, warped floorboards. I lay there for a moment, catching my breath, the smell of old wood and animal musk filling my nostrils. I unclipped the audio recorder from my belt and placed it on the floor, its tiny red light a comforting beacon. Then, I took the camera, removed the lens cap, and switched it back on. The trapdoor the creature had used was a simple, hinged square in the middle of the floor. It was slightly ajar. My moment of truth. I crawled toward it, my movements slow and deliberate, a predator stalking its prey. I was ready for anything. A guttural roar, a flash of antlers, a monstrous face lunging into the camera. I braced myself, my finger hovering over the zoom toggle. I pushed the trapdoor open with the barrel of my camera and shined my powerful LED flashlight into the cramped space below. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating nothing. The hunter's stand was empty. I swept the light from corner to corner, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The space was small, no more than 6 feet by 6 feet. There was nowhere to hide. It was just a dusty, derelict box filled with cobwebs and old leaves that had blown in through the cracks. My triumphant narrative began to crumble, replaced by a wave of confusion and crushing disappointment. Had it somehow escaped, squeezed through a crack? It was impossible. And then my light fell upon it. Propped up on a wooden crate in the far corner was a large, rotting deer skull. A magnificent rack of antlers was still attached, bleached white by the sun and weather. It was tilted forward slightly, as if in a bow. It was a puppet. A crude, horrifyingly effective puppet. The body we had seen, the tall, lanky frame, was gone because it had never been there. It had been a trick of the light, of shadow and suggestion, our minds filling in the blanks with the monster we expected, the monster we wanted to see. The scale of the deception hit me like a physical blow. The deliberate path, the easy-to-follow sounds, the theatrical climb. It had all been a performance. A show put on for our benefit. We hadn't been tracking a monster, we had been led into a stage. The disappointment curdled into a cold, creeping dread. This wasn't the work of a mindless beast. This was intelligent. This was a trap. A floorboard creaked behind me. It was a soft sound, almost imperceptible, but in the profound silence of that high, lonely place, it was as loud as a scream. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone on the platform. I turned around slowly, every muscle in my body screaming in protest. Standing in the doorway, the only entrance, the only exit, silhouetted against the dark tapestry of the forest, was the puppeteer. It was not the antlered beast from pop culture. It was not the cinematic creature I had built my career on chasing. It was the thing from the old stories, the ones I had dismissed as dusty folklore, as primitive allegories. The horror I had deemed less marketable. It was tall. So tall its head nearly brushed the top of the doorframe. And it was emaciated, a skeletal figure of impossible thinness, as if it had been starving for 1,000 years. Its skin was the color of old parchment, dry and tight, stretched so thin over its bones that it seemed translucent. Its arms were long, hanging nearly to its knees, ending not in hands, but in long, blackened claws that looked like sharp obsidian. But the face is what will forever be burned into the back of my eyes. Its eyes were not eyes at all, but deep, sunken pits of absolute shadow, devoid of light or reflection. It had no nose, just two small, dark slits. And it had no lips. Its mouth was a bloody, tattered gash, a wound that it chewed on compulsively, the faint, wet sound of it a sickening counterpoint to the forest's silence. It was a monster that was once a man, a thing of pure, undiluted human greed and hunger, twisted by an ancient curse into this obscene mockery of a human form. In that horrifying instant, I understood everything. The misrepresentation in pop culture wasn't just inaccurate, it was a weapon. The stories of the deer monster, the antlers, the animalistic features, they were a smokescreen, a brilliant, deadly piece of misdirection, a lure for fools like me. While I was chasing a Hollywood myth, a dramatic and exciting fiction, the real horror, the true, patient, and infinitely more dangerous horror, was stalking me. It had used my own ambition, my own expertise, against me. It had dangled the monster I wanted to see in front of me, and I had followed it blindly, eagerly, into the killing jar. From the clearing below, a scream tore through the night. It was Kevin. A choked, gurgling sound of pure agony that was cut off with a sickening, wet crunch. The creature in the doorway took a step toward me. Its lipless mouth stretched, the tattered flesh pulling back from yellowed teeth into a horrifying, impossible grin. It was a look of triumphant, ancient hunger. The chase was over. The meal was served. My camera slipped from my numb fingers and clattered onto the wooden floor. My last thought wasn't of my life, or of Kevin, or of the podcast that had led me here. It was a single, searingly clear thought of my own breathtaking stupidity. The real stories, the ones whispered in hushed tones around dying fires, are always more dangerous than the ones we tell for entertainment. My name is Chayton. That is the name my grandfather gave me, and it means falcon in the language of our people. It is a name meant for a hunter, a provider, a man of keen sight. I have tried to live up to it, but I am not the hero of this story. I am not the warrior who faced the darkness or the shaman who divined the path. I am merely its custodian, the one who carries the words, the one who remembers. The weight of this memory is a cold thing, a presence that settles in the quiet hours before dawn. A story that demands to be told lest it be forgotten, and, in being forgotten, allowed to repeat itself. The story came to me from my Mishomis. My grandfather, he was a man carved from the very woods he loved, his face a roadmap of seasons. His hands gnarled and strong from a lifetime of work. He told it to me when I was a boy, no more than 10 winters old. We were sealed in our small cabin against a blizzard that raged with a sentient fury. The wind a shrieking chorus that clawed at the log walls and hurled ice against the single pane of glass in the window. Inside, the world was reduced to the golden circle light cast by our stone fireplace. The air was thick with the scent of burning pine and drying herbs that hung from the rafters. I was wrapped in a heavy wool blanket, but the chill of his words seeped through, colder than any winter wind. This is his story as he told it to me, his voice a low rumble like distant thunder, his eyes fixed on the dancing flames, as if he could see the past flickering within them. Winter has a voice, Chayton. He began, not looking at me, but at the fire. It speaks in the howl of the wind, in the crack of a frozen tree, in the silence of a snow-choked forest. Most of the time it speaks of rest, of slumber. But sometimes, when the world turns cruel and the hearts of men grow desperate, it speaks of hunger. A hunger that is more than an empty belly. It is a hunger of the spirit, a gnawing emptiness that can devour a man from the inside out. It is this hunger that calls the wendigo. He paused, letting the name hang in the warm air of the cabin, where it seemed to instantly curdle the warmth, turning it thin and brittle. In the time of my grandfather's grandfather, he continued, his voice dropping even lower, the winter was a cruel one. It was not a normal cold. It was a predator. The snows began in the moon of the falling leaves, long before they were due, and they did not cease. They came not as gentle blankets, but as blinding, wind-driven torrents. The world became a vast, featureless expanse of white. Our village, nestled in a valley by the frozen river, became an island in a sea of ice. At first, there was no panic. We are Anishinaabe. We know the winter. We are people of the woods, and we prepare. The lodges were reinforced, the firewood was stacked high, and the stores of dried meat, fish, and berries were thought to be plentiful. But this winter was different. It had a malice to it. The deer, usually abundant in the sheltered valleys, seemed to have vanished from the earth. The rabbit snares, normally a reliable source of fresh meat, remained empty day after day, their delicate loops of sinew pristine and untouched. The ice on the river grew too thick for fishing spears, and the holes we managed to cut yielded nothing but dark, silent water. A quiet dread began to settle over our people. It was in the eyes of the mothers, as they stretched the broth a little thinner each night. It was in the hollow-cheeked faces of the hunters, who returned from the forest empty, handed their snowshoes heavy, their spirits heavier. The laughter of children, the lifeblood of any village, faded into a watchful silence. The hunger began. It started as a dull ache in the belly, but it grew into a sharp, toothed thing, a constant, agonizing presence that clouded thought and frayed tempers. It is in this fertile ground of desperation that the wendigo spirit finds its seed. It is a spirit of excess, of insatiable greed given form. They say it is born when a man, lost to the madness of starvation, turns to the ultimate taboo and consumes the flesh of another human. That act of monstrous survivalism is a perversion of nature, an invitation for a far older and more terrible spirit to take root. The man is consumed, his soul extinguished and replaced by an eternal, ravenous hunger. He becomes a thing of ice and shadow, driven by a need that can never be met. The first sign was the disappearance of Tikani, a trapper who had gone to check his lines on the northern ridge, a man who knew the woods better than he knew his own face. He did not return. A search party of the strongest hunters, my great-great-grandfather among them, went out to find him. They were brave men, seasoned and unafraid of the forest. They followed his trail for half a day, until the tracks simply stopped in the middle of a clearing. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood, no tracks of a wolf or a bear. There was only the single line of Tikani's snowshoe prints leading to the center of the clearing, and then nothing. It was as if he had been plucked from the sky. All that remained was a strange, profound coldness in the air, a cold that clung to their clothes and settled deep in their bones, a cold that the fiercest fire could not seem to burn away. And there, pressed deep into the snow, was a single, impossibly large track, a long, distorted mockery of a human foot, which seemed to radiate the unnatural chill. Fear, a true and venomous fear, took hold of the village. The elders whispered the forbidden name, wendigo. The children were kept inside the lodges after sundown, the doors barred with heavy timbers. The night, once a time of peace, became a thing of terror. The people would huddle around their fires, listening to the wind, trying to convince themselves that the sounds they heard were just the storm, and not the creaking footsteps of a giant made of ice. Then, it showed itself. It came during the height of a blizzard, a night when the wind was so loud it swallowed all other sounds. It walked out of the swirling wall of snow at the edge of the village, and for a moment, the people who saw it could not comprehend what they were seeing. It was taller than the highest pine tree, a gaunt, skeletal figure that seemed to be woven from the blizzard itself. Its body was not flesh, but a latticework of what looked like river ice, translucent and webbed with black cracks. Through its frozen ribcage, the people could see its heart, a solid, jagged chunk of black ice that pulsed with a faint, sickening, violet light, beating in time with the howling wind. Its limbs were long and spindly, its fingers like sharpened icicles, and its head was a horror. A deer's skull, elongated and twisted, with hollow eye sockets that burned with that same cold, hateful light. It did not roar or scream. It simply stood there, a silent monument to starvation and death, its presence draining the world of all warmth and hope. It raised one impossibly long arm and pointed a finger of ice at the lodge of a family on the edge of the village. It took a step, and the sound was not of snow crunching, but of a glacier groaning, of a frozen river breaking apart. The very ground seemed to tremble with its malevolence. The wendigo had woken, and it had come to feed. My grandfather stoked the fire, and a shower of orange sparks danced up the chimney, briefly illuminating the worry etched deep into his face. He had reached the part of the story where the monster was no longer a whisper on the wind, but a towering reality at the edge of his ancestors' lives. There was a moment of frozen silence. Mishamus continued, his voice barely a whisper above the crackling logs. A collective breath held in 100 lungs. The world seemed to stop. The blizzard itself seemed to pause, holding its fury in abeyance to witness the horror. The wendigo's finger, a shard of jagged ice as long as a man's arm, remained pointed at the lodge of Nakoma. a kind woman known for her beautiful beadwork, who lived with her husband and two small children. No one could move. No one could scream. The fear was a physical thing, a paralyzing cold that locked the limbs and froze the tongue. The creature took another step, the sound of grinding ice echoing through the valley. It did not need to walk on the wind now. It had no need for stealth. It was a god of hunger, and it had come to collect its tribute. It reached the small lodge in 2 strides. Its icy claws, sharper than any flint, tore through the hide and wood walls as if they were wet paper. A scream finally broke the silence. A woman's shriek of pure, undiluted terror cut short with a sickening crunch. The wendigo reached inside, its arm disappearing into the darkness of the ruined home. When it pulled its arm back, the family was gone. There was no blood, no struggle, no sound but the weeping of the wind through the hole it had made. It was as if Nakoma and her family had never existed. All that was left was a gaping wound in the side of their home and a cold that poured out of it, a tangible aura of absolute despair. That broke the spell. The warriors of the village, men who had faced bears and rival war parties without flinching, let out a collective roar of rage and grief. My great-great-grandfather, a young man then named Anamiki, Thunder, was the first to act. His name was a prophecy of his spirit, loud, brave, and full of fire. He knocked an arrow to his bow, his movements swift and sure despite the terror that threatened to unman him. The bow was of seasoned ash, the string of braided moose sinew, strong enough to send an arrow through the tough hide of a bull moose. He drew it back until the feathers touched his cheek and let it fly. The arrow soared through the swirling snow, a perfect shot aimed directly at the creature's pulsing heart of black ice. It struck true. But instead of piercing it, the flint arrowhead shattered with a sharp crack, exploding into dust against the frozen surface. The arrow shaft fell uselessly to the snow. The wendigo did not even flinch. It turned its skull-like head slowly, the burning lights in its eyes fixing on Anamiki. He said it was like looking into the void between stars, a cold so absolute it felt like his soul was being drawn out of his body. Other warriors followed his lead. A volley of arrows flew, all shattering harmlessly against the creature's icy skin. They threw their spears, the stone and bone tips painstakingly sharpened, breaking like twigs. The creature was impervious. It was a spirit, a force of nature, and their physical weapons were meaningless against it. It paid them no mind, as a man pays no mind to the buzzing of black flies. It turned and began to walk along the edge of the village, its great, groaning steps shaking the very earth. It did not hurry. It knew it had all the time in the world. Every few steps it would stop, point its terrible finger at another lodge, and repeat the horrific act, tearing a family from their home and consigning them to an unknown, silent fate. Panic erupted. The people scattered, screaming, trying to flee into the remaining lodges, barring the doors, their hearts hammering against their ribs. The village became a place of chaos and shrieking fear. The wendigo took 3 more families that night before it seemed satisfied. Without a sound, it turned and strode back into the swirling chaos of the blizzard, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. It left behind a shattered village and a silence that was more terrifying than the screams had been. In its wake, the cold intensified, a biting, supernatural chill that seemed to mock the fires burning in every hearth. The next day, the blizzard broke. The sun rose on a world of blinding white. but its light brought no warmth, only illumination for the devastation. The survivors gathered in the central lodge, their faces masks of shock and grief. The warriors were shamed, their strength proven useless. The elders prayed, their voices trembling. It was then that Anang, the village shaman, spoke. She was an old woman, her face as wrinkled as a dried apple, but her eyes were as bright and clear as a young girl's. She had seen more winters than anyone, and she carried the wisdom of generations. She stood, leaning on a staff of twisted ironwood. "You cannot fight a shadow with a spear," she said, her voice thin but carrying a surprising strength that cut through the murmurs of fear. "You cannot kill hunger with an arrow. The wendigo is not a creature of flesh and bone. It is a spirit of the great cold and the empty belly. Its body is merely a vessel, a shell of ice formed by its malevolent will." The people listened, desperate for any sliver of hope. Anamiki, my great-great-grandfather, his face grim, stepped forward. "Then how do we fight it, wise one? How do we protect our people? Are we to simply wait for it to return and pick us off one by one?" Anang looked at him, her gaze softening for a moment. She had known him since he was a baby. "Its life is not in its body," she explained, her eyes sweeping over the faces of the gathered warriors. "Its life is in its heart. That thing you saw beating in its chest, that chunk of black ice, that is its soul. It is the frozen core of the man it once was, the nexus of its greed and its power. A conventional weapon shatters against it, because it is not just ice, it is frozen spirit, colder than any earthly winter. To kill the wendigo, you must not pierce its heart, you must destroy it. You must thaw the unthawable." A desperate hope began to kindle in the lodge. "How?" asked the war chief. "What can melt such a thing?" "Fire," Anang said simply. "A great fire, a sacred fire. But first, you must take the heart from its chest. And for that, you will need a weapon that is not of this earth." She explained that a normal blade would freeze and shatter before it could even touch the heart. They needed something that could withstand the unholy cold. She held up a long, thin object wrapped in deerskin. She unwrapped it carefully, revealing a dagger. The blade was dark, almost black, and it seemed to drink the light from the room. It was forged, she told them, from the iron of a fallen star, a piece of the night sky itself, which had been found by her own grandfather generations ago. It was a metal that held the memory of celestial fire, and it was the only thing that could survive the wendigo's cold. She then brought out a long rope, woven not from sinew or plant fiber, but from the long, white hair of a dozen elders, men and women who had lived righteous lives. Woven into the strands were threads of pure, hammered silver, a metal sacred for its purity and its power against unnatural things. The rope had been blessed in a ceremony that lasted all night, soaked in prayers and smoke from sacred medicines. "This rope can hold a spirit," she told them. "It can bind the creature long enough for one warrior to strike." The task was clear, but it was a suicide mission. Who would be brave enough, or foolish enough, to face the creature at arm's length? My great-great-grandfather, Anamiki, his heart burning with shame from his earlier failure and grief for his lost neighbors, stepped forward without hesitation. "I will do it," he said, his voice ringing with resolve. 3 other warriors, the bravest of the village, joined him. Their names were Bainisi, Makwa, and Mayingan. Falcon, Bear, and Wolf. They were young, strong, and now they were the village's only hope. As the sun began to set, casting long, blue shadows across the snow, the 4 chosen hunters prepared themselves. Anang painted their faces with symbols of courage and protection. They did not go to hunt a beast of the forest. They went to hunt a nightmare. They left the relative safety of the village, their snowshoes sinking into the deep drifts, and followed the monstrous tracks that led away into the vast, silent, and starving wilderness. And my grandfather fell silent for a long moment, his gaze lost in the depths of the fire. The wind outside seemed to have died down, and the cabin was filled with a heavy silence, pregnant with the anticipation of the story's end. I leaned forward, the wool blanket forgotten, my young heart pounding in my chest. Tracking a normal animal, even a great bear, Mishamus began again, his voice low and solemn, is a matter of skill. You read the snow, you understand the wind, you think like your prey. But tracking the wendigo, that was like tracking a ghost made of winter. The tracks my great-great-grandfather and his companions followed were not simple footprints. Each one was a pool of unnatural cold, a place where the very air seemed thinner, heavier. The snow around the edges of the tracks was frozen into crystalline patterns, like frost on a windowpane, sharp and beautiful and wrong. They walked for a day and a night, the sun a pale, indifferent disk in the sky, offering no warmth. The forest around them grew unnaturally silent. There were no chattering squirrels, no calls of winter birds, not even the whisper of the wind in the pines. It was a dead quiet, the kind of silence that presses in on the ears. They passed trees that were snapped in half, not pushed over, but broken cleanly as if by a giant's hand. They saw boulders tossed aside from their ancient resting places, the snow beneath them undisturbed, as if they had been lifted and thrown without effort. This was the trail of a power that did not belong in our world. The 4 men did not speak. Words were useless here. They communicated with hand signals, their movements economical, their senses stretched to a breaking point. Makwa, the bear, with his immense strength, carried the bulk of their supplies. Binisi, the falcon, with his keen eyes, took the lead, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. Maingan, the wolf, agile and quiet, guarded their rear. And Anamiki, my great-great-grandfather, walked in the center, his hand never far from the star, metal dagger wrapped in deerskin at his belt, the sacred rope of silver and hair coiled over his shoulder. The weight of his village's hope was heavier than any pack. They finally found where it rested. It was a narrow, stone-walled canyon, a deep scar in the earth where the wind howled with a mournful, hungry sound. The cold here was so intense it was a physical pain. Their breath froze instantly into clouds of ice crystals before their faces, and the leather of their moccasins grew stiff and brittle. At the end of the canyon, in a small, sheltered alcove, they saw the signs. There were no bodies, no bones. The wendigo did not leave such crude evidence. There were only scraps of clothing, a child's small mitten, a woman's beaded belt, frozen into the canyon wall, monuments to the stolen lives. The place was a tomb of silent despair. As they stood at the mouth of the canyon, a plan formed without words. This was the place. They would make their stand here. While Makwa and Maingan began to build a massive fire, using the dead, dry pines that clung to the canyon rim, Anamiki and Binisi scouted the area. The plan was simple, born of desperation and Anang's wisdom. They would trap the creature, bind it with the sacred rope, and Anamiki would take its heart. The fire was not for warmth. It was the weapon that would deliver the final blow. As dusk fell, the fire was roaring, a column of furious orange flame and swirling smoke that seemed to be the only living thing in this dead landscape. And as if drawn by this defiance, it came. It did not walk from the trees. It simply coalesced. The swirling snow and shadows at the far end of the canyon gathered together, twisting and rising. And then the wendigo stood there, its skeletal form blotting out the last of the dying light, its eyes burning with a cold fire that was the antithesis of the bonfire the men had built. It saw them. It saw the fire. It let out a sound then. Not a roar or a shriek, but a noise that was the essence of a blizzard, the grinding of ice, and the scream of wind given a voice. It was a sound of pure, unending hunger. It started towards them, its long, creaking strides eating up the distance. "Now," Bainisi yelled, his voice cracking in the frigid air. The three warriors, Makwa, Bainisi, and Maingan, took up positions, the sacred rope held between them, forming a barrier. Anamiki stood behind them, the star metal dagger now in his hand. The blade felt strangely warm to the touch, a spark of ancient heat against the crushing cold. The wendigo reached the line and walked straight into the rope. For a moment, it seemed as if it would pass right through. But then the silver threads and blessed hair flared with a soft, white light. The rope held. The creature stopped, its momentum broken. It thrashed, its icy limbs flailing, and the sound of its rage shook the stones of the canyon. The three men holding the rope were thrown about like dolls, their feet digging into the snow, their muscles straining to the point of tearing. The rope burned their hands not with heat, but with a cold so intense it was like fire. "Hold it!" Anamiki screamed, his voice a prayer. He ran forward, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs. The world narrowed to the space between him and the monster. The wendigo fixed its burning eye sockets on him, and he felt the full force of its presence. It was a wave of absolute zero, a spiritual cold that sought to freeze his blood, stop his heart, and extinguish the fire of his soul. He felt his courage falter, his legs grow heavy. The faces of his lost neighbors flashed before his eyes, their silent screams urging him on. He pushed through the wall of cold, his every step an act of will. He reached the creature's chest and looked up into the twisted deer skull. He raised the dagger. The wendigo let out another gale, forced shriek, and swung a clawed hand at him. Anamiki ducked, the icy talons grazing his shoulder, tearing his furs and leaving behind lines of searing, cold pain. He didn't hesitate. He lunged forward and plunged the star, metal dagger deep into the creature's chest, aiming for the pulsing black heart. There was a sound like a glacier calving, a deep, resonant crack that echoed through the canyon. The blade struck something solid, something that resisted with an ancient, stubborn force. Anamiki pushed with all his might, and the dagger sank deeper. He reached into the wound with his free hand. The cold was an agony beyond description, a fire that burned and froze at the same time. His flesh blackened instantly where it touched the creature's icy body, but his fingers closed around his prize. He pulled his hand back, and in his grasp was the heart. It was a block of jagged, black ice, veined with something that looked like frozen blood. It pulsed with a faint, dark light, and it was so cold it felt like it was leeching the life from his very bones. His hand was already frozen, the skin split and bleeding, but he held on. "The fire!" he roared, his voice hoarse with pain. He turned and, with the last of his strength, hurled the heart towards the roaring bonfire. It flew in a perfect arc, a piece of darkness sailing through the air, and landed squarely in the center of the flames. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. The wendigo let out a shriek that was not of this world. It was a sound of pure agony that cracked the very stones around them. The ice heart sizzled and hissed in the fire, releasing a thick, black, foul, smelling steam that rose into the night sky. As the heart began to melt, bubbling like black tar, the creature's body began to dissolve. Its icy form lost its cohesion, turning into a cloud of freezing mist. Its limbs evaporated, its skull, like head, crumbled into snow and shadow, and with one final, soul-tearing wail that echoed down from the stars, it vanished. When the heart was completely gone, there was nothing left but silence, the crackling of the fire, and the ragged breathing of 4 exhausted men. The oppressive, supernatural cold was gone, replaced by the clean, sharp chill of a normal winter night. My grandfather looked at me then, his eyes serious, pulling me back from the frozen canyon to the warm cabin. The wendigo was gone, he said softly. Anamiki and the others returned as heroes. My great-great-grandfather's hand was scarred for life, a permanent reminder of the cold he had touched. But the spirit of the wendigo remains. It is a part of the world, a shadow that waits. It waits for the next hard winter, the next season of endless greed, the next time a human heart forgets its connection to others and succumbs to the madness of hunger. Never forget, Chayton, he said, his hand resting on my shoulder. The greatest evils are not always slain by strength alone. Sometimes, they can only be defeated by striking at their heart. And you must always be vigilant, lest that hunger find a home in your own. My name is Frank Dubois. To say I'm a trapper is to state a fact, but it's a pale summary of a life's work. For 40 years, I have lived and breathed the deep woods, Abitibi region, a sprawling, unforgiving wilderness of pine, spruce, and granite that has been the soul of my family for generations. My father, Jean Paul, taught me the ways of the forest, just as his father, Henry, taught him. We are not men who seek to conquer the wild. We are men who seek to understand its rhythms, to live in accordance with its unwritten laws. The forest has a language, and after 4 decades of listening, I'd like to think I'm fluent. I know the subtle shift in the wind that precedes a blizzard. I can read the story of a day's events in the tracks left by a fox or a moose. I know the difference between the call of a hunting owl and the cry of a lost lynx. Respect is the currency of this place, and I have always paid my dues. But what I encountered last winter, in the deepest cold and darkest heart of the woods, was a thing that does not trade in respect. It is a debt collector, and the only payment it accepts is life itself. My deep woods line is a 50-mile journey from the nearest hint of civilization, the sleepy town of Val-d'Or. It's a trip I make every season, a pilgrimage into solitude. It begins in my old Ford pickup, rattling down logging roads that dwindle from gravel to little more than dirt tracks. When the snow becomes too deep, I switch to the ski-doo, its engine a familiar roar against the profound silence. The final 10 miles are done on snowshoes, with my gear loaded onto a poke sled I pull behind me. This final leg of the journey is where the world truly changes. The air grows still and heavy, thick with the scent of pine and cold earth. The sounds of the modern world are completely gone, replaced by the crunch of my snowshoes and the steady beat of my own heart. It's a cleansing, a shedding of a world I no longer feel a part of. My cabin is not much to look at. A single room built of cedar logs my grandfather felled and stripped by hand. It's nestled in a small clearing, protected from the worst of the wind by a stand of ancient white pines. Inside, it's Spartan but comfortable: a wood stove, a cot, a small table, and shelves stocked with the essentials. It is my sanctuary, a fortress of solitude that has stood against 100 winters. It was here, in this place of profound peace, that my war began. The first few days were routine. I'd rise before dawn, the air so cold it felt sharp in my lungs, and set out to check my lines. The work is hard but honest. It's a quiet communion with the land. But on the third day, something felt different. The usual chatter of squirrels and chickadees was absent. The forest was cloaked in an unnerving silence, a stillness that felt heavy, expectant. I checked the weather on my small satellite radio before I left town. It had promised a week of clear, cold skies. Yet, as the afternoon wore on, the sky, a placid blue just hours before, had curdled into a bruised, violent purple along the western horizon. The temperature began to plummet with an alarming speed. I've seen storms moving fast in the Abitibi, but this was different. This felt orchestrated. The wind didn't just rise, it awoke, and it was angry. It howled through the trees not with a whistle, but with a low, guttural moan that seemed to come from the very bedrock of the earth. I made it back to the cabin, just as the first flakes began to fall. Not gentle flakes, but hard, stinging pellets of ice driven by a gale that shook the log walls. I secured the shutters, stoked the wood stove until it glowed a cherry red, and settled in to wait. Riding out a storm is part of the life. It's a time for mending gear, sharpening knives, and losing oneself in the simple, hypnotic dance of the flames. For 2 days, the world outside was a maelstrom of white fury. The wind shrieked and clawed at the cabin, a relentless assault. I was content, secure in my small fortress, oblivious to the fact that the storm was not the threat, but merely the curtain rising on the main act. It was on the second night that I heard it. The storm was at its peak, a deafening symphony of chaos. I was sitting at the table, sipping a mug of hot tea, when a new sound sliced through the roar of the wind. It was a scream. It was distant, perhaps miles away, yet it cut through the blizzard's noise with an impossible clarity. My blood ran cold. I've spent my life in these woods, and I know the sounds of every creature that calls them home. This was none of them. It was the sound of a woman screaming. If that woman's lungs were filled with crushed glass and burning embers. It was the sound of a rabbit caught in a snare, magnified 1,000 times in volume and agony. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and rage, so sharp and piercing it felt like an ice pick being driven through my eardrums. I froze, my mug halfway to my lips. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the storm's fury. I told myself it was the wind. The wind can play tricks, can mimic voices, can create phantoms from the air. But I knew I was lying. This was no trick of the wind. This was a voice. It was a living thing. And it was in pain, or it was inflicting it. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floorboards, and grabbed the .30-06 that rested against the wall. My knuckles were white as I gripped the familiar wood and steel. I moved to the door, pressing my ear against the thick oak, listening. There was only the storm. The scream did not come again, but its echo remained, imprinted on the silence between the gusts of wind. A promise of something terrible that was now awake and sharing the woods with me. The warmth of the stove could no longer reach the chill that had settled deep in my bones. I was no longer just a man waiting out a storm. I was prey, waiting for the hunter to arrive. Sleep did not come that night. I sat in my chair, the 30-06 laid across my lap. Its cold weight a small and insignificant comfort. Every creak of the logs settling, every hiss of the fire, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. I was a prisoner in my own sanctuary, my senses stretched to a breaking point, listening for the return of that soul-shattering scream. It never came. There was only the howl of the wind, a sound that had once been a familiar lullaby, but now seemed to carry a mocking, predatory intelligence. The storm finally exhausted itself in the pre-dawn hours, the wind sighing into a whisper, and then silence. A silence more profound and unsettling than the gale that had preceded it. When the first weak light of morning filtered through the cracks in the shutters, I rose, my body stiff and aching. I unbarred the door and pushed it open, half expecting to find something waiting for me on the other side. But there was nothing. The world was reborn in white. The storm had dumped at least 4 feet of fresh, powdery snow, burying the landscape in a pristine, unblemished blanket. It was beautiful in a stark and desolate way. But the silence was what truly unnerved me. Absolute. No birdsong greeted the dawn. No chattering squirrels scolded me from the pines. The entire forest seemed to be holding its breath. It was the silence of a tomb, a sacred place that had been desecrated. My trapper's instincts, honed over a lifetime, screamed at me to stay inside, to keep the door barred and the fire fed. But the need to know, to understand what had made that sound, was stronger, and I had traps to check. A man's work doesn't stop for fear. I pulled on my heavy winter gear, strapped on my snowshoes, and slung the rifle over my shoulder. The air was frigid, clean, and still. Every breath plumed in front of my face like a ghost. As I began my circuit, the sheer wrongness of the scene became more apparent. The snow was a blank page, and I was the only one writing on it. There were no tracks. No deer, no rabbits, not even the tiny footprints of a field mouse. The forest was empty. My first trap was sprung. The steel jaws clamped shut on nothing but snow. The same was true for the second and the third. It was as if every living creature had vanished from the face of the earth. It was near my 4th trap site that I found the first piece of evidence that my fear was not just a product of isolation and a wild imagination. A landmark I had used for decades, a colossal white pine that had been a sapling when my grandfather was a boy, was destroyed. It wasn't felled by wind or lightning. It was snapped in half, about 10 feet from its base. The 2-foot, thick trunk splintered into jagged shards. The top half of the tree lay half, buried in a deep snowdrift, its dead branches reaching for the sky like skeletal fingers. I ran my gloved hand over the break. The sheer, brute force required to do this was incomprehensible. It was as if a giant had casually swatted it aside. 100 yards further on, the scene became even more disturbing. A cluster of granite boulders, each the size of my ski, had been a fixture of this landscape forever. My father had told me stories of playing on them as a child. Now, they were scattered across the clearing like a child's discarded marbles. One had been thrown so far, it had crashed in a thicket of spruce, leaving a crater in the snow. I felt a wave of dizziness. My mind struggled to process the implications. No bear, no moose, no machine I could imagine could inflict this kind of casual, titanic destruction. This was the work of something that operated outside the laws of nature as I knew them. It was then that I saw the footprints. They started near the shattered pine, a single line of them heading deeper into the woods. My heart, which had been a frantic drum, seemed to stop altogether. They were long and narrow, vaguely manlike in shape, but they were monstrous in size. Each print was nearly 2 feet long, but it was the depth that stole my breath. In the soft, powdery snow, my own snowshoes barely sank a few inches. These prints were sunk a good 3 feet into the snowpack, punched down with such force that the snow around their edges was compacted as hard as ice. This thing, whatever it was, possessed an impossible weight, an impossible strength. I followed them for a short distance, my rifle held at the ready. The stride was immense, easily 10 feet between each step. This was not a walk, this was the stride of something that devoured distance. The tracks led towards the densest, darkest part of the forest, a place where the old-growth trees blotted out the sun. I went no further. I turned and, for the first time in my life, I ran from the woods. I fled back to the cabin, my mind reeling. The image of those deep, violent footprints burned into my vision. That night, the true terror began. As darkness fell, it brought with it a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was a cold of pure dread. I barricaded the door with my small, heavy table and nailed the shutters closed, plunging the cabin into near total darkness. Save for the flickering light of my kerosene lamp, I sat on my cot, rifle in hand, and waited. For hours, there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing, then a soft scratching at the door. Scrape, scrape, scrape. It was a delicate sound, like a single, long fingernail being drawn slowly across the wood. It went on for a full minute before stopping. I stared at the door, my eyes wide, sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill. Then came a heavy thump against the far wall, so powerful it shook the entire cabin. A jar of jam rattled off a shelf and shattered on the floor. I scrambled to my feet, aiming the rifle at the wall, my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Silence again. And then I heard it begin to run. It wasn't the sound of a 4-legged animal. It was a heavy, bipedal, pounding rhythm, but it was impossibly fast. It began to circle the cabin. Thump, 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 thump. Faster and faster. A blur of motion I could sense, more than see through the tiny cracks in the log walls. The ground itself seemed to vibrate with its passage. This thing wasn't just strong, it was a creature of inhuman speed, a predator that moved like the wind it had ridden in on. I risked a glance through a small peephole I had drilled in the door years ago. In the stark blue moonlight filtering onto the snow, I saw a flash of movement. A tall, skeletal pale shape there and gone in the blink of an eye. Faster than a deer, faster than any wolf. It was a phantom, a blur of horrifying velocity. It was playing with me. It was testing the walls of my cage. And I knew, with a certainty that was colder and sharper than any winter frost, that it would eventually find a way in. The relentless, pounding rhythm of its run was a physical force, a pressure against the log walls and against my own sanity. The ground trembled, and with each heavy footfall, a fine dust of dried moss and ancient dirt sifted down from the rafters, catching the lamplight like malevolent sprites. My world had shrunk to this single, besieged room, and the universe outside was filled with nothing but the sound of that monstrous, tireless predator. Then, as suddenly as it began, the running stopped. The silence that crashed down in its wake was somehow worse, thick with anticipation. I stood frozen in the center of the room, my rifle feeling as useless as a child's toy, my ears straining against the sudden quiet. Where was it? What was it doing? The answer came not as a sound, but as a smell. A faint, foul odor seeping through the cracks in the door. It was the smell of a damp grave, of meat that had spoiled and frozen and spoiled again. It was the scent of rot and deep, ancient cold. Then came the shriek. It wasn't distant this time. It was directly outside the door, a blast of sound so potent and full of hate that it was a physical blow. I staggered back, clapping my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The sound was inside my skull, a needle of pure agony. And then it hit the door. The first impact was a solid, deafening K. The thick oak, which had stood firm for a century, groaned in protest, and the entire door frame shuddered. I saw the wood bulge inward. It hit the door again, a blow of impossible, focused power. The sound was like a thunderclap inside the tiny cabin. The heavy wooden bar I had placed across the door splintered, its two halves clattering uselessly to the floor. I could see moonlight now through a long, jagged crack that had appeared down the center of the door. I raised the 30-06, the stock pressed hard against my shoulder, my cheek welded to the cold wood, the front sight wavering on the splintered ruin of the entrance. A third strike. This time, it wasn't a thump, but the sharp, tearing screech of metal giving way. The hinges, forged by my grandfather, were torn from the doorframe as if they were made of tin. The door didn't open. It flew across the room, propelled by the force of the blow, and smashed against the far wall, disintegrating into a shower of oaken shards. And in the empty doorway, silhouetted against the stark, white light of the moonlit snow, it stood. My mind, which had been racing with terror, went utterly still and cold. Some horrors are beyond the ability of the mind to process with panic. They can only be met with a kind of numb, horrified clarity. It was tall, impossibly so, its head nearly scraping the top of the doorframe, and it was gaunt, a skeletal figure of famine and frost. Its skin was the color of old bone, a sickly translucent white that seemed to shine with its own faint luminescence. It was stretched so tightly over its frame that I could see the outline of every rib, every joint. Its arms were grotesquely long, thin as branches, ending in hands with dirty, talon-like fingers that hung almost to its knees. It took a hesitant step into the cabin, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a marionette with tangled strings. And its eyes, in the shadowy hollows of its skull, like face. 2 points of light burned with a cold, hungry intelligence. They were not reflections of my lamp. They were their own source, glowing with a pale, predatory fire. Those eyes fixed on me, and in their depths, I saw an eternity of winter, an endless hunger that could never be sated. The stench of decay washed over me, a suffocating wave. This was the wendigo, the spirit of the lonely places, the thing that the old stories warned you about in whispers around a winter fire. The stories, I now realized, had been hopelessly inadequate. My training, 40 years of it, took over. I didn't think. I acted. I centered the rifle's sight on the creature's chest, on the hollow space where a heart should be, and I squeezed the trigger. The roar of the shot in the confined space was apocalyptic. The muzzle flash lit the creature in a brilliant, momentary tableau of horror. The 180-grain bullet, which could stop a charging moose in its tracks, struck it dead center. The impact threw it back a step. A dark, viscous fluid, black as crude oil, oozed from the wound. But it did not fall. It looked down at the hole in its chest with what seemed like mild curiosity, a flicker of annoyance. Then its glowing eyes snapped back to mine, and from its throat came a low, guttural growl that was far more terrifying than its scream. It was a sound of absolute confidence, the sound a wolf makes just before it closes its jaws on the throat of a lamb. In that moment, I knew. I could not kill it with lead. I could not fight it with strength. I was trapped, a mouse in a box with a cat that could not die. It lunged, crossing the distance between us with that same unnatural, horrifying speed I had glimpsed outside. Its long, clawed fingers reached for me. My life didn't flash before my eyes. There was only a single, stark realization I was about to die. But as it lunged, my eyes fell upon the kerosene lamp on the table, its flame casting long, dancing shadows. It was not a thought, not a plan, but a final, desperate instinct for survival. As its claws raked the air just inches from my face, I grabbed the lamp by its hot metal base and threw it with all my strength. The glass globe shattered against the creature's gaunt chest. Kerosene splashed across its parchment, like skin, and in an instant, the flame found the fuel. The wendigo went up like a torch. It erupted in a column of orange and yellow fire, and it screamed. This scream was different. It was not the sound of a predator. It was the sound of pure, unadulterated agony. It was a shriek that tore at the very fabric of the night. A sound of rage and pain so profound it seemed to shake the stars. It staggered backward, flailing its long, burning arms, a pillar of fire stumbling out of my cabin and into the snow. It thrashed wildly in the clearing, a dancing, screaming inferno, setting fire to the snow-laden branches of the pines around it. I watched, paralyzed, from the ruined doorway of my cabin as the flames consumed it. The fire burned with an unnatural intensity, white-hot and smokeless. Slowly the screaming subsided, and the fiery shape collapsed. The flames dwindled, and soon there was nothing left but a large, blackened patch of scorched earth on the pristine snow, steaming in the frigid air. I did not wait for sunrise. I left everything. My traps, my gear, my rifle, the memories of my father and grandfather. I walked out of those woods without looking back. A 50-mile journey on foot through the crushing cold. I did not feel the cold. I did not feel anything. I have never been back. Some nights, when the wind howls in a particular way, I can still hear that final scream. And I know that the woods are not empty. They are just waiting. My name is Sarah Jenkins, and for the better part of a decade, my life's work has been to chase silence. As a professional landscape photographer, I've always been drawn to the places most people flee from: the desolate, the stark, the brutally honest landscapes where nature exists in its most untamed form. My portfolio is a testament to this obsession, filled with images of volcanic deserts in Iceland, the skeletal remains of salt flats in Bolivia, and the unforgiving emptiness of the Antarctic Peninsula. I specialize in winter, a season that strips the world down to its essential truths of light, shadow, and form. There is a profound, almost spiritual beauty in a landscape that is actively trying to kill you. Last year, I was awarded the prestigious Alastair Finch grant for environmental photography. It was a significant sum, enough to fund a major expedition. The proposal I had submitted was ambitious: a 3-month solo project to document the remote, unorganized territories of northern Maine during the deep winter months. My goal was to create a collection titled The Great Stillness, a visual exploration of profound isolation. I wanted to capture the feeling of being the only living soul for 100 miles. To translate the immense, crushing weight of a silent, frozen world into a series of photographs. I spent months preparing, poring over topographical maps, studying weather patterns, and equipping myself with the best cold weather gear money could buy. I was confident, perhaps overly so, in my ability to handle whatever the wilderness threw at me. I got more than I bargained for. I established my first base camp in early January, near the shore of a secluded, unnamed lake that was frozen solid. Reaching it was an ordeal in itself, involving a long drive up logging roads that gradually disappeared into snow-covered tracks, followed by a 2-day trek on snowshoes, hauling my gear on a poke sled. The silence that greeted me was absolute. It was a physical presence, a pressure against the eardrums, broken only by the mournful groan of the lake ice expanding and contracting, or the whisper of wind weaving through the dense stands of pine and fir that bordered the shore. For the first 2 days, it was paradise. The air was so cold it felt crystalline, and the light had a purity I'd rarely encountered. I worked tirelessly, from the fragile pinks of dawn to the deep, star-dusted blues of twilight. I felt alive, invigorated by the challenge and the solitude. The third morning, however, brought the first crack in my carefully constructed peace. I woke just before sunrise, the inside of my 4-season tent frosted with my own breath. My routine was meticulous: fire up the small stove for coffee, check the batteries on my equipment, and review the previous day's shots. As I scrolled through the images on the back of my primary camera, a Nikon DN50, tucked between a stunning long exposure of the aurora borealis from the night before and a test shot of my tent, were a series of images I had no memory of taking. There were 7 of them. They were night shots, taken without a tripod, judging by their chaotic, blurry nature. The camera's autofocus had struggled in the dark, rendering the images as a smear of dark shapes and unfocused points of light. They seemed to be pointed at the tree line at the edge of my small clearing, the very edge of the world as far as I was concerned. It looked as though the camera had been picked up and waved around haphazardly. My stomach tightened. I was meticulous about my gear. I would never leave my camera out of its padded, insulated case overnight, let alone handle it so carelessly. My first thought was a logical one: sleepwalking. It was a known, if rare, side effect of certain medications, and while I wasn't on any, perhaps the extreme cold and isolation were having a strange effect on my subconscious. I navigated to the metadata for the first image. My heart began to thud a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. The timestamp was 3:17 a.m. The second was 3:18 a.m. All 7 were taken within a 2-minute window. I had been in a deep, exhausted sleep inside my sub-zero sleeping bag, zipped up to my nose. There was no way. A cold dread, entirely different from the ambient chill, began to seep into my bones. I told myself there had to be an explanation. A technical glitch. A firmware bug that had somehow triggered the shutter. But the images felt intentional. The way the camera angle shifted, it was as if someone, or something, was testing the device, trying to figure it out. I deleted them, a frantic, superstitious act, as if removing the data could remove the event itself. But the unease lingered, a poisonous residue in the back of my mind. The profound silence of the woods no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The feeling of being observed grew stronger throughout the day. I tried to work, but my focus was shattered. Every snap of a frozen twig, under the weight of snow sounded like a footstep. The dark spaces between the trees seemed to hold shapes that vanished whenever I looked directly at them. The isolation I had craved was now a source of mounting terror. By evening, I couldn't bear it anymore. I decided to break camp a day early and move to my second planned location, a high ridge several miles to the east that promised a panoramic view of a vast, untouched river valley. I told myself a change of scenery would clear my head. The hike to the ridge was grueling, and my paranoia was a heavy companion. I kept stopping, turning, scanning the woods behind me, seeing nothing but the endless white and green. When I finally reached the summit, the view was breathtaking, a sweeping vista of a world clad in white. A frozen river snaked through the valley below like a vein of polished steel. For a moment, the sheer grandeur of it all pushed my fear away. This was why I was here. This was the shot. As I was setting up my heavy tripod, anchoring its legs deep into the snow, a flicker of movement far below caught my eye. I squinted, shielding my eyes against the glare. Down on the frozen river, a figure was moving. It was a dark speck against the brilliant white, walking with a slow, deliberate pace along the center of the ice. My first reaction was a mix of annoyance and professional curiosity. A lost hunter, perhaps. Or a fellow adventurer, though the odds of that were astronomical. The presence of another human would ruin the pristine, untouched quality I wanted to capture, but it was also a story. I detached my camera from the tripod and fitted my 70-200 mm telephoto lens, extending it to its full focal length. I raised it to my eye, my photographer's instincts taking over. I braced myself against a tree, took a breath to steady my hands, and focused. The figure resolved into a clearer shape. It was humanoid, but something was immediately and horribly wrong. I fired off a burst of shots, the rapid clack, clack, clack of the shutter sounding unnervingly loud in the stillness. I kept shooting, zooming and refocusing, trying to make sense of the impossible sight in my viewfinder. That evening, huddled in the claustrophobic confines of my tent, the wind howling over the ridge, I finally dared to load the day's photos onto my laptop. My hands trembled as I opened the folder. I clicked on the first image of the distant figure and began to zoom in. My blood didn't just run cold, it felt like it turned to ice. It wasn't a hunter. It was tall, impossibly so, and completely naked despite the sub-zero temperatures. Its skin was a pale, sickly, ashen gray that seemed to absorb the light, a dead color against the pure white snow. Its limbs were the worst part. They were unnaturally long and thin, stretched to grotesque proportions, making its slow walk look like the gait of a nightmarish insect. But it was the face, even from a distance of nearly a mile, that made me choke back a gasp of pure horror. The digital image was horribly, undeniably clear. The creature's head was long and skull-like. Its eyes were sunk deep into shadowed sockets, but within them, I could see a faint, malevolent luminescence like the dying embers of a fire. Its teeth were visible, not because it was smiling, but because it had no lips. They were gone, seemingly chewed or torn away, leaving a ragged, blackened, and bloody ruin around a mouth filled with long, yellowed fangs. It was locked in a permanent, horrifying grin of exposed bone and gore. It was a visage of pure, undiluted starvation and madness. I stared at the screen, my mind refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. The terrifying, grinning face of something that should not exist, walking calmly through the beautiful, silent world I had come to capture. My first instinct was to slam the laptop shut. The metallic click echoed in the small tank like a gunshot, and I recoiled, scrambling backwards until my shoulders hit the fabric wall. I sat there, panting in the sudden darkness. The afterimage of that lipless, grinning face burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The wind howled outside, a low, predatory moan that now seemed to hold a voice. My mind, usually my most trusted asset, analytical, calm, and observant, was a maelstrom of denial and pure animal terror. It was a trick of the light, a digital artifact from the telephoto lens. Pixelation, a bizarre confluence of shadows and ice crystals. I repeated these rationalizations like a mantra, but they were hollow, meaningless words against the stark, high-resolution horror I had just witnessed. My hands shook so violently I could barely control them. I knew, with a certainty that defied all logic, that I had to destroy the image. The thought of it existing, even as a collection of pixels on a hard drive, felt like a contamination. It was a cursed thing. Forcing myself to move, I crawled back to the laptop and opened it. The glowing screen illuminated the grinning face once more. I couldn't breathe. My finger, trembling, moved the cursor over the file. I didn't just move it to the trash. I held down the Shift key, ensuring its permanent deletion, and clicked. The confirmation box appeared. Are you sure you want to permanently delete this file? My thumb slammed down on the Enter key. I did the same for every other shot of the creature, not daring to look at them for more than a split second, until all evidence was gone. Then I shut down the machine, packed it deep into its case, and shoved it to the far corner of the tent. Sleep was impossible. Every gust of wind against the tent was the brush of a long, thin limb. Every creak of a snow-laden branch was the snap of a bone. I sat with my back against my pack, my ice axe clutched in my lap, and listened to the sounds of the night, my senses stretched to a painful degree of acuity. The world outside was no longer a beautiful, empty wilderness. It was a hunting ground, and I was trespassing. The name came to me then, dredged up from some half-forgotten article or campfire story. Wendigo. A legend. A folktale from the northern woods about a spirit of winter. An embodiment of insatiable hunger, of cannibalism, of a human transformed into a monstrous creature by desperation and greed. I had scoffed at such stories, dismissing them as primitive attempts to explain the hardships of winter survival. Now, the legend felt chillingly, horribly real. As soon as the first hint of gray lightened the eastern sky, I was out of the tent. There was no thought of photography, no consideration for the grant or my project. My only objective was to get back to my Jeep, a tiny metal shell of safety that felt a lifetime away. I worked with a frantic, desperate energy, tearing down my camp with numb fingers. I didn't bother being neat, just stuffed the tent, sleeping bag, and stove into my poke sled. The whole time, the feeling of being watched was a physical weight on my shoulders. I scanned the surrounding trees, the ridge, the valley below. Nothing. But the emptiness itself was menacing. It knew I was leaving. It was letting me pack. The plan was to retrace my steps, back down the ridge, and then west towards the frozen lake where I'd first camped. From there, it was a 2-day hike back to the logging road and my vehicle. As I started the descent, I saw them. Tracks. In the fresh snow that had fallen overnight, leading away from my campsite, were tracks. They were not from a deer, or a moose, or a bear. They were long, narrow, and distinctly humanoid. But the stride was impossibly long, far longer than any human could make. especially in deep snow. They were the tracks of the thing from the river. It had been here. It had circled my camp while I was huddled in terror, looking at its picture. I felt a wave of nausea. It hadn't been on the river by chance. It had been coming for me. My pace quickened from a deliberate hike to a near run, my snowshoes catching awkwardly as I half stumbled, half slid down the wooded slope, the poke careening behind me. Panic was a rising tide, and I fought to keep my head, to focus on navigation. Getting lost out here would be a death sentence, and I had a horrifyingly clear picture of what that death would look like. It was near midday when I came across the deer. I smelled it first, the coppery scent of blood, stark and out of place in the sterile, frozen air. The scene was one of utter carnage. A large doe lay in a small clearing, or what was left of it. It hadn't been killed by wolves or a mountain lion. It had been dismantled. Its limbs were torn from their sockets, the bones snapped with brutal force. The rib cage was splayed open, the organs gone. But the most disturbing part was the meat. It was shredded, scraped from the bone in long, stringy strips, as if with claws or talons. And all around the carcass, churned into the blood-soaked snow, were those same long, wrong footprints. It had been a fresh kill. It was close. That was when I abandoned my gear. The poke, the tent, the expensive camera equipment. It was all just weight. I unclipped the harness from around my waist, leaving the sled and its contents sitting in the snow. I kept only a small day pack with a satellite phone, a flare, and my ice axe. And then I ran. I ran with the wild. Adrenaline fueled desperation of a prey animal. The forest became a green and white blur. I didn't care about the noise I was making. Crashing through undergrowth, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. And then I heard it. Behind me. A soft, rhythmic crunch, crunch, crunch in the snow. It wasn't the sound of a running animal. It was too steady, too calm. It was the sound of a walk. A slow, relentless walk. I didn't dare look back. I knew if I saw it, I would fall. I would give up. The sound kept pace with me perfectly. When I sped up, my lungs burning, the crunching behind me sped up, maintaining the same distance. When I slowed, exhausted, to navigate a thicket of trees, the sound slowed with me. It was toying with me. It wasn't even breathing hard. The psychological terror of it was worse than any physical threat. It was a promise. You can run as fast as you like. It won't matter. I will be right here. Hours blurred together. My world shrank to the next tree, the next rise, the next gasp of icy air. The sun began to dip towards the horizon, casting long, menacing shadows that looked like grasping arms. I finally burst through a final stand of pine trees and saw it. The road, and parked on its shoulder, covered in a layer of snow, was my Jeep. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. With the last of my strength, I sprinted across the remaining 50 yards of open ground, fumbling in my pocket for my keys. My fingers were clumsy with cold and fear, and I dropped them in the snow. I cried out in frustration, falling to my knees and digging frantically. My hand closed around the cold metal. As I stood up, keys clutched in my fist, a movement at the edge of the woods caught my eye. I glanced back. It was standing there, partially hidden behind the trunk of a massive white pine, just at the tree line. It was almost invisible, its pale gray skin a perfect camouflage against the bark and snow. But I could see it. I could see the impossibly long limbs, the skeletal frame, and the head, tilted at an inquisitive angle. And I could see the faint, orange glow of its eyes fixed directly on me. As I watched, paralyzed, it raised one of its long, bony hands. It brought its fingers to its ruined mouth, to that lipless, bloody grin that was not a grin at all. The gesture was slow, deliberate, and obscene. It was the most terrifying thing I have ever witnessed, because it was not the gesture of a mindless beast. It was a communication, a message of hunger, of what it intended to do to me. The spell broke. I scrambled into the Jeep, jammed the key into the ignition, and twisted. The engine turned, caught, and roared to life. I didn't look back again. I slammed the vehicle into drive and sped away, leaving a cloud of gravel and snow, and the image of that watching, waiting figure forever seared into my mind. I don't remember the first 20 miles of the drive. My mind was a white, out of pure terror, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. The Jeep fishtailed on the icy logging road, and I corrected with jerky, panic movements. My entire consciousness was focused on the rectangle of my rearview mirror. I expected to see it at any moment, loping out of the tree line, keeping pace with its impossibly long strides. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of the road was it. Every barren tree that resembled a humanoid form made my heart leap into my throat. The forest was no longer a collection of trees. It was a single, living entity, and it was watching me go. It took nearly an hour to reach the paved state highway. The moment the tires hit the smooth asphalt, a single, gut-wrenching sob escaped my lips. It was a sound of such profound relief it felt like a physical part of me was being torn out. I pulled over, the engine still running, and just shook. The shaking started in my hands and spread through my entire body until my teeth were chattering uncontrollably. I was safe. The thought was simple, but my mind couldn't fully grasp it. Safety felt like a foreign concept, a language I no longer spoke. The first town I came to was a small, sleepy place called Millinocket. The sudden appearance of streetlights, houses with warm yellow windows, and other cars felt like a hallucination. People were walking on sidewalks, going into diners, living their lives, completely oblivious to the ancient horror that walked the woods just a few miles away. I felt like a ghost, a visitor from another reality. I checked into the first motel I saw, a dingy place with a flickering neon sign. I paid in cash, my hands still trembling as I signed the register. The man at the desk gave me a strange look but said nothing. Inside the room, I locked the deadbolt, slid the chain across, and shoved a chair under the doorknob. I turned on every light, including the one in the bathroom, and the television, needing to flood the space with noise and light to drive out the oppressive silence and the encroaching shadows. I stood under the shower for an hour, the water as hot as I could stand it, scrubbing at my skin as if I could wash away the memory, the sight, the feeling of being hunted. But the image of that lipless grin was indelible, burned into my mind. When I closed my eyes, it was all I could see. I never went back for my equipment. The Alastair Finch Grant Committee was surprisingly understanding when I contacted them. I told them there had been an accident, that I had been caught in a storm and forced to abandon my gear to save my life. It was a lie, but it was the only explanation the sane world would accept. The truth was unspeakable. How could I tell them I had fled from a creature of folklore? They would have thought I'd lost my mind. Sometimes I think perhaps I did. The weeks that followed are a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I drove south, away from the endless forests of Maine, but the fear came with me. I couldn't be in a quiet room. The silence I had once dedicated my life to capturing was now my tormentor. It was in the silence that I would hear a faint crunch, 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 like footsteps on snow, even in my apartment in the city. I saw it everywhere. In the gaunt face of a stranger on the subway. In the way a tree's branches looked like long, grasping fingers against the night sky. My work, my passion, was destroyed. I tried to edit the photos I had taken before the encounter. The beautiful, serene landscapes of the frozen lake at dawn. But I couldn't look at them. The stark, desolate beauty I had once loved now held only menace. The dark spaces between the trees were no longer just shadows. They were hiding places. The great stillness I had sought to document was not an absence of life, but the presence of something else entirely. Something ancient and patient and eternally hungry. My career as a winter landscape photographer was over. There was one last piece of unfinished business that gnawed at me. The first memory card. The one from the camera at the first camp, containing the 7 blurry photos that had been taken at 3:17 a.m. while I slept. In my flight, it was the one thing I had instinctively grabbed and shoved into my pocket. I had deleted the images from the camera's memory, but I hadn't reformatted the card. I knew that with the right software, deleted files could often be recovered. For months, the card sat in a drawer. I was terrified of it. I knew I should destroy it, snap it in half, and throw it away. But another part of me, the photographer, the observer, the part of me that needed to know, couldn't let it go. One night, fueled by whiskey and a desperate need for some kind of closure, I put the card into my reader. I downloaded a data recovery program and ran it. My heart hammered against my ribs as a list of recoverable files appeared on the screen. There they were, 7 JPs. I restored the first one. It was just as I remembered, a chaotic, blurry mess of dark trees and out of focus light. Useless. I opened it in my professional editing software. I began to work on it, not as a photographer trying to create a beautiful image, but as a forensic investigator. I sharpened the details, adjusted the contrast, reduced the noise, pushing the file to its absolute limit. The image slowly came into a semblance of focus. The dark shapes resolved into the pine trees at the edge of my camp. And then I saw it. In the foreground, horribly, terrifyingly close, was a shape that hadn't been visible in the blur. It was a hand. A long, gray, skeletal hand with dirty, broken fingernails. Its fingers wrapped around the barrel of my camera lens. The picture hadn't been taken from a distance. It had been taken by something holding my camera, its thumb presumably pressing the shutter button. It was a self-portrait. I didn't recover the other 6 photos. I ripped the memory card from the reader, took it outside to the concrete patio of my apartment, and smashed it to powder with a hammer. I don't know what I saw in the woods of northern Maine. My rational mind still scrambles for explanations. A hermit driven mad by solitude, a hoax, a hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But in the dead of night, when the silence of the city deepens, I know what I saw. I saw something that has existed in the deep, cold places of the world long, before we built our cities and our roads, and will be there long after they are gone. I went seeking the raw power of nature, and I found it. I survived, but I left my peace, my passion, and my sanity behind in that endless white wilderness. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my soul, that it is still out there, walking on its long, thin limbs, its lipless grin fixed in a rictus of eternal hunger, waiting patiently in the great stillness. My name is Thomas Laurent, and I need to speak of what happened on Isle Royale. It's not a story that finds its way into official reports or campfire tales told to tourists. It's a story that belongs to the deep, cold places of the world, and to the silence that follows a scream in the dead of winter. For years, I've held it in, letting it fester like a splinter of ice in the heart. But silence is a weight, and mine has become too heavy to bear. My family is Cree, our roots tracing back to the vast, windswept lands near James Bay. We are people of the forest and the river, our history written in the tracks of animals and the patterns of the stars. But life, as it does, charts its own course. I found my path leading south, to a career with the U.S. Park Service. It was a good job, a way to remain in the wild, places that felt like home, even if it was a different wilderness. My posting was to Isle Royale National Park, in the formidable heart of Lake Superior. For those who don't know it, Isle Royale isn't just an island, it's a world unto itself. A roadless archipelago of over 400 smaller islands, clustered around a large central landmass. It's a designated wilderness, a place intentionally left to its own devices. Its fame in the world of ecology comes from the long, running study of its wolf and moose populations, a perfect, isolated laboratory of predator and prey. They are locked in a primal, bloody dance that dictates the health of the entire ecosystem. It's a place of raw, untamed beauty, of rugged shorelines, dense boreal forests, and a silence so profound it feels like a physical presence. In the summer, it's a haven for hikers and kayakers. But in the winter, it is another thing entirely. When the lake freezes and the tourist ferries stop, the island reverts to its true self, a fortress of ice and snow, ruled by the wind and the cold. The silence deepens, broken only by the crack of a tree limb, under the weight of snow or the distant, lonely howl of a wolf. It is in this season that the island feels most ancient, most potent. My ancestors, my Ninakam, my grandmother, had stories for places like this. She would tell them to me not to frighten, but to teach. They were lessons wrapped in warnings. Stories about the spirits that dwell in the deep woods, the ones who watch from between the trees when you think you are alone. And she would tell me, in a low and serious voice, about the most terrible of them all, the wendigo. The spirit of the lonely places, the embodiment of starvation. It was a story about what can happen when the winter is too long, the game has vanished, and the gnawing hunger in a person's belly becomes a force more powerful than their own soul. When a human, to survive, consumes the flesh of another, that act, she said, was a doorway, and once opened, it could never be closed. The person was lost, consumed by a hunger that could never be sated, their heart turning to a shard of ice. They became a monster, gaunt and tall, with an insatiable craving for human flesh, a creature of eternal, ravenous winter. To a child, it was a terrifying boogeyman. To a young man, a piece of folklore. But to me, standing on the shore of Isle Royale, as the winter winds scarred the frozen lake, my grandmother's stories felt less like myth and more like a field guide to a world I was only beginning to understand. That January was a beast. A polar vortex had descended upon the Great Lakes, locking the region in a merciless, bone-deep freeze. Temperatures on the island plunged to depths that made metal brittle and exposed skin burn in seconds. The island was buried under a thick blanket of snow, and Lake Superior had transformed into a vast, white, frozen plains stretching to the horizon. We, the skeleton crew of winter staff, were effectively marooned. The call came through on a crackling line. A solo winter camper, Marcus Thorne, was overdue. Thorne was no amateur. He was a well-known survivalist, the kind of man who wrote books and taught courses on winter camping. He thrived on solitude and extreme conditions. He had a satellite phone and a strict check-in schedule, a professional courtesy to us. He had missed 2 of them. In these temperatures, 2 missed check-ins was not a minor issue, it was a potential death sentence. A 2-man team was tasked with the search and rescue. I was one of them. The other was a young ranger named Dave Miller, a good man from downstate Michigan, full of energy and by the book procedure. He was strong and capable. But his experience was with lost hikers in the summer, not with the soul-crushing cold of a Great Lakes winter, and the specific, heavy dread that was beginning to settle in my gut. We loaded the snowmobiles, packing emergency shelters, medical kits, extra fuel, and our service rifles. Miller was focused, all business. Thorne's last known position was a campsite he favored near Siskiwit Lake, he said, pointing to a map. He's probably just had an equipment malfunction with the phone. We'll find him hunkered down. Annoyed we came looking. I nodded, but I couldn't share his optimism. As I zipped up my parka, the wind howled outside our cabin, and for a moment, it sounded like a thin, wailing voice. I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. It was the feeling I got from my grandmother's stories. The feeling of a taboo being broken. The feeling of a hungry spirit stirring in the woods. Let's get this done, I said, my voice sounding flatter than I intended. We set out at first light. The world was shades of white and gray. The sky a low, oppressive ceiling of metallic cloud. Our snowmobiles were the only sound, their engines a harsh, mechanical roar against the profound silence of the island. We were 2 small specks of color and noise moving through an immense, indifferent wilderness. The trees stood like silent, snow-shrouded sentinels, their branches heavy, their presence ancient and watchful. Every so often, I would cut my engine and Miller would pull up beside me. "What is it?" he'd ask. "Just listening," I'd reply. But I wasn't listening for Thorne. I was listening for the silence itself. I was trying to gauge its quality. The silence of a normal winter wood is peaceful, full of the tiny, unheard movements of life. This was different. This was a hollow, waiting silence, a hungry silence. It was the feeling of being watched not by a wolf or an owl, but by something that understood what we were and saw us only as meat. My grandmother's voice was a whisper in my mind. "Be careful of the lonely places, Thomas. Hunger makes monsters of us all." The journey to Siskiwit Lake was a descent into a deeper, more unnerving level of isolation. The farther we traveled from the relative safety of the ranger station, the more the island seemed to close in around us. The snow-laden pines and firs grew thicker, their branches forming a dense canopy that swallowed the already weak daylight, casting the trail in a perpetual twilight. Our headlamps cut cones of bright, sterile light that seemed only to emphasize the profound darkness waiting just beyond their reach. The roar of our engines felt like a sacrilege, a loud, ignorant intrusion into a place that demanded reverence and quiet. Miller, to his credit, was a skilled rider. He navigated the drifts and icy patches with a confidence I envied. He was focused on the mission, his mind occupied with logistics and procedure. He would occasionally point out a set of tracks, fox, or a lone wolf. his voice crisp and professional over the engine noise. For him, this was a problem to be solved, a checklist to be completed. For me, every shadow held a shape, and every gust of wind through the trees sounded like a whisper. The feeling of being watched intensified until it was a physical pressure against my skin. It wasn't the gaze of a predator I knew. A wolf watches with purpose, a bear with curiosity or territorial anger. This was a cold, patient, and utterly alien observation. It felt like the land itself was examining us, weighing our worth, and finding us wanting. We reached the vicinity of Siskiwit Lake as the afternoon began to wane. The sky, which had been a uniform sheet of gray, started to take on a bruised, purplish hue at the edges. A storm was coming. We both knew it. The air grew heavy, and the wind began to pick up, carrying fine, stinging particles of ice. "We need to find him fast, Tom," Miller shouted over the rising wind. "This weather is turning ugly." I didn't need the warning. The dread that had been a slow burn in my gut was now a raging fire. The name my grandmother used, wendigo, echoed in my thoughts. The spirit of the lonely places. There are few places on earth lonelier than the heart of Isle Royale in a January blizzard. We found the trail leading to Thorne's preferred campsite, marked by a small, faded piece of orange flagging tape he'd tied to a branch years ago. We cut our engines, and the silence that rushed in was deafening. It was absolute. No birds, no squirrels, not even the creak of wood. It was the silence of a tomb. We unslung our rifles, a precaution that felt both necessary and woefully inadequate. The camp was a scene of quiet, incomprehensible violence. It was nestled in a small clearing, sheltered by a granite rock face. The tent, a high-end, four-season model built to withstand Arctic gales, was in tatters. But it wasn't ripped by claws or teeth. There were no signs of a bear or a wolf attack. The tough, reinforced fabric was shredded, torn apart from the inside out, as if by human hands driven by a frantic, uncontrollable rage. The aluminum poles were bent and snapped, twisted into grotesque angles. Thorne's gear was strewn across the snow-covered ground. His expensive pack, a sleeping bag rated for sub-zero temperatures, his cooking equipment. All of it was scattered as if he had emptied his life's necessities into the snow for no reason. A book lay open, its pages stiff with ice. It was a collection of poems. It was such a human, fragile thing to find amidst the chaos. Miller swore under his breath, his face pale. What the hell happened here? A moose. Did he get trampled? He began his procedural analysis, walking the perimeter, looking for tracks, for any logical explanation. But I was drawn to the center of the clearing, to the fire pit. There were signs of a recent, large fire. The snow melted in a wide circle around it, and in the center of the cold, gray ashes lay a single object. It was a bone, long, thick, and unmistakably humanoid. It was charred at one end, but the other was clean, almost polished, with faint gnaw marks scraped into its surface. I had seen enough animal remains in my life to know what I was looking at. It was a human femur. "Miller," I said, my voice hoarse. I couldn't look away from it. The sight seemed to lock all the cold in the world into my own bones. He came over, his boots crunching in the snow. He stopped, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. "Oh, God. Is that—" "Yes," I said. The single word felt like a stone in my throat. Miller stumbled back, his face a mask of horror and disbelief. He looked like he was going to be sick. A wolf. Maybe a wolf dragged a piece of him back to the fire. He was searching, desperately, for a rational thread in a tapestry of madness. But I knew. In that instant, all of my grandmother's stories, all the cultural warnings I had dismissed as folklore, crashed down on me with the force of absolute truth. The shredded tent wasn't the work of an animal. It was the rage of a man losing his humanity. The scattered gear was the act of someone for whom material possessions had become meaningless. And the bone was the final, unforgivable act, the crossing of a line from which there is no return. Marcus Thorne, the expert survivalist, had faced the ultimate test in the wilderness. He had faced the gnawing, endless hunger, and he had failed. He had opened the door. I finally understood the profound emptiness in the woods, the hollow silence. It wasn't just the absence of life. It was the presence of an anti-life, an eternal, insatiable hunger. The wendigo wasn't just a spirit that possessed a person. It was what a person became. Thorne wasn't lost. He was the monster now. He was the hunter in this silent, frozen forest. We need to leave, I told Miller, my voice low and urgent. Now. He stared at me, his eyes wide with confusion and shock. What are you talking about? We have to find him, or what's left of him. We have to call this in.
This is a crime scene!
He's not lost, I said, grabbing my rifle from where I'd leaned it against a tree. The cold of the steel was a comfort. And this isn't a crime scene. It's a birthplace. Tom, you're not making any sense. The first flakes of the blizzard began to fall, thick and heavy, swirling in the air between us. The sky darkened with alarming speed. The wind, which had been a steady moan, began to rise in pitch, howling through the trees like a hungry animal. The world was shrinking, visibility dropping with every second. And through the wind I heard it, a sound that didn't belong, a faint, pitiful cry. Help me. I'm so cold. It was a man's voice. It sounded like it was coming from just beyond the clearing, weak and desperate. It sounded exactly like Marcus Thorne. The voice, so pitiful and human, cut through the rising howl of the wind and struck Miller like a jolt of electricity. Hope and duty surged through him, overriding the horror of the campsite. He snapped his head toward the sound, his eyes wide.
Thorne, he's alive!
Miller shouted, raising his rifle and taking a step toward the tree line. Instinct, primal and immediate, took over. I lunged forward and grabbed his arm, my grip like a vice. No, I hissed, the word torn from my throat. Miller, stop. He tried to shake me off, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. What are you doing?
He needs our help!
That's him? That's not him? I said, pulling him back with all my strength. The blizzard was exploding around us now, a blinding wall of white that reduced visibility to mere feet. The world had shrunk to just the two of us, the ruined camp, and that terrible, beckoning voice. It's a mimic. It's a lure. What? He yelled, disbelief warring with the fear in his eyes. Help me, please. I'm so cold. My leg is broken. The voice came again, closer this time. It was a masterful performance of pain and desperation. It was designed to prey on the very decency that made a man like Miller a ranger. It was bait. It knows we're here, I explained, my voice low and urgent, trying to cut through his panic and the shriek of the wind. My grandmother's stories. The witty cow, it mimics the voice of its last victim to draw in its next meal. It's hunting us, Miller. The blizzard is its cover. He stared at me, his breath pluming in the frigid air. I could see the struggle in his face, the battle between his rational, procedural world and the impossible reality I was forcing upon him. The evidence was all around us. The shredded tent, the scattered gear, the gnawed, human bone. And now, the voice of the man who was supposed to be dead. Then the voice changed. The plea for help faltered, and the sound began to twist. It stretched, thinning out, rising in pitch until it was no longer human. It became a high, scraping hiss, a sound like dry leaves skittering across ice, or a fingernail being dragged slowly down a chalkboard. It was a noise that seemed to bypass the ears and drill directly into the skull. It was a sound of pure, malevolent hunger. That was what broke through Miller's disbelief. The color drained from his face, leaving it a waxy, grayish white. The rifle in his hands trembled. What is that?" he stammered. "The hunter," I replied. "Get to the rocks. Now." We scrambled for the granite outcropping that had sheltered Thorn's camp. It was our only chance for cover. We pressed our backs against the cold, solid stone, the wind and snow raging in front of us like a furious ocean. We were on a tiny island in a sea of white, and something was circling in the depths. The whiteout was absolute. We couldn't see the trees 10 feet in front of us. We were trapped. The night that followed was an eternity. We sat back for warmth and to cover all angles, our rifles resting on our knees, safeties off. The cold was a physical enemy, seeping through our layers of clothing, leaching our strength, numbing our fingers and our minds. The blizzard was the creature's greatest ally. It disoriented us, isolated us, and masked its approach. It was using the environment to break us down, to make us weak and desperate. The hissing sound would fade, and then return from a new direction, a constant, tormenting presence. Sometimes it was close, just at the edge of hearing. Other times it seemed to be right beside my ear. Then the mimicry would start again. It used Thorn's voice, but it also used others. A woman crying softly, a child calling for its mother. Every sound was perfectly crafted to pluck at the strings of human compassion, to make us doubt, to lure us out into the storm. "Don't listen," I kept telling Miller, my own voice tight with strain. "It's all lies. Focus on my voice. We just have to make it to dawn." At one point, in the deepest part of the night, there was a lull in the wind. The snow still fell, but the howling ceased for a few moments, creating an eerie, muffled silence. And in that silence, we heard a new sound. A soft, rhythmic crunching. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was the sound of footsteps in the snow. Slow, deliberate, and impossibly close. We held our breath, our hearts hammering against our ribs. The crunching stopped right in front of our rock. We were staring into the swirling whiteness, our knuckles white on our rifles, knowing that something was standing just feet away, watching us. I could feel its presence, a wave of cold and ancient malice that was far worse than the frigid air. Then, for a fleeting second, the snow swirled apart. The moon, hidden behind the thick clouds, must have cast just enough ambient light. And I saw it. It was a silhouette against the gray, white canvas of the storm. It was impossibly tall and gaunt, a skeletal figure that seemed to be made of shadows and ice. Its limbs were too long, stretched, and thin like the branches of a dead tree. Its head was crowned with what looked like a rack of antlers, giving it a terrifying, majestic profile. It was so emaciated that, when it turned slightly to the side, it seemed to vanish, its profile no thicker than a sliver of darkness. But the one detail that burned itself into my memory was its eyes. 2 points of faint, phosphorescent light that glowed with a cold, hungry intelligence. It was there for only a heartbeat, and then the snow swirled back in, hiding it from view. But the image was seared into my brain. It was real. All the stories were real. I don't know if Miller saw it. He made a choked, gasping sound, and I felt him press harder against my back. We didn't speak. There were no words for what we had seen. We just sat there, rigid with terror, as the footsteps crunched away into the storm. The rest of the night was a blur of cold, fear, and exhaustion. The hissing and the false cries continued their patrol. Around our position, a psychological siege that never let up. We kept each other awake, talking about anything and everything to keep the lure of sleep and the certainty of freezing to death at bay. Finally, after an age, the first hint of dawn began to pierce the darkness. The wind slowly died down, and the snowfall lessened. The world began to take shape again, a landscape of impossible white drifts and snow-plastered trees. And with the light, the presence was gone. The hissing stopped. The woods were silent once more, but this time it was the clean, empty silence of a winter morning. Not the hungry, waiting silence of the night before. We didn't wait. We didn't discuss it. As soon as there was enough light to see, we moved. We left everything behind except our snowmobiles and our rifles. We didn't even look back at the ruined camp. We got the machines started and fled, pushing them as fast as they would go, leaving the cursed place behind us. The official report states that Marcus Thorne was lost, presumed dead, a tragic victim of the elements. It's the only story you can tell. You can't write in a government document that a man was not killed by the wilderness, but that he was consumed by it, that he answered the call of the hunger on the wind and became the very thing his ancestors warned him about. You can't explain that a monster born of human desperation now stalks the frozen heart of that island. I left the Park Service not long after that. I couldn't stay. I couldn't look at the winter woods the same way again. Sometimes, on the coldest nights, when the wind howls outside my window, I hear that high, thin hissing sound, and I see those glowing eyes in the dark. And I know that the wendigo is still out there, eternally hungry, forever walking the lonely places. My official title is Park Ranger Benjamin Yazzie, but out here, most folks just call me Ben. I am Dine, what you might call Navajo, and my family has been on this land for more generations than anyone has bothered to count. We didn't measure time in centuries back then. We measured it in seasons, in stories, in the slow, patient carving of the wind against the sandstone. This land, now designated as Canyonlands National Park, is my office, but it's also my ancestral home. It's a place where the earth is stripped bare, where you can lay a hand on a stone wall and feel the pulse of 1,000,000 years of history. The geology tells one story of ancient seas and shifting sands. But my people know other stories, older ones. Stories that whisper on the breeze. When the sun goes down, stories you don't talk about lightly, lest you draw the wrong kind of attention. My duties are, for the most part, wonderfully mundane. I maintain trails, check on the delicate cryptobiotic soil, and make sure the few visitors who venture this deep are prepared for the unforgiving nature of the high desert. I carry a radio, a first aid kit, and a sidearm, the standard tools of my trade. But the most important tool I carry isn't on my belt. It's the knowledge passed down from my grandfather, a quiet man who taught me to listen to the silence and to read the signs the land gives you. He taught me that the Park Service protects the land and its visitors, but it is up to us to protect ourselves from the things the land remembers. This particular day started like any other. The Utah sun was a relentless hammer, even in the early morning, beating down on the vast expanse of red rock and juniper. I was scheduled for a multi-day patrol in the Maze District. The name is an understatement. It's the most remote, most inaccessible, and most spiritually potent part of the park. It's a labyrinth of sheer, walled canyons that twist and turn back on themselves. A place that can swallow a person whole and leave no trace. Even with GPS and detailed maps, it's easy to get turned around. The canyons play tricks on your sense of direction, and the silence out there is so profound it feels like a physical weight. I spent the morning checking on a few known pictograph panels, the ancient art of the ancestral Pueblones, who lived here long before my own people. Their handprints, painted in red ochre, still stained the rock, a greeting across 1,000 years. There was a peace to it, a connection to the past that always settled my soul. But as the day wore on, and I pushed deeper into the maze, that peace began to fray at the edges. It was a subtle shift, the kind of thing most people wouldn't notice. The birds seemed quieter. The usual skittering of lizards on hot rock was absent. The silence had changed from peaceful to watchful. It was the kind of quiet my grandfather used to say was a sign that a predator was near, a quiet that meant everything was holding its breath. It was mid-afternoon when I smelled it. The scent cut through the dry, dusty air, the coppery, metallic tang of blood. It was heavy and fresh. I've come across predator kills before. It's part of the natural cycle. A mountain lion takes down a mule deer, coyotes get a jackrabbit. It's the way of things. But this smelled different. Thicker. More wasteful. I followed the scent, my hand resting on the grip of my holstered pistol, a habit born of caution. I rounded a massive buttress of sandstone, and the scene opened up before me. In a small clearing of packed red dirt lay the carcass of a bull elk. It was a magnificent animal, or it had been. Its antlers, a crown of 6 points on each side, were caked in dust. But it wasn't the fact that it was dead that sent a spike of ice through my gut. It was how it was dead. My training as a ranger kicked in, and I began to assess the scene forensically, trying to push down the other, older part of me that was screaming. There were no signs of a struggle. The ground around the elk was largely undisturbed. A mountain lion kill is a violent, messy affair. Drag marks, scattered earth, the signs of a desperate fight. There was none of that here. The elk looked as if it had simply laid down and allowed itself to be butchered. I knelt, the heat of the ground seeping through the thick fabric of my pants. I looked for tracks. There were the elk's own prints, and my boot prints, but nothing else. No coyote tracks, no lion paws, not even the telltale sign of vultures or other scavengers, who should have been swarming a fresh kill. It was as if a bubble of sterile wrongness surrounded the carcass. Then I examined the wounds. This was where the rational explanation completely disintegrated. The elk's throat hadn't been ripped out in the savage way of a predator. It was a clean, deep slice, almost surgical in its precision, running from ear to ear. Its hide had been peeled back from its torso and wide. Deliberate strips, the cuts so sharp, they'd have been made with a filleting knife. Its belly was ripped open, a gaping cavity from which its organs had been pulled and spilled onto the dust. They lay there in a grotesque pile, steaming slightly in the heat. Untouched, nothing had been eaten. This was not a killing for food. A mountain lion kills to eat. A bear kills to eat. This was a violation. It was a killing for sport or for ritual. or for something else entirely. Something that took pleasure in the act of desecration itself. A cold dread, a feeling I hadn't truly fed since I was a child, listening to my grandmother's hushed warnings by the fire, settled over me. She spoke of beings who drew power from causing pain, who mimicked animals but were not animals, who perverted the natural order for their own dark purposes. I stood up slowly, my eyes scanning the tops of the canyon walls that surrounded me. The sun was beginning its slow descent, and the shadows were stretching, turning the familiar landscape into something alien and menacing. I felt exposed, vulnerable. The silence was no longer just watchful, it was mocking. I knew with a certainty that went deeper than logic that this was a message. And I knew with that same bone, deep certainty that whatever had left this message was still out here. It was watching me. The first part of my patrol was over. The real test of survival had just begun. Leaving the elk carcass felt like turning my back on a coiled snake. Every instinct screamed at me to get out of that clearing, to put distance between myself and the profane altar of rock and dust. But as I walked back toward the faint track, where I'd left my truck, the feeling of being watched intensified. It was no longer a vague premonition, it was a physical sensation, a prickling on my skin, the weight of unseen eyes boring into the back of my neck. The sun bled across the western sky, casting impossibly long shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. Every rock formation, every gnarled juniper tree, seemed to morph into a crouching figure in my peripheral vision. I forced myself to walk, not run. Running was for prey, and my grandfather had taught me that you never show fear to the things that hunt in the dark. You give them nothing. The air grew heavy, the silence so absolute that the crunch of on the gravel sounded like gunshots. I found myself listening for a sound that wasn't there, a footfall to match the gaze I felt on me. But there was only the wind, a low moan that snaked through the canyons, carrying with it the scent of dust and something ancient and cold. It was the smell of a crypt, of a place where things that should be dead are not. I kept my hand near my sidearm, though I knew deep down that a bullet would be useless against whatever this was. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with lead and powder. This was old magic, dark and twisted, and it required a different kind of strength. By the time I reached my truck, the light was failing fast. The landscape was painted in shades of bruised purple and blood orange. I climbed in. The familiar scent of worn upholstery and stale coffee a small comfort in the encroaching dread. I started the engine. The sudden roar of the motor a welcome intrusion into the oppressive silence. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It was as if the thing had simply moved with me, a passenger in the cab that I couldn't see. I drove slowly, navigating the rugged track that wound its way out of the deeper canyons. My headlights cut a stark white tunnel through the twilight, illuminating a world of stark contrasts. The pale dirt of the trail and the inky blackness that pressed in from all sides. I was heading for a high point, a mesa where I could get a better vantage point, and maybe a crackle of radio signal, just to hear another human voice. That's when I saw it. At the edge of my headlight beams, a coyote trotted along a ridge that ran parallel to the trail. At first, it was a welcome sight. A piece of the natural world, reasserting itself after the grotesque display I had witnessed. Coyotes are the tricksters of our stories, clever and resilient survivors. But as I watched this one, a new kind of unease sharp and specific, began to crawl up my spine. It was moving wrong. Its gait was off. A coyote moves with a fluid, efficient trot, a rhythm born of a million years of hunting in this landscape. This animal's movements were stiff, jerky, and unnatural. It was like watching a poorly made puppet, a child's rocking horse lurching forward, with a mechanical, repetitive motion. There was no grace to it, only a disturbing parody of life. I slowed the truck to a crawl, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The engine's low rumble was the only sound. The coyote stopped. It was perhaps 50 yards away, perfectly centered in the cone of my headlights. It turned its head and stared directly at me. And its eyes were not the reflective yellow, green of a normal canine caught in a beam of light. They glowed. It wasn't a reflection. It was a source of light, a dull, malevolent red, like the embers of a dying fire. They burned with an intelligence that was utterly alien and deeply hostile. In that moment, I knew with chilling certainty, this was not a coyote. This was something wearing a coyote's shape, as a man might wear a coat. The world seemed to shrink to the space between my truck and that creature. The engine noise faded, the wind died, and all that existed was that unblinking, burning gaze. It held me pinned, a collector's specimen on a board of fear. And then it did something that shattered the laws of nature and made the world stop. It rose up. It didn't jump or lurch. It simply stood up on its hind legs. The movement was fluid, yet horrifyingly wrong. Its form shifted, stretching and elongating in the stark glare of the headlights. Bones audibly popped and cracked, reshaping themselves under the taut hide. What had been the short hind legs of a coyote lengthened into the long, powerful legs of a man. Its torso straightened, its front paws contorting into something that looked horribly like hands. It stood there for a heartbeat, a tall, slender silhouette against the darkening sky, its red eyes never leaving mine. And then it ran. It didn't run like an animal. It ran like a man, with a bipedal, loping stride of impossible speed. It cleared the distance to the top of the ridge in seconds, its dark form moving with a terrifying, unnatural agility before it disappeared over the crest, leaving me alone in the sudden, deafening silence. My breath came out in a ragged gasp. I didn't realize I'd been holding. The Navajo words formed on my lips before I even thought them, a whisper of pure, primal fear. Ye Nalmushi, the skinwalker. In my culture, we are taught from childhood not to speak their name, not to draw their attention. To even say the word is to invite their notice. They are the ultimate taboo, the antithesis of all we hold sacred. They are medicine men, Hata, who have used their knowledge not for healing but for evil. They have walked the path of corruption, the pollen way in reverse, twisting ceremonies of life into rituals of death to gain the power to take the forms of animals. They can become the wolf, the owl, the coyote, the bear. They are masters of the wilderness, using the vast, empty spaces of the desert to their advantage. The canyons that confuse hikers are their highways. The dust that hides tracks is their cloak. They are not ghosts or spirits. They are living, breathing men who have chosen to become monsters. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had rewired my reality. The cold dread I felt at the elk carcass was now a raging fire of terror. That had been a warning. This was the messenger. It knew I had seen it. It knew I understood what it was. And that's the worst part. The part the old stories always emphasize. They enjoy the fear. They feed on it. The terror of their victims is a source of their power. I slammed the truck into drive, the tires spitting gravel as I sped away. I didn't look back. I drove with a frantic, desperate energy, my eyes darting between the road and the rearview mirror. The pressure in my mind, the feeling of being watched, was now a constant, agonizing thrum. It was a cold certainty that I was being hunted by something that could be anywhere, could look like anything, and whose only motive was my suffering. I drove back toward the distant, feeble lights of the ranger station, the setting sun painting the sandstone cliffs the color of blood. There is no report to file for this. There is no box to check on a government form for encounter with ancient evil. This was a matter for my people, for our ceremonies and our protections. The Park Service protects the land, but it has no jurisdiction over the ancient evils that walk among us, wearing the skins of our fellow creatures as a disguise. Some things are older than the parks, older than the laws of men. And out here, in the dust and the silence, they still hunt. The drive back to the Hands Flat Ranger Station was the longest hour of my life. The truck, usually a symbol of safety and authority, felt like a fragile metal box, a cage rattling through a predator's territory. Every shadow that flickered at the edge of my headlights was the creature, reforming, preparing to leap. My rearview mirror became an instrument of torture. I'd glance at it every few seconds, my heart hammering against my ribs, fully expecting to see those two burning, red eyes staring back at me from the darkness of the truck bed. The psychological pressure was immense, a physical weight inside my skull. It wasn't just the memory of what I'd seen, it was an active, malevolent presence. It was in my head, whispering doubts, stoking the fires of my fear. It knew my name. It knew the stories my grandmother told me. It was sifting through my mind, looking for the soft spots, the places where the terror could take root and grow. When the distant, welcoming lights of the station finally appeared, I felt a surge of relief so powerful it almost made me sick. Civilization, logic, electric lights and locked doors. But the feeling evaporated the moment I pulled into the parking lot and killed the engine. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was the same watchful, ancient silence from the canyons. It had followed me. I stumbled out of the truck, my legs unsteady. Dave, the senior ranger, was on the porch, smoking a cigarette. He was a good man, a former Marine from Ohio who loved the desert, but would never truly understand it. "Ben, you look like you've seen a ghost," he said, his voice a jarring intrusion of normalcy. I tried to form a casual reply, but my throat was dry. "Long day," I managed to croak. "Maze will do that to you." "Anything to report?" he asked, exhaling a plume of smoke. I thought of the surgically butchered elk. I thought of the coyote's glowing red eyes, the sickening crack of its bones, as it reshaped itself into the form of a man. I thought of the word ye nailed Lushi. How could I possibly explain? "Yeah, Dave, I saw a monster from the dawn of time. It's probably watching us right now, deciding which one of us has the more interesting scream." "No," I said, my voice flat. "Just the usual, quiet." The lie felt like a betrayal of my duty as a ranger, but it was a necessary act of self-preservation. In my culture, to speak of them is to give them power, to invite them into your life. You do not name the darkness. You do not describe it. You protect yourself and your family by holding the knowledge in a place of respectful fear and silence. Dave nodded, oblivious, and flicked his cigarette into the dirt. "Get some rest." You look beat. Rest did not come. My small ranger's quarters, usually a sanctuary, felt like a trap. I locked the door and bolted the window, but I knew it was a futile gesture. A lock means nothing to something that can slide through the cracks in the world. I sat on the edge of my bed in the dark, my service pistol on the nightstand beside me. The metal felt cold and useless. I thought about my grandfather's teachings on Zu, the state of balance, beauty, and harmony that we strive for. The skinwalker is the opposite of a Sli. It is a being of pure chaos and malice, a tear in the fabric of the universe. Its goal is to unravel everything, to turn beauty into ugliness, life into death, and sanity into madness. And it began its work on me that night. The sound started around midnight. A faint scratching at the window screen, like the branch of a tree, except there were no trees near my window. I sat bolt upright, my hand gripping the pistol, my ears straining. The scratching stopped. Then came a soft tapping on the roof, a sound like a bird's beak. But it moved, circling the small building. Its rhythm too deliberate, too intelligent for any bird. It was toying with me. It wanted me to know it was there, just outside the thin walls, that it could get to me whenever it chose. Later, I heard a voice. It was a whisper, carried on the wind, seeming to come from all directions at once. It was the voice of a woman, crying softly. It sounded like my mother. I knew it was a trick. My mother had passed years ago. It was a cruel, twisted mimicry designed to break me, to lure me outside. I squeezed my eyes shut, plugging my ears with my fingers, and began to chant the old prayers my grandfather had taught me. Prayers for protection, prayers to reinforce the shield of my spirit. My voice was a trembling whisper in the dark room, a tiny flicker of light against an overwhelming darkness. I did not sleep. I sat there until the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky, a fragile line of gray that promised the sun would return. The sounds had stopped, but the presence remained. It had retreated with the darkness, but it was not gone. It was waiting. When the sun was fully up, I knew what I had to do. The Park Service uniform hanging on my chair, the badge, the regulations. They were from a different world, a world that believed it had tamed the wilderness. But the wilderness is not tame. It cannot be. I packed a small bag, not with my ranger gear, but with personal effects. I left the pistol on the nightstand. Where I was going, it would be of no use. I wrote a short note for Dave, telling him I had a family emergency and needed to take a few days of personal leave. It was another lie, but a necessary one. I drove out of the park, not looking back. I wasn't heading west toward the city, but east, deep into the heart of the reservation, toward my family's land near the Chuska Mountains. My uncle, Hosky, was a Hata'i, a medicine man. He was a man who walked the Pollen Way, who understood the balance of things and knew the ceremonies needed to restore it. He knew the songs and the prayers that could cleanse a person of dark influence, that could strengthen their spirit against the things that hunt in the night. This was not a report to be filed. This was a matter for my people. The Park Service protects the land from people. It was up to us to protect ourselves from the land's older, darker secrets. As the canyons and messes of my workplace receded in the rearview mirror, I felt the oppressive weight in my mind begin to lift, replaced by a grim resolve. The fear was still there, a cold stone in my stomach, but it was no longer in control. I had seen the face of the ancient evil that walks among us, wearing the skins of animals as a disguise. I had survived its first test. Now, I was going home to prepare for the next one. Because I knew, with a certainty, that resonated in the very marrow of my bones, that some things are older than the parks, older than the laws of men. And out here, in the dust and the silence, they still hunt, and I would be ready. My name is David Chen, and my official title is Climbing Ranger for the United States National Park Service, assigned to Denali National Park and Preserve in Alaska. It's a title that sounds impressive to people back in the lower 48, conjuring images of heroic rescues on snow-blasted peaks. The reality is a lot less glamorous and infinitely more demanding. It's a job that's part mountaineer, part medic, part detective, and part custodian to one of the most formidable landscapes on Earth. Denali isn't just a park, it's a kingdom of ice and rock. A sprawling 6 million acres of raw, untamed wilderness that operates on a scale that defies human comprehension. To stand at its heart is to feel profoundly insignificant. The air itself feels different here, thinner, colder, and carrying the ancient scent of glaciers and damp earth. The silence is the most unnerving part. It's not an absence of sound, but a presence, a heavy, watchful quiet, punctuated by the crack of a distant calving glacier, the cry of a golden eagle, or the rustle of something large moving through the alder thickets. Everything in Denali is bigger, harsher, and less forgiving. The central feature, Denali itself, the Great One, is a 2310-foot behemoth of rock and ice that generates its own weather systems. A sunny, calm morning can turn into a whiteout blizzard in less than an hour. The cold is a physical entity, a predator that seeps into your bones and can kill you in your sleep if you're not prepared. And then there's the wildlife. We have grizzlies the size of small cars, moose with antlers spanning 6 feet that will charge without provocation, and packs of wolves that move like ghosts through the boreal forest. We are trained to deal with these known threats. We carry bear spray, high-caliber rifles on certain patrols, and an encyclopedic knowledge of survival protocols. We are taught that for every danger in the wild, there is a rational explanation and a procedural response. But the Athabascan people, the native inhabitants who have lived on this land for thousands of years, know better. They understand that the grizzlies and the cold are not the only dangers. There are other things that dwell in the deep woods and the high mountain passes, things that don't appear in any Park Service manual. I learned this firsthand from a man named Ben Kai, a veteran Otna ranger who was nearing retirement when I first arrived. Ben was a man carved from the wilderness itself, quiet, weathered, with eyes that had seen more than he ever spoke of. One evening, during a late-season patrol, we were hunkered down in a remote ranger cabin, a fierce autumn wind howling outside and rattling the window panes. Over mugs of steaming coffee, he asked me what I feared most about the park. The crevices, I guess. I'd answered honestly. The hidden ones. You can be walking on what looks like solid ground, and a second later, you're falling into a 100-foot deep crack in the ice. There's no sound, no warning. Ben nodded slowly, taking a sip of his coffee. "The earth can swallow you," he said, his voice a low rumble. "That is a clean death. A natural death. But there are worse things than being swallowed. There are things that play with you first." He then told me the stories he'd heard from his grandfather. Stories about the Ursenrit, the little people of the forest. He spoke of them not as mythical fairies, but as a tangible, malevolent force. They were spirits, he explained, that took the form of small, childlike figures, but they possessed no childlike innocence. They were ancient, territorial, and deeply cruel. They live in the places people get lost. Ben said, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside the window. The dense spruce forests, the willow thickets where every direction looks the same. They watch travelers. They learn their weaknesses. Their greatest trick is mimicry. They can perfectly replicate the sound of a child laughing or crying. A lost hiker alone for days, desperate for any sign of another human. What do you think they do when they hear a child playing just beyond the trees? I remained silent, the warmth from my mug doing little to chase away the sudden chill that had settled over me. They follow the sound. Ben continued. They call out, thinking they've found a lost child, or another group of survivors. But the laughter always stays just ahead, leading them further and further from deeper into the wilderness, where no one will ever find them. The Ursenrat herd them like sheep. Once the person is completely disoriented, exhausted, and hopeless, the game changes. The laughter turns to mockery. They surround the poor soul, their playful giggles becoming sharp, jeering shrieks. They say the Ursenrat are too small to kill a man directly, so they drive him mad with fear and despair until he does the job for them. They hang you from a tree, and they watch, and they laugh as you die. At the time, I filed it away as fascinating folklore, a cautionary tale meant to instill respect for the backcountry. I was a man of logic, maps, and GPS coordinates. The Ursenrat were not on my list of official park threats. I wish, to this day, that they had been. 2 years later, in late August, the call came in. A solo hiker, a man named Ethan Hayes, was overdue. He was an experienced backpacker from Seattle, well-equipped and with a detailed itinerary filed. His plan was to traverse a remote, trailless section of the backcountry, north of the Alaska Range. His car was found at the designated trailhead, right where he said it would be. But he was 3 days late checking in. Search and rescue operations in Denali are massive, coordinated efforts. We deployed 2 helicopters for aerial surveys and brought in a dozen rangers for the ground search. The search area was immense, a sprawling wilderness of rolling tundra, dense boreal forest, and swampy muskeg. It's the kind of terrain where you can walk within 20 feet of a person and never see them. For 2 days, we found nothing. Absolutely nothing. No discarded food wrapper, no footprint, no sign of a campfire. The helicopters saw no trace of his bright orange tent. It was as if Ethan Hayes had simply been erased from the landscape. The mood at base camp grew more somber with each passing hour. The statistical probability of finding a missing person alive drops precipitously after the first 48 hours. We were no longer searching for a lost hiker. We were searching for a body. On the morning of the third day, our search coordinator, a grim-faced ranger named Mark, decided to push our search grids into the less probable, more difficult terrain. He assigned me a sector deep in a heavily wooded valley, characterized by a dense, almost impenetrable thicket of willow and spruce. It was a miserable place to search, the kind of area a hiker would actively avoid. But we had to clear it. I was working the sector alone, a standard procedure to cover more ground. The plan was to sweep the valley from east to west, maintaining radio contact every 30 minutes. As I set out, the sky was a blanket of low, gray clouds, and a cold drizzle began to fall, muffling the sounds of the forest and amplifying the sense of isolation. Hours bled into one another as I pushed my way through the valley. The work was slow and arduous. The willow and spruce grew so tightly together that in places I had to turn sideways to squeeze through, my backpack snagging on unseen branches. The persistent drizzle had soaked through my outer layers, and a damp chill clung to me. Every 30 minutes, my radio would crackle to life. Chen, status report. And every 30 minutes, I'd give the same monotonous reply. Base, this is Chen. Still sweeping Sector 7. Nothing to report. Over. Each transmission was a brief, comforting tether to the rational world. A world of protocols and colleagues that felt a million miles away. The silence in the valley was profound, deeper than any I had experienced before. The dense vegetation and low cloud cover seemed to swallow all sound, creating a vacuum where the only noises were my own labored breathing and the rhythmic squelch of my boots in the wet moss. It was a silence that felt heavy, watchful. More than once, I found myself stopping, straining my ears, convinced I had heard something just at the edge of my perception. A twig snap, a faint rustle. Each time, I'd hold my breath and listen, only to be met with the same oppressive quiet. It was my mind playing tricks on me, I told myself. A common symptom of fatigue and isolation. It was late afternoon, and the light, already dim, began to fade noticeably. The sun was setting somewhere above the thick blanket of clouds, painting the sky a bruised purple that filtered down through the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows. I checked my watch. Another hour, maybe 90 minutes of usable light left. The thought of being caught in this thicket after dark sent a fresh wave of unease through me. That's when I heard it for the first time. It was faint, carried on a sudden gust of wind that rustled the spruce needles. Laughter. Unmistakably, it was the sound of laughter. I froze mid-stride, my hand instinctively going to the radio on my shoulder strap. I tilted my head, listening, trying to filter the sound from the whisper of the wind. It came again, clearer this time. It wasn't one person. It was multiple voices, high, pitched and light. It sounded like children, playing a game in the distance. My mind raced, trying to process the impossible sound. Children, out here, miles from any road, in a valley even experienced hikers avoided. My first thought, a surge of adrenaline-fueled hope, was that it was the missing hiker, Ethan Hayes. Maybe he wasn't alone. Maybe he had his family with him. and they had somehow gotten turned around. It was a wildly improbable scenario, but in a search and rescue operation, you cling to any possibility. I keyed the radio. My voice was steady, professional, betraying none of the turmoil inside me. "Base, this is Chen. I have an auditory contact." Mark's voice came back instantly, sharp with attention. "Go ahead, Chen." Auditory contact sounds like multiple children laughing. Approximately 1, maybe 2 clicks north of my current position. The sound is intermittent. I paused, choosing my next words carefully. "It's unusual for this location. Proceeding to investigate." "Over." "Copy that, Chen. Proceed with caution. Keep this channel open. Report every 10 minutes. Over." Shen copies. Ow, as I moved toward the sound, a deep, cold unease began to settle over me, pushing aside the initial flicker of hope. Ben Kai's words echoed in my memory, as clear as if he were whispering in my ear. Their greatest trick is mimicry. They can perfectly replicate the sound of a child laughing. I shook my head, trying to force the thought away. That was folklore. Ghost stories for the campfire. I was a federal ranger. I dealt in facts, in evidence. There had to be a logical explanation. A strange echo, the wind through a particular rock formation, a species of bird I wasn't familiar with. But the sound was wrong. It was too light, too carefree for this environment. It was the sound of a suburban playground, not a subarctic wilderness where every living thing is locked in a constant struggle for survival. The laughter continued. A siren's call that was always just ahead of me. It led me deeper into the densest part of the thicket, a tangled maze of willow and spruce that clawed at my clothes and face. The ground became swampier, my boots sinking into the muck with each step. The laughter was playful, infectious, the kind that should have been joyful. But out here, in this immense, empty wilderness, with a man missing and the light failing, it was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. I stopped, my heart hammering against my ribs. I pulled out my compass, my movements stiff and clumsy. I had been moving steadily north, but according to the compass, I had been circling, heading northwest and now almost due west. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't just following a sound. I was being herded. Ben's voice again, insistent, chilling. They heard them like sheep, leading them further and further from the trail. I stood motionless, the compass trembling in my hand. The laughter wasn't a beacon. It was a net. As if sensing my hesitation, the sound shifted. It was no longer in front of me. A giggle erupted to my left, startlingly close. Then another from my right. A third one seemed to come from directly behind me. They were boxing me in, and the tone had changed. It was no longer joyful or playful. It had taken on a sharp, malicious edge. It was the sound of mockery. The giggles were now high-pitched, jeering cackles that seemed to ridicule my confusion and fear. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. My training, my logic, my professionalism, it all evaporated in an instant, replaced by a primal, overwhelming need to escape. I turned and crushed back through the brush the way I thought I had come, abandoning all sense of direction, ignoring the branches that whipped at my face and tore at my jacket. The laughter erupted all around me, a cacophony of shrill, taunting shrieks. It was a wall of sound, pressing in on me from all sides. I felt something small and fast brush against my leg. I stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. I felt small hands, or what felt like hands, pluck at the back of my jacket, a brief, tugging sensation as if trying to trip me, to pull me down. I didn't dare look back. I didn't dare see what was making the sounds. I just ran, my lungs burning. A scream trapped in my throat. I burst out of the thicket and stumbled into the relative, open of the tundra, falling to my knees, gasping for air. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I scrambled to my feet and looked back at the dark, menacing line of trees. The laughter had faded. Behind me, there was only the sound of the wind sighing through the grass. I was alone again. But I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to my very soul, that I had not been alone in that thicket. My radio crackled. "Shen, it's been 10 minutes. Status report. Over." I fumbled for the handset, my hands shaking so badly I could barely key the mic. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to find my voice. "Base. This is Chen," I stammered. "Contact lost. I'm terminating my sweep of the sector. I'm heading back to the extraction point. Now." There was a pause on the other end. Mark's voice, when it came, was tight with concern. "Copy that, Chen. Are you all right?" "Over." "Negative." I said the word barely a whisper. "I am not all right?" The hike back to the extraction point was the longest 2 miles of my life. Every shadow seemed to wreathe. Every gust of wind sounded like a nascent giggle. I didn't stop moving, my legs fueled by a desperate, primal fear. I kept my hand on the handle of my ice axe, though I knew deep down it would be useless against whatever had been in that thicket. The rational part of my brain, the trained ranger, was screaming that I had experienced an auditory hallucination brought on by stress and isolation. But the animal part of me, the part that had felt the plucking at my jacket, knew better. I wasn't crazy. I was prey. When the helicopter finally appeared, a noisy, beautiful machine descending from the gray sky, a wave of relief so powerful, it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. The flight back to the main search base was a blur. I sat huddled in the back, shivering, not entirely from the cold. The other rangers in the chopper knew something was wrong. They saw my pale face, the wild look in my eyes, the fresh scratches on my cheeks, but they didn't ask questions. In Alaska, you learn to give a man his space. Back at base camp, Mark, our search coordinator, pulled me aside into the command tent. He handed me a thermos of hot, sweet coffee. His face was a mask of professional concern, but I could see the questions in his eyes. "Talk to me, Dave," he said, his voice gentle. "What happened out there?" I tried to explain. I told him about the laughter, how it sounded like children, how it led me into the thicket. I told him how it surrounded me, how the tone turned malicious and mocking. My voice cracked as I described the feeling of herded, of being toyed with. I left out the part about feeling hands on my jacket. It sounded too insane, even to my own ears. Mark listened patiently, his expression never changing. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. Auditory pareidolia, he said finally. It's a known phenomenon. The brain tries to make sense of random noise, the wind, water, animals, and creates a pattern. In your case, given the stress of the search, it manifested as voices. It happens, Dave. You're exhausted. We've all been pushing too hard. I just stared at him, the coffee mug trembling in my hands. He wasn't listening. He was diagnosing. He was fitting my experience into a neat, rational box where it couldn't hurt him. Mark, it wasn't the wind, I said, my voice low and intense. It was real. It was intelligent. It was leading me. And it just disappeared when you ran out of the trees. He asked, a hint of skepticism creeping into his tone. Yes. He sighed, running a hand over his tired face. Look, Dave, I'm not discounting what you experienced. But we don't have the luxury of chasing ghost stories. We have a man to find. You're done for the day. Get some food. Get some sleep. We'll put you on a line with a partner tomorrow, somewhere in the open tundra. I didn't argue. I knew it was pointless. To him, I was just another ranger who had spent a little too much time alone in the big empty. As I walked to my tent, the memory of Ben Kai's story returned. They drive him mad with fear and despair until he does the job for them. I felt a cold dread creep into my heart for Ethan Hayes. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the high-pitched, jeering laughter. The next morning, the search resumed. As promised, I was assigned to a team sweeping an open, rolling section of tundra, miles away from the valley. The work was a welcome distraction, but I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. Around noon, the call we had all been waiting for and dreading came over the radio. It was the pilot from Helicopter 1. Base, this is Air 1. I have a visual. A patch of color doesn't look natural. Small clearing surrounded by birch trees. Sending coordinates now. A grim silence fell over the radio channel. Mark's voice cut through it. All ground teams, converge on Air 1's coordinates. My team was the closest. It took us 45 minutes of hard hiking to reach the location. It was a small, secluded clearing, almost peaceful. And in the center of it, hanging from the low, sturdy branch of a small birch tree, was the body of Ethan Hayes. The scene was quiet and profoundly sad. There was no sign of a struggle. His pack was neat on the ground below him. It looked, for all intents and purposes, like a textbook suicide. The official report would say he succumbed to despair, that the isolation and hopelessness of being lost became too much to bear. That's what everyone would believe. But I saw the other things. While the other rangers worked, cutting him down with a grim, practiced efficiency, I walked the perimeter of the clearing. The ground was soft mud, damp from the recent rains. And I saw the tracks, dozens of them. They were small, barefoot prints, the size of a child's. They were everywhere, circling the birch tree in a chaotic, overlapping pattern. They pressed deep into the mud, as if from a dance or a celebration. Some were right at the base of the tree, directly under where he had been hanging. I felt the blood drain from my face. I knelt, my fingers tracing the outline of one perfect, tiny footprint. It was exactly as Ben had described. They hadn't killed him with their hands. They had killed him with their laughter. They had herded him here, to this secluded spot, miles from where he was supposed to be. They had mocked him and jeered at him in his final, desperate moments. They had watched him die, and then they had danced. One of the other rangers, a young guy named Sam, walked over. "What'd you find?" "Dave." I stood up quickly, my body blocking the tracks from his view. "Nothing," I said, my voice hoarse. "Just checking the area." He nodded, his eyes on the tragic scene behind us. God, what a way to go. Can you imagine being that alone? He wasn't alone, I thought, a wave of nausea washing over me. That was the whole problem. We packed him out. The official report was filed suicide. I never mentioned the tracks. Who would have believed me? I would have been pulled from duty, sent for a psychiatric evaluation. I would have lost the job that, despite everything, I loved. So I kept the secret. But I know what happened to Ethan Hayes. He wasn't a victim of the wilderness. He was a victim of its inhabitants. The ones that don't appear in the Park Service manuals. He'd heard the laughter, too, and he'd followed it. I still work as a ranger in Denali. I still climb the mountains and patrol the valleys. But I don't do it with the same confidence I once had. I listen to the wind differently now. I stay out of the deep thickets when the light begins to fail. And sometimes, when the silence gets too heavy and the shadows grow too long, I think I can hear it, faint and far away. The sound of children laughing. And I know it's time to go home. My official title is Park Ranger Delilah Washington, a designation that appears on my uniform, my identification, and the paperwork I file at the end of each long, humid week. But everyone who knows me past a handshake calls me D. For the past 8 years, I've had the profound privilege of working at Cree National Park in South Carolina. This isn't a park in the grand postcard sense of the word, not like the granite monuments of Yosemite or the Geyser, filled basins of Yellowstone. There are no majestic, snow-capped peaks here, no vast, open canyons that steal your breath with their scale. Congaree is something else entirely. It's intimate, ancient, and primal. The park protects one of the last significant tracts of old, growth bottomland, hardwood forest left in North America. To put it plainly, it's a swamp, a floodplain forest shaped and defined by the slow, meandering waters of the Congaree and watery rivers. The air here is a physical presence, a thick, soapy mixture of humidity, the scent of damp earth, and the sweet decay of fallen leaves. It's a place that feels prehistoric, where the canopy of giant loblolly pines, water tupelos, and ancient bald cypress trees is so dense that it can feel like twilight even at high noon. Sunlight struggles to pierce the gloom, and when it does, it comes down in ethereal, shifting columns, illuminating dust motes and lazy insects dancing in the still air. It's a cathedral of green and brown, and for most of my career, it has been my sanctuary. My connection to this land runs deeper than my job title. My grandmother grew up just a few miles from here, and she used to tell me stories of the Darkwater Woods, a place of immense beauty and profound mystery. She spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and caution, a respect I didn't fully understand until I started working here. I learned the park not just from training manuals and topographical maps, but from the seat of my kayak, paddle in hand, navigating the serpentine twists of Cedar Creek. My patrols are often solitary affairs, quiet journeys through a world that seems to operate on a different time scale. The usual soundtrack is the gentle dip and pull of my paddle, the call of a barred owl echoing through the trees, the sudden splash of a gar, or the low, guttural grunt of a bullfrog. I've shared the water with countless turtles, sunning themselves on logs, watched river otters play with a sleek, fluid grace, and given the local alligators a wide, respectful berth. The swamp had its dangers, of course, but they were known dangers, a part of the natural order I understood and respected. It was home. The day it happened began like any other sweltering day, in late July. The air was already heavy and oppressive by the time. I launched my kayak shortly after sunrise. The mission for the day was routine. A long paddle into a remote section of the park known as the Weston Lake Loop to check on a water level monitor. It's a critical piece of equipment for us, especially during the summer, as it helps us predict and track the floods that are the lifeblood of this ecosystem. The trip out was uneventful, almost meditative. The black water of the creek, stained the color of dark, brewed tea by the tannins from the cypress trees, was like a mirror, reflecting the dense wall of green that pressed in from all sides. The cypress knees, those strange, knobby growths that protrude from the water, stood like skeletal, bony fingers reaching for the sky. I reached the monitor around midday, performed the diagnostics, and radioed in the data. Everything was normal. I ate a packed lunch in the shade of a colossal water oak, the silence around me deep and comforting. As I sat there, a profound sense of peace washed over me. This was why I did this job. To be in a place so untouched, so fundamentally wild, felt like a gift. The modern world, with its noise and its haste, felt a million miles away. It was on the return journey that the character of the day began to shift. It was subtle at first, a change in the atmosphere so slight, I almost didn't register it. The usual late afternoon chorus of insects. The incessant buzzing and chirping, that is, the constant background music of the swamp, had started to fade. The birdsong, which had been vibrant just an hour before, had tapered off into an unnerving quiet. The only sound was the hum of my small electric, trolling motor and the gentle lapping of water against the hull of my kayak. An experienced ranger learns to trust their instincts, and mine were telling me that something was off. The swamp holds its breath for two reasons: a coming storm or a nearby predator. The sky was clear, so my mind turned to the latter. A bobcat, perhaps, or a large alligator moving through the undergrowth. I slowed the motor, my senses on high alert, scanning the dense shoreline. I was in one of the most secluded parts of the creek, a narrow channel flanked by thick stands of palmetto and tangled vines. It was getting close to dusk, the time of day the locals call the gloaming, when the light turns a soft, bruised purple and the shadows grow long and deceptive. I was about to round the final bend before the creek widened out again when my trolling motor sputtered. It coughed once, twice, and then fell silent. A flicker of annoyance, but not panic. I'd been in this situation before. Batteries die. That's what the paddle strapped to the side of the kayak was for. No problem. I muttered to myself, the sound of my own voice startlingly loud in the sudden silence. Just a long row home. I tried the ignition again, just in case. Nothing. The silence that followed was absolute, a heavy blanket that smothered the world. It was then, in that profound stillness, that I smelled it. It wasn't a normal swamp smell. I know the scent of decay, of wet mud, of blooming water lilies, and the musky odor of a gator's den. This was something else entirely, a thick, gagging stench that hit the back of my throat and made my eyes water. It was a complex and horrifying cocktail of odors, the cloying foulness of a weak, old garbage bin left in the sun, the rank smell of a wet, unwashed dog, and the sharp, acrid spray of a skunk, all rolled into one overwhelming wave. It was so potent, it felt like a physical weight in the air. And it was coming from the dense tree line on the bank, no more than 20 feet away. I froze, my hand still on the useless motor. Every nerve ending in my body screamed danger. This wasn't a smell of death. It was a smell of life, a rank, unholy vitality. My gaze was locked on the wall of green from which the odor was emanating. And then I heard the sound. It was a heavy thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the four-legged scramble of a deer or a wild hog crashing through the brush. This was different. It was the deliberate, measured tread of something massive, something heavy, and it was bipedal. The sound vibrated through the water, a low-frequency tremor I felt in the hull of my kayak and deep in my chest. My heart, which had been beating at a steady, calm rhythm moments before, began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed my paddle, my knuckles turning white as I gripped the smooth wood. The palmetto fans on the bank, thick as a privacy screen, began to shake violently, as if something immense was pushing its way through them. A low grunt echoed from the same spot, a deep, guttural sound that was not quite animal, not quite human. It was a sound of exertion and annoyance, and it vibrated through my very bones. In that moment, every local story I had ever dismissed as folklore came rushing back. Every swamp, every deep wood has its monster. Down here, in the humid wetlands of the South, they call it the skunk ape, the foul-smelling, reclusive cousin of Bigfoot. A giant, hair-covered ape, like man, that supposedly sticks to the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the wilderness. I'd heard the tales from fishermen, seen the grainy, unconvincing photos in local tabloids, and laughed them off as campfire stories, a fun bit of local mythology to spook tourists. I was a scientist, a professional. I dealt in facts, in observable data, in the known and categorized species of the park. But as I sat there, stranded on that black water, with the sun bleeding out of the sky, that suffocating stench burning my nostrils, and the heavy, two-legged footsteps moving just beyond my sight, the folklore suddenly felt terrifyingly, undeniably real. Time seemed to stretch and warp in that moment. My entire world, once a sprawling, familiar ecosystem, had shrunk to the dimensions of my small kayak and the 20-foot stretch of black water separating me from an impossible reality. The rational part of my brain, the part that had been trained to identify animal tracks, catalog flora, and handle park emergencies with a level head, was frantically trying to find a logical explanation. A black bear standing on its hind legs? No, the sound was wrong, the gait too deliberate. A feral hog, maybe a monstrously large one. Impossible. Hogs don't walk like that, and they certainly don't smell like a chemical spill in a landfill. Every logical explanation I grasped slipped through my fingers like water, leaving only the cold, hard dread of the unbelievable. The shaking in the palmetto fan stopped. For a heartbeat, there was only the suffocating stench and the frantic thumping of my own pulse in my ears. Then, a large shape detached itself from the deeper shadows, behind a screen of cypress trees and moved into a sliver of open space. It wasn't a clear view, and for that, I am eternally grateful. What I saw was a silhouette, a massive, dark form outlined against the fading light. It was impossibly tall, easily 7, maybe 8 feet, with a powerful, broad-shouldered build that spoke of immense strength. The shape was distinctly man-like, but grotesquely so. Its arms were too long, hanging down nearly to its knees, and its head seemed to sit directly on its shoulders, with no discernible neck. The entire form was covered in what looked like a thick, matted shag of dark hair. I couldn't make out facial features, just a dark, hulking presence that seemed to absorb the light around it. It turned its head slowly, a deliberate movement, and I felt its attention lock onto me. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt them. It was a feeling I had never experienced before, not even with the largest alligators. This wasn't the simple, instinctual awareness of a predator. This felt different. It felt like an assessment. It felt intelligent. The swamp, which had always been my sanctuary, my place of peace, instantly transformed. It was no longer my home. It was its home. The dense, tangled forest wasn't a beautiful wilderness. It was the creature's perfect hunting ground, a fortress of shadows from which it could watch and wait. I, on the other hand, was completely exposed, a solitary figure in a tiny plastic boat on the open water. The feeling of being prey was a physical thing, a crushing weight on my chest that made it hard to breathe. I was no longer Ranger Delilah Washington. I was just meat. My training kicked in. A thin, reedy voice of reason in a hurricane of panic. Don't show fear. Don't make sudden movements. Don't appear to be a threat. But my body wasn't listening. A tremor started in my hands, shaking the paddle I was gripping so tightly. The creature took a step, paralleling my position on the creek. The heavy thump of its footfall was followed by the sickening crack of a branch under its immense weight. It was stalking me, keeping to the cover of the trees, watching my every move. The slow, deliberate pace was the most terrifying part. It wasn't rushing. It wasn't charging. It was simply walking alongside me, as if to say, "You can't go anywhere I can't follow. This is my pace. This is my domain." I had to move. Staying here, frozen in place, was a death sentence. I dipped the paddle into the black water, trying to make the movement as slow and silent as possible. My goal wasn't speed, not yet. It was stealth. I wanted to slip away, to become just another shadow on the water, to disappear around the next bend without provoking the thing on the bank. The kayak glided forward, the only sound a soft, as the hull cut through the water. I didn't dare take my eyes off the spot where I had last seen it. I paddled again, my muscles screaming with the effort of keeping the motion smooth and controlled. It knew. The instant my kayak began to move with purpose, the creature let out another grunt. This one was different from the first. It was louder, closer, and filled with a note of aggression, of challenge. It was the sound of a territorial predator that had just seen its quarry attempt to flee. Before I could process the sound, I heard a tremendous splash. It wasn't the sound of something falling into the water. It was the sound of something immense entering the water. A wave of displaced water rocked my kayak, nearly unseating me. Panic, raw and absolute, finally shattered the last vestiges of my training. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was terrified of what I would see wading through the dark water behind me. I dug the paddle in, all pretense of silence gone, and pulled with every ounce of strength I possessed. My mind was a white, hot blank of terror, focused on a single, primal command: escape. The kayak surged forward. Behind me, I could hear it. The sound of powerful legs churning through the shallows. The sloshing and sucking of mud as it pushed its way through the creek bed. It was faster than I could have imagined. The sounds were getting closer. The creek, my familiar highway, became a nightmarish obstacle course. Cypress knees that I usually navigated with ease now seemed like jagged spears waiting to rip open the hull of my kayak. Low, hanging branches clawed at my face as I paddled frantically, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. The stench was still there, a constant, suffocating presence that seemed to cling to me, as if the creature itself were breathing down my neck. I could hear its heavy, water-logged breathing now, a guttural, rasping sound that was somehow even more terrifying than the footsteps. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the deepening twilight, I saw it. It was about 30 yards back, wading through the chest, deep water with an unnerving ease. Its massive shoulders and head were above the surface, a dark, unstoppable shape plowing a V-shaped wake through the black water. It was gaining on me. The sight sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I paddled harder, my arms burning, my lungs on fire. The world narrowed to the blade of my paddle hitting the water, the pull of the stroke, the burn in my muscles, and the horrifying sounds of pursuit behind me. For what felt like an eternity, this was my reality. The desperate race through the darkening swamp, the monster in the water behind me, the familiar landscape turned alien and hostile. Every splash behind me made my heart leap into my throat. I expected to feel a massive, hairy hand clamp down on the stern of my kayak at any second, to be pulled into that dark, foul-smelling water. I was no longer in Congaree National Park. I was in a primal nightmare, a story my grandmother might have told, come to horrifying life. Finally, with my strength failing, I rounded a wide bend in the creek, and I saw it. A single, steady light shining through the trees. The ranger station. It was still a long way off, maybe half a mile, but it was a beacon. It was safety. It was civilization. It was a world where skunk apes didn't exist. As if it saw it too, or perhaps sensed the change in me, the creature behind me let out one last, long, guttural roar. It was a sound of pure, frustrated rage, a sound that echoed across the water and through the ancient trees. And then, the sounds of pursuit stopped. The splashing ceased. The heavy breathing was gone. I paddled another 50 yards, my kayak gliding into the wider, more open water near the boat launch before I dared to look back again. There was nothing. Just the still, black water and the impenetrable wall of the swamp. Silent once more, guarding its terrible secret. I didn't stop paddling, even after the roar faded and the sounds of pursuit vanished. My arms were screaming, my back was a knot of fire, but I kept going, driven by a primal fear that logic couldn't touch. The silence left in the creature's wake was somehow just as terrifying as the noise had been. It was a heavy, listening silence, and I felt as though the entire swamp was holding its breath, its unseen eyes watching me flee. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a hulking, broad-shouldered form. Every ripple on the black water looked like the beginning of a wake. The half-mile paddle to the ranger station was the longest journey of my life. My mind was a chaotic slideshow of the silhouette against the twilight, the sound of its breathing, the sheer, impossible size of it. When the hull of my kayak finally scraped against the gravel of the boat launch, The sound was so jarringly normal that it almost brought me to my knees. I practically fell out of the boat, my legs trembling so badly I could barely stand. I scrambled up the bank, dragging the kayak with a strength I didn't know I possessed, my eyes constantly scanning the dark tree line at the edge of the water. Marcus, one of the seasonal rangers, was just locking up the equipment shed. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness and fell on me. "D, you're back late?" he called out, his voice friendly and blessedly ordinary. "Everything all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I tried to form a sentence, but my throat was raw, my mouth as dry as dust. I managed a weak, shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob. "Battery died," I croaked, the lie tasting like ash in my mouth. "Long paddle back. Just tired." He nodded sympathetically, his flashlight beam moving from my pale face to the kayak. "Happens to the best of us. Those old batteries are junk. I'll help you get it loaded up." I wanted to scream. I wanted to grab him by the shoulders and tell him that there was something in the water, something monstrous and real that had chased me, that was even now watching us from the darkness. But how could I? What would I say? A 7-foot-tall, foul-smelling ape man chased me down the creek. They would think I was crazy, that I'd had a heat stroke-induced hallucination. I'd be on administrative leave and undergoing a psychological evaluation before sunrise. You can't file a report on a skunk ape. So I said nothing. I just nodded, my body moving on autopilot as we secured the kayak to my truck. I could still smell the stench. Or maybe it was just imprinted on my memory. A phantom odor that I feared would never leave me. The drive home was a blur. I don't remember the turns I took, or the traffic lights I stopped at. My mind was still in the swamp, paddling frantically through the dark water. When I got to my small house on the edge of the park, I locked the doors, checked the windows, and stood in the shower for nearly an hour, scrubbing my skin until it was raw, as if I could wash away the feeling of being watched, the memory of that unholy smell. But the water did nothing to quell the terror. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the silhouette. I heard the splash, the guttural roar. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the normal night sounds of the country. The chirping of crickets, the distant bark of a dog, and interpreting them all through a new filter of fear. Was that creak just the house settling? Or was it a heavy footstep on my porch? Was it the wind in the pines? Or was it a low, rasping breath just outside my window? The sanctuary of my own home had been breached, its walls made thin and fragile by the knowledge of what lived just beyond the tree line. The next day, I went back to work. I filed my patrol report, noting the dead motor on the kayak and requesting a replacement. I talked with my colleagues about water levels and trail maintenance, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. I was living in two worlds at once. In one, I was Ranger D. Washington, a competent professional going about her duties. In the other, I was a terrified survivor, a woman who had looked into the heart of the unknown and seen it look back. The park was never the same for me again. My relationship with it was fundamentally broken. The quiet solitude I once cherished now felt menacing. The deep shadows I once found beautiful now seemed to hide unimaginable things. When I took my kayak out on patrol, I stayed in the wider, more open channels. I avoided the narrow creeks and the remote loops. I found myself constantly scanning the shoreline, my hand never far from the canister of bears I now carried. though I knew it would be as effective as a water pistol against something that large. The call of a barred owl would make me jump. The rustle of a squirrel in the leaves would send a jolt of ice through my veins. My sanctuary had become a place of anxiety, my home a source of constant, low-grade dread. In the weeks that followed, I did something I never thought I would do. I went down a rabbit hole of internet forums and cryptozoology websites. I read dozens of eyewitness accounts of the skunk ape, the southern Sasquatch from Florida to Arkansas. Most were easily dismissible. Blurry photos, outlandish claims, stories that reeked of hoax. But some of them made the hair on my arms stand up. They described the same things I had experienced: the impossible height and build, the bipedal gait, the long arms, and most of all, the overwhelming, gag-inducing stench. They were written by hunters, fishermen, and hikers. People who, like me, knew the woods, who could tell the difference between a bear and something else. These were not people seeking fame. They were people who were scared, confused, and trying to make sense of something that defied all logical explanation. They were people like me. I never told anyone the full story of what happened that evening. I couldn't. To speak it aloud would be to give it a power I wasn't ready to confront, to invite ridicule and disbelief that I didn't have the strength to face. I simply said the motor died, and I had a long, tiring paddle back in the dark. It was the truth, just not the whole truth. But the secret I carry has changed me. I still do my job. I still patrol the black water of Congaree. I still marvel at its ancient beauty. But I do so with a new, heavy awareness. I know now that the maps we draw and the species we catalog don't tell the whole story. I know that my grandmother's stories of the dark water woods were more than just folklore. They were warnings. We are guests here, visitors in a world far older and stranger than we can comprehend. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that we are not the only things walking on two legs in the deep woods of the South. My name is Frank Miller. For 32 years, my office was the sprawling, untamed wilderness of West Virginia. I breathed air thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only deadlines I had were the rising and setting of the sun. Now, my world is one of recycled air, the sterile hum of a computer, and a coffee mug that's perpetually lukewarm. I traded my ranger's uniform for a collared shirt and a tie that always feels a little too tight. A quiet retirement into a desk job that's safe, predictable, and soul-crushingly dull. But some nights, when the office is quiet and the only light is the glow from my monitor, the memories come back. Not the good ones of sun, dappled trails, or the thrill of spotting a black bear from a safe distance, but the other ones. The memories that remind me why I was so eager to trade the wild for the mundane. Before I was shuffling papers, I was a state park ranger. Most of my career was what you'd expect, helping lost hikers, managing wildlife, and dealing with the occasional poacher or illegal camper. It was a life grounded in logic and the observable laws of nature. I'm a nuts and bolts kind of guy, always have been. If I can't see it, touch it, weigh it, and measure it, I don't put much stock in it. My world was one of soil samples, animal tracks, and weather patterns. Ghosts, UFOs, cryptids. To me, those were just stories people told around a campfire, products of overactive imaginations fueled by darkness and isolation. I'd heard them all, and I'd dismiss them all with a patient smile and a rational explanation. Then I was assigned to a patrol area in Mason County, and my neat, orderly world began to unravel at the seams. My new patrol zone bordered a vast, unnerving stretch of federal land. Officially, it was designated surplus government property. To the locals, it had only one name: the TNT area. It was an old, decommissioned WI munitions plant, a sprawling complex of decay that the forest was slowly, relentlessly reclaiming. Imagine miles upon miles of crumbling access roads, choked with weeds, leading to nowhere. Picture dozens of enormous, windowless concrete bunkers, like ancient tombs, their thick steel doors either rusted shut or gaping open into blackness. Skeletal remains of warehouses and processing plants stood like silent, rusting giants, their metal skins peeling away to reveal the girders beneath. The entire place was a monument to forgotten industry and forgotten fears, a ghost of a time when the world was at war. Even without the stories, the place was profoundly creepy. There was a stillness to it, an unnatural silence that even the birds and insects seemed to respect. You could stand at the perimeter fence and feel the weight of the place pressing in on you. It was a landscape of straight lines and hard angles, an unnatural geometry that fought against the organic chaos of the surrounding woods. It felt wrong. And then there were the stories. The locals, people whose families had lived in those hills for generations, spoke of the TNT area in hushed tones. They talked of strange lights in the sky, of government spooks in unmarked black cars, still patrolling the empty roads, of animals that weren't quite right, deer with an unsettling intelligence in their eyes, coyotes that didn't sound like coyotes at all. And, of course, they talked about the events of '66 and '67. They talked about the Mothman. I'd seen the old newspaper clippings, of course. The sensational headlines about a man-sized bird creature something, with glowing red eyes. I'd read the witness accounts, the tales of terror that culminated in the tragic collapse of the Silver Bridge. As a man of logic, I had my explanations ready. Mass hysteria, a misidentified owl, maybe a prank that got out of hand. The bridge collapse was a tragedy, yes, but it was due to a faulty I-bar chain, a failure of steel and engineering, not a curse from a winged boogeyman. I was confident, comfortable in my skepticism. I believed in faulty steel, not omens. My primary duty in that sector was to be a glorified security guard. The TNT area, with its eerie reputation and crumbling structures, was a magnet for teenagers looking for a place to party or a thrill. My job was to patrol the perimeter fence, repair any breaches, and ensure no one got inside. It was a dangerous place, riddled with sinkholes, asbestos, and who knows what kind of chemical residue soaking into the soil. I was there to keep people safe, to enforce the tangible, logical threat of physical harm. The night it happened was in late October. The air had that sharp, cold edge to it that promises winter is coming. The leaves were mostly down, leaving the trees as a stark, skeletal lattice against the sky. It was a moonless night, the kind of profound, ink, black dark you only find deep in the country, far from the light pollution of any town. The kind of dark where the forest feels like a living, breathing entity that swallows the light from your truck's headlights, giving you back nothing but a few dozen yards of illuminated road before the blackness closes in again. I was doing a late patrol, my third sweep of the northern fence line. The reports of kids getting in had been more frequent, and my supervisor wanted a visible presence. The hours between midnight and 4 a.m. were the worst. The world is asleep, and the profound loneliness of the job can start to play tricks on your mind. The familiar crackle of the radio is your only companion. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth gets amplified in the silence. But I was used to it. I was a professional. I had pulled my Ford F-150 over to the shoulder of narrow access road to inspect a section of fence that looked like it had been recently tampered with. That's when I got the feeling. It wasn't a sound or a sight. It was a primal, biological alarm that bypassed my logical brain entirely. It was the feeling of being watched, not by a curious deer or a passing raccoon. This was different. This was the cold, heavy certainty of being observed by something with intelligence and intent. The hairs on the back of my neck and on my forearms stood rigid. A cold current entirely separate from the autumn chill traced a line up my spine. It was the ancient, instinctual terror of a prey animal that has just realized a predator is nearby. My hand, which had been reaching for the door handle, froze. My training kicked in, a calm, methodical process designed to override panic. But my body wasn't listening. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I forced myself to take a slow, deep breath, the air stinging my lungs. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was absolute and deafening. The rumble of the engine had been a shield, and now it was gone. The only sound was the frantic thumping of my own blood in my ears. I slowly, deliberately switched off the headlights. The world plunged into an almost total blackness, and the feeling of being watched intensified tenfold. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like a mouse cowering under the gaze of a hawk. I let my eyes adjust for a long minute, my gaze fixed on the impenetrable wall of trees just beyond the fence. My mind was racing, trying to put a name to the fear. A bear, a bobcat, maybe a poacher who thought I was onto him. I was armed, of course. But the feeling I had wasn't something a sidearm could solve. After what felt like an eternity, I reached for the heavy, reassuring weight of my department, issue maglite. It was a beast of a flashlight, a solid club of black aluminum. I clicked it on, and its powerful beam cut a perfect, sharp-edged cone through the oppressive darkness. I began to scan the tree line, moving the beam slowly, methodically, from left to right. Just trees. Gnarled oaks, tall pines, a tangle of underbrush. Shadows danced and leaped as the light moved, playing tricks on my eyes. I was starting to feel foolish, my rational mind reasserting control. It's just nerves, Frank. You're tired. It's the woods. I was about to write the whole thing off, to chalk it up to a long night and a creepy location. I swept the beam one last time across the woods, ready to fire up the engine and continue my patrol. That's when I saw them, and my blood ran cold. About 100 yards into the woods, maybe 10 or 12 feet up in the branches of a massive, ancient oak tree, were two enormous, glowing circles. They were perfectly round, perfectly spaced, and they shone with a soft internal, deep, red light. They weren't reflections. My flashlight beam was aimed directly at them. But this light wasn't a reflection of my own. It was a source. It was like looking at the burning ends of two giant, perfectly aligned cigars, glowing with a steady, malevolent intensity in the suffocating dark. And they were staring right at me. Time seemed to stretch and warp. For how long I sat there, frozen in the driver's seat of my truck with the maglite beam trembling in my hand, I couldn't say. It could have been seconds. It could have been a full minute. My entire world had contracted to the narrow cone of light, and the two impossible. hypnotic points of crimson staring back at me from the darkness. They didn't blink. They didn't waver. They just glowed with a steady, serene malevolence that felt ancient and utterly alien. Every rational fiber of my being screamed for an explanation. My mind, the same nuts and bolts mind that had served me for decades, began frantically sifting through its catalog of nocturnal wildlife. An owl? No. An owl's eyes reflect light, they don't generate it, and no owl on God's green earth has eyes the size of saucers. A bobcat. A bear. Their eyeshade is typically green or yellow, a brief, startling flash in the darkness, not this deep, self-sustaining, blood, red burn. My brain was like a computer, fed a command it couldn't process, its fans screaming as it cycled through every known possibility, finding nothing. Could it be some kind of drone? A prank by the local kids? But the light wasn't mechanical. It didn't have the sharp, sterile quality of an LED. It felt organic, alive. It was the color of embers, the color of a dying fire, and it held a terrifying, focused intelligence. The part of my brain that wasn't paralyzed by logic was screaming a much simpler, more primal message: run. But I couldn't move. The maglite felt fused to my hand, my arm locked in place. My foot was hovering uselessly over the accelerator. I was pinned by that gaze. A specimen under a microscope, and the silence of the woods seemed to deepen, pressing in on the cab of the truck until I thought the glass would shatter. Then the darkness around the eyes began to shift. It wasn't a sudden movement. It was a slow, deliberate detachment from the deeper blackness of the tree and the night sky. What I had assumed was the trunk of the oak tree, or a cluster of thick branches, was not a tree at all. A shape began to resolve itself, a form coalescing around those two burning points of light. It was huge, far bigger than any man. A broad, powerful torso, vaguely humanoid in its outline, but wider, thicker, and from its shoulders something unfolded. With a terrifying, silent grace, two massive wings unfurled from its back. They didn't flap or flutter. They simply expanded, like a dark cloak being thrown open. They were not feathered like a bird's wings, nor leathery like a bat's. They seemed to be made of shadow itself, absorbing the faint starlight, creating a patch of absolute nothingness against the night. They stretched from one major branch of the oak to another, a span that had to be 10, maybe 15 feet across. The sheer scale of it was breathtaking and horrifying. It was a man-like figure, but it was a caricature, a nightmare version of the human form, stretched and twisted into something new and terrible. It hadn't been perched in the tree. It had been part of it, folded into the darkness like some grotesque nocturnal flower. And in that instant, a word, a name, exploded in my head. It wasn't a thought I consciously formed. It was an answer that bubbled up from the terrified recesses of my memory, dredged from the half-forgotten headlines and hushed stories I had so casually dismissed. Mothman. The name landed in my consciousness with the force of a physical blow. The creature from the stories, the winged harbinger from the local folklore. The thing I had explained away with smug, rational certainty was unfolding itself from a tree 100 yards away. And it was looking right at me. The skepticism, the logic, the entire foundation of my nuts and bolts worldview crumbled into dust in the face of that impossible reality. This wasn't a misidentified owl. This wasn't a prank. This was something else entirely. Something ancient, something powerful, and something that had no place in the world I knew. The creature shifted its weight, a subtle, fluid movement that was utterly silent. There was no crackle of leaves, no groan of wood. For a thing of its size, its lack of sound was perhaps the most terrifying thing about it. It was a hole in the natural world, a vacuum where noise should have been. It tilted its head, and the two red eyes seemed to study me, to assess me with a cold, detached curiosity that was far more frightening than any overt aggression. It felt as if it was looking straight through the windshield, through my skin and bones, and into the frantic, terrified core of my being. Then, with a single, powerful downbeat of its massive wings, it launched itself from the tree. There was no screech, no roar, no sound of exertion. There was only a sudden, faint rush of displaced air, a whisper that was more felt than heard. It didn't climb into the air so much as it simply ascended, a silent, black shape rising into the star-dusted sky. It moved with an eerie, effortless grace, a black cutout against the cosmos. For a heart-stopping moment, it hovered, its red eyes still fixed on me, a final, damning gaze. And then it came towards me. It didn't dive or sloop. It simply flew, its vast wings beating in a slow, steady, utterly silent rhythm. It passed directly over my truck, a colossal shadow that blotted out the entire night sky for a second. The cab was plunged into a darkness, so complete it felt like being submerged in ink. I instinctively ducked, throwing an arm over my head, my body finally breaking free from its paralysis in a surge of pure, unadulterated terror. I could feel the pressure change in the cab, a subtle thrum that vibrated through the truck's frame. It was so close I felt I could have reached out and touched it. And then it was gone. The stars reappeared. The oppressive shadow vanished. It had passed over me and disappeared into the night, as silently as it had appeared. I was left alone in my truck, in the sudden, ringing silence of the woods. I sat bolt upright, gasping for air. I didn't realize I'd been holding. A violent, uncontrollable tremor seized my entire body. My teeth were chattering so hard, I thought they would crack. I looked at my hands on the steering wheel, and they were shaking so violently they were just a blur. I fumbled for the ignition, my fingers like clumsy, useless sausages. The key scraped against the steering column, missing the slot. I tried again, dropping the keys onto the floor mat. A strangled sob of frustration and fear escaped my lips. I scrambled for the keys, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gulps. Finally, my trembling fingers closed around the key. I jammed it into the ignition, twisted it, and the engine roared to life with a sound that felt like a gunshot in the profound silence. I didn't bother with the headlights. I slammed the truck into drive, the tires spinning on the gravel shoulder, and I floored it. I drove away from that place with a reckless, desperate speed I had never used in my life, not even in an emergency. The truck fishtailed on the narrow road, branches scraping and screeching against the side panels, but I didn't care. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and that tree, between myself and those red eyes. I drove straight back to the ranger station, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes wide and staring, seeing not the road ahead, but the replay of that silent, winged shape against the stars. I burst through the door of the station, probably looking like I'd seen a ghost. Which, in a way, I suppose I had. The night duty officer, a young kid named Henderson, looked up from his magazine, his eyes wide with alarm. "Frank, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I opened my mouth to speak, to tell him what I had seen. But what could I say? I just saw a 10-foot, tall man with wings and glowing red eyes fly over my truck. They would have sent me for a psychiatric evaluation. They would have taken my badge and my gun. My career, my reputation, my entire life as a sensible, grounded man would have been over. So I just shook my head, the tremors still racking my body. Nothing. I croaked, my voice hoarse. Just spooked a bear. Big one. I didn't say another word. I went to the small locker room, splashed cold water on my face, and sat on the bench, shaking, for the better part of an hour, waiting for the sun to come up, praying for the light to chase the memory of that impossible darkness away. It never did. Sleep didn't come that night, or the night after. How could it? Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them too. Burning red circles in an impossible darkness. I would see the silent unfolding of those massive wings. The way the creature blotted out the stars, a void in the shape of a man. I'd jolt awake in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the echo of that silent flight thrumming through my bones. My flimsy excuse of having spooked a bear held up, but only just. Henderson and the other rangers looked at me with a mixture of concern and pity. They saw a man who was unraveling, but they attributed it to stress, to the long, lonely hours. They couldn't possibly comprehend the truth. The truth was, the world I had known for over 30 years, a world governed by predictable, physical laws, had been irrevocably shattered. I tried to rationalize it. In the harsh, unforgiving light of day, I would sit with a cup of coffee and try to piece together a logical explanation. A weather balloon. An experimental military drone from the nearby Air Force Base. A cleverly executed hoax with kites and LEDs. I desperately clung to these possibilities, turning them over and over in my mind, trying to make them fit. But none of them did. No balloon could move with such deliberate, intelligent grace. No drone could be that large, that silent. No prank could explain the primal, gut-wrenching terror I had felt, the feeling of being scrutinized by a non-human intelligence. The memory was too vivid, too real. My own senses, the very tools I had relied on my entire life, had become my tormentors. Work became a nightmare. I, who had once found solace and peace in the deep woods, now felt a constant, gnawing anxiety whenever I was on patrol. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden form. Every gust of wind sounded like the rush of silent wings. I couldn't look at a large oak tree without my throat tightening. I started making excuses to avoid night patrols, trading shifts, feigning illness. I took a new route that added 20 minutes to my commute just to avoid driving past the TNT area after dark. The fence I was supposed to be guarding became a boundary I was terrified to approach. The fear was a constant companion, a cold weight in the pit of my stomach. My colleagues noticed the change. "You okay, Frank?" My supervisor, a good man named Dave, asked me one afternoon. "You seem on edge." I just nodded and mumbled something about not sleeping well. How could I tell him the truth? How could I explain that the foundation of my reality had been cracked? And I was terrified of what might crawl through the fissures. I was Frank Miller, the nuts, and bolts guy, the skeptic. Admitting what I saw would be admitting that I had been wrong about everything. More than that, it would be admitting that there were things in this world that were vast, ancient, and utterly indifferent to human comprehension. It was a terrifying, isolating knowledge to carry alone. About a week after my encounter, the news broke. It was all over the local radio station when I came into the station one morning. A freight train had derailed just a few miles down the river from the TNT area. Several tanker cars had ruptured. spilling thousands of gallons of hazardous chemicals into the Kanawha River. The reports were chaotic at first, talk of evacuations, a massive environmental cleanup, and the potential for a real catastrophe. A plume of toxic gas had been released, and if the wind had been blowing a different direction, it could have drifted over a nearby town with devastating consequences. By some miracle, no one was killed, but it was a close call. The news called it a disaster narrowly averted. I stood there in the station, coffee cup halfway to my lips, and a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air washed over me. The location, the timing, it was too much to be a coincidence. My mind flashed back to the old stories, the folklore I had so arrogantly dismissed. The stories didn't just describe a monster. They described a pattern. The sightings of the Mothman in '66 and '67 had preceded dozens of smaller tragedies and misfortunes, all culminating in the horrific collapse of a silver bridge, which claimed 46 lives. The creature wasn't seen as a cause of these disasters, but as a herald. A silent observer drawn to the scent of tragedy yet to come. A harbinger of doom. Suddenly, the cold, detached curiosity in those red eyes made a horrifying kind of sense. It hadn't been looking at me as an individual. I was just a park ranger in a truck, a tiny, insignificant detail in the landscape. It had been looking at the area, at the river, at the threads of fate that were about to converge in a tangle of twisted steel and toxic chemicals. It was a witness to a future I couldn't see. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. That thing, that silent, winged shape, understood disaster on a level I couldn't begin to fathom. It didn't cause the tragedy, but it knew it was coming. It was drawn to it, like a vulture to a dying animal. I never told anyone the full story. Not my wife, not my supervisor, not the therapist I started seeing a few months later for it. Work-related anxiety. The secret was a wall between me and the rest of the world. I requested a transfer a few months. After that, taking the first desk job that came available, a position 200 miles away from Mason County. I needed the noise of the city, the predictable grid of streets, the solid, man-made certainty of concrete and steel. I needed to be somewhere the trees didn't have secrets and the darkness wasn't watching. I know what the stories say. I know the theories. Some say the Mothman is an alien, others a cryptid, a creature unknown to science. Some even believe it's a supernatural entity, an angel or a demon. I don't know what it was. I've spent years trying to put a label on it, to fit it into a neat little box in my mind, but it refuses to be categorized. It was simply something else. Something that operates on a level of reality that we are not equipped to understand. Now, I sit at this desk, surrounded by the mundane artifacts of a safe life. But the memory remains, as sharp and as terrifying as it was that night. I traded the wilderness for a cubicle, not because I was tired of being a ranger, but because I was afraid of the wild. I learned that night that the world is much bigger, much older, and much stranger than our science and our logic can account for. There are things that live in the deep, dark corners of the world, things that have been here long before us and will be here long after we're gone. And sometimes, if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you might just catch a glimpse of them. You might see something that you can't explain, something that shatters your understanding of the world. And you will never, ever be the same. I know I wasn't. When I saw those red eyes, I was looking at an omen, a living, breathing warning. And I know with a certainty that chills me to this day, that I was looking at something that understood disaster on a level I hope I never have to again. My name is Maya Singh, and for the last 6 years, I've been a park ranger at Olympic National Park. It's a title I wear with a profound sense of pride and responsibility. Most people, when they think of a park ranger, picture someone giving directions to a viewpoint or explaining the life cycle of a salmon. And yes, that's part of it. But that's the surface layer, the pleasant, public-facing crust of the job. The real work, the heart of it, happens in the quiet moments, deep within the park's sprawling, untamed wilderness. Olympic is not just a park. It's a collection of distinct and wild ecosystems stitched together into one massive, breathing entity. It's a place of staggering contrasts. On any given day, you can stand on the rugged, windswept Pacific coastline, where colossal waves, born from storms thousands of miles away, relentlessly pound against ancient sea stacks. Then, you can drive inland and find yourself enveloped in the damp, earthy scent of the Hoh rainforest, a temperate jungle where moss hangs from the limbs of giant Sitka spruce and western hemlock, like the tattered robes of ancient kings. The silence in there is a physical presence, a heavy green, tinted quiet that swallows sound. Higher still, you can climb into the alpine zone, a starkly beautiful world of rock, ice, and meadows that burst with wildflowers for a few fleeting summer weeks. This diversity is what draws people here. They come seeking solace, adventure, a connection to something larger and more primal than their day-to-day lives. I've met families seeing their first wild elk, seasoned mountaineers with ice in their beards, and artists who sit for hours, trying to capture the way the light filters through the canopy. These are the people who make the job a joy. They come with respect, with a sense of wonder. But the very thing that provides peace and solitude for them, the isolation, the sheer, overwhelming scale of the wilderness, attracts another kind of person. This is something you learn quickly. It's a lesson taught not in a classroom, but in the subtle shift of a stranger's gaze, in a question that hangs in the air a little too long. The wilderness doesn't judge. It offers a blank canvas, a place where the background noise of society fades away. For most, this is a blessing. For some, it's an opportunity. An opportunity to operate without witnesses, to let the darker parts of their nature off the leash, hidden beneath the same green canopy that shelters the deer and the bear. The day it happened was a Tuesday in late October. The tourist season had wound down, and a crisp, autumnal chill was settling into the valleys. The vibrant greens of summer were giving way to the muted golds and deep browns of the changing seasons. I was on a solo foot patrol, covering a less trafficked trail in the lowland forest near the Elwha River. It was a beautiful, almost melancholic area, dominated by towering old, growth Douglas firs that created a high, dense ceiling, leaving the forest floor in a state of perpetual twilight. The air was still and cold, and my breath plumed in front of me with every exhale. The only sounds were the soft crunch of my boots on the damp earth and the distant, melodic call of a varied thrush. I hadn't seen another soul for over 3 hours. This wasn't unusual for this trail, especially on a weekday in the off-season. I felt a sense of profound peace, a feeling of being the only person in the world. It was a sensation I cherished, the very reason I took this job. I felt my shoulders relax, the constant low-level alertness of being on duty softening into a comfortable awareness. I came around a wide bend in the trail, where a massive, moss-covered fir had fallen decades ago, its trunk now serving as a natural bench. And someone was sitting on it. My first reaction was a mild, professional surprise. I automatically began my mental checklist. He appeared to be in his late 30s or early 40s. He was fit, with the lean build of a regular hiker. His gear was standard, a good quality day pack. Sturdy, looking boots, weather-appropriate clothing. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He was just a man, sitting on a log, looking out into the dense woods. As I drew closer, I prepared my standard greeting, the one I'd used 1,000 times. I put on a professional, welcoming smile. "Afternoon," I said, my voice clear and friendly in the quiet air. "Everything okay?" He turned his head to look at me. And that's when the first, faint whisper of an alarm bell went off in my mind. It wasn't anything I could articulate, just a feeling. His eyes. They were dark and steady, but they seemed to lack any of the warmth or casual curiosity you'd expect from a hiker being approached by a ranger. They were flat, analytical. He didn't smile back, just enjoying the quiet. He said, his voice was even, almost monotone. He looked me over, his gaze lingering for a fraction of a second on my uniform, my badge, the radio on my shoulder strap. "You're the first person I've seen all day." "It's a quiet trail," I replied, keeping my smile in place, though it felt a bit more rigid now. The alarm bell gave another faint, insistent ring. My training kicked in, pushing back against the unease. Assess, don't assume. Just doing my rounds. Have a good hike. My intention was to continue walking, to move past him, and let the encounter be just another brief, forgettable interaction. I took a step to the side of the log. But he spoke again, his voice cutting through my intention to leave. "You patrol this trail often?" I stopped. The question itself wasn't strange, but the timing and the tone were. It was too pointed. Hikers might ask about trail conditions, or wildlife sightings, or the distance to the next junction. They didn't usually ask about my patrol schedule. I turned back to face him fully. "Fairly regularly," I said, my voice becoming more neutral, shedding the practiced friendliness. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious," he said, but his gaze was unwavering, almost challenging. He hadn't blinked. He was still sitting, but he had shifted his posture slightly, turning his body more towards me. "You always work alone?" There it was. The alarm bell was no longer a faint whisper. It was a loud, clanging gong in the center of my chest. This was wrong. This was not normal hiker small talk. Every instinct, honed by years of traversing these woods and dealing with the public, was screaming at me. The beautiful, peaceful forest I had been enjoying moments before suddenly felt different. The isolation was no longer a comfort. It was a tactical disadvantage. The towering trees were no longer majestic, they were walls, boxing us in. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was a suffocating blanket, ensuring no one could hear us. He was probing. He was gathering information. He wasn't asking about the trail, or the weather, or the birds. He was asking about me, about my routine, about my vulnerability. I kept my expression locked in a mask of professional neutrality. But inside, my system was flooding with adrenaline. The cold air suddenly felt electric. Every sound, the rustle of a leaf, the snap of a distant twig, was magnified, sharpened into a potential threat. My mind was racing, replaying his questions. "You patrol this trail often? You always work alone?" These were not questions, they were calculations. He was assessing risk. His risk, not mine. Sometimes, I said, my voice carefully measured, betraying none of the frantic energy surging through me. Is there something I can help you with, sir? Are you lost? I injected a note of official concern, trying to pivot the conversation back to a normal ranger-hiker dynamic. It was a test of my own. If he was just an awkward person, he'd likely seize the opportunity to ask for directions or end the conversation. He didn't. He stood up from the log. The movement was slow, deliberate, and utterly fluid. He wasn't creaky or stiff like a hiker who'd been resting for a while. He rose to his full height, and I had to revise my initial assessment. He was taller than I first thought, well over 6 feet, and he had a way of occupying space that felt intentional, like he was deliberately blocking the narrow trail. The friendly woods had transformed into a corridor, and he was the gatekeeper. I'm not lost, he said, his voice still holding that unnerving, flat quality. He took a single, casual step closer. The distance between us shrank from a comfortable, conversational space to something intimate and confrontational. I could smell the faint, woodsy scent of the forest on his clothes. You're all alone out here. He gestured with a slight nod of his head to the dense, silent trees that pressed in on us from all sides. No one for miles. Your radio probably doesn't even get a signal in this part of the valley, does it? That question hit me like a physical blow. It was so specific, so tactically aware. And he was right. This particular valley was a notorious dead zone for radio communication. It was a known issue, something we were briefed on, a vulnerability we were trained to mitigate by being extra cautious. But it wasn't public knowledge. It wasn't something a casual hiker would know, or even think to ask about. He wasn't guessing. He knew. My hand, as if with a mind of its own, drifted down to my hip. My fingers brushed against the cold, hard polymer of my holster. I didn't unclip the retention strap, but the solid, familiar weight of the firearm beneath my hand was a small anchor in a sea of rising fear. It was a conscious movement, a piece of non-verbal communication. I am not helpless. My radio works just fine, I said, my voice colder now, stripped of all pretense. And I'm not alone. I have regular check-ins. It was a lie, of course. On a deep backcountry patrol like this, check-ins were hourly at best. And I was still 40 minutes out from my next scheduled call. 40 minutes might as well have been an eternity. He just smiled. It was the most chilling expression I had ever seen. It was a thin, humorless stretching of the lips that didn't reach his eyes. His eyes remained flat, cold, and analytical. It was the smile of a predator that has successfully cornered its prey and is taking a moment to savor the fear it has created. Sure you do, he said softly, almost conspiratorially. Then he looked me up and down. It wasn't a lecherous gaze, which would have been bad enough. It was worse. It was a slow, appraising glance, the way a butcher might look at a side of beef. He was measuring me, weighing my strength against my fear. He was testing me, pushing on the boundaries of the situation, to see where they would bend, to see if they would break. He was enjoying the absolute power he held in that moment, in that isolated stretch of woods, miles from anyone who could help me. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy with unspoken violence. The forest, which had felt so peaceful just minutes before, now seemed to be his accomplice, its immense, uncaring isolation a weapon he was wielding against me. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive quiet. I had two choices. I could let the fear consume me, Let him see the terror he was so obviously trying to inspire. Or I could push back. I could take the authority that my uniform was supposed to grant me and make it real. I drew in a slow, steadying breath. I planted my feet firmly on the trail. I met his unwavering gaze with my own, channeling every ounce of command presence I had ever learned. Finally, I broke the silence. My voice was not loud, but it was hard and sharp, the voice I used when I was done with warnings. "Sir, I'm going to need you to step aside and continue on your hike. Now." We stood there for what felt like a lifetime, locked in that silent standoff. His dead eyes stared into mine, searching for a flicker of weakness, a crack in the facade. I held his gaze, refusing to be the first to look away. The world seemed to narrow to the few feet of space between us. Then, something shifted in his expression. The corners of his thin smile widened slightly. He had found what he was looking for. He had pushed me to my limit, seen the fear, and seen the resolve that held it back. He had gotten what he came for. With a theatrical slowness, he took a deliberate step back, clearing the path. "Of course, officer," he said, and his tone was a masterpiece of mockery. Every syllable dripped with contempt for the authority I was clinging to. "Wouldn't want to cause any trouble." I didn't say another word. I gave him a curt nod, my jaw tight, and walked past him. Every nerve ending in my body was screaming. My back tingled with a primal, animal certainty that I was about to be attacked from behind. I forced myself to walk at a steady, measured pace. Not too fast to look like I was running, not too slow to seem hesitant. Each step was a monumental effort of will. The sound of my own footsteps on the trail was deafening. I walked for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 100 yards. The urge to look back was almost overwhelming, a physical itch between my shoulder blades. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The trail behind me was empty. My first thought was that he had continued on his hike, away from me. But that wasn't right. From that distance, I'd have still been able to see him. I stopped and listened. There was no sound of footsteps receding in the opposite direction. There was only the same profound, deep silence of the forest. He hadn't continued down the trail. He hadn't been on the trail at all when I looked back. He had simply melted back into the woods. He was gone. The silence he left behind was heavier, more profound than the quiet that had preceded him. It was a weighted silence, filled with his unseen presence. He was gone from the trail, but he wasn't gone from the woods. The distinction was critical, and it sent a fresh spike of ice, cold dread through my veins. A man who stays on the trail is a hiker. A man who melts into the dense, pathless undergrowth is something else entirely. My hand, which had been resting near my holster, now gripped it tightly. With a deliberate click that sounded like a gunshot in the stillness, I unstrapped the retention hood. My pistol was now ready. The hike back to my patrol vehicle was roughly 4 miles. 4 miles of dense, winding trail, with countless places for an ambush. The thought was paralyzing. I was exposed, a solitary figure moving through his territory, because that's what it felt like now. Not a national park, not my patrol route, but his woods. I forced myself to move. Standing still made me a stationary target. My walk was no longer the confident stride of a ranger. It was the cautious, hyper, alert movement of prey. I scanned the trees on both sides of the trail, my head on a constant swivel. Every dark shadow between the ferns, every thicket of salal, every moss, draped maple seemed to hold his shape. The wind rustled the leaves above, and I flinched, my heart leaping into my throat. The forest, my sanctuary, had become a house of horrors. The familiar calls of birds now sounded like warnings. I tried to rationalize. Maybe he was a local who knew a shortcut. Maybe he was just an odd person, socially inept, who had no idea the effect he had on people. But I couldn't make myself believe it. There was nothing accidental about his questions, nothing unintentional about his smile. He knew about the radio dead zone. He knew I was alone. He had orchestrated the entire encounter to instill the maximum amount of fear. It was a game to him, a display of power. And the most terrifying part was that I had no idea if the game was over. My mind started playing tricks on me. I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision and whip my head around, my hand tightening on my sidearm, only to see a squirrel chasing its rival up a tree trunk. A fallen branch would take on a human silhouette until I was almost upon it. The paranoia was a corrosive acid, eating away at my composure. I felt hunted. It's a feeling that's hard to describe if you've never experienced it. It's a primal, instinctual knowledge that you are being watched by something that wishes you harm. It raises the hairs on your arms and sends a cold current down your spine. The miles stretched into an eternity. With every step, I expected him to reappear, to step out from behind a tree, that same dead smile on his face. I planned what I would do, running through scenarios in my head, draw my weapon, issue commands. But what would the command be? Stop looking at me. He hadn't broken any laws. He hadn't touched me. He hadn't explicitly threatened me. His weapon was psychological. And there was no defense against that except to endure. Finally, through a break in the trees, I saw it, the glint of sunlight off metal and glass. My patrol vehicle. The sight was so mundane, so beautifully normal, that it almost brought tears to my eyes. I didn't run, but my pace quickened, my boots crunching loudly on the gravel of the small parking area. I fumbled with my keys, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. The solid, metallic thunk of the car door closing behind me was one of the most reassuring sounds I have ever heard. I locked it immediately, hitting the button twice. I sat there for a long time, my forehead resting against the steering wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The silence inside the truck was different. It was a safe silence, an insulated silence. I looked out at the trailhead, at the dark maw of the forest I had just emerged from. It looked exactly the same as it had when I'd started my hike hours earlier. Peaceful, majestic, inviting. But it was a lie. The beauty was a mask. I drove until I had a clear radio signal, my hands shaking so badly I had to grip the wheel with white, knuckled force. I called it in. "Dispatch, this is Ranger 3-4. "Go ahead." 3-4, a familiar voice crackled back. "I'm Code 4, returning from patrol on the Elwha Trail. I had an unusual encounter." Unusual how? Yeah, that was the problem. How could I explain it? Encountered a lone male hiker. Late 30s, fit, standard gear. He behaved strangely. "Did he threaten you, Maya?" "Not directly. He was testing me, asking about my patrol schedule, if I was alone, if my radio worked. He knew it was a dead zone, dispatch. He knew." There was a pause on the other end. "And his current location?" I said, feeling a fresh wave of unease. "He just vanished, walked off the trail and into the woods. No sound. He was just gone." I gave them the best description I could, but it was generic. A fit white male in his late 30s with dark hair and dark eyes, wearing hiking clothes. It could have been anyone. There was no crime to report, no evidence to collect. No other rangers found any sign of him. No car was left in the lot overnight. It was as if he had materialized on that log and dematerialized back into the forest. I have never felt more vulnerable in my life than I did in those moments on the trail. I've encountered bears. I've dealt with aggressive drunks at campgrounds. I've performed high-angle rescues. None of it touched the pure, psychological terror of that encounter. He never laid a hand on me, but he hunted me as surely as any cougar stalks a deer. That day changed something in me. The woods no longer feel the same. The peace I once found in the isolation is now tinged with a permanent edge of caution. I still go on solo patrols. It's part of the job, but I'm different. I'm more aware. I see the wilderness, not just as a source of beauty and solace, but as a place that can hide the worst parts of human nature. There was no creature, no ghost, no cryptid in the woods that day. There was only a man. A man who understood the terrifying power of isolation and fear, and who knew how to wield them with surgical precision. He is the most dangerous kind of wildlife you can ever encounter in a national park, because he looks just like everyone else, and he's still out there. My name is Owen Grady, and I serve as a law enforcement ranger with the Bureau of Land Management. While most people are familiar with the National Park Service, the folks in the iconic flat hats, my jurisdiction is the vast, untamed expanse of public land that lies between the parks. Here in the Utah backcountry, the lines on the map tend to get blurry, especially when someone's in trouble. We work closely with the NPS, county sheriffs, and state agencies. Out here, you take help where you can get it, and you give it without a second thought. The landscape we patrol is a raw, unforgiving canvas of rock, sand, and sky. Specifically, I spend a lot of my time in the shadow of the Book Cliffs, a rugged and remote escarpment that snakes across the horizon for nearly 200 miles. It's a geological marvel, a fortress of solitude carved by millennia of wind and water. It's also a place people go to disappear. Some come for a weekend of solitude, to escape the noise of the modern world. Others come here for good, seeking to vanish from a life they no longer wish to lead. The call that started it all came in over the ditch radio late one afternoon, just as the sun began its slow descent, painting the western sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The air was cooling, and the long shadows of the mesas were stretching across the desert floor like grasping fingers. It was the kind of evening that usually promised a quiet end to the day. The dispatcher's voice was calm, almost routine. Two hikers were stranded near Woodside, a ghost town that clings to existence by a thread, a lonely marker on a desolate stretch of highway. Their truck was disabled. It was a standard call, the kind I'd handled 100 times before. A flat tire, a dead battery, an empty gas tank. The desert is notoriously hard on vehicles. I acknowledged the call, told the dispatcher I was en route, and keyed the mic to let the stranded party know help was on the way. "This is Ranger Grady," I said, my voice steady. "I'm on my way. Sit tight." The response was a shaky, "Thank God," that was cut short by static. As I drove, the familiar landscape began to feel different. The setting sun cast the cliffs in a deep, red light, and the silence seemed heavier than usual. Woodside isn't just a ghost town. It's a place with a palpable sense of history and loss. The abandoned buildings, skeletal and weathered, stand as silent witnesses to a bygone era. It's a place that feels haunted, not by spirits, but by the sheer weight of its own isolation. The further I drove, the deeper I plunged into that isolation, leaving the last vestiges of civilization behind me. The paved road gave way to a graded dirt track, and my truck kicked up a plume of fine red dust that hung in the still air behind me. When I finally arrived at the location, the scene that greeted me was anything but routine. The hiker's truck, a heavy-duty Ford, was parked awkwardly on the shoulder of the dirt road. From a distance, it looked like a simple breakdown. Up close, it was a declaration of war. All four of its thick, off-road tires had been viciously slashed, the rubber gaping open in wide, ugly wounds. But the perpetrator hadn't stopped there. In the bed of the truck, a large auxiliary fuel tank had been punctured repeatedly with what looked like a large knife. A dark, wet stain was spreading in the dirt beneath it, and the acrid smell of gasoline hung heavy in the air. A sharp, chemical tang that cut through the natural scent of sagebrush and dust. This wasn't a random act of vandalism. This was methodical, personal, and deeply menacing. The hikers, a young couple who couldn't have been more than 25, were huddled together near the front of their disabled vehicle. The man had his arm wrapped tightly around the woman, and they both stared at me with wide, terrified eyes. They weren't just shaken up, they were in the grip of a primal fear. The kind of fear that comes when you realize you are no longer a person, but prey. "He's still out here?" the man whispered, his voice hoarse and cracking. He didn't look at me, his gaze darting frantically across the desolate landscape that surrounded us. He did this, and then just walked off. But he came back. We saw him coming back towards us, and that's when we called. I tried to calm them, using the measured, reassuring tone I'd been trained to adopt. I got them to sit in the cab of my truck, the engine still running, the doors locked. Slowly, in broken sentences, they pieced the story together for me. They had been exploring a side canyon and were hiking back to their truck when they saw him. A lone figure standing by their vehicle. At first, they thought it might be another explorer, maybe someone in need of assistance. They called out to him. The man didn't respond. He simply turned, looked at them from across the distance, and then, with a chilling deliberation, he pulled out a knife and began to slash the tires, one by one. When he was done, he casually walked away, disappearing over a small rise. The couple, stunned and horrified, had rushed to their truck, discovering the full extent of the damage. As the reality of their situation sank in, stranded, miles from help, with no cell service, they saw him again. He had reappeared on the same rise, a dark silhouette against the dying light, and he had started walking back towards them. That's when they'd used their satellite phone to call 911. As I stood there, processing their story and assessing the scene, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Far off in the distance, maybe half a mile away, I saw him, a figure walking away from us with a slow, deliberate, almost leisurely stride. He wasn't running. He wasn't hiding. He was simply walking, as if he had all the time in the world. He was just a silhouette against the last fiery glow of the sunset, but his posture radiated a chilling confidence. In that moment, I knew exactly who he was. This was the man the locals whispered about, in hushed tones at the diner in Green River. A transient, a ghost of the desert who had taken up residence in the ruins of Woodside. A man named Jason Pogue. He had a reputation for this kind of thing, for a deep-seated, violent territorialism He viewed this entire stretch of wilderness as his personal kingdom, and he did not tolerate visitors. My training, my instincts, my duty, everything screamed at me that this man was a threat. He had terrorized this couple, and he would do it again. Leaving him out here to melt back into the shadows was not an option. I made a quick decision. I turned back to the couple in my truck. Stay here. Lock the doors. Do not get out for any reason. I'm going to make sure he's not a danger to anyone else. They nodded, their faces pale with fear. I started following his path, my boots crunching on the gravelly soil. But it was a game to him, and he was the master. He knew this land in a way I never could. He moved with an uncanny familiarity, using the terrain to his advantage. He would disappear behind a sandstone ridge, and by the time I crested it, expecting to see him just ahead, he would be a quarter-mile away, moving in a completely different direction. It was like he was toying with me, leading me deeper and deeper into his world, further and further from the safety of my truck and the terrified couple I was sworn to protect. The sun finally dipped below the horizon, and the desert was plunged into a deep, disorienting twilight. The game was getting more dangerous. I was now in his territory, in the dark. Night fell upon the book cliffs not like a blanket, but like a lid being sealed on a stone coffin. The last vestiges of twilight were extinguished abruptly, and the world was reduced to shades of black and deep indigo, punctuated by the cold, distant light of the stars. The temperature plummeted. The vast, open wilderness, which had felt expansive and liberating in the daylight, now felt claustrophobic and menacing. Every shadow stretched and writhed, transforming familiar rock formations into grotesque beasts. Every gust of wind that funneled through the canyon sounded like a whisper, like footsteps, just beyond the range of my flashlight beam. My world shrank to the bouncing circle of light at my feet. The comfort I usually found in this raw, untamed nature had evaporated, replaced by a gnawing hostility. The wilderness was no longer neutral. It felt alive, and it had taken his side. I had radioed my position back to dispatch, before losing sight of Pogue for the final time, updating them on the situation. The initial plan was for me to keep a visual on him while they coordinated a response. Now, that plan was useless. I was alone, on foot, tracking a man who had melted into the darkness, as if he were born of it. He wasn't just a man anymore. He was a ghost of the cliffs, a phantom woven into the very fabric of the landscape. My training had prepared me for a lot. Flash floods, rock slides, blizzards, encounters with mountain lions and bears. It had not prepared me for this. It had not prepared me for a human being who had so completely shed the rules of society and embraced the most savage, predatory aspects of the wild. The game of cat and mouse had changed. In the daylight, I was the hunter. Now in his territory, under the cloak of darkness, I had a sickening feeling that our roles had been reversed. He was no longer just fleeing, he was leading. The path he had taken was not one of escape, but of invitation. He was drawing me into a labyrinth of his own choosing. I stopped for a moment, turning off my flashlight to let my eyes adjust to the natural darkness. The starfield above was brilliant, unobscured by city lights, but it offered little practical illumination in the maze of arroyos and rock fins. I listened, straining my ears for any sound. A snapped twig, a dislodged stone. I heard only the thrumming of my own heart and the low moan of the wind. It was then that I found the first sign that this was more than just a chase. Tucked into a shallow alcove, almost invisible against the dark rock, was a small, deliberate arrangement of stones. It wasn't a natural formation. It was a marker, a cairn, but unlike the ones hikers use to mark a trail, this one was different. Atop the small pile of flat rocks sat the bleached skull of a coyote, its empty eye sockets staring sightlessly in the direction I had just come. A chill, entirely separate from the cold night air, crawled up my spine. It was a message. I see you. I know you are here. He was watching me even now. The feeling was palpable. A physical pressure on the back of my neck. I pressed on, my hand resting on the grip of my sidearm. The simple act of tracking had become a battle of nerves. Was that the wind, or was it him breathing? Was that the scuttling of a pack rat, or his feet on the gravel? He was everywhere and nowhere. I found another marker a few hundred yards later. This one was a bundle of raven feathers, tied together with a strip of weathered leather and dangling from a desiccated juniper branch. It swung gently in the breeze, a dark pendulum marking the passage into a deeper, more dangerous part of his world. These weren't the actions of a man simply trying to get away. This was ritual. This was psychological warfare. He wasn't just trying to evade me. He was trying to unmake me, to strip away my confidence and my training until I was just another lost and frightened creature in the dark. Dispatch came back over the radio, the voice of the operator a lifeline to a world of order and reason. Ranger Grady, we have a search plane from Grand Junction en route to your location. ETA is approximately 30 minutes. Can you advise on a search grid? Dispatch, be advised, the subject is highly elusive. I replied, keeping my voice as level as I could. He knows this terrain intimately. The plane will be searching blind. It was the truth. A searchlight from a plane would be a beacon of hope in open country, but here, in the fractured maze of the Book Cliffs, it would be useless. Pogue could be hiding in any one of 1,000 crevices, caves, or overhangs. He would see the plane long before it could ever spot him. He would simply step into a shadow and vanish. As if on cue, I heard the faint, distant drone of the aircraft. It grew steadily louder, a mechanical intrusion into the ancient silence of the desert. Soon, a powerful beam of light cut through the darkness, sweeping across the cliff tops and canyon rims far above me. From my position deep within a narrow wash, it was like watching a storm from underwater. The light was a remote, ineffective god, unable to penetrate the deep shadows where I stood and where Pogue was undoubtedly watching. The plane made several passes, its searchlight tracing methodical, useless patterns across the immense, rugged landscape. It was a gesture, a fulfillment of protocol, but we all knew it was futile. Pogue had escaped completely into the wilderness he called home. He had been swallowed by the land. After the plane departed, the silence that returned was deeper, more profound. The false hope it had brought was gone, leaving only the cold, hard reality of my situation. I made the decision to pull back. Continuing the pursuit was reckless. I was outmatched, and my primary responsibility was to the couple waiting in my truck. I began the slow, cautious trek back, my senses on high alert. Every step felt like I was being watched, my retreat being permitted by a predator that had finished playing with its food. The walk back was an exercise in pure terror. The landscape that I had navigated with purpose on the way in now seemed alien and confusing. I had to fight a rising sense of panic, forcing myself to rely on my compass and my memory of the terrain. When I finally saw the distant, comforting glow of my truck's headlights, A wave of relief washed over me that was so intense. It almost brought me to my knees. The couple was safe. I was safe. We would get out of here. We got the couple and their story back to the sheriff's office in Green River. A tow truck was dispatched to retrieve their vehicle the next morning. A formal search was organized, with more deputies and rangers, but it was a token effort. Nobody believed we would find Jason Pogue unless he wanted to be found. He had vanished. The incident stuck with me, lodging itself in my mind like a stubborn burr. It's one thing to deal with the inherent dangers of nature. I understand flash floods. I respect rock slides. I know how to handle wildlife. Those are dangers without malice. They are impersonal forces of the natural world. It is another thing entirely to confront a human being who has consciously unburdened himself of all the rules and restraints of society, who has embraced the most savage aspects of the wild and turned the wilderness into his weapon. Out here, miles from anyone or anything, where the veneer of civilization is stripped away, you learn a fundamental truth. The most dangerous animal is the one that walks on two legs, knows you're looking for him, and is patiently waiting for you in the dark. In the weeks that followed, the incident with Jason Pogue settled into an uneasy quiet, like the calm in the eye of a hurricane. The official search was quietly downgraded and then called off entirely. Resources were limited, and chasing a ghost in a wilderness that vast was an exercise in futility. The official report listed Pogue as a transient person of interest, but to those of us who worked the backcountry, the report was a formality. We knew he wasn't just a person of interest. He was a permanent fixture of the landscape, as much a part of the Book Cliffs as the juniper trees and the sandstone. The couple from the city never came back to retrieve their truck. They sold it to the tow yard for scrap, eager to put the entire state of Utah in their rearview mirror. I couldn't blame them. For me, however, leaving it behind wasn't an option. This was my office, my sanctuary, but it had been tainted. The familiar comfort I once drew from the solitude of the desert was gone, replaced by a persistent, low-grade hum of anxiety. On my patrols, I found myself scanning the ridgelines not for deer or bighorn sheep, but for the silhouette of a man. I'd catch a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision, and my heart would seize, only for it to be a raven taking flight or a heat mirage shimmering off the rocks. The wilderness was no longer a place of peace. It was a place of watching, and I was the one being watched. The signs continued, subtle and unnerving. A week after the incident, I found another cairn, miles from the first, built on an overlook I frequented to eat my lunch. It was topped with a sun-bleached cattle vertebra, positioned to look out over the road below. There was no practical reason for it to be there. It was another message, a quiet assertion of his presence. I know your habits. I know where you go. I started varying my routes, avoiding my usual spots, feeling like an intruder in my own territory. I was changing my behavior because of him, and I hated the feeling of powerlessness it gave me. He was dictating the terms of my existence out here, all without showing his face. One evening, I was talking with an old rancher named Earl, whose family had run cattle in these hills for 3 generations. I mentioned the incident at Woodside, carefully omitting the more unsettling details. Earl just nodded slowly, his weathered face a roadmap of long years under the desert sun. "That'd be Pogue," he said, not a hint of surprise in his voice. "He's been out there for years. Used to work on the rigs, they say. Something snapped in him. He's not crazy, not in the way most folks think. He's just gone wild. He thinks those cliffs are his, and he's the alpha predator. Earl took a long sip of his coffee. My granddaddy used to say there are men who hear the call of the wild so strong they forget how to be men. Pogue's one of them. He doesn't want to hurt you, Ranger. He just wants you to know that you're in his house, and he can touch you whenever he wants. Earl's words echoed in my mind for days. He can touch you whenever he wants. The psychological aspect of Pogue's game was what truly terrified me. He wasn't a common criminal driven by greed or passion. He was something more primal, a man who had stripped away his humanity like an unwanted coat and found something more elemental underneath. He was a force of nature with a human mind, and that was a terrifying combination. The final act, the one that cemented my fear of him into something permanent and cold, happened about a month after our first and only encounter. I was finishing a long patrol near the base of the Tavaputs Plateau, a remote and seldom visited area. The sun was setting, and I was tired, looking forward to getting back to my small government issue house at the ranger station. As I got into my truck, I noticed something on the passenger seat. It was a small object, something that hadn't been there when I'd locked the truck and started my hike hours earlier. My blood ran cold. It was a bundle of raven feathers, tied together with a weathered strip of leather. It was identical to the one I had seen hanging from the juniper branch in the wash, the one that had marked my passage into his world. I stood frozen, my hand on the door, my mind struggling to process the implications. My truck had been locked. I was in the middle of nowhere. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken window, no scratch on the paint. He had been here. He had stood right where I was standing, had opened my truck, placed his marker inside, and locked it again. He had a key, or he was skilled enough not to need one. The how didn't matter. What mattered was the message. It was the ultimate violation, a complete and total demolition of any illusion of safety I might have had. My truck, my personal space, the one bubble of civilization I carried with me into the wild, had been breached. He had been inside. He had touched me. I never saw Jason Pogue again. I continued to work as a ranger in the Book Cliffs for another 2 years, but the magic was gone. The joy I had once found in the vast, empty spaces had been replaced by a constant, vigilant tension. I eventually transferred to a different district, in a different state, a place with more trees and fewer ghosts. But I know he's still out there. He's not a story I tell around a campfire to scare rookies. He's a cold, hard fact of my life, a memory that stalks the edges of my mind. He's a reminder that the wilderness doesn't just contain dangers like flash floods and rock slides and wildlife. It contains the potential for a deeper, more terrifying kind of wildness. It's the wildness that can grow in the human heart when it's left alone in the great, silent, and watchful dark. My name is Chris Jenkins. For 22 years, I've worn the uniform of a park ranger in Yosemite National Park. Most people who hear that picture me standing against a backdrop of epic, postcard, perfect beauty. And they're not wrong. I've had my morning coffee, watching the sunrise paint El Capitan in shades of orange and pink. And I've ended my day under the silent, imposing watch of Half Dome, its granite face a stoic observer of the ages. I've walked among the giant sequoias, trees so ancient and immense they make feel like a fleeting whisper in the grand, long story of the world. This park is a cathedral of granite and silence, a place of profound, dramatic beauty that rightfully attracts millions of people a year. But there's a duality to a place this wild. For every awe-inspiring vista, there's a hidden crevice a man can fall into. For every gentle, meandering stream, there's a torrent of snowmelt that can sweep you off your feet. The same vastness that inspires wonder can also swallow you whole, leaving no trace. We, the Rangers, are the custodians of that duality. We're here to help people see the beauty, but we're also here to pull them back from the brink when they forget that a beauty this grand always has teeth. With millions of visitors, you get your share of strange calls. It's an unavoidable part of the job. Most of them fall into predictable, if sometimes tragic, categories. You have the unprepared hikers who think a single bottle of water is enough for a 10-mile trek in the summer heat. You have the tourists who get a little too close to the wildlife, convinced that a bear is just a fluffy, oversized dog who'd love to be in their selfie. And you have the ones who simply get lost, who take a wrong turn on a well-marked trail and find themselves in a disorienting labyrinth of identical looking trees as dusk settles in. These are the standard calls, the bread and butter of our search and rescue operations. They can be tense, they can be heartbreaking, but they are always grounded in a logic I understand. The wilderness is indifferent, and people can be foolish. It's a simple, if harsh, equation. Then there are the other calls, the ones that don't fit the equation, the ones that linger in the back of your mind, long after the paperwork is filed. The call I took on a cold August night from a group of backpackers up near May Lake is the one that, to this day, makes my skin crawl and the hair on my arms stand on end. It's the one that introduced a new, terrifying variable into my understanding of the wild, the variable of the impossible. The call came in just after midnight, relayed to me and my partner, Dave Martinez, by our dispatcher, Sarah. Dave was younger than me, about 10 years on the job, sharp as a tack and utterly dependable. He was driving our truck up the winding, empty stretch of Tioga Road when Sarah's voice crackled through the radio. It wasn't the calm, measured tone she used for routine checks. There was a tremor in it, a note of genuine disturbance. "Chris, Dave, I've got a 911 transfer. It's chaotic. I can't get a clear report. A group of campers, sounds like, near the May Lake Sierra Camp." I keyed the mic. "What's the nature of the call, Sarah?" "Medical. Animal encounter." There was a pause. On the other end of the line, I could hear faint, frantic noises being broadcast from her station. It sounded like screaming, thin and reedy over the connection. "I don't know," she said, her voice tight. "It's not a clear call for help. It's just panic. There's a lot of screaming. The only words I can make out clearly are from one of them. A male, I think, just yelling the same thing over and over again." "What's he yelling?" Dave asked, his eyes fixed on the ribbon of asphalt, illuminated by our headlights. Sarah's voice dropped, as if she were hesitant to even repeat it. "He's yelling. He's not real. He's not real." The words hung in the cab of the truck, stark and nonsensical. Dave and I exchanged a look. In our line of work, a phrase like that immediately sends your mind down a specific checklist of possibilities. Drugs were high on the list. Psychedelics, maybe. A bad trip in the middle of the wilderness was a recipe for disaster. A mental health crisis was another. Or, and this was a grim thought, it could be a prank. Some college kids thinking it's hilarious to tie up emergency resources for a laugh. "All right, Sarah," I said, keeping my voice steady. "We're about 20 minutes out from the turn off. Have you been able to get anything else from them?" "Negative. The line went dead a minute ago. I'm trying to re-establish, but no luck. The signal is spotty up there on a good day." "Okay, we're proceeding. We'll go in quiet." "Copy that, Chris. Be careful." Going in quiet was standard procedure for a situation this ambiguous. The last thing you want to do is roll in with sirens blaring, potentially escalating a situation involving a paranoid individual or causing a wider panic among other campers in the area. We turned off Tioga Road onto the smaller path, leading toward the trailhead, the truck's engine the only sound in the profound, ink-black silence of the high country night. The air grew colder as we gained elevation, the scent of pine and damp earth heavy in the air. We parked the truck at the trailhead, the end of the line for any vehicle. From here, it was a hike. We gathered our gear, powerful flashlights, a medical kit, our radios, and our sidearms. You always hope you won't need the last one, but you never leave it behind. The woods were unnervingly still. The usual nocturnal chorus of insects and rustling creatures was absent, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. As we started up the trail, our flashlight beams cutting sharp, white cones through the oppressive darkness. The only sounds were the crunch of our boots on the gravel, and our own breathing, which seemed unnaturally loud in the silence. May Lake isn't a terribly remote spot by Yosemite standards, but at this hour, it felt like we were on another planet. We were walking toward a single point of human distress in an ocean of silent, indifferent wilderness. After about 15 minutes of hiking, we saw it. A faint, flickering orange glow through the trees. The campsite. As we got closer, we started to hear sounds. Not the panicked screaming from the call, but something more subdued, and, in a way, more disturbing. It was the sound of quiet, desperate sobbing. We slowed our approach, stepping carefully to minimize noise. We emerged from the tree line into a small clearing. The scene before us was one of complete disarray. A tent was partially collapsed. Camping gear was strewn about. And in the center of it all, 4 young adults were huddled together around a dying fire. They weren't just scared, they were shattered. Their faces, illuminated by the weak, dancing flames and the harsh glare of our flashlights, were masks of pure, unadulterated terror. They looked like the survivors of some unspeakable ordeal, their eyes wide and vacant, fixed on the darkness that pressed in from all sides. It took us a long, patient while to piece together the story, as they were all talking over each other, their voices trembling and hysterical. Finally, I managed to get the quietest one, a young woman who introduced herself as Sarah, to explain what had happened. And, as she spoke, the cold night air seemed to get a whole lot colder. Dave, ever the professional, was already moving among the other 3 campers, speaking in a low, calming voice, offering them water from our canteens. It was a practiced routine, the gentle de-escalation of a crisis. My job was to get the story, to find the nucleus of the panic and examine it under the cold light of reason. I knelt by the fire, making sure to keep my movements slow and non-threatening. I focused on the young woman they called Sarah. She was wrapped in a thin blanket, shivering though the night air wasn't that cold. Her eyes, wide and dark, were locked on the impenetrable wall of trees that surrounded our small bubble of light. "Sarah," I said softly, My name is Chris. This is my partner, Dave. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened?" She flinched at the sound of my voice, her gaze snapping from the woods to my face. For a moment, I saw a flicker of raw, animal fear in her eyes, the look of a cornered creature. Then, it subsided into a kind of exhausted resignation. The other three, 2 young men and another woman, fell silent, turning their haunted faces toward us, as if her voice was the only one that mattered now. "There were 5 of us," she began, her voice a dry, cracking whisper. She took a shaky sip of water from the canteen Dave had given her. "Me, my best friend Jessica." She gestured with her head toward the other girl, who was rocking back and forth silently. "My boyfriend Mike, and his friends Ben and Kevin." She painted a picture of 5 college friends on a final summer trip before the fall semester began. They were experienced enough, had done a few backpacking trips before. They weren't rookies. This wasn't a case of city kids getting spooked by an owl. They had set up camp in the early afternoon, cooked dinner, and were sitting around the fire, telling stories and laughing. It was, by all accounts, a perfect evening. The kind of memory you're supposed to cherish for a lifetime. Around 11 o'clock, Sarah continued, her voice gaining a little strength. Kevin had to use the restroom. She pointed a trembling finger toward a dark, narrow path leading away from the campsite. "The pit toilet is up there, maybe 100 yards not far." Kevin, she explained, was the group's jester. The loud one. The one who was always cracking jokes, always filling the silence. He grabbed his headlamp, made a goofy face, and plunged into the darkness. The beam of his light bouncing and cutting a swath through the trees before it disappeared around a bend. The remaining 4 stayed by the fire, the rhythm of their conversation picking up again. The woods were quiet, the fire crackled, and the stars were a brilliant, scattered canopy overhead. It was peaceful, it was normal. It was maybe 5 minutes later, Sarah said, her eyes losing focus as she looked back into the memory. We saw his headlamp coming back. Just the single light, bobbing along the trail. The figure emerged from the darkness and walked into the circle of firelight. It was Kevin. Same height, same build, same blue windbreaker, same messy brown hair. He didn't say anything. He just walked over to a log on the opposite side of the fire from Sarah and Jessica and sat down. The log groaned under his weight. "We thought it was weird," Sarah said, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Kevin never shuts up. Ever. We figured he was just tired, or maybe messing with us. Trying to be the strong, silent type for a change." Jessica spoke up for the first time, her voice thin and strained. Mike said something to him, like, "How was the journey? Oh, great adventurer." Something stupid like that. The figure that looked like Kevin didn't answer. It didn't even look at Mike. It just nodded. A single, slow, deliberate dip of the head. Its gaze remained fixed on the dancing flames of the campfire. For the next 10 minutes, an eternity in retrospect, this person who they thought was their friend sat with them in absolute silence. The easy chatter of the group died out, replaced by a growing, unspoken tension. They tried to draw him into conversation a few more times, but the only response they ever got was that same slow, disconnected nod. He never spoke. He never smiled. He just stared into the fire, his face a blank, emotionless mask. The firelight flickered across his features, but it seemed to stop at his eyes. Sarah said his eyes were like holes. They didn't reflect the light. They just absorbed it. The atmosphere around the campfire grew thick and heavy. The warmth of the flames seemed to be shrinking, pushed back by a palpable cold that emanated from the silent figure on the log. Then came the pine cone. "Ben, he's a goofball," Sarah whispered. "He thought Kevin was just really committed to a prank. So he picked up a pine cone and tossed it at him. You know, to get a reaction." The pine cone flew across the fire, a small, dark arc against the orange light. And the figure of Kevin moved. It wasn't the clumsy, reactive flinch of a normal person. Its hand shot out, a pale blur in the firelight, and snatched the pine cone from the air. The motion was impossibly fast, unnaturally fluid, like a striking snake. There was no wasted movement, no anticipation. Just a perfect, instantaneous interception. The way he caught it. Sarah's voice broke, a sob catching in her throat. It wasn't right. It wasn't human. The figure held the pine cone in its hand for a second. Its fingers wrapped around it with a pressure that looked like it could crush stone. Then, without looking at it, it simply dropped the pine cone to the ground beside the log. Its gaze never left the fire. Silence descended again, but this time it was different. It was no longer awkward, it was terrified. The prank wasn't funny anymore. A deep, primal wrongness had settled over the campsite. This thing looked like Kevin, but every instinct in their bodies was screaming that it wasn't. Then, the figure stood up. It didn't push off with its hands or shift its weight. It rose in a single, smooth, vertical motion, as if being pulled upward by invisible strings. It stood for a moment, a dark silhouette against the fire, and then turned and began walking silently toward the dark trail leading away from the camp. The one that led deeper into the woods, not back toward the toilet. Thinking it was some final, bizarre part of the joke, and perhaps propelled by a nervous, macho energy, Ben and Mike jumped to their feet. "Hey Kev, where you going, man?" Mike called out. They started after him, their calls echoing in the night. The figure didn't respond. It just picked up its pace, breaking into a run. Laughing nervously, trying to reclaim the normalcy of the evening, Ben and Mike gave chase. They were about 50 yards down the trail, their own flashlight beams chasing the silent, fleeing form, when they heard it. A scream from behind them, a pure, piercing shriek of terror from back at the campsite. It was Sarah. They stopped dead in their tracks, the laughter dying in their throats. They turned around, and there, standing in the firelight, having just emerged from the direction of the pit toilet, zipping up his jacket and looking utterly bewildered, was the real Kevin. He looked from the terrified faces of Sarah and Jessica to the empty trail where his other two friends had just vanished. "What's going on?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine confusion. "Why's everyone screaming?" Sarah found her voice. It was a raw, ragged shriek that clawed its way out of her throat, the same words our dispatcher had heard over the 911 call, the words that were now echoing in my own head as I knelt in the dirt. "T-shaped snout Caven." As she told me this, the two boys, Ben and Mike, who had been sitting stone, faced until now, began to tremble. Ben buried his face in his hands. Mike looked at me, his eyes pleading, as if begging me to believe him. What came sprinting back, he choked out. The second we heard her scream. The thing we were chasing, it was gone. It didn't run into the woods. It was there 1 second, and the next it was just darkness. It vanished. We searched the area for hours. Dave and I conducted a methodical grid search, our powerful beams cutting through the undergrowth. We found nothing. We found the 5 sets of footprints belonging to the campers around the fire. We found Kevin's single set of tracks going from the pit toilet. We found the frantic, scuffed tracks of Ben and Mike where they had given chase. But on that trail, there was no extra set of prints. No discarded clothing. No sign that a 6th person, a perfect, silent duplicate of their friend, had ever been there. It was as if the forest itself had conjured him out of shadows and pine needles just to toy with them, and then reclaimed him into the darkness. I've dealt with a lot in my career. I've seen things that would turn most people's stomachs. But the idea of sitting around a campfire with your friends, sharing a space of warmth and trust, only to realize that one of them isn't your friend at all, but something else entirely, something that's just pretending. That's a kind of horror that gets under your skin and stays there. There is no training manual for this. There's no protocol for a supernatural event. No chapter in the Ranger's Handbook on how to file a report about a doppelganger. Dave and I stood there in the dying firelight, the 5 campers huddled in their blankets, looking like refugees from a war they couldn't explain. Our search had turned up nothing but dirt, rocks, and trees. The physical world offered no corroboration for their story. All we had were 5 traumatized witnesses and a story so outlandish it sounded like the plot of a horror movie. My mind, trained for logic and procedure, was scrambling to find a rational foothold. Hallucinogenic mushrooms, we asked. They swore they hadn't taken anything, and their lucidity, their shared, consistent terror, argued against it. A prankster. An elaborate, cruel joke. But how? How could someone create a perfect, silent replica of their friend, know he was at the pit toilet, and time their entrance and exit so perfectly? And for what purpose? The sheer logistical impossibility of it was staggering. There were no other campsites for miles. We had seen no other vehicles at the trailhead. We were left with the story, and the chilling, undeniable fear in their eyes. There was nothing more we could do at the campsite. Leaving them there for the rest of the night was not an option. Their sense of safety was shattered beyond repair. "All right," I announced, my voice sounding more confident than I felt. "We're hiking out. Now, pack up only what you need. Tents, sleeping bags. We'll get the rest of your gear in the morning." The command seemed to break the spell of paralysis that had gripped them. They moved with a numb, mechanical efficiency, stuffing sleeping bags into sacks and collapsing tents. But the atmosphere was poisoned. I watched them as they worked, their movements stiff and wary. They avoided looking at each other. But most of all, they avoided looking at Kevin. He tried to help, tried to speak to them, but they would flinch away, recoiling from his touch as if from a hot stove. He was their friend, but he was also a reminder. His face was the face of the thing that had sat with them, that had watched them with those dead, absorbing eyes. He was an anchor to their terror, and through no fault of his own, he had become a source of it. The real victim of the night, in more ways than one, was Kevin. The thing hadn't touched him, but it had stolen his place among his friends, leaving him utterly, terrifyingly alone. The hike back to the trailhead was the longest, most silent mile of my life. Dave took the lead, followed by the 5 campers, and I brought up the rear. We were a tight, nervous procession moving through the immense, breathing darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the faint breeze, caused them to jump. Their heads would whip around, their eyes wide with panic, searching the shadows. They were walking through a world that was no longer just trees and rocks. It was now a place of active, intelligent menace. A place where the darkness could wear the face of a friend. I kept my flashlight beam, sweeping the woods on either side of the trail, not because I expected to see anything, but because it was my job to look. But I wasn't just looking for a person anymore. I was looking for a shadow that moved too fast, for a shape that was subtly wrong. The forest I had known for 2 decades, the place I considered my office, my sanctuary, had changed. The familiar landscape was now imbued with a terrifying new potential. The silence wasn't peaceful anymore. It was watchful. When we finally reached the parking lot and the solid, reassuring presence of our patrol truck, it was nearly 3 a.m. The sky was beginning to soften in the east, the first hint of dawn, a faint, gray promise on the horizon. We drove them to the ranger station in Yosemite Valley. The official report I filed was a masterpiece of bureaucratic evasion. I couldn't write the truth. Who would believe it? I would have been ordered to take a psychological evaluation. So, I wrote what the system could understand. Responded to a 911 call from a party of 5 at May Lake. Subjects exhibited signs of extreme anxiety and a shared panic attack. No evidence of foul play or a third party was found at the scene. Escorted the party back to the valley. Recommended they seek counseling. It was a lie. A neat, tidy, professional lie that swept the impossible under the rug of plausible psychology. Reading it, you would picture a group of inexperienced campers who let the darkness get the better of them. You would not picture a silent, perfect copy of a young man catching a pine cone with impossible speed. You would not picture the soul, deep terror of realizing you are in the presence of something that should not be. We let them sleep for a few hours on the cots in the station's back room. I never saw them again after that morning. Dave drove them to their car. At the few hours later, he said the ride was completely silent. They didn't look like friends anymore. They looked like strangers bound by a shared trauma, desperate to get away from the mountains and from each other. I sometimes wonder what happened to them. Did their friendship survive? Did Mike and Sarah stay together? Did Ben and Kevin ever laugh together again? Or did that night sever the bonds between them forever? A quiet, monstrous thing sitting between them for the rest of their lives? For me, the change was permanent. The story of the May Lake campers became a ghost that haunts my own perception of the park. I still love this place. I still feel the awe when I look at El Capitan. But now, there's something else, a quiet hum of unease beneath the surface. When I'm on a late patrol and the woods fall silent, I don't just assume it's the quiet of the night. I feel a prickling on my skin, and I remember the story of a fire that grew cold and a silent figure that watched from the shadows. I find myself scanning the faces in a crowd of tourists, a dark, irrational thought flickering through my mind. Are they all real? There are legends in this part of the world, old stories from the Mohawk people who lived here for centuries. Stories of spirits, of tricksters, of beings that can take on the appearance of men. We modern people dismiss them as folklore, as quaint myths to explain the unexplainable. But on that night, standing in that silent, terrified campsite, I felt the chilling possibility that those old stories aren't just stories, that they are warnings. Warnings that we're not the only intelligent life in these woods. That there are things here, ancient and powerful, that see us as little more than curiosities to be toyed with. What was it? What did it want? To this day, I have no answers. Was it a predator, studying its prey? Was it just curious? Or was it something far worse, a being of pure mockery? A thing that takes pleasure in twisting the familiar into the terrifying, in holding up a mirror to us and showing us a perfect, empty copy. I don't know. And that is the true horror of it. It's not the monsters you see that stay with you. It's the questions you can never answer. It's the knowledge that you shared a campfire with something that wasn't real, and that it vanished back into a wilderness that is far older, far stranger, and far less empty than we could ever imagine. My name is Sarah Bellamy. I work as a senior ranger out in the high deserts of Wyoming now, a landscape of stark, windswept beauty, where you can see the weather coming from 100 miles away. The threats here are tangible, understandable. Blizzards, flash floods, the occasional grumpy grizzly. It's a place that makes sense. But my mind often drifts back to a different kind of wilderness, a place far greener and more claustrophobic, where the dangers weren't always so easy to name. Before I transferred out west, I was a state park ranger in a rural, almost forgotten corner of eastern Pennsylvania. To understand what happened, you have to understand the park itself. It wasn't a grand, majestic national park like Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was a sprawling, disjointed patchwork of over 20,000 acres stitched together from old logging tracts, abandoned iron furnace lands, and forgotten family farms. The result was a chaotic maze of dense, second-growth hardwood forests, choked with underbrush and threaded by a network of old, barely maintained service roads. These roads were more mud than gravel, twisting through hollows and over ridges, with no rhyme or reason. They were the kind of roads where you could drive for an hour, the canopy of leaves forming a tunnel overhead, and not see another soul or another vehicle. That isolation was the park's main draw. People came from Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs to escape, to feel like they were the last person on Earth. They'd hike, camp, and hunt, seeking a solitude that was becoming increasingly rare in the modern world. But I learned early in my career that isolation is a double-edged sword. It offers peace, but it also offers a profound and terrifying vulnerability. The same silence that soothes the soul can also swallow a scream without a trace. The park had a history, whispered among the locals in the nearby town, and the veteran rangers I worked with. Stories of hunters who went in and never came out, their trucks found abandoned on a service road weeks later. Tales of strange lights in the woods and sounds that didn't belong to any known animal in the region. Most of these were dismissed as campfire stories, rural legends. I dismissed them too. I was a professional, trained in biology and law enforcement, grounded in the practical realities of my job: trail maintenance, visitor assistance, and resource management. I dealt in facts, not folklore. The day it happened began like any other rainy autumn afternoon. A door, persistent drizzle, had been falling since dawn, turning the air cool and the forest floor into a slick carpet of decaying leaves. The sky was a uniform, oppressive gray, and the humidity was so thick you could almost drink it. It was the kind of day that leached the color out of the world, leaving everything in shades of brown and gray. I was on patrol. My state-issued Ford F-150 sloshing its way down Service Road 12, a particularly remote and notoriously rough track in the park's northern sector. My duties were mundane: check for illegal dumping, make sure no one had tried to set up an unauthorized campsite, and ensure the old wooden gates to restricted areas were still locked. The rhythmic thump of the windshield wipers was the only sound besides the engine's low growl and the squelch of the tires in the mud. The forest pressed in close on either side, a wall of wet, dark bark and dripping leaves. I remember feeling a sense of deep contentment. This was my office. I knew the name of every tree, the call of every bird. I felt a sense of ownership, of belonging. The solitude didn't bother me. I thrived in it. I was thinking about finishing my route, getting back to the ranger station, and writing up my daily report over a hot cup of coffee. My mind was on the simple, comforting routines that anchor a life. That's when I came around a sharp, blind curve. And there it was. A pickup truck, an older model Chevy, was pulled over to the right side of the narrow road. Its hood was up, a dark metal mouth open to the gray sky. A figure was standing beside it, hunched over slightly, peering into the engine compartment. My training and experience kicked in instantly. Motorist assist. It was one of an endless list of duties. People broke down, got lost, ran out of gas. It happened all the time. I slowed my truck, the brakes groaning in the damp air, and pulled up about 20 feet behind the Chevy. I put my truck in park, killed the engine, and the sudden silence was jarring, broken only by the soft patter of rain on the roof and the forest floor. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight and my rain jacket, radioed in my location and the situation. Dispatch, this is Ranger Bellamy, Unit 3. I'm on Service Road 12, mile marker 45, out with a disabled vehicle, Pennsylvania plate, and got out. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, wet leaves, and ozone. Having some trouble. I called out, my voice sounding loud in the quiet. The figure straightened up and turned to face me. And that's when the first, tiny, dissonant alarm bell went off in the back of my mind. It wasn't a loud, clanging bell of immediate danger, but a quiet, insistent hum of wrongness. It was a woman. She was probably in her late 40s, with a hard, weathered face that looked like it had been carved from oak. Her hair was pulled back in a tight, severe bun, and her eyes were the first thing that truly unsettled me. They were dark, flat, and utterly devoid of the emotion I expected to see. When people break down in a remote area, they look relieved to see a ranger. They look flustered, annoyed, worried. This woman looked none of those things. She looked expectant, calm, as if she had been standing there, on that muddy road, in the middle of nowhere, in the rain, specifically waiting for me to arrive. She didn't smile. She didn't move toward me. She just stood there, her gaze fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. The silence stretched, filled only by the whisper of the rain. My boots made a sucking sound in the mud as I took a step forward. Every instinct, honed by years of working alone in the wild, was beginning to prickle. The initial, simple assessment, motorist assist, was dissolving, replaced by a cold, creeping question mark. "Won't start," she said. Her voice was flat, a monotone that matched her eyes. It held no inflection, no hint of frustration. It was a simple statement of fact, delivered with the emotional weight of a weather report. My hand, which had been resting casually on my belt, moved a little closer to my sidearm. A purely subconscious gesture. The hum of wrongness in my head was getting louder. "Let me take a look," I offered, forcing a professional calm into my voice that I did not feel. My training dictated my actions, a script I'd followed 100 times before. You approach, you assess, you offer aid. But every step I took toward her felt like a step into deeper water. The mud pulled at my boots with a greedy, sucking sound, as if the earth itself was trying to hold me back. Usually, when you approach someone who needs help, they step aside, gesture toward the problem, maybe offer their own frustrated diagnosis of the issue. This woman didn't move. She held her ground, a silent, unmoving obstacle, forcing me to walk around her to get to the front of the truck. Her eyes followed me the entire way, and I could feel the weight of her gaze on the side of my face. It wasn't the look of someone seeking help. It was the look of a predator watching its prey walk obligingly into the snare. The air under the raised hood was heavy with the smell of rain on hot metal, but there was no scent of burning oil, no acrid smell of an electrical fire, none of the usual telltale odors of a vehicle in distress. I clicked on my flashlight, the powerful beam cutting a sharp white circle in the gloom. I played the light over the engine block, and the hum of wrongness in my head crescendoed into a deafening alarm. The engine was clean. Impossibly clean. There wasn't the typical layer of road grime and dust you'd expect on a truck that frequented these backwoods roads. The battery terminals were free of corrosion, the connections tight and secure. The belts looked new, with no signs of cracking or fraying. I'm no master mechanic, but I've seen enough broken down engines in my time to know what trouble looks like. This wasn't it. This engine looked perfectly functional, perhaps even recently serviced. My flashlight beam drifted from the engine to the woman. She was still watching me, her expression unreadable. Her hands were tucked into the pockets of her worn canvas jacket. They weren't greasy or dirty, as you might expect from someone who had been tinkering with a faulty engine. They were clean. "Everything looks okay on the surface," I said, my voice tight. I tried to keep it casual, a ranger making a routine assessment. "Have you tried turning it over recently?" "It won't start." She repeated the same flat, dead words. She didn't offer any more information. No. It was running fine, and then just died. Or it was making a clicking sound. Just that simple, unhelpful statement. My mind was racing, trying to assemble the pieces. A clean engine. A calm, expectant woman. A remote, muddy road miles from anywhere. No cell service. My radio call to dispatch had been a standard procedure. But backup, if they even sent it for a simple motorist assist, would be a good 45 minutes away. Maybe longer in this weather. The woods around us were no longer a place of contentment. They were a place of concealment. The dense, dripping trees were a curtain, and I had no idea or what might be waiting behind it. The isolation I had once cherished now felt like a cage. I took a deliberate step back from the engine, creating a little more space between us. I began, my brain desperately searching for an exit strategy. Sometimes it's just a flooded engine. Maybe we should just give it a few minutes. Her eyes narrowed, just a fraction. But it was enough. A flicker of something cold and calculating appeared in their flat depths. "I'm sure we can figure it out," she said. The wet hung in the damp, heavy air between us like a physical object. It was a possessive word, an inclusive word that I wanted no part of. It implied a partnership, a shared experience that I was suddenly desperate to escape. The road was a single muddy track leading in and out. If she, and whoever else, I was now certain was hiding in the woods, wanted to find me, all they had to do was follow my tire tracks. I was a park ranger, a figure of authority, but out here, stripped of quick communication and backup, I was just a woman, alone. My uniform and my badge felt like a costume, a flimsy pretense of control in a situation that was rapidly spiraling beyond my command. The gut feeling, that primal instinct that all good rangers learn to trust above all else, was no longer a hum or a scream. It was a physical sensation, a cold knot of certainty in my stomach. This wasn't a breakdown. This was a setup. I wasn't here to rescue her. I was the one who needed rescuing. I had to get back to my truck. I had to get away from her. But I couldn't just turn and run. That would trigger the chase, the very confrontation I was trying to avoid. I needed a plausible reason to leave, an official-sounding excuse that would allow me to retreat without showing my fear. My radio. That was it. I forced a smile, the kind of practiced, no nonsense ranger smile I used on difficult visitors. "You know what?" I said, my voice a marvel of false cheerfulness. "My radio gets a much better signal from the top of that ridge back there." I gestured vaguely with my thumb down the road I'd just come from. "It's a bit of a dead zone down here in the hollow. Let me just drive back up there and call in a proper tow truck for you. Regulations, you know. We have to log it officially." I was babbling, but I hoped it sounded official enough. The lie felt clumsy and transparent to me, but it was the only weapon I had. For a long moment, she just stared at me. The silence was absolute except for the rain. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I watched her eyes, looking for any sign that she saw through my flimsy excuse. I expected an argument, a protest, another quiet insistence that could handle it. But she just gave a slow, deliberate nod. "All right," she said, her voice still utterly devoid of emotion. "You do that." The ease of her agreement was almost as unnerving as a confrontation would have been. It felt like a predator toying with its food, allowing it the illusion of escape. I didn't wait for another word. "I insist," I said, trying to sound firm and in charge. "I'll be right back. Don't you worry." I turned my back on her, a move that took every ounce of self-control I possessed. Every nerve ending screamed that it was a mistake, that I should keep my eyes on her. Walking back to my truck felt like the longest walk of my life. The 20 feet of mud might as well have been a mile. I was acutely aware of the vast, silent forest, of the rain, of her standing there behind me. I could feel her eyes on my back, a physical pressure. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder, to break into a run. I just kept walking, one muddy step after another, my hand resting on the reassuring coldness of my sidearm. I reached my truck, pulled the door open, and slid into the driver's seat, my hands shaking as I fumbled for the keys in the ignition. My fingers were slick with a cold sweat as they closed around the key in the ignition. For a terrifying, heart-stopping second, I thought my own engine wouldn't start, that some sympathetic mechanical curse would leave me stranded here with her. The key turned. The engine roared to life, the sound an explosive violation of the oppressive quiet. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I slammed the truck into drive, my foot hovering over the accelerator, every muscle in my body screaming at me to floor it, to spray mud and gravel, and get out of there as fast as humanly possible. But I didn't. Some last, frayed thread of professional composure held me in check. A panicked flight would be an admission of fear. It would confirm her power, confirm that I knew it was a trap. I had to see this through. Maintain the fiction that I was just a helpful ranger going to call a tow truck. I eased my foot onto the pedal, and the truck lurched forward, pulling away from her with agonizing slowness. I did not look back. I couldn't. I stared forward into the gray, rainy tunnel of the forest. But my entire consciousness was focused on the rearview mirror. In the small, vibrating rectangle of glass, she was a static figure. She hadn't moved. She just stood by the open hood of her truck, watching me go. The distance between us grew. 20 yards. 30. 40. A small, hysterical bubble of relief began to form in my chest. I had done it. I had called her bluff. I was getting away. And then I saw it. The moment my truck was about 50 yards down the road, a distance that must have seemed safe to her, her posture changed. There was no more hesitation. With a calm, fluid motion, she reached down and slammed the hood of her truck shut. The action was so casual, so economical. It was like she was simply closing a toolbox after a job well done. The sound didn't reach me, but I saw the impact, the slight shudder of the vehicle. My blood ran cold. She walked to the driver's side door, opened it, and slid inside. My heart, which had just begun to slow, kicked into a frantic, hammering rhythm against my ribs. This was it. She was going to follow me. The pretense was over. A chase on these slick, winding roads would be suicidal. She knew the area, I assumed, and I was just a ranger in a heavy, clumsy vehicle. I watched in the mirror as her truck's brake lights flashed once, then went dark. A small puff of white exhaust coughed from the tailpipe. The engine that wouldn't start, had fired up instantly, without a single sputter of protest. She had lied. Of course, she had lied. I had known it all along, but the visual confirmation was a physical blow. The trap was real. My foot pressed harder on the accelerator. The lie was exposed. There was no more reason to pretend. But she didn't follow. Her truck just sat there, idling on the muddy shoulder. She didn't pull out. She didn't flash her lights. She just sat there, a dark silhouette behind the wheel, watching me drive away. And somehow, that was the most terrifying thing of all. The chase I had dreaded never came. She just let me go. It wasn't a failure on her part. It felt like a choice. It felt like a message: I could have taken you, but I am choosing not to. This time. I finally rounded the blind curve that had brought me upon her, and her truck disappeared from my rearview mirror. But it wasn't gone from my mind. The rest of the drive was a 10-minute eternity of pure paranoia. The familiar forest had transformed into a landscape of menace. Every dark shadow between the trees was a hiding place. Every gnarled branch looked like a reaching arm. I half expected to see her truck reappear behind me at every turn, or to find the road blocked by a fallen tree, or by her truck up ahead. My hand never left the grip of my sidearm. I scanned the woods on either side of the road, my eyes darting back and forth, my senses screaming with a primal terror I had never known. When my tires finally hit the solid, reassuring pavement of the main park road, a sob of relief escaped my lips. I pulled over for a moment, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. The professional mask crumbled, and I was just a terrified woman who had looked into a void and had, by some miracle, been allowed to step back. I radioed dispatch. My voice was thin and reedy, but I forced it to be steady. Dispatch, this is Ranger Bellamy. Go ahead. Unit 3. Regarding the disabled vehicle on Service Road 12. The driver declined assistance. She got the vehicle started on her own. 10-4 Unit 3. You're clear? And that was it? What else could I say? Dispatch. I think I was just lured into a trap by a woman who may or may not be a serial killer. I had no proof. No crime had been committed. I hadn't been assaulted or even explicitly threatened. All I had was a clean engine, a flat voice, and a gut feeling that had saved my life. Filing a report would have been useless. An exercise in sounding like a hysterical rookie who had let the spooky woods get to her. So I said nothing. I drove back to the station, the familiar building feeling less like a sanctuary and more like a temporary shelter. I ran the license plate I had dutifully jotted down. It came back registered to a long, defunct P.O. box in a town 3 counties away. It was a ghost plate, a dead end, a tool for someone who didn't want to be found. I never saw her again. I never heard of any other incidents in the park that matched my experience. But the memory of that day is etched into my soul. It changed me. The comfortable solitude I once loved in those woods was gone, replaced by a constant, low-level hum of anxiety. I started carrying a second, more powerful sidearm. I avoided the deep service roads unless absolutely necessary. The park was no longer my office. It was a place where monsters wore human faces. I have no proof that anything bad was going to happen on that lonely, muddy road. But I know, with a certainty that chills me to this day, that I was not dealing with a stranded motorist. I was being hunted. She wasn't waiting for help. She was waiting for a victim. And out there, where the trees press and the silence swallows you whole. The only thing that saved me was listening to that primal animal instinct that all good rangers learn to trust, the feeling that tells you when something is terribly, terribly wrong. It's the reason I'm in Wyoming today, under a wide open sky. Because some forests hold memories that are too dark to bear. My name is Dr. Aris Thorne. Before the fall, I was a psychiatrist, a man who dealt in the currency of the mind, trauma, delusion, the delicate architecture of human sanity. I mention this not as a boast, but as a grim footnote to the events that transpired. My expertise, my entire understanding of the human psyche, proved to be a fragile shield against the primal horrors we would face. I was a passenger on North Star Air Flight 217, a small charter plane making its way across the vast, unforgiving expanse of Canada's Northwest Territories. It was the dead of winter, a season that paints the world in shades of white and gray, and drains the warmth from everything it touches. The flight itself was unremarkable until it wasn't. There was no dramatic explosion, no Hollywood-style plummet, just a sickening lurch, a high-pitched whine from the engines that spiraled into a scream of tortured metal. And then the world became a chaotic symphony of violence. The cabin lights flickered and died. The roar of the wind replaced the hum of the engines. I remember the sensation of weightlessness, the stomach churning drop, and the primal, terrified shrieks of the other passengers. Then came the impact. A bone-jarring, teeth-rattling cataclysm that felt less like a crash and more like the world itself had broken. When consciousness returned, it was to a profound and unnerving silence. The wind howled outside, a lonely, mournful sound. But inside the fractured tube of the fuselage, there was only the soft drip of melting snow and the ragged sound of breathing. My own. Slowly, painfully, I took stock. The world was canted at a nauseating angle. Snow had burst through a ruptured window, dusting the scene in a macabre layer of white. We were seven souls cast out of the sky into a frozen hell. The fuselage, by some miracle, was mostly intact. It was our tomb and our sanctuary. The cockpit was a mangled wreck, and our pilots, Captain Miles Corbin and his first officer, were gone. That grim discovery fell to David Chen, the flight engineer. Dave was a young man, barely 30, with a sharp mind and a quiet confidence that had been shattered along with the plane's instruments. He moved with a haunted, mechanical efficiency in those first few days. The burden of being the only crew member left the wive pressing down on him like the weight of the snow-laden sky. He was the one who confirmed the radio was dead, its wires severed, its circuits fried. His pronouncement, delivered in a flat, defeated tone, was the true beginning of our isolation. Brenda Hale, a real estate agent from Vancouver, quickly established herself as a force of pragmatic leadership. She was in her late 40s, immaculately dressed even in the wreckage, her sharp business acumen immediately translating to the grim calculus of survival. It was Brenda who organized the search for supplies, her voice cutting through the initial shock and panic. We found so little, a handful of snack-sized peanut bags, a crushed box of airline cookies, and a case of bottled water that had, mercifully, not frozen solid. Then there was Mark Peterson, a young architectural engineer on his way to a lucrative new contract in Yellowknife. He was full of the easy optimism of youth, his dreams laid out before him like a blueprint. The crash had pinned his leg, and though we managed to free him, the injury was severe. A deep, jagged gash that we cleaned as best we could with antiseptic wipes from a first aid kit and wrapped in torn strips of seat fabric. His pain was a constant, low hum in the background of our existence. Huddled together in the coldest part of the wreckage, as if trying to physically distance themselves from the horror, were Liam and Chloe. They were a young couple, artists from the look of their sketchbooks and charcoal pencils scattered among their belongings. They were inseparable, their hands always finding each other, their whispers a private language in the shared space of our misery. They represented a purity, an untainted love that felt alien in our new, broken world. And finally, there was Arthur Penhaligon, an elderly, samey, retired history professor from a small eastern university. He was a quiet, bird-like man with spectacles that were miraculously unbroken. He said little, but his eyes, magnified by the thick lenses, seemed to see everything. He clutched a leather-bound book to his chest as if it were a holy text, his only salvaged possession. The first week was a blur of grim routine. We rationed the peanuts, one small bag per person per day. We melted snow in a metal thermos, a laborious process that yielded precious, metallic-tasting sips of water. We huddled together in the main cabin section for warmth, the darkness of the long Arctic nights broken only by the weak beams of 2 failing flashlights. We told stories. We spoke of our lives, our families, our homes. A desperate attempt to remind ourselves of the world we had lost, to keep the encroaching despair at bay. Dave spoke of learning to fly with his father. Brenda boasted of closing impossible deals. Liam and Chloe spoke of their dream to open a small gallery together. I spoke of my patience, of the human mind's incredible resilience. A lecture that felt hollow and foolish, even as I delivered it. But hope is a poor fuel in the face of relentless cold. The days bled into one another, a monotonous cycle of shivering hunger and fading light. The hunger, it began as a simple emptiness, a hollow ache in the pit of the stomach. But it grew, evolving into a malevolent presence. It sharpened our senses, frayed our nerves. Every rustle of a wrapper, every swallow of water became a source of intense focus and, increasingly, resentment. The camaraderie of the first few days began to curdle into suspicion. The landscape outside was a beautiful, terrible prison. An endless sea of snow and skeletal trees under a vast, indifferent sky. Sometimes we would see the northern lights, ethereal ribbons of green and violet dancing silently above us. They were a cruel mockery, a display of cosmic beauty in a world that had been stripped of all its own. Mark's condition worsened. The leg became swollen and discolored. A fever took hold, leaving him shivering uncontrollably one moment and burning with a dry, consuming heat the next. He became delirious, muttering about deadlines and design flaws, his mind trapped in the life that had been stolen from him. We did what we could, which was nothing. We watched him die. It took 2 days. His final moments were quiet. The fever broke, a brief moment of lucidity flickered in his eyes, and then he was gone. We sat with his body for a full day. The silence in the fuselage was different now. It was heavier, colder. Mark's stillness was a testament to our own fragility, a grim prophecy. We couldn't bury him. The ground was frozen solid, impenetrable. He lay under a thin airline blanket, a mound in the corner of our shelter that we all tried not to look at. The hunger was no longer just an H. It was a predator, stalking the edges of our thoughts, whispering unspeakable things in the quiet moments. We had run out of the peanuts 3 days prior. The gnawing in our bellies was constant, a fire that demanded to be fed. It was Brenda who finally gave the predator a voice. We were huddled together, the flashlight beam casting long, dancing shadows on the cabin walls. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind and the grumbling of our own stomachs. Her voice, when it came, was a cracked, dry whisper, yet it seemed to fill the entire space. We're not going to make it. She paused, her gaze sweeping over our gaunt faces, lingering for a moment on the blanketed form in the corner. Not without sustenance. The word hung in the frozen air, obscene and undeniable. The unspoken had been spoken, and in that instant, the last vestiges of the world we once knew were burned away, leaving only the cold, the dark, and a terrible new choice. The word sustenance did not simply hang in the air, it fell upon us. A physical weight that crushed the last of our fragile hopes. For a long moment, the only sound was the incessant howl of the wind, a lonely sermon for a damned congregation. Then, a choked sob broke the silence. It was Chloe. She scrambled away from the group, her hands over her mouth, as if to hold back the bile rising in her throat. Liam was instantly by her side, wrapping his arms around her, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated disgust directed at Brenda. How could you? He spat, his voice trembling with rage. He was our friend. He was a person. Brenda did not flinch. The pragmatism that had made her a successful realtor had now calcified into something harder, something utterly devoid of sentiment. Her eyes, which had once sparkled with shrewd intelligence, were now flat and cold as glacial ice. He was a person, Liam, she corrected, her tone chillingly reasonable. Now he is a resource, a collection of proteins and fats that can keep the rest of us alive. Do you think he would want us all to follow him into death, out of some misplaced sense of propriety? The argument, when it finally erupted, was horrific. It was a maelstrom of grief, fear, and ravenous hunger. We screamed at each other, our voices raw and hoarse in the enclosed space. Liam and Chloe were the heart of the opposition, their arguments rooted in morality, in faith, in the fundamental laws of human decency. They quoted scripture they half remembered. They spoke of the sanctity of the human body, their words a desperate plea to hold on to the world we had known. This is how we lose ourselves, Chloe cried, her face streaked with tears and grime. The moment we do this, we're no longer human. We're just animals. We are already animals. Dave Chen countered, his voice low and heavy. He hadn't sided with Brenda immediately, but I could see the grim logic working behind his engineer's eyes. He was a man who understood systems, and our current system was failing. We are starving animals in a cage of ice. Morality is a luxury we can no longer afford. We need fuel to survive. It's a simple, brutal equation. I found myself caught in the horrifying middle ground. As a psychiatrist, I understood the psychological breaking point we were approaching. I knew about survival psychosis, about how the primitive brain can override centuries of civilized conditioning. I saw the clinical truth in Dave's brutal equation. But the man, the soul within the clinician, was repulsed to his very core. Every instinct screamed that this was a line that, once crossed, could never be uncrossed. It was Arthur Penhaligon, the quiet history professor, who added a new, chilling dimension to the debate. He had been silent throughout the screaming match, his gaze distant, fixed on the swirling snow outside the fractured window. Finally, he spoke, his voice a dry rustle of old paper. There are stories, he began, and the cabin fell silent, his quiet tone demanding more attention than our shouting ever could. He hugged the leather-bound book to his chest. Old stories from the Algonquian peoples who have lived in these northern forests for millennia. They speak of times of famine, of winters so long and so cold that the game disappears and the people are left with nothing. They speak of a terrible choice. He paused, his magnified eyes sweeping over us. They speak of the wendigo. The name meant little to me then, a half-remembered creature from campfire tales. According to the legends, Arthur continued, his voice dropping lower, a person who resorts to eating the flesh of another human being, especially in the wilderness, becomes tainted. They invite a spirit of winter and insatiable hunger into themselves. A spirit with a heart of ice. They are cursed to transform, to become a wendigo themselves. An emaciated, monstrous creature, forever craving human flesh, never to be satisfied. A thick, superstitious dread settled over the cabin, colder than the wind outside. Brenda scoffed, a harsh, grating sound. For God's sake, Arthur, we're talking about survival, not ghost stories. Are we really going to let ourselves starve to death because of some ancient myth? But the seed was planted. The argument continued for another day, but its nature had changed. It was no longer just about morality versus survival. It was now about sanity versus a potential, supernatural damnation. Yet, with every passing hour, the gnawing in our bellies grew more insistent. A more powerful advocate than reason or fear. The breaking point came on the third day after Mark's death. The decision was not made with a vote, but with a slow, grim surrender. Liam and Chloe, seeing they had lost, retreated. With tears of betrayal in their eyes, they gathered their few belongings and moved to the tail section of the plain, a space separated from us by a curtain of torn fabric. They wanted nothing to do with us, with the monsters we were about to become. Their physical separation was a judgment, a clear line drawn between the saved and the damned. The act itself was a violation beyond words. I will not recount the gruesome mechanics of it. My mind has mercifully blurred the worst details, leaving only jagged shards of memory. Dave, the engineer, with his haunted, methodical precision, did what had to be done. Brenda stood over him, not helping, but supervising, her face an unreadable mask. Arthur turned away, his back to the scene, and I saw his shoulders shaking. I was a participant, a passive, horrified accomplice whose hands trembled as I accepted my portion. Eating that first act of consumption was a paradox of agony and relief. The taste of the cooked meat was life itself, an explosion of desperately needed energy that silenced the screaming fire in my belly. It was salvation, and it was the most profound act of self-desecration imaginable. It saved our bodies, but it poisoned our souls. We ate in silence, unable to look at one another, the act binding us together in a covenant of shame. Afterward, a strange and terrible sickness fell over me. It began not in the body, but in the mind. A wave of depression so profound it felt like a physical weight, pressing me down into the cold floor of the fuselage. It was followed by a violent, convulsive nausea. The very sight of the food we had stored in a makeshift cooler packed with snow made me retch. I, who had been on the brink of starvation, developed a sudden, inexplicable anorexia. My body, finally given the fuel it craved, was now being rejected by a mind screaming in protest. Then came the dreams. My sleep became a gateway to a frozen, desolate landscape, even bleaker than the one outside. And in that landscape, it was waiting for me. The wendigo. It was exactly as Arthur's stories had hinted, yet infinitely more terrifying. It was impossibly tall and gaunt. Its gray skin stretched tight over protruding bones. Its limbs too long, its movements jerky and unnatural. Its head was a desiccated skull, crowned with peeling antlers, and its eyes were black pits of cosmic cold. But the most horrifying feature was its mouth, a lipless gash filled with jagged needle, like teeth, stained with something dark. In the dreams, it did not chase me. It simply stood there, watching me, and it whispered into my mind. Its voice was the sound of cracking ice and rustling dead leaves. "You called me," it whispered. "You partook of the forbidden feast. You opened the door. The hunger is my gift to you. You are mine now." I would wake up with a silent scream trapped in my throat, my body drenched in a cold sweat despite the freezing air. The cabin would be dark and silent, save for the breathing of the others. But the hunger was always back, and it was terrifyingly different. The hollow, desperate ache of starvation was gone. In its place was a sharp, predatory craving, a specific, insatiable desire that pulsed in my veins. It was a living thing inside me, a parasite of the soul, and I started looking at the other survivors differently. Brenda, her tough exterior seeming so fragile. Dave, lost in his guilt. Arthur, frail and lost in his books. My mind, the analytical mind of a psychiatrist, began to do a horrifying new calculus. I would look at Brenda's arm and estimate its substance. I would see the pulse beating in Dave's neck, and my stomach would churn with a terrible, gnawing appetite. The thoughts were so vile, so alien, that I would double over, gagging, fighting back the wave of self-disgust. But they always returned, stronger and more insistent each time. The whispers from the dream echoed in my waking hours. "The hunger is my gift. You are mine now." The terror of going wendigo became the central axis around which my shattered mind revolved. The myth Arthur had recounted was no longer a story. It was a diagnosis, a prophecy unfolding within my own flesh and blood. The clinical part of my brain, the psychiatrist, fought a desperate rearguard action, trying to frame the experience in familiar terms. Survival psychosis, extreme PTSD, malnutrition-induced hallucinations. The labels were a flimsy shield against a far more terrifying truth. The whispers in my dreams were not figments of a traumatized psyche. They were echoes of a genuine, ancient evil I had invited into the sanctuary of my soul. Paranoia became my constant companion, a cold shadow that clung to me, even in the relative warmth of our huddle. I became convinced the others could see the transformation. When Brenda's cold, pragmatic gaze fell upon me, I didn't see a fellow survivor. I saw a judge, assessing the monster in her midst. When Dave, lost in his own silent hell of guilt, would accidentally meet my eyes, I saw a flicker of fear and recognition. Did he see the hunger in my eyes? Did he see the way I watched the pulse beat in his throat? The thought was enough to send me scrambling away, my heart hammering against my ribs. I began to withdraw, physically and mentally. I moved my sleeping spot to the edge of the fuselage, near a jagged tear in the metal that offered a view of the desolate landscape. I told the others it was because I needed air, a lie so thin it was transparent. The truth was, I couldn't bear to be near them. The proximity, the scent of their living bodies, stoked the fire of the wrong hunger to an unbearable degree. I was terrified of what I might do, in a moment of weakness, in the deep, dark hours of the Arctic night. I became a sentinel at the edge of our grim camp, watching them, my stomach churning with a nauseating cocktail of horror and a terrible, gnawing appetite. My focus, my obsession, began to drift towards the tail section of the plane, towards Liam and Chloe. They were the untainted. They had refused the feast, and in my twisted mind, this made them both an object of revulsion and an unbearable temptation. They were a reminder of the humanity I had sacrificed, and the hunger whispered that their purity would be all the more satisfying to consume. One afternoon, the fabric curtain to their section parted, and Liam emerged, squinting in the pale light. He was shockingly thin, his clothes hanging off his skeletal frame. He moved with a slow, deliberate weakness, gathering snow to melt. He didn't see me watching from my perch. Every muscle in my body tensed. The hunger rose up not as a whisper, but as a roar, a physical force that seemed to vibrate through my bones. My saliva glands flooded, my vision narrowed, and the world lost its color, replaced by a predator's grayscale focus. Liam was no longer Liam, the young artist. He was prey, he was sustenance. The thought so easy, so weak, screamed in my mind. My hand gripped a loose shard of metal by my side, my knuckles white. It took every ounce of my will, every memory of the man I once was, Dr. Eris Thorne, to fight it down. I jammed the metal shard into my own thigh, the sharp, blinding pain a welcome anchor in the storm of my craving. Liam finished his task and disappeared back behind the curtain, oblivious to the life, or death struggle that had just taken place 20 yards away. I was left shaking, sobbing. The blood from my self-inflicted wound a stark, crimson stain against the snow. The days that followed are a blur of this internal war. The group dynamic had completely dissolved. We were no longer a team of survivors. We were 4 solitary creatures sharing a cage, each lost in our private torment. Brenda grew ever more gaunt, her iron will the only thing holding her together. Dave was a ghost who barely spoke, his hands often trembling. Arthur spent all his waking hours with his book, sometimes looking up from its pages to stare at me, with an expression of profound, scholarly fear. I think he knew. I think he was watching the legend he'd spoken of come to life. We were on day 38. I was sitting at my usual spot, staring out at the endless white, when I heard it, a sound that did not belong. It was a low, rhythmic pulse, a disturbance in the symphony of the wind. Thump, thump. At first, I was certain it was a hallucination, the sound of my own racing heart projected onto the world. I closed my eyes, pressing my hands to my ears, but it was still there. Faint but undeniable. Thump, thump, thump. It grew louder. A shout came from inside the fuselage. It was Dave. "Do you hear that?" Brenda emerged, her face a mask of disbelief, her head cocked towards the sky. Even Arthur looked up from his book, his mouth slightly agape. Hope, an emotion I thought had died in me, flickered with a painful intensity. A helicopter. It had to be. Brenda began frantically, searching for the signal flare from the emergency kit, her hands shaking with a desperate urgency. But for me, the hope was immediately consumed by a new and profound terror. Rescue. It meant doctors, questions, observation. It meant returning to a world of laws and morality, a world where my cravings were the mark of a monster. The whispers of the wendigo rose up in a cacophony of rage and fear. They cannot take you. You belong to the hunger. You belong to the wild. A part of me, a dark, powerful part, did not want to be found. It wanted to stay in the cold, in the silence, where the hunger was law. For a terrifying moment, I considered sabotaging our rescue, hiding the flare, anything to remain in the world I now understood. The sound became a roar. It crested the nearby ridge, a beautiful, terrible black machine against the gray sky. It saw us. The flare Brenda fired was a desperate, crimson prayer answered. As the helicopter landed, kicking up a blinding whirlwind of snow, and figures in thick orange jumpsuits ran towards us, my internal war reached its peak. The rescuers were shouting, their words lost in the rotor wash. They saw a group of emaciated, traumatized survivors. When they reached me, I was on my knees, clutching my head, fighting against the cannibalistic urges that were screaming for release. I was muttering about the hunger, about the heart of ice, my eyes wild with they couldn't possibly comprehend. They saw a man in the throes of shock. They saw a victim. They didn't see the monster coiled inside, gnashing its teeth. They restrained me, gently but firmly, speaking in calm, reassuring tones that felt like a foreign language. They were saving my body. I wasn't sure they could save my soul. Even now, years later, the world considers me saved. I am Dr. Aris Thorne, the survivor, the man who endured the unthinkable. I have been poked, prodded, and analyzed by a legion of my colleagues. The official diagnosis is severe post-traumatic stress disorder, coupled with transient survival-induced psychosis. They are neat, clinical labels that explain away the horror. They are a lie. I live a comfortable life. I am safe. I am well fed. But I know what was born in me in that frozen wasteland. It wasn't just trauma. It was a curse. It sleeps now, dormant in the well, fed comfort of my civilized life. But sometimes, on a cold winter night, or when I go too long between meals, I feel it stir. A coldness spreads from my core, and the wrong kind of hunger whispers at the edge of my thoughts. And I am utterly, profoundly terrified of what I might do if I ever truly let it in. My name is Dr. Samuel Finch. I hold a doctorate in cultural anthropology from McGill University, with a specialized focus on the intersection of folklore, psychology, and colonial history within the indigenous communities of North America. For years, my work had been respectable, if somewhat unremarkable, consisting of peer-reviewed articles on subjects that elicited polite nods at academic conferences, but rarely sparked true, fervent debate. I had built a career on careful analysis and detached observation. All of that changed the day I stumbled upon the court records of the 1907 trial of Jack and Joseph Fiddler. The Fiddler case was, to my mind, a perfect, tragic encapsulation of my entire field of study. Here were two Cree men, respected elders and hunters, who were arrested by the North West-minded police and tried under British colonial law for the murder of a woman from their own community. Their defense was not one of denial, but of necessity. They claimed the woman, a relative, had been in the late stages of transformation into a wendigo, the terrifying, cannibalistic spirit of the northern forests. They had acted not out of malice, but to save her soul and protect their people from the monster she was becoming. The court, of course, saw it as a clear-cut case of homicide, steeped in what they dismissed as primitive superstition. It was a brutal collision of two irreconcilable worlds, one of ancient, lived belief, and another of rigid, ethnocentric law. This case became my obsession. It was to be the centerpiece of my magnum opus, a book that would not only examine the Fiddler trial but also provide a definitive modern analysis of the wendigo psychosis phenomenon. To truly understand it, I reasoned, I could not rely solely on dusty archives and the sterile environment of a university library. I needed to immerse myself in the very landscape that had birthed the legend. I needed to feel the silence, the isolation, the crushing weight of the boreal forest that had shaped the Cree cosmology for millennia. And so, in the late autumn, I rented a remote cabin in northern Ontario, a 2-hour drive from the nearest small town, and not far, geographically or spiritually, from the lands where the fiddlers had hunted. The cabin was old, built of hand, hewn logs now grayed by decades of harsh winters. It stood in a small clearing, surrounded by a seemingly infinite expanse of pine and birch. There was no cell service, no internet, and the electricity was supplied by a noisy but reliable generator that I only ran for a few hours each evening. My only connection to the outside world was a satellite phone for emergencies. It was perfect. It was a laboratory of solitude. My first weeks were a model of academic discipline. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm. I would rise before dawn, the air sharp and cold in my lungs, and start a fire in the pot-bellied stove, with a pot of strong coffee brewing. I would settle at the large wooden table that served as my desk, my research materials spread out. Before me, photocopied historical records, missionary journals filled with spidery, judgmental script, and ethnographic studies from the 20th century. My own journal, a handsome leather-bound volume, was my constant companion. In those early entries, my writing is confident, detached, and analytical. The Wendigo mythos, I wrote one evening, is a fascinating and complex psychological defense mechanism. In a society facing the recurring horror of famine and the ultimate taboo of starvation-induced cannibalism, the legend provides a crucial outlet. It allows the individual and the community to project their deep-seated guilt and existential dread on to a supernatural entity. The monster is not them. It is an external force that possesses them. It is a self-fulfilling prophecy, born of desperation. Believe you are becoming a monster, and you will inevitably begin to act like one. I was proud of such insights. I felt I was peeling back the layers of superstition to reveal a core of understandable human psychology. But the environment began its slow, inexorable work on me. As October bled into November, the days grew noticeably shorter, the nights stretching into vast, silent voids. The initial charm of the solitude began to fray at the edges. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was absolute. A heavy blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. It pressed in on the cabin walls, on my eardrums. I started to feel a persistent, low-grade anxiety, a hum of unease just beneath the surface of my thoughts. It began with sounds, or what I thought were sounds. The wind sighing through the pines could, at times, sound unnervingly like a mournful whisper. The groan of a tree branch crotch under the weight of early snow could mimic a footstep. I would freeze, my head cocked, listening, my heart thumping a sudden, frantic rhythm against my ribs. I would tell myself it was the wind, the house settling, my own mind, unaccustomed to such profound quiet, filling in the blanks. Then came the night I was certain I heard footsteps. It wasn't the wind. It was a distinct, rhythmic crunching in the thin layer of snow that had fallen that afternoon. A slow, deliberate pacing that seemed to be circling the cabin. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from beside the stove, my knuckles white, and crept to the window. Peering through a gap in the curtains, I saw nothing but the moonlit clearing, the snow a pristine, unbroken blanket of white. There were no tracks, not even those of an animal. My own, from my trip to the woodpile earlier, were clearly visible. But nothing else. I spent the rest of that night with my back to the stove, the poker in my lap, trying to rationalize what I had heard. My academic mind raced, searching for an explanation. Auditory hallucination, the effects of prolonged isolation. I wrote it all down in my journal, analyzing my own fear as if it were a case study. A few nights later, the visions began. It was just a glimpse at first, so brief I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. I was working late, the only light coming from the warm glow of my kerosene lamp. I stood up to stretch, and in the dark reflection of the window pane, I saw it. A figure standing in the cabin behind my right shoulder. It was tall, impossibly thin and dark. I spun around with a strangled cry, my chair clattering to the floor. There was nothing there. The cabin was empty. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart and the gentle hiss of the lamp. I told myself it was exhaustion, a trick of the light, a shadow my own reflection distorted by the old imperfect glass. My mind, I reasoned, was playing tricks on me, projecting the very imagery I had been steeping it in for weeks. It was a logical, comforting explanation. But it wasn't the last time I saw him. The glimpses became more frequent, more vivid, and always in a reflection. I'd see him in the polished, curved surface of my silver thermos as I poured my coffee. I'd see him in the dark, still water of the bucket I drew from the well. And one morning, as I went to the dry sink, I saw him for a terrifying, heart-stopping second in the small, cracked mirror that hung above it. It was a gaunt, skeletal man with sallow, ash-gray skin that seemed stretched too tightly over his bones. His limbs were long and spidery, but it was his eyes that seared themselves into my memory. They were not human eyes. They were deep, dark pits that seemed to burn with a cold, hungry fire. He looked just like the most terrifying descriptions of the wendigo I had been reading about. And in that fleeting moment, I felt a new kind of fear, a primal, chilling dread that had nothing to do with academic theory. It was the fear of a man who suspects he is no longer alone. After that morning, the academic detachment I had so carefully cultivated shattered like a pane of ice. The man in the mirror was no longer a fleeting trick of the light. He was a presence, an entity that haunted the periphery of my existence. My work, once a source of intellectual stimulation, became a source of terror. Every description of the wendigo, every first-hand account of an encounter, was no longer data to be analyzed, but a confirmation of my own experience. The fiddler's testimony about the woman's eyes, burning like coals, resonated with a sickening familiarity. My journal entries lost their academic tone. The confident, flowing script devolved into a frantic, almost illegible scrawl. The pages were filled with questions instead of conclusions. Is it a ghost? I wrote, the pen digging so hard into the paper it almost tore through. The spirit of the woman the fiddlers killed, drawn to this place. Or am I losing my mind? Am I succumbing to the very psychosis I came here to study? The subject and the observer have become one. The line has blurred. Where do I end and it begins? I began to actively avoid my own reflection. The small mirror over the sink was the first to go. I took it down, my hands trembling, and wrapped it in a thick wool blanket before burying it under a pile of firewood in the corner of the cabin. But it was a futile gesture. The world is full of mirrors if you're afraid enough to look for them. The dark glass of the cabin windows at night became my enemies. I tacked blankets over them, plunging the cabin into a stuffy, claustrophobic darkness, lit only by the unsteady flicker of the kerosene lamp. Even then, I would catch glimpses of him in the polished back of a spoon as I tried to eat, in the dark lens of my reading glasses when I took them off, in the glossy cover of a book. He was always there, just over my shoulder, a tall, skeletal silhouette with those burning hollow eyes. A new, more disturbing symptom began to manifest. A profound and unsettling change in my relationship with food. I had brought months' worth of supplies. Canned goods, dried meats, flour, rice. But the thought of eating it began to fill me with a strange revulsion. The canned stew seemed gray and lifeless. The salted bacon tasted of ash and rot. I would force myself to eat, but each bite was a struggle, and a persistent nausea plagued me. I was losing weight at an alarming rate. My clothes hung loosely on my thinning frame, and a constant, gnawing emptiness settled deep in my stomach. It wasn't the simple hunger of an empty belly. It was a deeper craving, a hollow ache that no amount of food could fill. It was a hunger of the soul. One evening, while rereading a missionary's account of a wendigo case from the 1880s, I came across a chilling passage. The missionary described how the afflicted man, in the early stages, refused all food offered to him, claiming it tasted like dirt. He grew gaunt and weak, all while complaining of a ravenous, insatiable hunger. My blood ran cold. I dropped the book as if it had burned me. My own symptoms, my own private hell, were laid bare in a century-old text. The paranoia intensified, twisting my thoughts into unrecognizable shapes. The silence of the forest was no longer empty. It was waiting. I became convinced that the figure in the reflections was not just a passive observer. It was trying to get in. I felt its presence as a pressure against my mind, a cold whisper that echoed the worst of my fears. It told me that my research was a pathetic attempt to intellectualize a truth my bones already knew. The monster was real, and it had chosen me. I started talking to it, or rather to him. I would stand in the center of the darkened cabin and scream at the walls, my voice hoarse. "What do you want from me?" I'd yell, my words swallowed by the oppressive silence. Sometimes, in the brief moment after I stopped shouting, I thought I'd hear a reply. Not a voice, but a thought planted directly into my mind. A single, chilling word: hunger. The line I had written about in my journal, the one between myself and the entity, was not just blurring, it was erasing itself. I began to believe the figure in the mirror wasn't a separate being at all. It was me, or rather, a reflection of what I was becoming. The gaunt, skeletal frame was my own emaciated body. The ash-gray skin was my own pallor from lack of food and sunlight. The burning eyes. The burning eyes were the window to the terrible, gnawing hunger that was now the center of my world. This realization brought a new, terrifying clarity. I wasn't being haunted by an external spirit. I was the vessel. The wendigo psychosis wasn't just a psychological defense, it was a spiritual infection. And I had, through my obsessive research and willful isolation, exposed myself to it. I had opened a door, and something ancient and hungry had walked through. The man in the mirror wasn't trying to take control. He was the control. He was the physical manifestation of the wendigo. Spirit that was slowly consuming me from the inside out, replacing Samuel Finch, the academic, with a creature of pure, insatiable want. My last truly lucid thought was to use the satellite phone. I stumbled towards it, my legs weak and uncoordinated. I needed to call for help, to tell someone what was happening. I picked up the receiver, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. But as I lifted it, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in its small, dark screen. He was there, his face pressed close to mine, his lipless mouth stretched into a horrifying grin. And for the first time, I saw that his expression was not one of malice, but of triumph. He wasn't just a reflection anymore. He was wearing my face. And in his burning eyes, I saw not just a reflection of my own terror, but a promise of the feast to come. I dropped the phone, and it skittered across the floorboards, its lifeline to the outside world, now seeming 1,000,000 miles away. The moment the satellite phone hit the floor, something inside me snapped. The last tether to the man I had been. Dr. Samuel Finch, the scholar, the observer, was severed. There was no more analysis, no more frantic questioning. There was only the hunger and the face in the glass. They were one and the same, my face. A rage, cold and pure, washed over me. It was not my rage, but it used my body. It was a rage against the witness, against the constant, silent mockery of the creature that wore my features in every reflection. It was him, the man in the mirror, who was the source of my torment. If I could erase him, I could erase the hunger. It was the only coherent thought I had left. My war on reflections began with the windows. I grabbed the heavy iron poker from beside the now cold stove, its weight feeling solid and purposeful in my trembling hand. With a guttural roar that tore from my throat, I lunged at the nearest window. The glass didn't just shatter. It exploded outwards into the frigid night, the sound a shocking violation of the profound silence I had come to both dread and crave. Shards rained down on the floor, each one a tiny, glittering eye. For a moment, I saw him in every fragment, his triumphant, hungry grin multiplied 1,000 times. I stomped on them, grinding the shards into dust with my boots, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. One by one, I destroyed the windows, my movements becoming more frantic, more primal. The cold air of the Ontario winter rushed in, but I barely felt it. The blankets I had tacked up were ripped down and thrown aside. I was a whirlwind of desperate violence, a man trying to fight his own shadow. But he was still there. I caught his gaze in the polished metal of the kerosene lamp. I swung the poker, and the lamp crashed against the wall, plunging the cabin into near total darkness, the reek of spilled kerosene filling the air. Now, only the faint moonlight filtering through shattered window frames offered any illumination. It wasn't enough. He was resourceful. I saw him in the still, dark water of the bucket I had drawn from the well. I kicked it over, the icy water splashing across the floorboards, where it would soon freeze. I hunted for him, my eyes scanning the darkened cabin with a terrifying new acuity. My dinner plate, my cutlery, the metal buttons on my coat. Anything that could hold an image was an enemy. I found the silver thermos, my old companion from the early days of research, and beat it against the stone hearth until it was a dented, shapeless wreck. I took a spoon, the very one where I had seen his face, and scraped its back against the rough stone floor, until it was a dull, scarred piece of metal, incapable of showing me anything but my own failure. My journal was the last bastion of the man I used to be. I stumbled towards the table where it lay open. My eyes fell upon the last coherent sentence I had written. Where do I end and it begins? The question seemed absurd now. There was no line. I picked up the pen, but my hand was shaking too violently to form letters. My thoughts were no longer words, but raw, jagged impulses. I managed to scrawl a few broken phrases across the page, the ink bleeding into the paper like dark wounds. He's in the mirror now. He's smiling. The pen dropped from my numb fingers. A new thought, a final, terrifying synthesis, pushed its way to the forefront of my consciousness. It was a moment of absolute, horrifying clarity. The hunger wasn't his. It was mine. He's hungry. I'm hungry. That was the end. The part of my mind that could form words and write them down went silent. There was only the gnawing emptiness in my belly, and the vast, cold emptiness of the forest outside. The two voids called to each other, and I was the bridge between them. I don't know how long I remained in that state. Days, perhaps a week. Time had ceased to have meaning. I was a creature of instinct, pacing the ruined cabin, the cold seeping into my bones, the hunger a living thing inside me. The owner of the cabin, a man named Al, found me. He was supposed to come by at the end of the month to collect the rent. He told the police later that he knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the shattered windows. He found me huddled in a corner, emaciated, incoherent, my eyes wide and unfocused. The cabin was a wreck, a scene of psychotic destruction. Every reflective surface had been systematically obliterated. They committed me to a psychiatric facility. My official diagnosis is a laundry list of clinical terms: severe psychosis, brought on by extreme isolation, malnutrition, and an obsessive, compulsive fixation on my subject of study. My colleagues whisper about it at conferences. A cautionary tale about the dangers of going native, of losing academic objectivity. They say I manufactured my own mental breakdown, that I so desperately wanted to understand the Wendigo myth that I became a character within it. They are, in their own way, correct. But they are also wrong. They see the world through the clean, sterile lens of science and reason. They haven't felt the weight of the ancient forest or the pressure of a silence so absolute it becomes a sound. I know the truth. I set out to study a myth, to put it in a neat academic box. I stared into the abyss of the Wendigo legend, armed with my theories and my arrogance. But the abyss looked back, and in its reflection, I saw myself. My name is Benjamin Carter, but on the volunteer search and rescue team, everyone just calls me Ben. Our unit, based out of Thunder Bay, is a collection of individuals bound by a shared, perhaps peculiar, calling to walk into the vast, unforgiving wilderness that others flee from, in the hopes of bringing someone home. We aren't official law enforcement or military, but a dedicated crew of experienced outdoorsmen, paramedics, and trackers who know the sprawling, ancient forests of northern Ontario better than our own backyards. Our team leader was Gary Maxwell, a man whose personality was as rugged and weathered as the landscape itself. In his late 50s, with a face carved from granite and a demeanor that rarely strayed from pragmatic seriousness, Gary was the anchor of our team. He'd spent 30 years as a conservation officer before retiring, and what he didn't know about survival wasn't worth knowing. He operated on logic, probability, and a deep, unsentimental respect for the power of nature. Sentiment, he often said, was a liability that could get you killed when the temperature dropped and the sun went down. Then there was Dave Chen, our communications and tech specialist. Dave was the opposite of Gary in many ways. Younger, quieter, and more inclined to see the world through a lens of wonder and, at times, superstition. He was a master with GPS, satellite phones, and drones, but he also carried a small, worn charm in his pocket and would sometimes speak of the old stories. His grandmother told him about the woods. He believed the forest had a memory, a presence that you had to respect on its own terms. Rounding out our four-man team for this particular mission was Sean O'Connell. Sean was the youngest and strongest of us, a former college athlete with boundless energy and an eagerness that sometimes bordered on recklessness. This was only his third major search, and he still carried the unshakable confidence of someone who had never truly been tested by the wilderness. He saw the forest as a challenge to be conquered, a physical obstacle to be overcome through strength and stamina. Last fall, as the vibrant colors of autumn began to fade into the stark, gray prelude to winter, we were tasked with finding a man named Marcus Thorne. The request came through the provincial police. Thorne, a seasoned hunter and trapper in his 60s, had gone into the deep woods east of the city for a multi-week hunting trip and had failed to check in at his scheduled time. This was unusual. Thorne was legendary in the local hunting community, a man who was said to be more at home among the pines and rock of the Canadian Shield than in any town. For him to go silent was a significant red flag. We were deployed by helicopter, dropped into a clearing approximately 10 miles from his last known coordinates. The air was already sharp with the promise of cold, and the sky was a sheet of overcast, gray that seemed to suck the color out of the world. For 2 days, we executed our search patterns, a grid of methodical, sweeping lines through dense forest and over rocky outcrops. It was grueling work. The woods in that region are ancient and immense, a labyrinth of towering spruce, birch, and pine trees that stand so close together they blot out the sky. The ground is a tangled mess of roots, moss, covered rocks, and fallen logs, making every step a conscious effort. The silence the most profound thing. Not an absence of sound, but a heavy, pressing quiet that absorbs your voice and makes you feel impossibly small. On the third day, we found it Marcus Thorne's base camp. It was situated in a small, natural clearing, sheltered by a high rock face, and it was utterly, unnervingly pristine. His high-quality, 4-season tent was pitched perfectly, the guy lines taut and secure. His pack was leaning against a log, neatly buckled. His cooking gear was clean and stowed in its bag. It was the camp of a meticulous, experienced woodsman who took pride in his efficiency. But the orderliness of the scene was what made it so terrifying. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned equipment, no tracks leading away from the camp except for his own, which were already several days old and faded. The only thing out of place was the deer. It was a large buck, hanging from a thick branch of a nearby pine tree. It had been expertly field-dressed, the cuts clean and precise. The carcass was suspended from a rope, positioned to keep it safe from ground predators. It was clear that Thorne had successfully hunted, butchered, and stored his prize. It looked as though he had just finished the task, wiped his hands, and then what? Walked off into the woods without his rifle, his pack, or any of his gear. It made no sense. A man like Thorne would never leave a fresh kill and his primary equipment behind. We spent hours circling the camp, widening our search radius, calling his name until our throats were raw. Dave checked for any electronic signals. Sean climbed the rock face for a better vantage point. Gary, ever the pragmatist, examined the deer carcass with a critical eye. He did this no more than 3, maybe 4 days ago. Gary announced, his voice flat. The meat is still good. Cold airs preserved it. As dusk began to settle, the temperature plummeted. A biting wind started to whip through the trees, carrying the scent of rain and ice. A storm was rolling in, a big one by the look of the bruised. Purple clouds gathering on the horizon. Our own rations were running low. We had packed for a 3-day search, assuming we'd find him or his trail sooner. We were now facing the prospect of being stuck out here for at least another 2 nights, with a severe storm bearing down on us and not enough food to maintain our energy for the demanding search. We gathered around our small, sputtering fire, the wind howling a mournful song through the high branches. The atmosphere in our group was tense. The neat, empty camp and the silent, hanging deer felt like a riddle with no answer, a quiet monument to a disappearance that defied all logic. It was Gary who broke the silence, his voice cutting through the wind. He was looking at the deer, then at our meager collection of ration bars. We're in a tough spot. He began, his gaze steady and unwavering. This storm is going to pin us down. We need to conserve energy, and we need fuel to do it. We're burning more calories than we're taking in. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. I knew what was coming next, and a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. There's 100 pounds of good meat hanging right there, he said, gesturing with his chin towards the deer. Marcus Thorne was a practical man. He would know the rules of the wild. You use the resources you have to survive. There is no sense in letting good meat go to waste while we weaken ourselves. Dave shifted uncomfortably. I don't know, Gary. It feels wrong. It's his kill. The whole scene is just off. What's off is us starving in a blizzard, Sean countered, ever the pragmatist in training, eager to align with Gary. Gary's right. We need to eat. We need to stay strong if we have any hope of finding Thorne. Gary looked at me, his eyes demanding a decision. Ben, what do you say? I looked from the perfectly ordered, empty tent to the butchered animal. Every instinct in my body was screaming that something was fundamentally wrong with this picture. The forest felt different here, watchful and ancient. The silence felt heavier, but the logic was undeniable. We were isolated, a storm was coming, and our supplies were dangerously low. To refuse a source of sustenance out of a vague, superstitious feeling seemed foolish, a betrayal of the very principles of survival we were trained to uphold. Thorne would want us to use it, Gary said, his tone leaving no room for further argument. He'd want us to keep our strength up to find him. We're doing this for the mission. With a heavy heart and a sense of foreboding I couldn't shake, I nodded. Okay, Gary. You're right. The decision was made. As Sean and Gary worked to cut down a portion of the venison, I tried to push my apprehension away, blaming it on fatigue and the unsettling nature of our discovery. It was just meat, I told myself. It was just fuel. We were just men trying to survive, trying to complete our mission. But as the first pieces of venison began to sizzle over our fire, spitting and smoking in the dying light, I couldn't escape the feeling that we weren't just cooking a meal. We were partaking in a ritual we didn't understand, and accepting a dark, silent invitation from the deep woods. The venison tasted fine. That was the most insidious part of it. Cooked over the open flames, seasoned with the small packets of salt and pepper from our ration kits. It was succulent and rich. The initial bites were hesitant, a silent acknowledgement of the strange circumstances of our meal. But hunger is a powerful, overriding force. It grinds down principles and anxieties into the simple, primal need for fuel. We were cold, exhausted men, and it was hot food. We ate heartily, the silence around the fire broken only by the crackle of burning pine, the hiss of fat dripping into the flames, and the relentless, shrieking howl of the wind as the storm finally broke upon us. Gary ate with his usual stoic efficiency, as if it were just another meal. Sean, his youthful energy restored by the protein, even managed a grim joke about the quality of the local catering. Only Dave seemed to share my deep-seated unease. He ate slowly, picking at his portion, his eyes constantly darting from the fire to the oppressive darkness that encircled our small island of light. He kept touching the charm in his pocket, a nervous habit I'd never seen him display so overtly. We didn't talk about Thorn. We didn't talk about the empty tent. We ate the dead man's kill as the storm raged, and with every bite, I felt the forest watching us, a silent, ancient witness to our transgression. Sleep, when it came, was fitful and plagued by strange, disjointed dreams. I dreamt of running, of being chased through an endless, dark forest, where the trees had twisted into skeletal arms that clawed at my clothes. I woke several times to the sound of the wind, my heart pounding, a cold sweat clinging to my skin, despite the warmth of my sleeping bag. The next morning, the world was a maelstrom of wind and driving sleet. The storm had fully settled in, trapping us in the clearing. But the weather was the least of my concerns. A deep, unsettling nausea had taken root in my gut. It wasn't the familiar sickness of spoiled food. It was a cold, heavy feeling, a profound wrongness that seemed to emanate from the very core of my being. I crawled out of my tent and saw Sean leaning against a tree, his face pale and clammy. Feeling rough, he mumbled, not meeting my eyes. That venison must not be sitting right. Dave emerged from his tent moments later, looking even worse. He was gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes, and he moved with a pained slowness. "Me too," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "My stomach is in knots. Gary." Ever the Rock was already attempting to boil water for coffee. He looked at us with a dismissive grunt. "Your stomachs are soft from too many protein bars. Rich meat after a long hike will do that. Drink some water. It'll pass." But it didn't pass. As the morning wore on, the nausea clung to us, a constant, debilitating presence. We were confined to the small camp, the world beyond our clearing obscured by a curtain of swirling gray. The hours stretched into an eternity. The easy camaraderie of our team, the unspoken trust, forged through shared experience and training, began to fray at the edges. The confinement was a pressure cooker, amplifying every small annoyance, every flicker of doubt. Something else began to happen, something far more disturbing than a stomach bug. A creeping paranoia started to seep into my thoughts, as insidious as the nausea. The woods, which I had always respected but never feared, now seemed actively menacing. I found myself watching the tree line, convinced I could see movement in the deep shadows, just at the edge of my vision. The howling of the wind began to sound like a voice, whispering things I couldn't quite understand. My perception of my teammates began to shift. I'd look at Gary, our steadfast leader, and feel a sudden, sharp spike of resentment. His stoicism no longer seemed like strength, but like a dangerous, unfeeling arrogance. Who was he to make the call for all of us? Who was he to be so certain? I watched Sean, who was pacing restlessly like a caged animal, and his physical presence, which I'd once seen as an asset, now felt like a threat. He was strong, yes, but also impulsive, unpredictable. And Dave, his quietness was no longer comforting. It was secretive. What was he thinking, huddled by himself, his eyes wide with a fear he wouldn't share? I knew on a rational level that this was absurd. These were my friends, my teammates. I trusted them with my life. I tried to push the thoughts away, attributing them to stress, fatigue, and cabin fever. But the feelings were sticky, clinging to my mind like burrs. The worst part was the gnawing suspicion that they were feeling the same way about me. I caught Sean glancing at me, his expression a mixture of fear and hostility. Gary's commands, usually accepted without question, were now met with a tense, challenging silence. We were 4 men trapped in a space no bigger than a living room, and we were becoming strangers to one another. The hallucinations started that afternoon. They weren't dramatic, fantastical visions. They were subtle, terrifying shifts in reality. So fleeting that I could almost convince myself I had imagined them. I was watching Gary as he stood by the rock face, staring out into the storm. He turned his head to speak to me, to bark an order about reinforcing the tents. For a single, horrifying beat of my heart, I didn't see Gary. His face seemed to stretch and narrow, his eyes becoming the wide, black, prey animal eyes of a stag. I saw, not with my eyes but in my mind, the ghostly image of a vast rack of antlers crowning his head. The illusion was so perfect, so real, that I flinched. I blinked, and he was just Gary again, his face etched with concern at my reaction. "What is it, Ben? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't speak. I just shook my head, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was losing my mind. The stress was finally breaking me. I retreated into myself, terrified to interact with anyone, lest my fractured perception betray me again. But it was too late. The door had been opened, and now the monsters were coming through. Later, I was looking at Dave, who was trying to get a signal on the satellite phone. A hopeless task in this weather. As he hunched over the device, his form seemed to thicken, his shoulders broadening, his head sinking into his neck. For a split second, I saw a bear, its dark fur matted with rain, its movements heavy and powerful. The image was gone as quickly as it came, leaving me breathless and trembling. Sean, in a fit of restless energy, was chopping firewood. With each powerful swing of the axe, his movements seemed too fluid, too predatory. I glanced his way, and the brief, superimposed image of a lean, gray wolf, its lips curled back in a silent snarl, flashed through my mind. I was terrified. This was a complete psychotic break. I was a liability to my team, a danger to myself. I kept my back to a tree, trying to control my breathing, trying to force reality to stay put. I resolved to say nothing, to ride it out until we were rescued. But then I looked up and saw the same terror, reflected in Dave's eyes. He was staring at me, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. He wasn't looking at Ben Carter. In that moment, I knew with chilling certainty that he was seeing something else entirely. He was seeing an animal. And in that shared, unspoken moment of mutual horror, the final, dreadful piece of the puzzle clicked into place. It wasn't stress. It wasn't cabin fever. It was the meat. The old stories Dave's grandmother used to tell, the ones we dismissed as folklore, flooded my mind. Stories of a dark spirit of the forest, of an insatiable hunger that could be passed on like a disease. Wendigo psychosis, a madness born from consuming human flesh in the wilderness. But we hadn't done that. We had eaten venison. Unless the deer hadn't been ordinary prey. What if the animal Marcus Thorne had hunted was already tainted? Already a vessel for the curse, perhaps bitten by the real monster that stalked these woods. We had eaten from a cursed animal. And now, the curse was inside us. The sickness in our stomachs was not from indigestion. It was the physical manifestation of the horror we had consumed. the paranoia, the fear. It was the beginning of the change. The core belief of the psychosis is that as the illness progresses, the afflicted begin to see other humans not as people, but as animals. Prey to be hunted. Food to be devoured. We were no longer a rescue team. We were becoming predators. The realization was not a comfort. It was a death sentence. Knowing the name of the madness that had infected us didn't grant us any power over it. It simply gave shape and form to the monster that was already devouring us from the inside out. The shared glance with Dave confirmed my worst fears. He saw it in me, I saw it in him, and we both saw it in the others. The fragile illusion of our team, of our shared humanity, shattered into a million pieces. We were 4 men in a cage, and the bars were our own minds, twisting and warping until friend looked like foe, and foe looked like food. The storm raged on, a physical manifestation of our inner turmoil. As evening bled into a long, terrifying night, the sickness evolved. The nausea in my stomach subsided, replaced by something far worse, a hunger. This was not the normal, healthy appetite of an active man. It was a ravenous, gnawing emptiness somewhere deeper than my stomach. It was a craving that echoed in my bones, a hollow ache that no amount of our remaining rations could ever hope to fill. It was an unnatural, predatory hunger, and it had a specific, horrifying taste. We didn't speak. Words were useless now, dangerous even. We sat huddled around the sputtering fire, each of us locked in a private hell. I kept my distance, my back pressed against the cold, wet rock of the cliff face, using it as an anchor to reality. But reality was slipping. The hallucinations were no longer fleeting glimpses. They were becoming persistent, the animal forms overlaying the human ones like ghostly afterimages. Gary, the pragmatic leader, was now fully the stag in my eyes. He sat tall and proud, his broad shoulders like a powerful haunch, his watchful eyes those of a great beast of the forest, wary and majestic. The ghostly antlers I'd seen before were now almost solid, branching out into the smoky air. The sight of him filled me with a terrifying, conflicting mix of awe and a screaming, primal urge that my mind condensed into a single, horrifying thought: hunt. Sean, the wolf, could not sit still. He paced the edges of the firelight, his movements lean and predatory. His face was a pale, sharp mask of hunger and aggression. I could see the fur, the pointed snout, the yellow eyes of a creature driven by pure, relentless instinct. He kept glancing at Gary, a low growl rumbling in his chest that was only partially human. Dave, the bear, had retreated into his tent. I could hear him inside, a low, guttural sound that might have been weeping or moaning. He was fighting it, I knew, but his large, powerful form, which I could see in silhouette against the thin fabric, seemed to pulse with a caged, formidable strength. And me? What animal was I? I didn't know. I was too afraid to look at my own hands, terrified I might see claws. All I knew was that the hunger was a living thing inside me. It whispered to me, its voice the rustle of leaves and the snapping of twigs. It told me that the stag was strong, that its meat would be rich and filling, that it would finally silence the gnawing emptiness. My humanity, my very sense of self, was a small, flickering candle in a hurricane. I was losing. The night stretched on, an eternity of silent, mounting tension. The air was so thick with menace it was hard to breathe. We were a pack of predators, circling each other, waiting for the first sign of weakness. The final thread of our shared past, of our mission, of our friendship, was about to snap. I don't know who broke first. I think it was Sean. He had stopped pacing and was standing perfectly still, his head cocked, his gaze locked on Gary. The firelight glinted in his eyes, and for a moment, they seemed to glow with their own internal luminescence. He let out a sound that ripped the night apart. A yell that was not human, a guttural howl that was equal parts fury and agonizing hunger. It was the cry of the wolf that had finally completely taken over. He lunged. It was chaos. Pure animalistic chaos. Sean, the wolf, shot across the clearing and slammed into Gary with ferocious force. Gary, taken by surprise, went down with a roar of pain and outrage. The stag was fighting back. The two figures rolled on the wet ground, a thrashing, snarling mass of violence. I saw the glint of the hunting knife in Sean's hand, the one we used to cut the venison. Dave burst from his tent, not as a man, but as the bear. He let out a bellowing roar that shook the very air and charged into the fray. But he wasn't trying to break it up. He was joining the hunt. He swiped at Gary with a powerful arm, his intent clear and horrifying. This was no longer a fight. It was a feeding frenzy. My mind screamed. One part of me, the human part, was recoiling in absolute horror at the sight of my friends tearing each other apart. But another part of me, the dark, hungry thing that wore my face, was screaming something else. Join them. The meat. You are starving. Eat. The hunger was an inferno in my gut. I could smell the blood in the air, and it smelled like salvation. I looked at Gary, the great stag, pinned to the ground by the wolf and the bear, and my mind screamed at me with that single, soul-destroying imperative: kill. Eat. I took a step forward. My body was moving on its own, responding to the ancient, evil instinct that now commanded it. My hand reached for the small axe on my belt. This is it, I thought. This is how it ends. I will become a monster just like them. But then, through the red haze of bloodlust, I saw Gary's eyes. For a fleeting second, the image of the stag flickered and died, and I saw my team leader. I saw the man, Gary Maxwell, his face a mask of terror and agony, and in his eyes I saw a plea. It wasn't a plea for help. It was a plea for me to run. That look, that tiny spark of the man I knew, broke the spell. It was like a bucket of ice water thrown on the fire in my soul. The horror of what I was about to do crashed down on me with physical force. I was not a monster. Not yet. I turned and ran. I fled from the firelight, from the sounds of the struggle, from the horrifying tableau of my friends turned into beasts. I plunged into the suffocating darkness of the woods, the storm still raging around me. Branches whipped at my face, roots snagged my feet, but I didn't stop. I ran with the last ounce of my strength, fueled by sheer, unadulterated terror. Behind me, I heard a triumphant howl that echoed through the trees, a sound that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out, until I collapsed into a heap of mud and leaves at the base of a towering pine. I lay there, drifting in and out of consciousness, the sickness and the hunger still churning. Within me, the images of the wolf, the stag, and the bear burned forever onto the backs of my eyelids. Days later, another search party found me. I was hypothermic, dehydrated, and suffering from what the official report would later call severe environmental psychosis. They never found Gary, Sean, or Dave. They searched for weeks, but the wilderness had swallowed them whole. They were listed as missing, presumed victims of the storm, of the vast and unforgiving woods. But I know the truth. They weren't victims of the wilderness. They were victims of the tainted meat we ate, and of the ancient, malevolent hunger it unleashed within us. I was sent to a hospital, and then to therapy. They told me my mind had created a narrative to cope with the trauma of losing my team. They told me the hallucinations were a product of stress and starvation. I let them believe it. What else could I do? But I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. Sometimes late at night, when I'm alone, I still feel it. A cold, hollow ache deep inside me. A phantom hunger that has never truly gone away. And I look in the mirror, and for a split second, I see the eyes of a predator staring back. I ran from the clearing, but I know I never truly escaped. A part of the monster is still inside me, sleeping. And I live in constant fear of the day it might wake up. My name is Mijizi. In the Anishinaabe language, it means eagle. It's a strong name. A name that carries the weight of the sky and the keen sight of a hunter. But I've never felt like I lived up to it. I was born and raised in the sprawling, concrete heart of the city, a place where the only eagles you see are emblems on flags or logos on corporate buildings. For me, my name was just a beautiful, slightly exotic artifact from a life I never really knew, a connection to my grandmother, my Nokomis, who still lives on the reservation up near the vast, wind-whipped expanse of Lake of the Woods. I'm Anishinaabe by blood, but my identity was forged in the noise and hustle of urban life. My world was one of university lectures, crowded coffee shops, the perpetual blue glow of screens, and the comforting anonymity of being one face among millions. The old stories my Nokomis would tell me during my summer visits felt like just that, stories. They were fascinating, filled with spirits and tricksters, heroes and monsters, but I categorized them in the same mental space as Greek myths or Grimm's fairy tales. They were folklore, cautionary tales woven from the fears of a bygone era, scary stories designed to keep children from wandering too far into the deep, dark woods. I respected them as part of my heritage, but I never truly believed them. Not in the way you believe in gravity or the sting of a Canadian winter. That all changed last winter. The university had let out for the holidays, and instead of sticking around the city for parties and meaningless festivities, I felt a strange pull to go north. I told my friends I needed a break from the noise, a digital detox. In truth, I think some part of me just missed my grandmother. I missed the scent of wood smoke that clung to her clothes, the taste of her fried bannock, and the profound, almost sacred silence of the reservation at night. I took a bus, watching the concrete towers and urban sprawl bleed into frozen farmland, which in turn gave way to the dense, imposing wall of the boreal forest. The journey felt like traveling back in time. When I arrived, Nokomis greeted me with a hug that felt like it could mend broken bones. She was a small woman, her face a beautiful roadmap of wrinkles, each line telling a story of laughter, hardship, and resilience. Her eyes, dark and bright, still held the sharpness that my name was supposed to represent. The first few days were idyllic, a perfect balm for my city-worn soul. I helped her chop wood, the crisp air biting at my cheeks. We'd sit by the wood stove in the evenings, the rhythmic crackle of the fire a comforting counterpoint to the howling wind outside. She'd tell me the old stories, and I'd listen with a newfound appreciation, not as a believer, but as a student of my own culture. I felt a sense of peace settle over me, a grounding I hadn't realized I was so desperately missing. But the forest that bordered her property, The one I had played in as a child felt different this time. It seemed darker, more watchful. I dismissed it as the melancholy of the winter landscape. Then, on the 5th night of my stay, I had the dream. It wasn't a gentle slide into sleep. It was an abrupt plunge into a world of absolute horror. I found myself standing in a snow-covered forest, a twisted, monochrome version of the woods behind my grandmother's house. The trees were skeletal and black, their branches like jagged claws reaching for a bruised, perpetually twilight sky. There was no color, only shades of gray, black, and a deathly white. The silence was the first thing that truly terrified me. It wasn't just quiet, it was a heavy, suffocating void where no sound could exist. My own breath didn't make a cloud of steam in the frigid air. The snow didn't crunch under my boots. I was a ghost in a dead world. A terrible primal dread began to creep up my spine, cold and sharp. It was the ancient fear of the prey, the absolute certainty of being hunted. My eyes darted through the maze of black trunks, searching for the source of the terror. I felt a presence, a malevolent intelligence that was watching me, tasting my fear on the non-existent wind. I tried to run, but my legs were encased in lead, my movements slow and syrupy as if moving through deep water. Then I saw it. It emerged from behind a massive, snow-laden pine, unfolding itself into the clearing. The word tall doesn't do it justice. It was impossibly elongated, a perversion of the human form. Its limbs were too long, its torso too gaunt, its skin the color of old ash, stretched so tight over its bones that it seemed translucent. Patches of what looked like mange or frostbite dotted its gray flesh, and its head was vaguely deer-like, crowned with a rack of antlers that were gnarled and broken, like dead branches. But it was the eyes that shattered my sanity. They were not eyes. They were deep, black pits, and in their fathomless depths, 2 single embers glowed with a hateful, hungry light. A faint foul odor reached me, the smell of rot and damp earth, of a grave disturbed in the dead of winter. It didn't move towards me. It didn't snarl or roar. It simply stood there, a statue of starvation and malice, and fixed its burning gaze on me. The dread I felt before was nothing compared to the tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror that washed over me now. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to scream, to do something. But I was paralyzed, pinned in place by that horrific stare. Slowly, deliberately, it raised a long, impossibly thin arm. Its fingers were like sharpened twigs, ending in yellowed, cracked nails. It pointed one of these bony fingers directly at me. It was not a threat. It was a declaration, a judgment. And in that moment, a knowledge that did not come from my own mind flooded my being, a certainty that went deeper than fear and colder than the grave. It had chosen me. It had marked me as its own. I woke up with a scream trapped in my throat, a strangled gasp that tore through the silence of the small cabin. I was drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sheets were twisted around my legs, and the profound cold from the dream still clung to me, a phantom chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. My grandmother burst into the room, a kerosene lamp held high, her face etched with concern. "Majisi, what is it? What's wrong?" I was shaking uncontrollably, trying to articulate the horror I had just witnessed. The words tumbled out of me, a frantic, disjointed narrative of the skeletal trees, the suffocating silence, and the terrible, pointing creature. As I spoke, I watched the color drain from her face. Her expression shifted from concern to a deep, ancestral fear that I had only ever seen hints of in her stories. When I finished, she sank onto the edge of my bed, her hand trembling as she set the lamp down. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a sorrow so profound it frightened me more than the dream itself. "You dreamed of the wendigo," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the window pane. "Mijezi, this is not a good sign. This is not a story. According to the old beliefs, the ones I had so easily dismissed. One of the most insidious ways the wendigo spirit can take hold of a person is not through a bite or a curse, but through a dream. It finds a crack in your spirit, a moment of sadness, loneliness, or despair, and it slips inside. It marks you, planting a single, cold seed of its own insatiable hunger deep within your soul." I tried to laugh, a choked, hysterical sound. I tried to tell her, and myself, that it was just a nightmare, a product of a city boy unused to the deep woods. But as I looked into my grandmother's terrified eyes, I knew I was lying. The dream wasn't just a dream, it was a visitation, and the awful, pointing finger of that skeletal creature was burned into my mind, a promise of a hunger that was yet to come. The rest of my stay at my grandmother's was shrouded in a thick, unspoken tension. The easy comfort we'd shared was gone, replaced by a fragile silence. Nokomis moved about her cabin with a heavy heart, her eyes constantly flitting towards me, filled with a mixture of fear and pity. She burned sage and sweetgrass constantly, the thick, aromatic smoke clinging to my clothes and hair, a ward against an evil I was desperately trying to convince myself was imaginary. She tried to talk to me about it, to explain the nature of the wendigo, the spirit of excess and selfish hunger, born from starvation in the deep winter. She said it was a spirit of isolation, that it thrived by cutting you off from your community, from your kin, until all you could see was your own gnawing emptiness. I didn't want to hear it. My rational, university-educated mind fought against it with every fiber of its being. It was a nightmare. A powerful, culturally specific nightmare, but a nightmare nonetheless. I was a city kid. I believed in psychology, in repressed anxieties manifesting in dreams. I did not believe in ancient, flesh-eating spirits marking me for possession. To accept her reality was to accept that I was in mortal danger, that a monster from a fireside story was real. It was easier to believe I was just stressed. I cut my visit short. I told her I had to get back to prepare for the upcoming semester, a lie so transparent it was almost insulting. She didn't argue. She just packed me a small bundle of herbs tied, with red string and a container of stew I knew I wouldn't eat. As I stood on her porch, waiting for the taxi that would take me to the bus station, she placed her hand on my chest, right over my heart. "Be strong, Mijezi," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Remember who you are. Remember your people. It is your only shield." The hug she gave me felt final, desperate. The bus ride back to the city was a descent into a gray, muted world. The vibrant, winter landscape that had seemed so beautiful on the way up now looked bleak and hostile. The evergreens were black daggers against a washed out sky. When the city skyline finally appeared on the horizon, the familiar towers didn't bring the usual sense of returning home. They looked like a row of tombstones. When I went back to my apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of that dream. The phantom chill lingered in my bones. I tried to slip back into my old life, to lose myself in the familiar rhythms of the city. But something had fundamentally broken. A subtle but pervasive depression settled over me, like a shroud of fine ash, dulling the edges of the world. Colors seemed less vibrant. Sounds were muted, and joy felt like a distant memory from someone else's life. I started to withdraw. My friends would call, their cheerful voices grating on my nerves.
Come out with us, man!
There's a party tonight. The thought of being in a crowded room, surrounded by the noise and heat of other people, filled me with a profound sense of anxiety and irritation. Social gatherings, which I once enjoyed, now felt loud, jarring, and utterly meaningless. I craved silence. I craved isolation. My apartment, once a simple place to live, became my fortress, my cave. I kept the blinds drawn, ignoring the buzz of my phone until it fell silent. I was building the very prison Nokomis had warned me about. Then the hunger began. It arrived not as a pang in my stomach, but as a deep, hollow ache in the center of my being. It was a profound, gnawing emptiness that no amount of food could fill. It was a spiritual starvation. At first, I tried to eat. I'd order pizzas, cook pasta, devour entire bags of chips, but the feeling of being full never came. The food would sit like a stone in my stomach, and the deep, internal craving would remain relentless and mocking. A cruel paradox began. Even as I felt this constant, ravenous craving, I started to lose weight at an alarming rate. My clothes began to hang off my frame. When I looked in the mirror, a stranger stared back at me. His face was gaunt, his cheekbones sharp and pronounced, his skin taking on a pale, almost grayish tint. His eyes, my eyes, were sunken into dark, bruised-looking sockets. I looked like I was wasting away, a victim of some terrible disease. My mom, worried sick after I'd ignored her calls for a week, showed up at my apartment unannounced. She took one look at me and burst into tears. She immediately set about trying to fix me, in the only way she knew how, with food. She cleaned out my fridge, restocked it with groceries, and cooked my favorite meal from childhood, a rich, savory beef stew. The aroma that once would have filled me with comfort and nostalgia now turned my stomach. I sat at my own kitchen table while she watched me, her face a mask of desperate hope, and I just stared at the bowl. The sight of the meat, the rich broth, the soft vegetables, filled me with a profound and inexplicable nausea. I couldn't take a single bite, but that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was how I started to see people. It began with strangers on the street. I'd be walking to the corner store, and my gaze would drift over the crowds. My mind would just switch. For a split second, I wouldn't see individuals, men, women, children. I would see only movement, heat, and life. Like a predator scanning a herd of animals, my mind would unconsciously assess them, stripping away their humanity and reducing them to mere collections of flesh and bone. The first time it happened with my own family, I thought I was going to lose my mind. My mom had dragged me to a family dinner. My little brother, Leo, who was only 10, was sitting across from me, telling a story about school, laughing with his mouth full of mashed potatoes. He was the picture of innocent, vibrant life. And as I looked at him, the world tilted on its axis. For a single, horrifying instant, Leo vanished. In his place, I saw prey, a small, helpless animal, warm and soft. The sound of his laughter faded, replaced by the imagined thrum of the blood in his veins. And a thought, a voice that was not my own, whispered from the cold, hollow place inside me. It was a calm, rational, and utterly monstrous thought. You could devour him. You could consume his warmth, his life, and you would never be cold or hungry again. The emptiness would be filled. A wave of revulsion and self-loathing so intense it made me physically sick crashed over me. I gasped, shoving my chair back from the table and stumbling towards the bathroom, where I retched violently into the toilet, though nothing came up. I splashed cold water on my face, staring at the hollow-eyed monster in the mirror. My own reflection terrified me. The wendigo wasn't just a dream anymore. It was inside me. It was wearing my face, looking through my eyes, and it was slowly, patiently turning me into itself. It was making me see the people I loved most in the world as things to be eaten. I fled the dinner, mumbling a panicked excuse, and ran back to the safety of my apartment. I collapsed on the floor, sobbing, the monstrous thought replaying in my mind. I was possessed. That seed of cold hunger planted in my soul during the dream had taken root, and its poisonous vines were now wrapping around my heart, my mind, my very being. With trembling hands, I found my phone and dialed my grandmother's number. She answered on the first ring, as if she had been waiting. I didn't even say hello. The words just poured out of me in a torrent of shame and terror, a confession whispered between ragged sobs. I told her everything: the isolation, the weight loss, the gnawing hunger, and the horrifying way I had looked at Leo. When I finished, there was a long silence on the other end of the line, filled only by the crackle of the long-distance connection. She didn't sound surprised. She just sounded immeasurably sad. "The seed has taken root," she said, her voice heavy with a sorrow that confirmed my worst fears. "The spirit is patient, and its hunger is eternal. You cannot fight it there, Mijizi. You are cut off from the land, from your people. It will devour you. You must come back. You must fight it. There are ceremonies. There are ways. But you must be strong." I'm on a bus heading north as I write this, the words scrawled in a shaking hand across the pages of a notebook. The landscape outside the grimy window is a blur of white and gray, a mirror of the desolate wasteland that has become my soul. I'm terrified. Every rumble of the engine, every mile that brings me closer to my grandmother's, feels like a countdown to a final, terrible confrontation. I don't know if these ceremonies she spoke of will work. I don't know if I'm strong enough to fight what's inside me. The city, with all its logic and science, feels a million miles away. Out here, in the vast, frozen emptiness, the old stories feel terrifyingly real. The hunger is a living thing now. It coils in my gut, a cold serpent whispering its venomous desires into the hollows of my mind. It's a constant companion, an alien presence wearing my skin. I keep looking at the other passengers on the bus. A young mother humming to her baby. A pair of students laughing over a textbook. An old man sleeping with his mouth open. And with each glance, I have to fight. I have to physically clench my fists, dig my nails into my palms, and drag my mind away from the monstrous thoughts that bubble up from the depths. The voice whispers how easy it would be, how their warmth could finally silence the cold, how their life could fill my emptiness. I am a predator trapped in a cage of flesh and bone, and the bars are beginning to bend. I'm afraid. I'm so afraid that, by the time this bus reaches its destination, the person who steps off will no longer be me. I'm afraid it will already be too late. When I finally arrived, stumbling off the bus into the biting wind, Nokomis was there. She didn't rush to hug me. She stood back, her dark eyes scanning me from head to toe, and the look on her face was not one of love, but of a grim, steely resolve. She saw the thing that was wearing her grandson's face. "We must go now," she said, her voice leaving no room for argument. "Mishomis is waiting." Mishomis, grandfather, was not a term of blood relation. It was a title of deep respect for the community's eldest medicine man, a man named Chayton. He lived even deeper in the bush, in a small, isolated cabin that felt like it belonged to another century. The journey there was silent. Nokomis driving her old truck down snow. Covered tracks the forest seemed determined to reclaim. When we arrived, Chayton was standing outside as if he'd been expecting us. He was ancient, his face a mask of deep canyons and his long, white hair braided with otter fur. He looked at me with eyes that seemed to see straight through my skin, past the fear, and directly at the cold, hungry thing coiled around my soul. He simply nodded. "Aha," he said. "Let us begin." He and Nokomis led me not into the cabin, but to a sweat lodge, a low, dome-like structure made of willow branches and covered in hides. Inside, it was pitch black. The flap was closed, sealing us in total darkness. The only sensory input was the intense, suffocating heat rolling off the hot stones in the central pit as Chayton poured water over them. Steam filled the space, thick and wet, making it hard to breathe. Then he began to chant. His voice was low and powerful, a guttural rhythm that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. Nokomis joined him, her voice a higher, clearer counterpoint. They sang in Anishinaabemowin, the language of our ancestors, and though I couldn't understand all the words, I understood the intent. They were calling on the spirits, the grandfathers, the Manadug, to bear witness and to lend their strength. They were drawing a line in the spiritual sand, declaring this small, dark space as sacred, a battleground where no evil could hold sway. As they sang, the hunger inside me began to writhe. It hated the heat, the sacred songs, the smell of the sage Chayton had thrown on the rocks. It felt trapped. It began to fight back, flooding my mind with visions of horror. I saw my brother Leo's face, his eyes wide with terror as my own hands reached for him. I saw my mother weeping over my wasted body. I saw the gaunt, ash-skinned creature from my dream, its burning eyes promising an end to all pain, all loneliness, if I would just open the door, if I would just let it in completely. "You are alone," it whispered, its voice my own. "They cannot help you. You are one of us now. Embrace the hunger. It is your only truth." I started to scream, to thrash against the confines of the lodge, desperate to escape the heat and the visions. "I can't," I yelled, tears and sweat streaming down my face. "Make it stop." Chayton's hand clamped down on my shoulder, his grip as strong as iron. "It lies," he commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos in my head.
"It feeds on your fear! You are not alone! Say your name!"
"Remember who you are. My name is Mijezi." I sobbed, the words feeling hollow and meaningless.
"No! Say it like you mean it!"
he roared.
"You are the eagle!"
"You are the hunter of the sky. This thing is a creature of the dirt, a scavenger born of ice and shadow. It has no power over you unless you give it."
"Fight, Mijezi! Fight for your soul!"
His words, and the raw power behind them, struck a chord deep within me. A flicker of defiance sparked in the darkness. I thought of my name. Mijezi, the eagle. I pictured it, soaring high above the skeletal forest of my nightmare, its keen eyes seeing everything, fearing nothing. I clung to that image, a single point of light in the overwhelming darkness. I began to fight back, not with my fists, but with my spirit. Every time the wendigo showed me a vision of horror, I countered it with a memory of love. My mother's smile, my brother's laugh, my grandmother's embrace. Every time it whispered of my hunger, I focused on the feeling of my Nokomis's hand on my chest, a shield of warmth against the encroaching cold. The battle raged for what felt like an eternity. The spirit grew more desperate, more vicious, showing me my own death, my own decay, promising me an eternity of gnawing emptiness. It was a war of attrition, and I was losing. The cold was winning. I was so tired. It would be so easy to just let go. Then, through the chanting, I heard Chayton say something new. The sun is rising, Mijizi. The eagle flies in the day. This creature of darkness cannot stand the light. Let the sun in. I didn't understand at first, but then I felt it. A memory, a feeling. The warmth of the sun on my face on a summer afternoon. The light that makes the world vibrant and real. I focused all my remaining strength on that feeling of light, of warmth. I imagined it filling the lodge, filling my body. A searing, holy fire. I screamed, but this time it was not a scream of terror. It was a roar of defiance, of life, of rage. I screamed at the thing inside me, pouring all my pain, my fear, and my will to live into that single, desperate sound. And then, something snapped. I felt a violent, wrenching sensation, as if something was being torn from the very fabric of my soul. A wave of indescribable cold and malice washed over me, and then it was gone. The lodge was silent, save for my own ragged breathing. The oppressive presence, the gnawing hunger, the whispering voice, all of it had vanished. In its place was a profound, aching emptiness, but it was a clean emptiness. It was my own. When Chayton finally opened the flap of the lodge, the morning light that streamed in was so bright it was painful. I crawled out onto the snow, weak and trembling, but feeling lighter than I had in months. The world looked different. The snow was a brilliant, pristine white. The sky was a piercing, impossible blue. The colors were back. I am not the same person who left the city. The experience has left a scar on my soul, a permanent reminder of the thin veil between our world and the things that lurk in the shadows. The hunger is gone, but the memory of it remains. I understand the old stories now. They are not just folklore, they are warnings. They are maps for navigating the darkness that can sometimes be found not just in the deep woods, but in the human heart. I carry the cold with me, but now I also carry the light. I am Mijizi, and I survived. My name is Dr. Alastair Finch. For the past 2 decades, I have served as a consulting forensic psychiatrist, a career that has led me into the most fractured corridors of the human mind. I am a man of science, of data, of observable phenomena and evidence-based conclusions. My world is one of diagnostics, of psychopharmacology, of the intricate and often tragic interplay between neurochemistry and lived experience. I translate the chaotic language of madness into the structured vernacular of the diagnostic and statistical manual of mental disorders. Paranoia, psychosis, delusion. These are not mystical forces to me. They are symptoms, the predictable, if devastating, output of a malfunctioning psyche. I have testified in courtrooms, consulted in prisons, and walked the sterile halls of secure psychiatric facilities. I have seen what trauma, addiction, and illness can do to a person. And I have always believed that for every horror, there is a rational, scientific explanation. Last February, that belief was tested. The call came from Inspector Dubois of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, a man with whom I had a long-standing professional relationship. His voice, usually a model of Gallic unflappability, carried a faint, uncharacteristic static of unease. He spoke of a case in a remote Cree community in northern Manitoba, a place called Saskatchewan, a name that felt ancient on the tongue. The details were, on the surface, tragically familiar. A man named David Aheneku, 47 years old, had been detained following a violent altercation. He had attempted to attack his neighbor, a man named Thomas Bird, with a felling axe. The motive, however, was where the case veered from the grimly routine into the bizarre. Aheneku's defense, offered without a hint of guile, was that Thomas Bird was going wendigo, and that his actions were not an assault, but a desperate attempt to protect the community from a monstrous transformation. A cultural defense, Alastair, Du Bois had said over the phone. The local detachment is out of its depth. They need a proper psychiatric evaluation. We need to know if this Aheneku is fit to stand trial, or if we're dealing with something else. Schizophrenia, maybe. Meth-induced psychosis is rampant up there. I agreed immediately. It sounded like a textbook case. Isolated, impoverished communities, rife with the social problems that fester in the dark and the cold, are tragically effective breeding grounds for mental illness. Folklore and superstition often provide the narrative framework for a psychotic break. A man hears voices, and in the city, he might believe the government has planted a chip in his brain. In Saskatchewan, he might believe he is being haunted by spirits. The underlying pathology is the same. I packed my bags with a sense of clinical certainty, confident I was flying north to provide a rational diagnosis, to impose order on a situation clouded by myth and fear. The journey itself was a descent into isolation. The flight from Winnipeg to a larger northern town was the easy part. From there, it was a small charter plane. A de Havilland had rattled and groaned as it flew over an endless, unforgiving expanse of white. Below us, the boreal forest was a dark, jagged spine half buried in snow. There were no roads, no power lines, just the stark, brutal beauty of the Canadian Shield. It was a landscape that didn't just tolerate solitude, it enforced it. Looking down, I could already feel the clinical part of my brain drafting notes. Environmental factors, extreme geographic and social isolation, lack of external stimuli, potential for seasonal affective disorder, contributing to underlying conditions. Saskatchewan was not so much a town as a scattering of prefabricated houses, huddled against the shore of a frozen lake, smoke curling from chimneys like faint distress signals. The air was so cold it felt sharp in my lungs, a physical presence. I was met by Constable Mathis, a young, earnest officer whose face was etched with a wariness that went beyond long hours. "Thanks for coming, Doctor," he said, his breath pluming in the frigid air. It's a weird one. The whole community is on edge. My initial interviews over the next day only served to reinforce my hypothesis. I spoke with David Aheneku first. He was a quiet, weathered man, his hands calloused from a life of trapping and hunting. He described Thomas Bird's change, not with the wild-eyed fervor of a lunatic, but with a deep, sorrowful certainty. It wasn't Tom anymore, he told me, his gaze steady. The Tom we knew was gone. Something else was looking out of his eyes. Something hungry. I spoke with community elders, with Bird's own terrified wife, with his neighbors. Their stories were remarkably, unnervingly consistent. It was a shared delusion, a classic, culture-bound syndrome, with the Wendigo myth providing the specific content. The narrative was always the same. Thomas Bird, a skilled hunter and a good father, had gone on a solo hunting trip a month prior and had come back wrong. They described his symptoms with a precision that I found fascinating. First came the withdrawal. He isolated himself, sitting in his home for hours, staring at the wall. Initial depressive phase and social withdrawal. Then he stopped eating. His wife Mary told me through tears how she would prepare his favorite meals: bannock, moose stew, fried fish, and he would push them away, complaining of a constant, gnawing nausea, anorexia, and somatic complaints. He grew gaunt, his frame wasting away until his clothes hung from his bones. Yet he complained of a hunger, a terrible, insatiable hunger that food could not touch. The most disturbing accounts came from those who had seen him watching his own children. They described a look in his eyes, a vacant, predatory focus, as if he were sizing up prey, perceiving family members as a food source, a key feature of wendigo psychosis lore. To them, it was a clear, cut case of spiritual possession, a man losing his soul to an ancient, malevolent entity. To me, it was a clear, cut case of a severe psychotic break, likely schizophrenic in nature, being interpreted through the only lens their culture provided. The community's collective anxiety was projecting this folklore onto a sick man's tragic decline. Finally, the time came to interview Thomas Bird himself. He was being held in a small, isolated room at the local nursing clinic, more for his own safety than for anyone else's. Constable Mathis led me down a quiet, sterile hallway. "He doesn't say much," Mathis warned. "But when he does, just be ready." The man in the room bore little resemblance to the photos I'd seen. The Thomas Bird in the pictures was robust, smiling, a man at home in his environment. The man on the cot was a skeletal figure, an effigy of starvation. He was curled on his side, facing the wall. But it was his eyes that arrested me when he finally turned to look. They were wide, cavernous, and held a terror so profound it seemed bottomless. This wasn't the agitated fear of a typical paranoid schizophrenic. It was the hollow, soul, deep dread of the damned. I sat in the chair provided, keeping my voice low and calm. "Thomas," I began. "My name is Dr. Finch. I'm here to talk." He watched me for a long time, silent. When he finally spoke, his voice was a dry, rasping whisper, the sound of leaves skittering across ice. "It's so cold," he rasped. "The heart, it's made of ice." He spoke of a dream he'd had while lost in the woods on his hunting trip. A dream of a tall, emaciated figure, impossibly fast, moving through the trees. A monster with a heart of solid ice that radiated a cold that froze the very marrow in his bones. He told me, in disjointed fragments, about waking up with an unnatural hunger. He confessed to having thoughts, terrible thoughts, about the people he loved. The hunger wasn't for food, he whispered, his eyes welling with tears. It was for something else. For warmth. For flesh. He was terrified, not of an external force, but of what he was becoming from within. That night, back in the small room the community had provided for me, I felt a grim satisfaction as I wrote my notes. Textbook presentation of delusional psychosis with somatic and paranoid features. I wrote, "The patient's narrative is a clear manifestation of guilt and self-loathing projected onto a culturally specific archetype. Wendigo. The ice heart is a somatic delusion representing his own emotional coldness and detachment. The unnatural hunger is a symbolic representation of a repressed, violent ideation." I felt confident, secure in my assessment. I had found the pattern in the chaos. I had my explanation. I would finalize my report in the morning and recommend an immediate medical evacuation to a psychiatric facility in the south. The world made sense. The laws of science were intact. The monsters were all in the mind. I had no idea that the storm, a real one of blizzard, force winds, and blinding snow, was already gathering on the horizon. And with it, something else was coming. Something that didn't care for my textbooks or my diagnosis. Something ancient and hungry, stirring in the vast, frozen dark. I slept poorly, my mind cataloging and cross-referencing the day's interviews. My clinical confidence was a thin but warm blanket against the encroaching cold. The wind had begun to pick up around midnight, a low moan that gradually escalated into a spiteful howl. It was the sound of a vast and indifferent wilderness asserting its power. I remember waking at one point to the sound of the window frame rattling in its casing, a frantic, percussive beat against the wind's relentless drone. Even then, I processed it rationally. Changes in barometric pressure. High velocity winds finding weaknesses in the building's structure. I was still Dr. Alastair Finch, the observer, the analyst. I was still safe within the fortress of my own reason. The moment it all changed came without warning. At approximately 3:17 a.m. I know the time because I had just glanced at my watch. The single bulb in my room flickered twice, buzzed angrily, and died. The world vanished into an absolute and profound blackness. It was a darkness that felt physical, a heavy, suffocating weight. My first thought was a curse at the notoriously unreliable northern power grid. My second was for the backup generator. I waited, counting the seconds, listening for the familiar cough and roar of the diesel engine kicking in. I heard only the shriek of the blizzard outside. 10 seconds. 30. A full minute. Nothing. The silence from within the clinic was as complete as the darkness. A sudden, primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced the layers of my professional detachment. It was the ancient fear of the dark, of being helpless and blind. I fumbled for my phone on the bedside table, its small screen flaring to life with an almost painful intensity. The battery was at 40%. I found its flashlight function, the thin, blue, white beam, cutting a nervous path across the unfamiliar room. Just as I was swinging my legs out of bed, a shout echoed down the hallway. It was Mathis. There was no wariness in his voice now, only raw, undiluted panic.
Doctor! In here! Something's wrong!
My heart hammered against my ribs. I pulled on my trousers and boots over my thermal underwear, my fingers clumsy in the cold. I grabbed my heavy parka and burst out into the hallway. Mathis was at the far end, his own flashlight beam dancing wildly, illuminating a scene of chaos outside Thomas Bird's room. The door was wide open. "What is it?" I yelled, my voice sounding thin against the gale. "He's gone," Mathis said, his voice trembling. He was standing in the doorway of the small room, his light aimed inside. I reached him in seconds, my own beam joining his. The room was a vortex of wind and swirling snow. The single window on the far wall was not just open, it was destroyed. The frame was splintered, and shards of thick, reinforced glass lay scattered across the floor, but also, impossibly, on the snow-dusted ground outside. My mind, grasping for logic, registered the physics of it instantly. The window had been broken outward with tremendous force. The cot was empty, the thin blanket thrown aside. The cold pouring into the room was brutal, a physical assault that stole the breath. "He couldn't have," I muttered, more to myself than to Mathis. No one could. We were in the grip of a blizzard, with a wind chill that would render an unprotected man unconscious in minutes and dead in less than an hour. Mathis's flashlight beam trembled, pointing toward the broken window. "Look," he whispered. I followed his light. There, in the fresh, wind-scored snow just outside the clinic, were footprints. My brain immediately began to fight what my eyes were seeing. They were human in shape, yes, but they were wrong. All wrong. They were at least a third larger than any normal man's feet, the impression in the snow unnaturally deep, as if made by something of immense weight. The stride, the distance between each print, was enormous, easily 8 or 9 feet. It was the gait of a giant, a creature taking impossible, loping steps. And then the detail that shattered the last vestiges of my composure. They were the prints of bare feet. The impression was perfect, the distinct shape of 5 toes and a heel pressed into the frozen ground. No man, sane or insane, could survive for a single second in that blizzard with bare feet. The flesh would freeze solid almost instantly. This is impossible, I said, the words feeling utterly inadequate. My scientific mind scrambled for an explanation. Hallucination. Shared psychosis. Is the stress of the situation finally getting to me? But the evidence was there, stark and undeniable against the white snow, illuminated in the cold, hard light of our flashlights. We were trapped. The storm was a solid, roaring wall of white around us. The power was out, the generator dead, and our only link to the outside world, the satellite phone, was useless without electricity to charge it. We were utterly alone with this impossibility. We retreated from the room, barricading the door with a heavy metal desk from the hallway. A futile gesture against the Arctic cold, now flooding that wing of the clinic. We gathered in the small nurse's station, the 2 of us and the elderly night nurse, a Cree woman named Alara, who had watched the proceedings with a quiet, knowing resignation. She lit a kerosene lamp, its warm, flickering glow pushing back the oppressive darkness, but creating a menagerie of dancing, distorted shadows. For hours, we sat in silence, the only sound the deafening symphony of the storm. And then we heard it. It came from the darkness outside, a sound that cut through the howl of the wind. It was a scream, a high, piercing shriek that was neither human nor animal. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated agony and rage, thin and sharp like a needle of ice being driven into my ear. It rose in pitch until it seemed to vibrate in the very bones of my skull. Then it was abruptly cut off. We looked at each other, our faces pale and slick with sweat in the lamplight. Mathis had his hand on the butt of his holstered pistol. Then came a new sound. A heavy, rhythmic thump, thump, thump from directly above us. Something was on the roof. Something heavy. My mind, in its desperation, offered up explanations: a heavy branch torn from a tree, ice falling from the communications antenna. But this was different. It was deliberate. It moved, and then the scratching started. It came from the walls, from the ceiling. It was not the sound of a rat or a squirrel. It was the sound of something immensely strong, gouging deep furrows into the wooden structure of the building. It was a sound of relentless, focused effort, the splintering of wood, and the screech of nails being dragged through frozen timber. It moved around us, a perimeter of unseen, malevolent energy. The building, our only shelter, no longer felt safe. It felt like a trap. A flimsy wooden box that was slowly being torn apart by the thing outside. My scientific detachment, my carefully constructed fortress of reason, did not just crack, it shattered into a million pieces. The clinical explanations I had written in my notebook just hours before felt like the naive ramblings of a child. Delusional psychosis, somatic features, culture, bound syndrome, Those words were meaningless, hollow incantations against the primal, visceral terror that had seized me. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. My breath was shallow. Every neuron in my brain was screaming one simple, terrifying message: monster. Was this psychosis? Was I, the psychiatrist, having a complete psychotic break, dragging the others into my delusion? Or was I witnessing something else? Something real, something that defied every law of nature and medicine I had built my life upon. The ambiguity was the most terrifying part. There, in the flickering lamplight, surrounded by the sounds of a nightmare made real, I understood that the neat line between madness and reality was perhaps not a line at all, but a gaping, screaming chasm. And something had just crossed over. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The silence that rushed in to fill the void was somehow worse. It was a heavy, listening silence, thick with dread. The howl of the blizzard was the only sound, a constant, impersonal roar that offered no comfort. For the rest of the night, the three of us remained huddled in the nurse's station, prisoners in a cage of flickering lamplight. And our own terror. Mathis sat with his pistol resting on his lap, his knuckles white. I found myself watching Alara, the elderly nurse. She was calm, her face a mask of deep, sorrowful resignation. At some point, in a voice barely above a whisper, she spoke, not looking at either of us. "Sometimes," she said, "the hunger is too strong. The old hunger. It remembers the long winters." Her words were not meant for me, the outsider, the man of science. They were a simple statement of fact from a world I had only just discovered existed. My mind, my rational, ordered mind, was a ruin. I tried to cling to the wreckage of my training, to diagnose my own state. Acute stress reaction. Auditory hallucinations triggered by high stress environment and sensory deprivation. But the explanations were like trying to bail out the ocean with a thimble. The deep, gouging sounds had been real. The scream had been real. I had not experienced it alone. We had all heard it. We were co-conspirators in this madness, or co-witnesses to a miracle of horror. I spent the remaining hours of darkness in a state of intellectual freefall, stripped of all my certainties, left with nothing but a raw, animal fear. Dawn came not as a glorious arrival, but as a slow, reluctant dilution of the darkness. The impenetrable black outside the windows softened to a deep indigo, then a bruised purple, and finally a stark, unforgiving gray. The wind began to lose its fury, its shriek diminishing to a weary moan. By the time the sun finally breached the horizon, casting a pale, watery light across the landscape, the world was silent. The storm had passed. The silence was absolute. Cautiously, Mathis and Ayun barricaded the door to the hallway and made our way back to Bird's room. The cold that emanated from it was no longer just the absence of heat. It felt like a presence, a lingering stain of the night's events. We stepped outside through the shattered window frame, into a world reborn in white. The snow was piled in immense, sculpted drifts. The sky a brilliant, cloudless blue. The sheer, pristine beauty of it was a shocking contrast to the filth of our fear. In the clear morning light, the evidence was even more damning to my sanity. The footprints were still there, preserved in the new, fallen snow. We saw them clearly now, huge, bare, and impossibly far apart. We followed them. They led away from the clinic in a straight line, heading directly for the dark, dense wall of the boreal forest. They did not deviate. They did not falter. They simply marched, with that impossibly long stride, across the open space and into the trees. We followed the tracks for 100 yards into the woods, the silence of the forest pressing in on us. And then they just stopped. In the middle of a small, snow-covered clearing, they ceased to exist. There was no sign of a struggle. No disturbed snow, no body. It was as if the creature that made them had simply been plucked from the earth and vanished into the sky. We examined the clinic itself. The damage was undeniable, deep. Parallel gouges were scored into the wooden siding and across the shingles of the roof, as if a giant bear had tried to claw its way inside. The splinters were as thick as my thumb. No animal I knew of could have made those marks. No human, either. It took another day for the authorities to arrive. A helicopter brought in a team of RCMP officers and a search and rescue squad. I gave my statement, Mathis gave his. We were clinical, professional. We spoke of the power outage, the failed generator, the broken window, the escape of a patient in a state of severe psychosis. We described the footprints. I watched the other officers exchange glances, the subtle, patronizing looks reserved for those recounting an unbelievable tale. They saw a young, spooked constable and a city doctor, rattled by a rough night in the bush. The official search for Thomas Bird lasted a week. They used dogs, helicopters, and teams of expert trackers. They found nothing. Not a scrap of clothing, not a drop of blood. Nothing. He had vanished from the face of the earth. The official cause of death was listed as presumed deceased, death by exposure. I flew back to Winnipeg. The city, with its traffic, its noise, its electric lights, felt like a different planet. I sat in my quiet, orderly office, surrounded by the books and journals that had once formed the foundation of my reality. They now seemed like a collection of quaint and hopelessly inadequate theories. I had to file my official psychiatric report on David Ahaneku and the events at Saskatchewan. I sat before my computer for hours, the cursor blinking on a blank page. What could I write? Could I report that I had heard a non-human scream in the night, that I had seen footprints that defied the laws of physics and biology, that I had felt the presence of something ancient and malevolent scratching at the walls of our shelter? To do so would be to end my career. I would be dismissed as a crank, a man who had succumbed to the same shared delusion he had been sent to debunk. So I lied. Or rather, I told a fraction of the truth. I wrote a detailed, clinically sound report. I cited a textbook case of a culture-bound syndrome, wendigo psychosis, manifesting in Thomas Bird. I described his symptoms of depression, anorexia, and paranoid ideation. I concluded that, in the throes of a severe psychotic episode, exacerbated by the storm and the power failure, he had experienced a surge of adrenal strength, broken through the window, and fled into the blizzard, where he inevitably succumbed to the elements. It was a rational, coherent, and entirely plausible explanation. It explained everything except for what actually happened. I left out the screaming. I left out the scratching. I left out the impossible size and stride of the footprints in the snow. I omitted the detail that they were made by bare feet. I sealed my professional reputation by committing an act of profound intellectual dishonesty. I filed the report, and the case was closed. David Ahineku was released, his actions deemed understandable in the context of the community's shared beliefs in Bird's terrifying behavior. I, the skeptic, the man of science, no longer have an answer. I live with the ambiguity, and it is a cold companion. I still practice forensic psychiatry, but the confidence is gone. When I sit across from a patient and listen to their stories of the horrors that haunt their minds. A part of me is no longer so quick to diagnose. A part of me wonders what they might have heard, scratching at their walls in the dead of night. I am left with the question that haunts my waking moments and stalks my dreams. What did I witness in that frozen, isolated place? Was it the tragic, final implosion of a diseased human mind? Or was it the birth of a monster, a man shedding his humanity to answer the call of an ancient, terrible hunger? I don't know. And that, I have learned, is the most terrifying thing of all. My name is Liam. I used to think of myself as a predator. In my world, the concrete jungle of New York City, that was a compliment. I was a junior analyst at Sterling, Thorn Capital, a private equity firm where morality was a liability and ambition was the only currency that mattered. We didn't just acquire companies. We consumed them. We'd pick them clean, sell the bones for scrap, and call it progress. It was a brutal, ugly business, and I was good at it. I was hungry. But I never truly understood hunger. Not until I met Marcus Thorne. Thorne was the CEO, the founding partner, the sun around which our greedy little planets orbited. On Wall Street, he was a legend, a titan. To us, his disciples, he was something more akin to a god. He was impossibly charismatic, with a voice that could soothe rattled investors over the phone and a gaze that could strip a man of his confidence from across a boardroom table. He moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that seemed out of place in the frantic energy of the trading floor. A panther in a world of baying hyenas. We called him the cannibal, a term of endearment, we thought, a nod to his ruthless efficiency in hostile takeovers. We had no idea how chillingly literal that nickname was. Last October, after closing a particularly bloody acquisition that left a century-old manufacturing company in ruins and thousands jobless, Thorne announced a mandatory leadership retreat. The 10 of us who made up his inner circle, the senior partners and a few hand-picked analysts like myself, were to accompany him to a private, ultra-luxury wilderness lodge in the most apart of northern Quebec. The memo, delivered in a crisp, cream-colored envelope, spoke of forging unbreakable bonds and rediscovering our primal instincts. It was framed as a victory lap, a reward. But as I read it, a cold knot of apprehension tightened in my stomach. There was no joy in Thorne's rewards, only more tests. The atmosphere was tense from the moment our private jet touched down on a gravel airstrip carved out of the endless forest. The lodge itself was a masterpiece of architecture, all glass and polished timber, a beacon of civilization in a sea of untamed wilderness. But the luxury felt like a cage. The vast, silent forest pressed in on all sides, ancient and indifferent. The air was so clean it hurt to breathe, a stark contrast to the familiar smog of the city. We were out of our element, and Thorne knew it. He seemed to draw energy from the raw, untamed landscape, while the rest of us just felt small and exposed. The first 2 days were a blur of calculated misery. Thorne pushed us from dawn until well after dusk. The hikes weren't just long, they were punishing, scaling treacherous, unmarked ridges under the weight of heavy packs. He called it trimming the fat. The survival exercises were unnecessarily cruel. He had us build shelters with frozen, numb fingers only to have him kick them apart, sneering at our shoddy craftsmanship. He taught us how to set snares, his eyes glittering as he described in graphic detail how the wire would tighten around a rabbit's throat. He seemed to relish our growing exhaustion, our city, soft bodies aching, and our spirits fraying. He would watch us, a thin, knowing smile playing on his lips. It was during his nightly lectures around the massive stone fire place that the true strangeness began to surface. He wouldn't talk about market strategies or 5-year plans. He would talk about hunger. Hunger is the engine of all creation, he said on the second night, his face lit by the flickering firelight, making his features seem sharp and predatory. It is the purest, most honest impulse. In this world, in our world, you are either at the table or you are on the menu. There is no in between. You must ask yourself, he said, his gaze sweeping over our tired faces. What are you willing to do to ensure you have a seat? He spoke of the Donner Party, not as a tragedy, but as a case study in resource management. He talked about the primal drive of the apex predator, the beautiful, simple clarity of the wolf hunting the deer. His words were hypnotic, weaving a tapestry of logic that was both brilliant and deeply unsettling. We were the wolves of Wall Street, he told us. We had to embrace our nature. I tried to dismiss it as a bizarre, over-the-top motivational tactic. This was Thorne, after all. He was all about psychological games. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I saw the way he looked at David Chen, a brilliant but physically unassuming analyst from mergers and acquisitions. David was struggling more than anyone, his face pale, his breathing labored during the hikes. Thorne's eyes would linger on him, not with sympathy, but with a look of cold, detached appraisal. It was the same look he gave a balance sheet, searching for weakness. The morning of the third day dawned gray and heavy with the promise of snow. Thorne gathered us on the veranda, the cold air stinging our lungs. He was practically vibrating with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Today, we discover who the true leaders are, he announced, his voice cutting through the morning stillness. Today, you go it alone. He explained the challenge. We would each be taken by helicopter and dropped in a different sector of the sprawling wilderness that surrounded the lodge. Armed with only a map, a compass, and a small survival kit, we had to navigate our way back before nightfall. A storm was forecast to hit in the afternoon. That, he explained with a chilling grin, was part of the test. Nature is the ultimate boardroom, he said. It is unforgiving. It rewards strength and punishes weakness without sentiment. The market does the same. Today, you will face the market in its purest form. Do not fail. A helicopter was already wearing on the helipad a short distance away. One by one, my colleagues were led away. Their faces a mixture of bravado and naked fear. I was last. As I climbed into the chopper, Thorne placed a hand on my shoulder. His grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel talons. I have high hopes for you, Liam, he said, his voice a low murmur against the thumping of the rotor blades. You have the hunger. I've seen it. Don't let sentiment be the dead weight that drags you down. He stepped back, and the helicopter lifted off, the magnificent lodge shrinking below. As we flew out over the endless canopy of pine and birch, a profound sense of dread washed over me. I wasn't in a leadership retreat. I was in a predator's hunting ground, and the game was just beginning. The helicopter didn't so much land as hover a few feet above a small, rocky clearing, the downdraft tearing at the trees. The pilot, a grim-faced local with eyes that had seen too many winters, gestured for me to get out. I jumped, my expensive hiking boots landing with a thud on the damp earth. Before I could even fully straighten up, the chopper was ascending, the roar of its blades echoing through the valley, before fading into an unsettling silence. And then I was alone. Truly, utterly alone in a way I had never experienced. The silence was a physical presence. It wasn't the absence of noise, it was a living thing, composed of the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant caw of a raven, and the frantic thumping of my own heart. The forest was a wall of green and brown, stretching to an unseen horizon in every direction. For the first hour, I felt a surge of adrenaline, the kind of arrogant confidence that only a New Yorker can possess. This was just another system to be mastered, another problem to be solved. I unfolded my map, took a bearing with my compass, and set off with a determined stride. The lodge was southwest. Simple. The forest, however, was not simple. It was a chaotic, tangled mess of fallen logs, hidden streams, and dense undergrowth that tore at my clothes. The neat grid of Manhattan had not prepared me for this. Every tree looked the same. Every ridge led to another, identical ridge. The sun, my only other point of reference, soon disappeared behind a thick blanket of slate. Gray clouds that rolled in from the north, just as Thorn had promised. The first flakes of snow began to fall around noon, soft and almost beautiful at first. But soon the wind picked up, howling through the trees with a mournful, hungry sound. The snowfall intensified, becoming a blinding, horizontal blizzard. My map was a soggy, useless piece of paper within minutes. My compass, I swore, was acting strangely, the needle quivering and refusing to settle. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prick at the edges of my confidence. Thorn's final words echoed in my mind. Don't let sentiment be the dead weight that drags you down. At the time, I thought he was talking about business. Now, I wasn't so sure. Hours passed in a miserable, freezing blur. I was hopelessly lost. The initial challenge had morphed into a genuine survival situation. The forest was no longer a neutral backdrop. It felt actively hostile. The wind sounded like whispers, twisting my name into strange, elongated shapes. The shadows between the trees seemed to deepen and writhe, and I had the unshakable feeling that I was being watched by countless unseen eyes. Every snap of a twig sent a jolt of pure terror through me. I was no longer a predator. I was prey. As dusk began to bleed into the gray afternoon, turning the snow a ghostly blue, my resolve finally shattered. I was exhausted, soaked to the bone, and my hands were so numb I could barely feel them. I sank to my knees at the base of a massive pine, the fight gone out of me. This was it. I was going to die here. Another casualty of Marcus Thorne's brutal games. It was then that I heard it, a low moan, almost lost in the wail of the wind. I scrambled to my feet, shouting, my voice hoarse. Hello, is anyone there? The moan came again, closer this time. I pushed through a thicket of snow, laden furs, and stumbled into a small ravine. And there he was, David Chen. He was lying half buried in a snowdrift, his face contorted in agony. One of his legs was bent at a sickening, unnatural angle. The white of a bone protruded from the torn fabric of his pants. Lam, he gasped, relief and pain warring in his eyes. Thank God. I fell. I think my leg is broken. A wave of adrenaline surged through me, pushing back my own despair. I wasn't alone anymore. I had a purpose. I did my best to help him, using the emergency blanket from my kit to shield him from the wind, and giving him the last of my water. But I knew our situation was dire. David couldn't move, and I wasn't strong enough to carry him. The storm was getting worse, and the temperature was plummeting. We were dead. We huddled together for what felt like an eternity, the darkness becoming absolute. Just as the last embers of hope were dying, we sought a single point of light, a powerful beam cutting through the swirling snow. It was moving steadily towards us. "Hey, found us," I whispered, tears of relief freezing on my cheeks. Thorn found us. The light grew brighter, and soon the tall, imposing figure of Marcus Thorn resolved out of the blizzard. He held a high-powered lantern, and he moved through the deep snow with an eerie, effortless grace. But as he stepped into the small circle of light cast by his lantern, the relief in my chest turned to ice. The look on his face was not one of concern or rescue. It was a look of intense, focused appraisal. It was the look of a chef inspecting a cut of meat. "Looks like you found some dead weight there, Lime," Torn said, his voice as smooth and cold as a frozen river. He looked down at David, who was shivering uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. In a real survival situation, a liability like this would be a death sentence. He paused, letting the words hang in the frigid air. "Or," he added, his eyes glittering in the lantern light, "an opportunity." He crouched down, the snow crunching under his boots. He didn't look at me, but at David, his smile thin and predatory. "The local tribes here," he began, his voice taking on the hypnotic cadence of his fireside lectures, "they have stories, legends, about this forest, about the hunger it can inspire in a man." He told us the story of the wendigo. He spoke of a spirit of the lonely places, a creature born from the desperation of a starving hunter who resorted to cannibalism to survive the winter. But Thorn's telling was different. He didn't describe a monster born of a curse, but a predator achieving its ultimate form. He spoke of it gaining the strength of the men, consumed, of growing taller, faster, and eternally hungry. He described the wendigo not as a cautionary tale against greed, but as a celebration of it. It was the perfect capitalist, the ultimate consumer, taking what it needed to survive and thrive, unburdened by sentiment or morality. His words were a horrifying, twisted echo of everything he had preached to us in the boardroom. This wasn't a legend to him. It was a business model. He finally turned his gaze to me. His eyes were no longer human. They were ancient and cold, burning with a terrifying light. "You have the hunger, Liam. I've always seen it. But is it strong enough? Are you willing to do what is necessary to get a seat at the table?" He offered me the deal, the test. "Help me with him," Thorn said, nodding towards David's broken form. "Leave the dead weight behind. Prove to me that you understand. A senior partnership is waiting for you back at the lodge. Your name on the door." I stared at him, horrified, my mind struggling to process the monstrousness of his proposal. David was whimpering, the meaning of Thorn's words slowly dawning on him. I looked from David's terrified face to Thorn's expectant one. This was the final test. This was what the entire retreat had been about, stripping away the thin veneer of civilization to see the wolf underneath. I found my voice, a weak, trembling thing. "No," I whispered. "I won't." Thorn's smile vanished, replaced by a look of profound disappointment. "Wrong answer," he said softly. The word, disappointment, doesn't begin to cover the expression that twisted Marcus Thorn's features. It was a look of profound, almost paternal sorrow, as if I were a prize specimen that had revealed a fatal flaw. The lantern light carved deep shadows into his face, making his eyes seem like black pits. The forest held its breath. The wind died down to a whisper. The only sound was David's ragged, terrified breathing. "Wrong answer," Thorn repeated, and the softness in his voice was more terrifying than any shout. Before I could even process a thought, he moved. It wasn't the movement of a man. It was the explosive, impossible speed of something that had shed the limitations of flesh and bone. One moment he was crouched by David, the next he was on me. He crossed the 10 feet between us in a single fluid motion. There was no time to raise my hands, no time to scream. A hand, cold and hard as stone, clamped around my throat, lifting me effortlessly off my feet. My boots dangled uselessly in the snow. I clawed at his wrist, but it was like clawing at a steel girder. I looked into his eyes and saw nothing I recognized. The charismatic CEO, the ruthless titan of industry. All of it was gone, a mask stripped away to reveal the true face beneath. What stared back at me was pure, bottomless hunger. An ancient, predatory avarice that had nothing to do with money or power, and everything to do with consumption. Such a waste, he hissed, his breath a foul, cold vapor. You had the potential, the killer instinct. With a flick of his wrist, he threw me. I sailed through the air and slammed against the thick trunk of a pine tree. The impact was a brutal, deafening crack that seemed to echo through my entire skeleton. My head snapped back, striking the rough bark, and the world exploded into a starburst of white, hot pain. I slid down into the snow, my limbs refusing to obey me, my vision swimming. Through the ringing in my ears and the encroaching darkness, I saw him turn back toward David. I was dazed, paralyzed, a helpless spectator to the final act. David, seeing what was coming, tried to scramble backward, his broken leg dragging uselessly behind him, leaving a dark smear in the snow. He was sobbing, pleading. No, please, Mr. Thorn, please. Thorn simply knelt, the lantern casting their two figures in a hellish tableau. He reached out, not with the inhuman speed he had used on me, but with a slow, deliberate tenderness that was the most obscene thing I had ever witnessed. He placed a hand on David's shoulder, as if to comfort him. It's just business, David, Thorn said, his voice once again the calm, reassuring baritone he used to close a deal. An acquisition. The last thing I heard before the darkness finally took me was David's scream. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was a scream of utter, soul-shattering terror, a sound that ripped through the fabric of the night and was abruptly cut short. I don't know how long I was unconscious. Hours, maybe. I came to an agonizing stages, dragged back to awareness by the relentless, biting cold. My first sensation was pain, a throbbing symphony with a lead solo in my head. The storm had passed. The wind was gone. The forest was now draped in a pristine, deathly quiet blanket of fresh snow, sparkling under the cold light of a partial moon. I was alone. Thorn and David were gone. There were no tracks but my own in the disturbed snow where the horror had taken place. It was as if they had simply vanished. A primal terror, colder and deeper than the snow, seized me. I had to get out. I tried to stand, but my legs gave way. Every muscle screamed in protest. Crawling was the only option. I began to drag myself through the snow, my mind a fractured mess of pain and fear. I had no direction, no sense of where I was going. I just knew I had to move away from that place. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into Thorn's tall frame. Every rustle of a branch was the sound of his approach. The legend he had told, the story of the wendigo, played on a loop in my mind. It gains the strength of the men it consumes. It grows taller, faster, and eternally hungry. I crawled for an eternity, my gloved hands raw, my body a single, screaming nerve. I thought of David. I thought of his final, severed scream. I thought of the other 8 members of our team. Were they safe at the lodge? Or were they part of the test? Were they initiates? Or were they, too, on the menu? Sometime before dawn, by sheer dumb luck, I stumbled, or rather crawled, out of the woods and onto the hard, frozen surface of a paved road. It was a 2-lane blacktop, a lifeline of civilization in the middle of nowhere. I lay there, half on the shoulder, half in the snow-filled ditch, unable to move another inch. I was done. I closed my eyes, a strange sense of peace washing over me. At least I wouldn't die in the woods. Headlights, the crunch of tires on icy pavement. A door slamming. A man's voice, speaking rapid French Canadian. I felt hands on me, rolling me over. Then nothing. I woke up in a hospital bed. The fluorescent lights hummed, a sterile counterpoint to the organic silence of the forest. A member of the Esvernride du Quebec, the provincial police, sat by my bed. He was patient kind. He asked me what happened. I told him everything. I told him about the retreat, the solo challenge, finding David, and Thorn's monstrous offer. I told him about the attack. He listened, his expression never changing. When I was finished, he closed his notebook. He told me the official story. I had gotten lost in the storm and suffered a concussion from a fall. My colleagues, concerned when I didn't return, had initiated a search. They had found me on the road. And David? I asked, my voice cracking. What about David Chen? The officer's eyes were full of practiced pity. David's body had been found, he said, not far from where I had been. The official cause of death was an animal attack, a bear most likely, roused from its hibernation. Tragic. And Thorn? I demanded. Where is Marcus Thorn? Where are the others? They had been questioned, of course. They were all devastated by the tragedy. They had given their statements and, their business being essential, had already flown back to New York. The case was, for all intents and purposes, closed. I knew then that I was truly alone. Thorn hadn't just killed David, he had consumed the very truth of his death, absorbing it into a neat, plausible, corporate, approved narrative. I quit my job the day I was released from the hospital. I sent a 1-line email from a public library computer. I never went back to my apartment. I left everything behind. I left New York. I know what Marcus Thorn is. He isn't just a man driven by greed. He is the living embodiment of it. He is the modern wendigo, a creature in a bespoke suit, who doesn't stalk the frozen wilderness, but the cold, sterile corridors of power. His hunting grounds are boardrooms and stock exchanges. His prey is the weak, the vulnerable, the deadweight, on a balance sheet. He devours companies, lives, and futures, and with each acquisition, he grows stronger, his hunger more insatiable. He is still out there. I see his face sometimes on the cover of business magazines, his smile the same charismatic mask I once revered. They call him a visionary, a titan, a king. I know what he is. He's a cannibal, and he is forever hunting, forever hungry. My name is Chloe Sterling. To my colleagues in the sterile, fluorescent, lit world of data analysis, I am a creature of logic and order. Someone who finds comfort in the clean, predictable lines of a spreadsheet. They see the sensible shoes, the neatly organized desk, the quiet demeanor. They would never guess what I do when I shed that skin. My true passion, the thing that ignites a fire in my soul, lies in ruins. I am an urban explorer, or urbexer, as we're known in the small, scattered community dedicated to the craft. I document the forgotten, the abandoned, the places that time has tried to erase. It's more than a hobby. It's a form of historical preservation, a pilgrimage to the altars of what once was. There is a profound and melancholic beauty in decay, in the way nature reclaims what humanity has discarded. I see stories in the peeling paint of an asylum wall, poetry in the rust, eaten machinery of a dead factory, and a silent, dignified tragedy in the skeletal remains of a ghost town. My blog, Forgotten Frontiers, is my testament to these places. It's a collection of photographs and essays, an attempt to capture the ghosts of memory that linger long after the people are gone. I treat every site with a reverence bordering on religious. I take only pictures, and I leave only footprints. The cardinal rule is to never force entry, to never deface, and to never disturb the dead. For months, one name had been whispering to me from the dusty corners of the internet and the pages of obscure history books. Hemlock Creek, tucked away in the dense, unforgiving wilderness of northern Minnesota. It was a former iron or mining town that had boomed and busted in the early 20th century. The official story was simple and common. The ore vein ran dry in the 1920s, and the population, with no reason to stay, simply packed up and left. It was a story of economic collapse, clean and straightforward. But the whispers I'd found online hinted at something darker, something that the official records conveniently omitted. Forum posts from local hikers and hunters spoke of an unnerving atmosphere, a heaviness in the air, and strange feelings of being watched. Most dismissed it as folklore, but for me, it was a siren's call. Last summer, I decided it was time. I loaded my SUV with my gear, my Nikon D850 and a selection of lenses, a high-powered flashlight, a first aid kit, emergency rations, and, most importantly, a satellite phone. The drive north was a gradual shedding of civilization. The sprawling suburbs of Minneapolis bled into rolling farmland, which in turn dissolved into an endless, suffocating sea of pine and birch trees. The highway narrowed to a 2-lane road, and then, as my GPS began to flicker and die, to a gravel track that seemed determined to shake my vehicle apart. The air grew cooler, cleaner, tinged with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. For hours, the only other signs of life were the occasional deer that would dart across the road, its eyes wide and startled in my headlights. I was utterly, completely alone, and a familiar thrill, mixed with a healthy dose of primal fear, began to prickle at my skin. After what felt like an eternity, I saw it, a weather-beaten, bullet-riddled sign leaning at a drunken angle, its faded letters barely legible. Goiel sum Iamalok Sir Ek. Pio Piula Tio and 482. The number had been crossed out and crudely repainted several times, a testament to a fleeting prosperity. Beyond the sign, the forest parted to reveal the town. It was a skeleton picked clean by the elements. The main street was a muddy lane flanked by buildings that sagged as if weary from standing for a century. Their windows were dark, vacant eyes staring out at nothing. A general store listed to one side, its porch collapsed into a pile of rotting timber. Further on, a schoolhouse stood with its roof caved in, exposing the dark interior to the sky. And at the far end of the town, a stark and ugly interruption in the landscape, was the mine. Its headframe, the skeletal structure that once lowered men into the earth, stood like a gallows against the gray sky. The entrance to the shaft itself was a black, gaping wound in the hillside, a maw that seemed to exhale a palpable cold. The silence was the most unsettling part. It wasn't the peaceful quiet of the countryside. It was a dead, oppressive silence, thick and heavy, as if the very air was holding its breath. No birds sang. No squirrels chattered in the trees. The only sound was the whisper of the wind through the broken panes of glass and the soft, unnerving crunch of my own boots on the gravel. I spent the rest of the day meticulously documenting the town's decay. I moved with practiced slowness, my camera a shield between me and the overwhelming sense of desolation. I photographed a child's worn leather shoe lying in the mud, a rusted tin of coffee still sitting on a kitchen shelf, a calendar on a wall frozen forever on October 1923. Each artifact was a tiny, heartbreaking piece of a story I could never fully know. The feeling of being watched intensified with every step I took, a constant, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I kept scanning the dark windows and the deep shadows between the trees, expecting to see a face. But there was never anything there. As dusk began to settle, casting long, distorted shadows across the street, I made my way to the largest building, still standing, the old town hall. It was a two-story wooden structure that had somehow resisted the worst of the decay. Its authority diminished, but not entirely erased. The double doors hung ajar, a silent invitation. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of dust and damp paper. Moonlight streamed through the grimy windows, illuminating floating dust motes like tiny, wandering spirits. Furniture was overturned, and papers were scattered across the floor, a chaotic scene of a hasty departure. In a back office, a room that must have belonged to the mayor or some other town official, I found a large, metal footlocker, its lid pried open. It was filled with water, damaged records, tax lectures, birth certificates, meeting minutes, all bleeding into a moldy, illegible mess. It was a historian's nightmare. I began to sift through the damp pulp, my gloved fingers carefully separating the pages, hoping to salvage something, anything. And that's when I found it. Tucked beneath a stack of ruined property deeds was a leather-bound journal. It was surprisingly well preserved, the thick hide having protected the pages within from the worst of the moisture. The cover was unmarked. I carefully opened it, the spine creaking in protest. The first page contained a single name, written in a neat, confident script that stood in stark contrast to the chaos around me: Dr. Elias Vance, town physician, winter 1923. A shiver, entirely unrelated to the evening chill, traced its way down my spine. I had found a voice from the town's final days. I settled onto the floor, my back against the wall, my flashlight beam cutting a sharp circle in the gloom. With a sense of both excitement and profound dread, I turned the page and began to read. The flashlight beam trembled in my hand, the circle of light dancing across the yellowed pages of the journal. The world outside the dusty town hall, my SUV, the gravel road, the life I knew, seemed to dissolve, leaving only the cramped office, the oppressive silence, and the doctor's elegant script. I pulled my jacket tighter around me and began to read his story. November 5th, 1923. The first snows have arrived, blanketing Hemlock Creek in a pristine, almost suffocating white. The cold has a bite to it this year, sharper than I recall. It seems to have seeped into the very bones of the men. I have noted a peculiar malaise spreading through the mining camp. It presents initially as melancholia. Men who were once boisterous and full of crude life now sit silently in the saloon, staring into their glasses. Foremen report a drop in productivity. Fights, usually a common and quickly resolved affair, have taken on a vicious edge. Thomas Abernathy, a man I have known for 5 years to be as steady as the northern star, accused his neighbor of stealing firewood. The dispute ended with Abernathy nursing a broken jaw, and the neighbor, Mr. Gable, staring at his own bloody knuckles with a look of profound confusion, as if his own hands were strangers to him. I have prescribed tonics and recommended rest, but I confess, this ailment feels beyond the reach of my medicine bag. It is a sickness of the spirit. His early entries were just as I would have expected from a man of science, clinical, detached, and analytical. He chronicled the town's descent with the precision of a biologist observing a specimen under a microscope. He wrote about the growing paranoia, how families began to board up their windows at night, not against the cold, but against their neighbors. He noted a creeping, irrational suspicion that seemed to poison every interaction. The miners, a community forged in the shared danger of the deep earth, were splintering apart. November 21st, 923, the strangeness has deepened. Several men, all seasoned woodsmen, have come to me with unsettling tales. They speak of a figure seen at the edge of the woods, a tall, pale man who moves with an unnatural swiftness through the deep snow, leaving no tracks. John Peterson, a man not given to flights of fancy, swore he saw it watching his cabin from the tree line, its form impossibly thin, like a shadow stretched long at sunset. He fired his rifle, but the figure simply vanished. I have dismissed these as tricks of the light, the product of exhausted minds and the distorting effect of falling snow. Yet the stories persist, and they are unnervingly consistent. It was in the next entry that a new, more ominous thread was woven into the narrative. December 3rd, 1923. My weekly supply run was met with unexpected resistance today. The local Ojibwe guides, who have long traded venison and furs with us, refused to come within a mile of the town. Our lead elder, a man named Black Wolf, whom I have always found to be reasonable, met me on the trail. His face was a mask of grim certainty. He spoke of a curse, of a hunger spirit that the mine had disturbed. He called it the wendigo. He claimed our relentless digging, our insatiable greed for the black iron in the earth, had awakened it. He said the sickness in the town was not of the body, but of a spirit that devours men from the inside out, turning them into monsters possessed by a terrible, endless hunger. I am a man of science. I believe in germs and pathogens, not ancient curses. I told him as much, but he would not be swayed. He looked at me with pity and fear. "You have eaten of the earth," he said, his voice a low whisper. "And now the spirit of that hungry earth has come to eat of you." He and his people have moved their camp further east. We are truly alone now. As I read, I could feel the doctor's certainty beginning to fray. His neat script started to show signs of haste, the confident loops and lines becoming jagged and sharp. His clinical language gave way to raw fear and bewildered desperation. The town was no longer just sick, it was unraveling at a horrifying pace. December 18th, 1923. A new symptom has emerged. One so grotesque I hesitate to commit it to paper. Mrs. O'Connell came to my clinic in a state of terror. Her husband, a burly miner named Patrick, has developed what she calls a natural appetite. He consumes his rations with a ravenous, animalistic fervor, yet complains of a gnawing emptiness. Last night, she found him in the pantry, gnawing on a side of raw bacon, his eyes glazed over. When she tried to stop him, he snarled at her, a sound she swore was not human. He has lost a startling amount of weight, yet his belly seems distended, bloated. His skin has taken on a pale, almost translucent quality. I see now that this is not just melancholia. It is a wasting disease, a consumption of the most terrifying kind. The journal became a litany of horrors. He described patients whose teeth had fallen out, only to be replaced by what looked like sharpened points of bone. He wrote of families barricading themselves, not against outsiders, but against one of their own. The feeling of being watched, which had been a vague unease for me, was a terrifying reality for them. The tall, pale man was no longer a rumor from the woods. People claimed to see its gaunt face peering into their windows at night. The final entries were nearly illegible. The ink smudged and the words scrawled across the page in a desperate, spidery hand. The doctor's descent into madness and terror was complete. January 4th, 1924. The McGregor family is gone. Their cabin stands empty, the door swinging open to the blizzard. I went to check on them this morning. Little Sarah had been suffering from the hunger for a week. Her father, a good man, had locked her in the bedroom. For days, we heard the sounds, the scratching, the chewing. Then, last night, a terrible silence fell. This morning, I found the door splintered from its frame, from the inside. There were tracks in the snow leading from the cabin, but they were not human. They were long, narrow, and dragged, as if whatever made them was too weak, or too changed, to walk upright. They led towards the mine. January 10th, 1924. It is the mine. It has always been the mine. We came here with a hunger for the ore, a greed that drove us to rip open the earth. We tore its riches from its belly, and in doing so, we have unleashed a spirit that mirrors our own avarice. It is a physical manifestation of our insatiable hunger. We have devoured the land, and now a spirit of that hunger has come to devour us. It is not a sickness of the body that can be cured with medicine. It is a curse of the soul, and we are all damned. The last page contained only a single, horrifying sentence, scrawled with what must have been the last of his strength. The ink bleeding into the paper as if from a wound. It's in the mine. God help us, it's in the mine. A profound, bone-deep cold washed over me. A cold that had nothing to do with the Minnesota night. The journal fell from my numb fingers. The silence of the town hall pressed in, no longer empty, but filled with the echoes of screams and the phantom pains of an unspeakable hunger. My carefully constructed world of logic and reason had been shattered. The whispers on the internet were not folklore. They were warnings. The heavy atmosphere of Hemlock Creek was not my imagination. It was the lingering residue of absolute terror. I had come here to document a ghost town, a place of forgotten memories. But the town wasn't just haunted by memories. It was haunted by something that was still here, something that was waiting. My breath hitched in my throat, each inhale a sharp, painful gasp against the crushing weight of the silence. The journal lay open on the floor, its final, desperate sentence seeming to burn itself into the dusty air of the office. It's in the mine. The words echoed in the cavern of my skull. No longer the scrawling of a madman from a century past, but a fresh, urgent warning screamed directly at me. The cold I felt was no longer just the ambient chill of a summer night in the North Woods. It was a deep, internal ice. A terror so pure and absolute it felt like a physical presence in the room with me. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, a statue of fear. Every rational thought, every ounce of the detached, logical persona I cultivated had evaporated. I was reduced to a primal state, a cornered animal suddenly aware of the predator, hiding in the shadows. The plan I had so meticulously crafted, to spend another day here, to explore the mine shaft, to capture the perfect shoot now seemed like the height of suicidal arrogance. The mine, the gaping wound in the earth, I had looked at earlier with morbid curiosity. It wasn't just an abandoned shaft. It was a lair. It was a tomb that had refused to stay sealed. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. I scrambled backwards, my hands crab, walking through the dust and grime, my eyes locked on the darkness of the doorway, as if expecting Dr. Vance himself to stagger through, his body wasted, his eyes burning with an unholy light. I had to get out. The thought wasn't a product of reason. It was a biological imperative. A command screamed from the deepest, most ancient part of my brain. Leave now. With a surge of adrenaline, I lurched to my feet. My gear was scattered around me, a testament to my earlier, more naive sense of security. I began to shove everything into my pack with clumsy, trembling hands. My expensive camera lenses clinked together, a sound that seemed obscenely loud in the dead quiet. I fumbled with zippers and clips, my fingers feeling thick and unresponsive. The urbexer's creed, leave only footprints, was forgotten. All I wanted was to leave, to be gone. To put as many miles as possible between myself and the cursed ground of Hemlock Creek. As I cinched the final strap on my backpack, a new sensation cut through my panic. A smell. It was faint at first, carried on the drafts that snaked through the broken building. It was a foul, complex odor of decay, but not the clean, dry rot of old wood and paper. This was a wet, greasy stench of spoiled meat and damp, disturbed earth, with an underlying metallic tang that reminded me of old blood. It was a predator's smell, a charnel house smell, and it was coming from the direction of the mine. That was it. The final, visceral confirmation I didn't need but got anyway. The journal wasn't history, it was a live report. The thing, the hunger, was active. My retreat became a full-blown flight. I burst out of the town hall's back office, my flashlight beam slashing wildly across the debris-strewn main hall. The floating dust motes no longer looked like spirits, they looked like ashes. The overturned furniture was no longer a sign of a hasty departure. It was the result of a violent struggle. The short walk from the town hall to my SUV on the main street was the longest, most terrifying journey of my life. The moon had risen, casting the derelict buildings in a skeletal, silvery light. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe. Every dark window was a vacant eye watching me pass. The wind, which had been a harmless whisper before, now sounded like a low, guttural moan, carrying on it the faint, sickly, sweet smell from the mine. I imagined the sound of scratching from inside the boarded-up cabins, the whisper of a gaunt, impossibly tall figure moving in the periphery of my vision. I didn't dare look directly into the trees that crowded the edge of the town. I kept my eyes fixed on the familiar, solid shape of my vehicle, my sanctuary of steel and glass. I reached the SUV, my breath coming in ragged sobs. My hand shook so violently, it took 3 attempts to get the key into the lock. The click of the door unlocking was a thunderclap in the silence. I threw my pack onto the passenger seat and scrambled behind the wheel, fumbling with the ignition. The engine turning over was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It was the sound of escape, of civilization, of life. I didn't bother turning around. I slammed the gear into reverse, spun the wheel, and stomped on the accelerator, spraying gravel and mud as I fishtailed onto the dirt road leading out of town. I drove with a singular focus, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my eyes glued to the path ahead. illuminated by the high beams that cut a desperate tunnel through the oppressive darkness of the forest. For 100 yards, I felt a wave of relief so powerful it almost made me dizzy. I had made it. I was out. But some morbid, inexplicable impulse, the same curiosity that had brought me to this godforsaken place, made me glance at my rearview mirror. And my world stopped. It was standing in the middle of the road, exactly where my car had been parked just moments before. The moonlight seemed to cling to it, illuminating a form that defied all laws of nature and reason. It was tall, impossibly, unnaturally tall and thin. Its limbs elongated like a tree's branches in winter. Its skin was the color of bleached bone, stretched taut over a skeletal frame. It had no discernible features, no eyes or mouth that I could see, but I could feel its gaze on me, a tangible pressure, a malevolence so ancient and profound it felt like the cold of the void. It was a creature born of starvation, the physical embodiment of the gnawing, endless hunger described in the doctor's journal. It just stood there, watching me go. It didn't move. It didn't have to. The stillness was more terrifying than any pursuit. It was the patient stillness of a predator that knows its territory, that knows the hunger will always return, that knows it has all the time in the world. It had waited nearly 100 years in the darkness of the earth. It could wait again. I screamed, a raw, tearing sound, and slammed my foot back down on the accelerator. I didn't look in the mirror again. I drove through the night, fueled by terror, not stopping until the sun began to rise and the first signs of civilization appeared on the horizon. I never filed a report. I never uploaded the photos. I shut down my blog. Who would believe me? They would say I was overtired, that I let the town's atmosphere get to me, that I imagined it all. But I know what I saw. The town of Hemlock Creek wasn't just abandoned. It wasn't just haunted by the ghost of its own greed. The greed had taken root, and it had grown into something new. Something that walks, something that waits, and something that is still very, very hungry. My name is Jake, but you probably wouldn't know me by that name. Online, where it mattered, I was Jake Wild. It's a name I chose carefully, one meant to evoke images of untamed wilderness and rugged individualism. I was a mid-level influencer, stuck in that frustrating purgatory between obscurity and genuine stardom. My niche was extreme challenges, the kind of content that makes viewers wince and whisper, "I can't believe he's actually doing that." I'd eaten exotic insects, spent 24 hours in a coffin-sized hole I'd dug myself, and navigated the storm drains beneath Las Vegas. Each video got a respectable number of views, enough to pay my rent and keep the dream alive. But I was still waiting for my breakout moment. I was waiting for the one challenge that would catapult me into the big leagues. The kind of event that would land me sponsorships with energy drinks and outdoor gear companies. That challenge was the Algonquin Ice Challenge. The concept was simple, brutal, and I hoped viral Goldie survived for 1 week, completely alone in the heart of Algonquin Provincial Park during the dead of winter. The rules I set for myself were strict, designed for maximum drama. My only tools would be a single, bladed hunting knife, a ferro rod for starting fires, and a satellite phone. The phone was the most crucial piece of equipment. It wasn't just for safety. It was my connection to the world, my camera, my stage. Through it, I would live stream my entire ordeal, bringing my followers, my wild pack, along for every shivering, stomach-growling moment. The preparation was intense. For weeks, I studied survival manuals, watched videos by actual wilderness experts, and practiced my skills in the woods behind my apartment complex, which felt ridiculous but necessary. I projected an aura of supreme confidence to my audience, posting teaser videos of myself sharpening my knife and testing my fire starter. Nature's throwing its worst at me, I declared in one video, staring intensely into the camera lens. And I'm gonna throw it right back. The hype was building. My subscriber count ticked upward. This was it. The drop-off was surreal. The helicopter's blades beat a deafening rhythm against the frozen air, the sound swallowed by the immense, silent landscape of snow and skeletal trees. From above, the park was a vast, white desert, punctuated by the dark, frozen shapes of lakes. When the pilot gave me the thumbs up, I took a deep breath, adjusted the camera on my head strap, and stepped out onto the skid. The cold was a physical blow, a solid wall of air that stole my breath and bit at any exposed skin. I gave a final, cocksure wave to the helicopter as it ascended, shrinking into a black speck against the gray sky before disappearing entirely. Then, there was only silence. A silence so profound it felt like a weight, pressing in on me from all sides. The first few days were a masterclass in performance. I was Jake Wild, the conqueror of the wild. My viewer count, displayed in a small, translucent box in the corner of my vision, began to climb steadily. Thousands, then tens of thousands, were watching me. The comments flooded in, a torrent of encouragement and awe. I narrated my every move with the practiced enthusiasm of a seasoned showman. I found a clearing sheltered by a thick stand of pine trees and began constructing my lean-to. Every swing of my hatchet, every branch I dragged through the knee, deep snow was a piece of content. "All right, Wild Pack, check it out," I'd pant, turning the camera to my handiwork. The key is to build a solid back wall to block that wind. We're using pine boughs for insulation. Mother Nature provides, you just have to know where to look. On the second day, I managed to spear a fish. It was a grueling process. I spent hours chipping away at the thick mic ice with my knife, my hands growing numb and clumsy despite my gloves. I lay on my stomach for what felt like an eternity, peering into the murky, frigid water, my breath pluming in the air. When I finally saw the dark shape of a trout glide into view, my heart hammered in my chest. I struck a single, desperate lunge and felt the satisfying thud of the blade hitting its mark. I roared in triumph, holding the glistening, writhing fish up for the camera, a primal scream of victory echoing across the frozen lake. That night, I cooked it over my small, precious fire. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. My viewer count soared past 50,000. The comments were ecstatic.
KNGOF Narch.
One read,
"This is insane, Jake! You're a legend!"
I felt invincible. The blizzard hit on the fourth day. It didn't arrive with a dramatic warning. It simply descended. The sky, which had been a uniform sheet of dull gray, thickened and darkened. The wind began to moan through the trees, a low, mournful sound that slowly escalated into a high-pitched shriek. Snow began to fall, not in gentle flakes, but in a blinding, horizontal torrent. Within an hour, visibility was zero. The world shrank to the confines of my small shelter, and the few feet of churning white I could see beyond its opening. I was trapped. The livestream was my only connection to humanity. The fear, which I had successfully suppressed beneath layers of bravado, began to creep in. It started as a cold knot in my stomach, had slowly spread through my limbs. I tried to hide it, to keep up the Jake Wilde persona, but the strain was showing. My jokes fell flat. My voice was a half octave higher than usual. Just a little squall, wild pack, I said, my teeth chattering. The Algonquin ice? Challenge wouldn't be a challenge without a little weather, right? But they could tell. The tone of the comments began to shift. The boisterous praise was replaced with concern. You okay? Man, that looks serious. Don't be a hero. Jake, call for help if you need it. As darkness fell, the storm raged on. A relentless assault on my flimsy shelter. The wind howled like a living thing, tearing at the pine boughs and shaking the frame. I huddled deeper into my sleeping bag, the satellite phone clutched in my hand like a talisman. And then I heard it. Over the shriek of the wind, a voice. Jake, honey, are you in there? It's time to come home. I froze, every muscle in my body locking up. It was my mom's voice. I knew with absolute soul-crushing certainty that it was her voice. The gentle cadence. The specific way she called me, honey. But it was impossible. My mom was in a retirement community in Florida, thousands of miles away. She barely knew how to use a smartphone, let alone track me to a specific location in the Canadian wilderness. My blood turned to ice. I fumbled with the phone, my voice a trembling whisper. Guys, did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that. The chat exploded. Some said it was the wind, my mind playing tricks on me. Others were spooked. A few, the trolls, accused me of faking it for drama. The voice came again, closer this time, right outside the wall of my shelter. But it was different. Jake, baby, I miss you. Let me in. I'm so cold. It was Chloe, my girlfriend. It was a perfect imitation of her voice, down to the little crackle of emotion she got when she was worried. It was the voice that had whispered, I love you, to me just a week ago at the airport. It was a cruel, exquisitely painful piece of psychological torture. I knew it wasn't real, that it couldn't be real, but my heart didn't care. A sob escaped my throat, a raw, ugly sound. The tough guy persona of Jake Wilde didn't just crack, it shattered into a million pieces. I curled into a ball, weeping openly on the livestream, my carefully constructed world collapsing into a nightmare of wind, snow, and impossible voices. My viewer count was higher than it had ever been. 100,000 people were watching me fall apart. Sleep didn't come that night. How could it? Every gust of wind, every creak of a branch under the weight of the snow, sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. I lay in my sleeping bag, rigid with terror, clutching the cold, dead satellite phone to my chest. The battery had died hours ago, plunging me into a terrifying, disconnected silence. The voices had stopped, but their echoes remained, replaying in an endless, torturous loop inside my skull. Chloe's plea for me to let her in, my mother's gentle, impossible summons. My breakdown had been total and absolute, broadcast live to the world. The shame was a physical weight, as heavy and suffocating as the snow piling up outside. The Jake Wilde persona was a ruin, a collapsed structure I had no idea how to rebuild. All that was left was Jake, a terrified man huddled alone in the dark, 1,000 miles from anyone who could help him. The blizzard finally broke with the dawn. I crawled out of my shelter into a world transformed. The sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue, and the fresh snow blanketed everything in a pristine, glittering layer. The sheer beauty of it felt like a mockery. The air was still and frigid, the silence no longer profound but menacing. It felt like the silence of a predator holding its breath. My first priority was the phone. I swapped out the battery pack with my last spare, my fingers clumsy with cold and trembling. As it powered on, the screen lit up, and the connection to the world was restored. I dreaded looking at the chat. I scrolled back through the logs from the previous night. It was worse than I could have imagined. My breakdown had become a viral spectacle. The viewer count had peaked at over 150,000. The comments were a chaotic flood. There were thousands of messages of genuine concern, people begging me to hit the emergency beacon on the phone. But there were just as many, if not more, from trolls and cynics, mocking my tears, calling me a fraud, accusing me of staging the whole thing for views. Best acting I've seen all year. One comment read, "Give this man an Oscar." Another said, "He's finally lost it. This is better than any movie." But then, a new thread of conversation emerged, one that chilled me more than any insult. It started with a single comment, "This is classic Wendigo territory." Others quickly latched onto it. "He's in Algonquin. In winter. Alone. He's checking all the boxes." The voices are the first sign. It mimics people you love to lure you out. It's a spirit of hunger. It feeds on fear and isolation. They posted links to old folklore articles and creepy forums dedicated to cryptids. They were discussing me as if I were already a character in a ghost story, a cautionary tale. The word wendigo appeared again and again, a digital chant that seemed to seep from the screen into the cold air around me. I had heard the legends, of course, campfire stories about a gaunt, cannibalistic spirit that haunted the northern forests. I'd always dismissed them as just that, stories. But now, huddled in my shelter after a night of hearing impossible voices, the stories felt chillingly plausible. The voices were gone on day 5, but they were replaced by something far worse, the unshakable feeling of being watched. It was a physical sensation, a prickling on the back of my neck, the feeling of unseen eyes tracking my every move. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, a predictable symptom of my deteriorating mental state. I forced myself to go about my survival routine, gathering firewood, checking the hole in the ice for another fish. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The forest, which had felt empty and indifferent before, now felt occupied. The spaces between the trees seemed to hold a silent, malevolent intelligence. I kept the livestream running, but my narration had changed. The confident bravado of Jake Wild was gone, replaced by the frantic, hushed whispers of a man on the edge. I spoke to my audience as if they were my only confidence, my digital lifeline. "I don't think I'm alone out here," I whispered, my eyes scanning the dense tree line at the edge of my clearing. I know it sounds crazy, but I can feel it. Something is watching me. The chat was a split screen of my own psyche. Half the viewers were convinced I was in genuine danger, urging me to abandon the challenge. The other half believed it was all a performance, a brilliant piece of method, acting to salvage my brand after my breakdown. "He's leaning into the horror angle." One user commented, "Smart move." The thought that people believed I was capable of faking this level of terror was both insulting and, in a strange way, terrifying. It meant they couldn't see the real fear in my eyes. Later that afternoon, I found the tracks. I had ventured further from my camp than usual, searching for dry wood under the low, hanging branches of the pines. There, in a patch of undisturbed snow, was a line of footprints. My heart stopped. They were not from a deer, or a wolf, or a moose. They were long and narrow, almost like a human's, but impossibly thin, with an elongated heel and what looked like the impression of claws at the tip. They were barefoot tracks, in 3 feet of snow, in sub-zero temperatures. They walked a perfectly straight line, emerging from the dense woods on one side of the small clearing and disappearing back into them on the other. They hadn't been there an hour ago. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't in my head. This was real. This was physical proof. I fumbled for the phone, swinging the camera down to focus on the tracks.
Look! Look at this!
I yelled, my voice cracking.
Tell me I'm imagining this!
What kind of animal makes a track like that? I followed them, my knife now gripped tightly in my hand. The tracks led me to the edge of the woods, where the trees grew so thick that the light barely penetrated. They continued into the gloom, a clear path into the darkness. A deep, instinctual fear, older and more powerful than any ambition for fame, screamed at me to go back. I stood there for a long moment, staring into the shadows, before retreating back to the relative safety of my camp. My broadcasts became more and more unhinged. I was no longer just a participant in a challenge. I was a man documenting his own haunting. I talked constantly about the spirit of hunger, a name I'd borrowed from the chat. It felt right. I was starving, not just for food. I hadn't eaten since the fish 2 days ago, but for safety, for sanity. And I felt like something was feeding on my decline. I became obsessed with capturing it on camera. I would sit for hours, phone in hand, pointed at the tree line, waiting. I caught glimpses of movement, fleeting and indistinct. A flicker of motion at the edge of the frame. A flash of something pale against the dark bark of the trees. Each time I would swing the camera around, but there would be nothing there. Did you see that? I'd ask my audience, my voice a raw plea. It was right there. The chat would argue, some claiming to have seen it too, others telling me it was just a bird or the wind shaking snow from a branch. On my last broadcast of the day, as the sun began to set, painting the snow in shades of orange and purple, I finally caught something. It was more than a flicker. For a fraction of a second, a figure was visible between 2 pine trees. It was tall and painfully thin, its limbs long and emaciated. Its skin was the color of old bone, a sickly, pale gray that stood out against the deepening shadows. It was there, and then it was gone, moving with an unnatural speed that my camera could only register as a sickening blur. But I had seen it, and I knew it had seen me. I ended the broadcast abruptly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The feeling of being watched had transformed into the terrifying certainty of being hunted. The game was over. This was no longer a challenge. It was a siege. The night of day 5 was a descent into hell. The certainty of being hunted was a prison, far more effective than the blizzard had been. I didn't dare try to sleep. I abandoned my flimsy lean-to, which now felt like a trap, and spent the night, huddled with my back against a thick pine tree, my fire built dangerously high. My knife was in one hand, the satellite phone in the other. I kept the live stream running, the camera's night vision mode casting the world in an eerie, monochrome green. I didn't speak. There was nothing left to say. I just sat there, a cornered animal, scanning the impenetrable darkness beyond the ring of firelight. My audience of thousands watched in silence with me. The forest was no longer quiet. It was alive with sound, a symphony of psychological warfare. I would hear a branch snap just beyond the light, and I'd whip the camera around to see nothing. A low, guttural cough would echo from the left, and I'd flinch, my heart seizing in my chest. But the worst was the whispering. It was constant, a sibilant murmur just at the edge of hearing, like the rustle of dry leaves. But there were no leaves, only snow. It sounded like words, almost, but they were in a language I didn't understand, a chattering, ancient tongue that spoke of cold, empty spaces and ravenous hunger. Several times I saw its eyes, 2 points of faint, phosphorescent green, blinking in the darkness far beyond my fire. They would appear in one spot, hold my gaze for an unbearable minute, and then vanish, only to reappear moments later in a completely different location. It was circling me, toying with me. It was intelligent. It knew the fire was a barrier. It knew the camera was on. It was studying me, learning. The chat was a frantic mess of prayers, terrified reactions, and accusations that this was the most elaborate hoax ever staged. I didn't care. They were just ghosts in the machine. The only real thing was the cold, the fire, and the patient, hungry eyes in the dark. Day 6 dawned on a man hollowed out. I was a shell, animated by nothing more than raw, primal fear. I was out of food, my body running on the last dregs of adrenaline. The cold had seeped deep into my bones, a permanent chill that no fire could warm. Delirium had begun to set in, the edges of my vision blurring, the world taking on a shimmering, unreal quality. I knew, with a calm, terrifying clarity, that I was not going to survive. The challenge, the views, the career, it all felt like a stupid dream from another lifetime. The only goal now was to last until nightfall, to see the sun one more time. It grew bolder in the daylight. The sense of being watched was now a suffocating presence. I would catch it moving through the trees, no longer just a blur, but a distinct shape. A tall, skeletal frame, impossibly gaunt, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was the color of birch bark, mottled and gray, allowing it to blend almost perfectly with the winter landscape. It moved with a jerky, unnatural gait, like a marionette with its strings tangled. It never came into the full clearing, but it stayed close, a constant, silent sentinel at the edge of my world. It was letting me see it. It wanted me to know it was there. It was savoring my terror, letting it ripen. My last broadcast began in the late afternoon. I had retreated back into the lean-to, the effort of maintaining the fire having become too much. I was huddled in my sleeping bag, the satellite phone held in trembling hands. My voice, when I finally spoke, was a dry, cracking whisper, the sound of a man who had already accepted his fate. "It's here," I rasped, the words barely audible. My teeth were chattering uncontrollably, from cold, from fear, from both. It's been playing with me all day. It's smart. It knows I'm weak. I looked into the lens of the phone, trying to connect with the thousands of people on the other side. Were they real, or just more ghosts? "It knows my name," I whispered, a tear freezing on my cheek. I heard it, in the whispers. It knows my name, and it knows who I love. It showed me their faces in the trees. This wasn't a lie for the camera. In my delirium, I had seen them, my mom, Chloe, my dad, their faces contorted in silent screams, their images flashing for a moment on the pale bark of the birch trees. The monster wasn't just going to kill me. It was feasting on my soul first. The chat was a waterfall of text I could no longer comprehend. Emergency services had been called, they said. A helicopter was on its way. But I knew it wouldn't be fast enough. The sun was touching the horizon, and the shadows were growing long. The time for games was over. A low, raspy growl emanated from directly outside the shelter. It was the sound of a predator, deep and resonant. A sound that vibrated through the frozen ground and up into my bones. This was it. "It's here," I said, my voice breaking into a sob. "Oh God, it's right here." The fabric of my shelter, the wall of woven pine boughs, ripped open as if it were tissue paper. A long, three-fingered hand, gray and clawed, tore through the branches. I screamed a high, piercing shriek of pure, undiluted terror, and dropped the phone. It landed in the snow, the camera pointing up at a crazy angle, capturing nothing but the roof of the lean-to and a patch of darkening sky. But the audio was still live. My followers, my wild pack, the trolls, the believers, the skeptics. They heard everything. They heard my initial scream cut short by a wet, choking sound. They heard a frantic, desperate struggle, the sound of my body thrashing against the packed snow. They heard the low, predatory growl again, closer this time, guttural and triumphant. And then they heard the wet, tearing sounds. The sickening noise of flesh being ripped, of bones snapping. It went on for what felt like an eternity, punctuated by my own muffled, agonized cries. And then silence. For a full 30 seconds. The only sound on the live stream was the gentle sigh of the wind. The viewers typed frantically, their messages a blur of horror and disbelief. And then a new sound broke the silence. A voice that was a perfect, chilling mimicry of my own. "Thanks for watching, guys," it said, the tone infused with the upbeat, confident energy of Jake Wild. "It's been a wild ride. Don't forget to like and subscribe." The broadcast ended. The search party found my campsite 2 days later, guided by the phone's emergency beacon, which had been activated sometime after the stream cut out. They found the wrecked shelter. They found my knife. They found the satellite phone, its battery finally dead. They found a significant amount of blood, staining the snow a dark, ugly crimson. They never found me. Not a bone, not a shred of clothing. My last broadcast is the stuff of legend now. A holy grail of found footage horror passed around on dark web forums and secretive Discord servers. The official explanation is that I succumbed to the elements and was carried off by scavengers, that the final words were a bizarre audio glitch. Many of my former followers believe I faked the whole thing, that I pulled off the most audacious stunt in influencer history and am now living on a beach somewhere, laughing at them all. But the ones who were watching live, the ones who heard the struggle, who heard that final, cheerful sign, often a voice that was mine but not mine, they know the truth. They know the spirit of hunger is real. They know the monster got me. And then, with my final words, it took my place.